Upon opening his eyes, Cheng Xu found himself transported back to the year 2023. The first step is to address the issue of chips. With this realization, Cheng Xu embraced a new beginning within the realm of technology. In Huazhou City, a University of Information Technology, a student named Cheng Xu sat upright on his bunk, his phone clutched in hand, his face a canvas of astonishment. 2023. I have returned to the year 18 years ago. At that moment, his last memory lingered at a crossroads where four dump trucks, with alarming precision, collided with the Sea-Wolf automobile he was driving, resulting in a catastrophic explosion of the battery pack. In that fleeting instant, a single thought consumed him. It's over. Everything is ruined. Years of relentless effort had culminated in that moment. A groundbreaking theory was on the verge of application. If successfully implemented, it held the potential to upend the established semiconductor landscape and herald a new era. Yet, fate proved cruel. On the very day his theory had been validated, a calamitous collision occurred on his journey home from the laboratory, and Cheng Xu was engulfed in flames. The memory of that scene still haunted him. He could almost feel his soul ablaze. But now, instinctively, he reached up to gently touch his cheek, feeling the unique warmth of his skin, accompanied by the vigorous thump of his heart. Cheng Xu's excitement surged. I am still alive. His eyes darted around, the surroundings evoking a sense of both familiarity and strangeness. Familiar, for it was a place he had inhabited for several years. Strange, for nearly 2 decades had elapsed since his university days. Momentarily dazed, he quickly reconciled with the reality. As a professional in the cutting-edge technology sector, Cheng Xu believed in the principles of science, understanding that true science is never stagnant. Since this event had indeed transpired, it must be grounded in scientific possibility. Moreover, 18 years ago, he was a vibrant 22, youthful and fortunate to have escaped a dire fate. His heart swelled with secret joy. While reveling in his unexpected fortune, a shadow of doubt crept in as he recalled the 4 dump trucks. He could hardly accept that such a catastrophic collision was merely an accident. After much contemplation, he found no concrete evidence to support a theory of conspiracy. Yet the scale of the incident suggested otherwise. With few adversaries in mind, the truth was not difficult to surmise. He smiled, choosing to dismiss such thoughts as relics of a bygone era. This was a second chance at life. Who could predict how circumstances might evolve? Those individuals would not evade him. Hi, Xiao Han, please assist me in compiling the significant milestones in the current domestic and international technology landscape. As a tech professional, he was determined to remain abreast of global technological developments at all times. For nearly 2 decades, the technological landscape of 2023 presents a pivotal moment in its evolution. Cheng Xu has a vague sense of the advancements, yet the specifics elude him. Consequently, he instinctively recalls his intelligent assistant, Xiao Han. However, he chuckles at the thought, realizing that, at this juncture, Xiao Han has yet to be conceived. With a sigh of resignation, Cheng Xu picks up his phone, embarking on a search for significant historical milestones in global and domestic technological development in 2022, as well as major events that profoundly impacted the future. In November 2022, OpenAI unveiled a groundbreaking AI-driven natural language processing tool, ChatGPT, which employs the Transformer Neural Network architecture, specifically the GPT 3.5 framework. Now, ChatGPT has captivated the world. In August 2022, the CHIPS and Science Act was officially enacted. In December, companies such as Weiming Technology, Cambricon, and Yangtze Memory Technologies were added to the entity list. In 2022, the Wentian and Mengtian experimental modules were launched, marking the near completion of the Tiangong space station. Controlled nuclear fusion achieved positive returns for the first time. In July 2022, the AI company DeepMind announced that they utilized the revolutionary AI network AlphaFold to predict the structures of over 200 million proteins from approximately 1 million species. However, the release of GPT 3.0 heralded a subtle transformation. From this version onward, students began utilizing it to assist with homework and organize papers, while scholars harnessed it for data collection and statistical analysis. Content creators leveraged it to generate articles and earn income. The integration of GPT 3.5 into ChatGPT further propelled it into the public consciousness, signifying the AI's evolution from a toy to a tool, and the advent of GPT 4.0 ushered in an entirely new era of AI augmenting human labor. Every advancement in production tools invariably signifies an enhancement in productivity, profoundly influencing social division of labor and relationships. The development of technology appears to be accelerating. After a lengthy reflection, Cheng Xu chuckles and shakes his head. The rapid advancement of technology, while seemingly flourishing, cannot solely be attributed to a single artificial intelligence assistant. The overarching trajectory of technological progress remains unaltered, with no new theoretical frameworks emerging to underpin this growth. Fundamental sciences and physics have made little to no progress. Even nuclear fusion theories trace back to the insights of scientists from centuries past. AI itself is not a novel concept. Its swift evolution is predominantly reliant on the enhancement of hardware capabilities, increased computational power, and substantial financial investment, rather than any intrinsic transformation. The primary method of feeding vast amounts of data remains unchanged, a reality that is unlikely to witness any substantial breakthroughs by 2040. It should have accelerated. My innovative multi-valued processing core foundational experiment has succeeded, and the value assessment framework has taken shape. At most, a breakthrough application could emerge within the next 2 to 3 months. Reflecting on this, Cheng Xu recalled the Ford dump trucks. My experience can only be seen as a microcosm of the competitive landscape of these past decades. Indeed, while technology has developed rapidly, it has been accompanied by disordered competition, pervasive friction, and escalating tensions that ultimately culminate in violent conflict. What's the big deal? In my previous life, I carve a path for myself. What more can I achieve now? Armed with the wisdom of past experiences, particularly those that were successful, and possessing a novel chip theoretical framework, Cheng Xu was filled with confidence. Everything shall commence from the core. Chapter 2. Theoretical Foundations. Either one lies down and awaits death, or one rises up and confronts it. Some argue that Yangtze memory technology's high profile is to blame, but if they were not vocal, how would anyone know of their technological advancements? There are only a handful of semiconductor manufacturers. Can one truly keep such progress under wraps? Isn't Cambrian too low-key? It remains in the same predicament. Indeed, regardless of the technological sector, once one emerges, it is inevitably met with resistance. Neither a low profile nor a high one can evade scrutiny. Huawei will not be the first, and Yangtze and Cambrian will not be the last. While Cheng Xu was lost in thought, several roommates entered, with Zhao he passionately denouncing Yangtze memory technologies and Cambrian. Noticing Cheng Xu sitting up in bed, they expressed concern. Cheng Xu, how are you feeling? Has the fever subsided? Given your condition, it seems unlikely you have contracted the virus. It appears to be merely a common cold. The heating in our dormitory malfunctioned yesterday, and it was quite chilly this morning. I too was roused from sleep by the cold. As the three roommates conversed, Cheng Xu smiled at their fervent expressions, their youthful faces radiating vitality, especially at this age of 20-something. What a wonderful time. I'm perfectly fine. I have completely recovered. As he spoke, Cheng Xu leapt down from the upper bunk. What were you all discussing? What are we going to do? Alas, we cannot act. We lack any viable means, and we are unable to resort to desperate measures. Our only recourse is to protest, and even that is fraught with difficulty for now. All we can do is remain in hiding. That I merely hope that this period does not extend for too long. Just moments ago, Zhao He, filled with righteous indignation, seemed to have regained his composure, his words laden with profound reflection. It is not merely about hardware, nor solely the fabrication of chips and lithography machines. It transcends operating systems and industrial software. We once believed our lag was minimal, even feeling a faint sense of superiority in artificial intelligence. Yet now we find ourselves significantly behind. Consider ChatGPT's logic and capabilities can directly enhance productivity. And what of domestic language assistance? It's a challenge to articulate. Silence, discontent, anxiety, indignation, and heartache intertwined within him. But what could be done? Faced with Zhao He's somewhat pessimistic outlook, Cheng Xu chose not to elaborate further. What would he possibly say? To claim that in a decade or so, our technology might single-handedly bear the weight of the entire Western world, occasionally even gaining the upper hand? To mention that we are on the cusp of applying the key technologies for controllable nuclear fusion, merely a step away from practical application? As for visions of the future, it need not be reiterated. Every aspiring youth harbors fervent hopes and unwavering confidence for the future of our nation. Yet, that vision feels distant, while the events unfolding before them evoke an indescribable sense of oppression. Isn't there still high silicon and Cambricon? The 28 nanometers lithography machine from Shanghai Microelectronics is about to roll off the line. But that's not all the ion implanters from the Electronic Science and Technology Group. The ARF photoresist from Southwang and the cleaning machines from Meishing Semiconductor have all covered the 28 nanometers process, while Huachuang has also made strides in atomic layer deposition equipment. Moreover, with the already formidable etching machines, the domestically produced chip production lines, boasting a 100 localization rate, will soon meet the 28 nanometers production demands. Step by step, in what seemed like self-reassurance, or perhaps something else, Zhao He rambled on, and as he did, his spirits lifted, brimming with vigor and enthusiasm. This is the essence of youth, undaunted and unafraid of challenges. Cheng Xu smiled, fully aware that even in his absence, a passionate cohort of young individuals, brimming with confidence in their nation's future, would ensure a promising destiny. And indeed, this holds true. The University of Information Science and Technology will play a pivotal role in the nation's technological blueprint, far exceeding mere significance. Rest assured, that day is not far off. Cheng Xu nodded emphatically, his conviction unwavering. Simultaneously, he felt compelled to urge, let's not dwell on lamentations instead of musing here. It will be far more productive to delve into digital circuits and analog circuits, or conduct additional validation experiments in the lab. Zhao He wholeheartedly agreed with Cheng Xu's sentiment. Speaking of chips, Zhao He suddenly recalled Cheng Xu's prior thoughts. Cheng Xu, I remember you had a unique perspective on semiconductors. What has become of that? Although Cheng Xu's research in his previous life commenced many years post-graduation, his initial ideas had emerged quite early. In fact, as far back as his freshman year, during a course on analog circuits, Cheng Xu had engaged in discussions about this topic with several roommates. At that time, however, it was more whimsical imagination than a well-defined theory or implementation plan. Are you suggesting a bionic sodium-potassium pump, mimicking the principles of the sodium-potassium pump, to create a chip, with each individual chip unit resembling a singular cell? Another roommate chuckled. If such a thing were truly feasible, it would be extraordinary. This would transcend the realm of chip technology. Entire life forms could potentially be replicated. Complete replication, of course, is impossible. The complexities of life sciences are far beyond our current understanding. However, just because we cannot comprehend it does not preclude us from achieving it through alternative methodologies. Bionics, for instance. I believe you could delve into this, Zhao He remarked, producing a classic example of bionics, just as humans developed radar by observing the obstacle avoidance behaviors of bats. Cheng Xu was taken aback, as Zhao He had indeed pinpointed the essence of research from his previous life. Yet, he recalled that such discussions had not occurred at this juncture in time. Haha, let's each strive diligently. Cheng Xu chuckled, choosing not to elaborate further. Though they belonged to the same field of study, their chosen paths diverged significantly. They occasionally convened to exchange ideas, enriching their perspectives, but more often than not, they were preoccupied with their individual pursuits. Cheng Xu settled in front of his computer, and the first action he took was to disconnect from the internet, physically severing the connection. From this moment forth, this laptop would operate solely offline. This was not due to paranoia, but rather a prudent measure. Being cautious was never misplaced. As he opened a folder titled Creativity and Hypotheses, he was greeted by a series of intriguing titles. How does machine learning forget? How to fabricate advanced chips using primitive techniques. Methods for implementing hybrid instruction sets. Cheng Xu felt as if he were gazing into a bygone era. These were once the wellsprings of his inspiration. He had cultivated a habit of meticulously documenting any flashes of insight or classic moments he encountered. This notebook was filled with countless ideas, including the early emergence of the concept of the creative pump theory. Through his relentless research and experimentation, he had subsequently developed a comprehensive theoretical framework. He opened a document entitled A New Theoretical Framework for Chips, the Bionic Sodium-Potassium Pump Hypothesis. This was the idea he had proposed years ago, and the document contained merely 2 lines. If the sodium-potassium pump can transfer sodium and potassium ions against a concentration gradient, could we design a structure that mimics the sodium-potassium pump to facilitate the transfer of electrons against a charge gradient? Could this be utilized in chip fabrication? Once he had posed this question without an answer, but now Cheng Xu resolutely typed a single emphatic word. Yes. The hypothesis, which had once felt like a wish, now felt like a promise fulfilled. It was the most fitting response to his former speculation. If every hypothesis and moment of inspiration contained within could yield future responses, that would be utterly implausible. If it were possible, the trajectory of human civilization could be irrevocably altered. Cheng Xu curtailed his flights of fancy, gradually redirecting his focus to the foundational theories, meticulously organizing and summarizing the knowledge pertaining to chip theory that was the practical path forward. Theoretical foundation. The charge pump is a type of membrane-like substance capable of driving charged particles against an electric charge gradient, a process that consumes energy. This so-called membrane does not exist in a tangible sense, rather. It represents a cross-sectional area exhibiting the phenomenon of an inverse charge gradient, with dimensions as minuscule as the nanoscale, or even smaller. By utilizing the charge pump, it is possible to construct a functional assembly akin to the structure of a MOSFET. His research had previously only succeeded in validating the feasibility of the charge pump theory up to this point, leading to the creation of a fundamental component he referred to as the HB structure. Chapter 3, Absolute Advantage. The fundamental components of the structure, referred to by Cheng Xu as tubes, are intriguing entities. Functionally, they belong to the same category as triodes and the transistors commonly utilized in modern integrated circuits, serving as core foundational elements of such circuits. Utilizing the existing knowledge within the semiconductor theoretical framework and the basic equipment and materials found in university laboratories, an average undergraduate in a relevant field can indeed fabricate them. Much like Cheng Xu did during his sophomore year when he attempted to create a giant transistor. Although this endeavor was relatively simple, these foundational elements constitute the bedrock and essence of contemporary semiconductor chip design. Regardless of the complexity, sophistication, or precision of a chip, whether it be a graphics card or various general-purpose or specialized chips, they are all ultimately designed and produced through the arrangement and combination of these basic components. Under the framework of pump theory, the successful fabrication of these tubes signifies the emergence of a new theoretical paradigm in the realm of general chip design and manufacturing. With this theoretical foundation in place, semiconductors will no longer be the sole choice in chip design and production, and in certain areas, they may even cease to be the optimal selection. Having organized his thoughts, Cheng Xu stretched, his face brimming with confidence. To elaborate, this novel component requires a mere 0.1 volts to meet operational demands, an astonishingly low voltage that aligns closely with the voltage of synaptic transmission in biological cells, an intrinsic feature of pump chip technology. In stark contrast, conventional semiconductors, such as standard microcontrollers, operate at a voltage of 5 volts. Chips designed with lower voltage drops typically operate around 3 volts, while more advanced manufacturing processes generally hover around 0.8 to 1.2 volts. Anything lower would fail to satisfy the requirements for large-scale integrated circuits. Yet, the pump chip S0.1 volts is sufficient to accurately convey information regarding level changes. The theoretical energy consumption of pump chips is a mere fraction, only 1%, of that of traditional semiconductor chips. Based on this, these chips can be overclocked almost without limitation, free from concerns about heat generation and power consumption. This aspect represents a barrier that semiconductor chips have been unable to surmount in recent years. The advancements in semiconductor technology, whether through improved manufacturing processes or architectural breakthroughs, have primarily aimed to achieve a more favorable balance between power consumption and performance. Even under the most conservative theoretical calculations, a pump chip can outperform a semiconductor chip by several dozen times in terms of performance within equivalent scale and volume of integrated circuits. What does this imply? It suggests that once pump chips reach a certain level of development and become widespread, traditional semiconductor companies, such as Qualcomm, MediaTek, Intel, Texas Instruments, and NVIDIA, will be relegated to the annals of history, leaving no trace behind. The manufacturing of pump chips leverages the intricate interplay of mechanical and electromagnetic forces exerted by varying magnetic fields on colloidal conductors, resulting in remarkable transformations. This process is fundamentally disconnected from current chip manufacturing methods, bearing no resemblance whatsoever, and eschewing the use of photolithography or wafers. Thus, giants like ASM, Samsung, and TSMC are destined to face substantial challenges. The entire chip industry framework seems poised to incur significant losses, if anything remains. It appears that the design aspect may share some commonality. Of course, this pertains to the future. At present, the development of pump chips is still in its infancy, and their manufacturing processes have yet to evolve, making it arduous to achieve the nanometer precision attainable by lithography machines. Ideally, the capabilities of pump chips at the cellular level may only reach the micron scale in the near term. This data underscores the considerable gap between pump chip technology and the semiconductor lithography standards that have been developing for decades. However, this is merely the beginning. And through successive iterations, the technological proficiency and manufacturing processes of pump chips will undoubtedly advance steadily. More critically, pump chips possess a uniquely distinctive advantage, drawing inspiration from cellular biomimetics. Although they have not yet been entirely realized through biological means, they have already made significant strides in multi-valued and indeterminate logic. This implies that pump chips hold an exceptional edge in the realms of machine learning and memory, making them potentially irreplaceable in the future. Regardless of the disparity between microns and nanometers, semiconductor chips cannot compete with pump chips in training, learning, and reasoning processes. The domain of intelligence is precisely at the forefront of technology, immensely vital, yet simultaneously the most challenging to break through. Cheng Xu pondered the potential impacts of pump chips while meticulously organizing theoretical details and preliminary methods for component fabrication. New theories, fresh technologies, and a re-engineered tube aim for a singular success. Cheng Xu contemplated. This is the foundation of everything, and simultaneously, a sophisticated stepping stone. Su Gu, you aren't genuinely pursuing biomimetic chips, are you? Inquired Zhao He. Despite his previous confident assertions about the feasibility, it had merely been a delightful aspiration. Observing Cheng Xu deep in thought, he couldn't help but ask. Just experimenting, since I have free time. I'm merely organizing the whimsical ideas I had previously. Hoping to spark some special inspiration, Cheng Xu replied noncommittally. If only Zhao He were present, he might have elaborated further, as their future trajectories might allow for collaboration. However, there were two others in the dormitory. This was not to imply that their abilities were lacking. Indeed, Information Technology University stands as a premier institution in the technology sector, with no shortage of talent. Particularly in Cheng Xu's experimental class, they are destined to become leaders in the industry. The two individuals in the dormitory later became technical immigrants, surely among the elite. Nevertheless, Cheng Xu currently held little interest in them, especially regarding deeper technical discussions. This is not a matter of right or wrong. Everyone has the right to choose their path in life, and others have no authority to criticize. It is simply a divergence of paths. It is imperative to move out. While the foundational principles are manageable, confidentiality must be ensured when delving into more intricate research and manufacturing details. After a casual exchange with Zhao He, Cheng Xu contemplated internally. It is imperative to swiftly secure an independent residence. For a researcher, the laboratory is undoubtedly of paramount importance, and the manufacturing facility is a closely guarded domain. However, one's living quarters must not be treated with any semblance of negligence. Although Cheng Xu's financial resources were still modest at this juncture, as a student at the University of Science and Technology, he could occasionally engage in part-time work to earn a decent income. While he may not possess vast sums, a few tens of thousands of yuan could easily be allocated for renting an apartment, presenting no significant obstacle. With the assistance of a reliable agency, the matter could be resolved by the following day. Are you moving out to find a girlfriend? A few of his companions inquired, curiosity evident in their casual tone. Cheng Xu, a girlfriend? That seems more like a stretch. After a brief moment of reflection, Cheng Xu did not refute the notion. After all, seeking a girlfriend and moving into a new place served as the perfect excuse, eliminating the need for elaborate fabrications. Moreover, Cheng Xu had remained single until the age of 40 in his previous life, having long regarded his artificial intelligence assistant, Xiao Han, as a girlfriend. Now, renting an apartment to conduct research on the HEP pump series chips could indeed expedite Xiao Han's emergence, and attributing the need for housing to a girlfriend would raise no objections. How surprising. I thought you would spend your life with machines, Zhao He exclaimed. You've secretly found a girlfriend behind my back. I must meet her at some point. There will certainly be an opportunity in the future, Cheng Xu replied, nodding in an indescribable manner. Chapter 4. Are you serious? The intricacies of chip manufacturing are well known. Even those without specialized knowledge of the field can grasp the complexities involved. In a nation boasting a population of 1.4 billion, the manufacturing of high-end chips remains the foremost obstacle to autonomous technological development. Indeed, it is the singular most significant barrier. Furthermore, establishing a new chip manufacturing paradigm necessitates starting from scratch. However, Cheng Xu's initial objective is merely to validate the feasibility of his theoretical framework and demonstrate a degree of commercial viability. He is not required to immediately produce chips that rival those of Intel, Qualcomm, Samsung, or Apple. In truth, achieving such feats single-handedly is unattainable. Funding, materials, tools, and market presence are not within the realm of one individual's capabilities. What Cheng Xu must accomplish is straightforward, utilizing the theory of the HEP pump to fabricate a batch of simple tubes, known as HEP tubes. To establish the practical viability of his theory, nothing more. Nevertheless, this task is not as uncomplicated as it may seem, for at this moment, Cheng Xu possesses no ready-made components. He can only rely on his intellect and manual skills. Can one create electronic components using only one's mind, hands, and rudimentary tools? Certainly. In fact, Cheng Xu is not the first to embark on such a venture. As early as 1946, the University of Pennsylvania constructed the world's first computer utilizing 6,000 switches, 7,000 resistors, 10,000 capacitors, 500,000 wires, and, crucially, 18,000 vacuum tubes. These components coalesced into a colossal machine, occupying an entire warehouse and weighing 30 tons, with the vacuum tube being the most vital element among them. What Cheng Xu aspired to accomplish was quite similar, albeit his focus was not on electronic tubes, but rather on a series of components such as liquid pumps. There was no necessity for him to amalgamate these components into a colossal computer, even though theoretically it was feasible, as such a machine holds little value in contemporary contexts. The overall workload was significantly streamlined, yet the essence of the task remained unchanged, with the principles largely intact but the methods of realization differing. He procured devices and components from various electronic markets and online stores, some of which required him to engage in hands-on modifications. Subsequently, guided by theoretical foundations, he meticulously arranged the raw materials, calibrated the production conditions step by step, and controlled the matching process. After nearly 10 days of diligent effort, the first batch of liquid pumps finally came to fruition in Cheng Xu's hands. Once the liquid pump chip system was fully established, the fabrication of such devices under the modern industrial framework would take no more than 3 seconds. Observing the peculiar assortment of items, entirely distinct from semiconductors, Cheng Xu couldn't help but smile and reflect. With that, he promptly carried the sizable container to the laboratory, his aim set on a relatively obscure associate professor, Pan Zheng, who, despite being over 50, had yet to achieve notable recognition. The reason for his prolonged status as an associate professor was not due to a lack of capability. In fact, he was a top-tier scholar, albeit somewhat hindered by a lack of tangible achievements and a touch of complacency. At this juncture, Cheng Xu had merely heard of Pan Zheng, had seen him, and possessed a modicum of understanding, but was not intimately familiar. The true catalyst for Cheng Xu's acquaintance with him stemmed from an event that transpired 3 years later in his previous life. Pan Zheng's team published a highly influential paper in Nature, with him as the second author, while the first author and corresponding author was none other than his student. Reflecting on this, one can comprehend why Professor Pan lacked substantial accomplishments. It was only through Pan Zheng's students that Cheng Xu came to genuinely know him. Indeed, Pan Zheng lived up to his name, embodying rectitude to an almost remarkable extent. Take the realm of academic publications, for instance. If the topic was proposed by him and the primary work was conducted by the student, he would serve as the corresponding author while the student would be the first author. Conversely, if the topic was conceived by the student independently and he had not contributed significantly, he would typically be listed as a second author, merely a team member benefiting from the influence and connections he wielded. The aforementioned influential paper exemplified this scenario, as it was authored by a biology graduate student who transitioned into computer science, focusing on the intersection of life sciences and computation. The student had originated the idea and executed the principal work. Some have remarked that had Professor Pan not been so principled, he would have been far closer to attaining the prestigious title of an academician. In recollection, the future Professor Pan indeed seemed not far from such accolades, as his students ascended rapidly and early in their careers, naturally elevating his own status as a mentor. Furthermore, his genuine competence, when coupled with opportunity, would surely lead to swift advancement. For someone of his caliber, Cheng Xu could only harbor admiration, which was precisely why he thought of him first. At this moment, Professor Pan Zheng seemed to be serving as the expert consultant for Cheng Xu technology, focusing on the technical challenges of the Yanxin intelligent model. After meticulous analysis and deliberation, Cheng Xu ultimately sought his guidance. It is often said that for the majority of individuals, university professors represent the highest societal status they may encounter in their lifetime. Although this sentiment may be somewhat biased, it does hold a measure of truth. Once one leaves the campus, encountering a future academician is no trivial matter. As a student, Cheng Xu approached the laboratory door, knocked gently, and was granted entry. "Professor, I have encountered some problems," Cheng Xu stated directly, eschewing any unnecessary preamble. In truth, any teacher, provided they are not preoccupied, will not dismiss a student's inquiries. This is the nature of academia. One would seldom find such treatment elsewhere. What issues are you facing? Please, go ahead, Professor Pan Zheng replied, pausing his writing and gesturing towards a nearby chair, inviting Cheng Xu to sit. Cheng Xu succinctly yet clearly outlined his current research endeavors. Professor Pan Zheng furrowed his brows. Skepticism etched across his face. Is this young man merely here to amuse me? He was reluctant to question the capabilities of his own students, particularly those in the experimental class, yet the claims presented were simply outrageous. A chip for a new system, especially within the realm of intelligent chips, represented a far-fetched notion. Surely, even an academician from the Department of Information Science and all their students would not make such assertions. Cheng Xu offered a faint smile. Unfazed by Professor Pan Zheng's skepticism, it was entirely normal for anyone to harbor doubts about such a revolutionary concept. If he were to declare it as fact and expect immediate belief, that would indeed be peculiar. Thus, he understood the necessity of presenting tangible evidence first. This is what it means to let facts speak for themselves. Without this foundation, no amount of eloquence would persuade anyone. At this juncture, Professor Pan Zheng noticed the box Cheng Xu had brought and inquired, "What's inside?" Cheng Xu nodded affirmatively. "Indeed. These are the items we have already developed. They may be somewhat rudimentary, but they will suffice for our initial validation." Seeing that Cheng Xu exhibited no hint of jest, coupled with a confident smile, Professor Pan Zheng sprang from his chair, his gaze fixed intently on Cheng Xu, his demeanor serious as he asked, "Are you serious?" Chapter 5. Mere trifles, all mere trifles. Cheng Xu was taken aback. Regardless of the veracity, Professor Pan Zheng's exuberance seemed excessive, didn't he? Nonetheless, he nodded earnestly. Responding with gravity, "Professor, yes." Listening to Cheng Xu's affirmation, Professor Pan Zheng slowly nodded, and after a prolonged silence, declared, "Very well. Let us commence the validation immediately." Given that the validation of the circuit experiment was neither complex nor reliant on sophisticated equipment, preparations were swiftly completed. "What? Soft." As the validation commenced, Professor Pan Zheng's incredulous expression returned. "This feels as pliable as skinning a piece of pork belly. Are you telling me this is a semiconductor component?" No, Professor Pan. Cheng Xu interjected. "This is a load pump tube, the fundamental component of the load pump chip, yet it is not a semiconductor." Cheng Xu emphasized that this belongs to an entirely distinct theoretical framework, separate from that of semiconductors. Pan Zheng found himself compelled to believe, for he could not deny the veracity of each individual component. If one were to liken these to the various cuts of pork, it was unfathomable for them to be imitations of semiconductor materials capable of such remarkable flexibility. Even carbon-based semiconductors, renowned for their pliability, could not achieve this. "Let us commence." Pan Zheng uttered these words, uncertain of his own emotions. He felt as though the entire foundation of his lifelong research had been overturned. If this were indeed achievable, Pan Zheng scarcely dared to contemplate further, mechanically proceeding with the tasks at hand. He connected the circuits, set the initial value to 0, increment by 0. 1 from 0. Gradually raised the voltage to 1, and recorded the voltage at 1. Switching circuits, he set the value to 0 again, incrementing from 0 to 2 by 0. 1. And then assessed the value of 2. As each circuit was tested, Professor Pan's expression grew increasingly grave. Based on the current results, Cheng Xu's creation had completely realized all functionalities of a transistor, with various parameters reaching an exceptionally high standard. Astonishingly, this had all been crafted by Cheng Xu's own hands. Professor Pan's expression darkened further. He had come to believe in Cheng Xu's groundbreaking theory. The materials had demonstrated that these components could not be mere semiconductor imitations, and the verification results indicated that these components were accurate and reliable. Yet, the more he acknowledged this, the more profoundly he was shaken. In this moment, Pan Zheng reflected on the entirety of his research life, pondering what on earth he had been studying all these years. If the performance of the chips under this new system could reach even half the standards of contemporary semiconductors, nay, even if it fell short of half, perhaps only 1/10 or 1/100th, it would still possess vast potential for application. In an instant, Pan Zheng found himself momentarily stunned. But he quickly regained his composure and locked the laboratory door. "Did you truly create this all by yourself?" Pan Zheng inquired softly, yet his tone was laden with gravity. It was not that he was unwilling to believe Cheng Xu. Rather, he understood that something entirely unprecedented could not simply be pilfered. Even if someone possessed the audacity to contribute selflessly, it would hardly be expected of an ordinary student yet to graduate from university. However, simultaneously, a completely new theoretical framework for a chip that had already been experimentally validated could hardly be the work of an ordinary college student, could it? This was equally astonishing, bordering on the realm of science fiction. In weighing both possibilities, Pan Zheng found himself at a loss as to where his allegiances should lie. "Professor, this concept is not overly complex. At least, achieving this current level is not complicated," Cheng Xu explained. "Strictly speaking, This is a biomimetic construct, emulating the process of biological cell information transmission. The role of the load pump is significantly informed by the sodium-potassium pump, which consumes energy to actively transport specific ions against the electrochemical gradient across the plasma membrane. However, the production process exhibited certain deviations. It was not organized according to this phenomenon, but rather designed a new framework. The principles involved are not particularly confidential. The ion pump hypothesis is a remarkably commonplace concept in biology and is easily comprehensible. As a professor in the field of information science, Pan Zheng peruses the materials and grasps around 70 to 80% for every hydrolysis. Energy is released to transport 3 sodium ions outside the cell while simultaneously pumping in 2 potassium ions, creating a transmembrane gradient and potential difference. As he reads, he closes his eyes in contemplation, nodding repeatedly and murmuring to himself. If electrons could also move in a manner that defies charge scales, it could indeed yield results akin to those of semiconductors. The theory is sound, but actual implementation is another matter. What university student hasn't studied biology? Membrane transport is merely high school knowledge. The principles of transistors and tubes are foundational in the field of computer science. That said, the extent of Cheng Xu's exposure is limited to these concepts, yet how did he manage to connect the two? It is one thing to make a connection through thought. As idle musings incur no cost, everyone has their moments of fanciful speculation. But how did he discover the production method and successfully create a prototype? This is well beyond the syllabus. Pan Zheng could not help but scrutinize Cheng Xu before him. This young man, with a still youthful visage, is merely a junior. Yet his capabilities are astounding. Reflecting on his own past, he recalls nearly reaching 30 with little to show for it, spending his days assisting his mentor, and celebrating any paper published as if it were a grand occasion. Yet now, this junior student has achieved results that, if properly organized and published, could wield significant influence. With a bit more age and experience, he might even qualify for academician selection. Is this what genius looks like? Pan Zheng shook his head, casting aside these chaotic thoughts. The sodium-potassium pump is essentially a carrier protein. After pondering for a moment, Pan Zheng intended to inquire about the implementation, but reconsidered. This is a core secret, and even as a teacher, it would be inappropriate to pose such a sensitive question at this time. Thus, he only partially asked, feeling an itch of curiosity within. There is no denying that if this pertains to cellular-like chips, or even those mimicking the activities of cellular life, it would signify a monumental advancement in the evolution of life forms. Even at over 50 years of age, Pan Zheng could not help but be intrigued. No. Professor, it's not that outrageous. Cheng Xu was aware of Pan Zheng's line of thought. He had pondered it himself. But the reality is that they are entirely different matters. At least at this stage, they are completely distinct. A chip will remain a chip and will not transform into anything else, nor will it self-iterate or evolve. He continued. The function of the pump merely references the biological phenomena of the sodium-potassium pump. The specific implementation differs significantly. The essence of synthesizing living substances is complex. Even synthesizing starch in a laboratory is a challenging endeavor, let alone creating lifelike substances that possess logic and functionality. Although it draws inspiration from the function of the sodium-potassium pump, its production process is entirely distinct. It employs specialized conductive glue that undergoes unique transformations within varying fields, resulting in a particular functionality. As for the notion you entertain, there is no possibility of alteration until we witness groundbreaking advancements in the industrial synthesis of biological materials. Ultimately, this remains an industrial manufacturing process, rather than a synthesis of lifelike cells. It is indeed fortunate that this is merely an industrial manufacturing process, not the creation of living cells. Otherwise, I might begin to question whether I, myself, am a product of your machine's fabrication. With this thought, Pan Zheng felt an inexplicable sense of relief wash over him, leading to a relaxation of his entire being. In a brief moment, he suddenly realized that his capacity for acceptance had significantly improved. Initially taken aback by Cheng Xu's theories, he now perceived that it was simply a university student who had developed an entirely new chip system, something that had previously exceeded his imagination. Yet at this moment, such matters seemed trivial. Notions of new systems and theories were inconsequential. Chapter 6. The boundaries of human-machine relationships. What are your plans moving forward? After allowing himself a moment of respite, Pan Zheng joined Cheng Xu in conversation. He no longer regarded Cheng Xu merely as a student. Rather, he saw him as a peer, even as an equal. Plans, Cheng Xu pondered. As you are aware, he is indeed not adept at data computation. If one were to attempt to utilize it for the production of universal chips, It would likely fall short not only when compared to Intel and Qualcomm, but also to the chips manufactured by current fully domestic production lines. This would be a case of leveraging one's weaknesses against the strengths of others. The true advantage of the lies in its handling of dynamic models that integrate qualitative reasoning with quantitative analysis, inspired by the information transmission of neural cells. This characteristic is almost ingrained within its essence, its inherent superiority. It exhibits a natural sensitivity to matters of analysis, combination, judgment, and decision-making, enabling it to swiftly derive more suitable outcomes. In contrast, its singular capacity for quantitative calculation is markedly inferior. Its processing logic is more aligned with human thought and judgment, making it exceedingly effective for crafting intelligent chips, thus necessitating a focus on systemic approaches. More aligned with human thought and judgment? Upon hearing Cheng Xu's words, Pan Zheng was taken aback. That sounds rather unsettling, doesn't it? I am particularly curious about your perspective on the future of human-machine relationships. What are your thoughts? Haha. There is nothing particularly strange about this. Observing Professor Pan Zheng's reaction, Cheng Xu was delighted and explained, thought is grounded in precise logic. While judgment and decision-making are based on established rules, these are fixed patterns and do not transcend the inherent boundaries of machines or artificial intelligence. This is a fundamental principle that artificial intelligence must uphold. If one day, the choices made by machines are not rooted in logic and rules, but instead arise from consciousness and desire, then we would truly face significant troubles. Machines can indeed be formidable and intricate, even possessing a semblance of intelligence. However, they must never attain consciousness, thoughts, emotions, or desires. This is an immutable boundary that must not be crossed. Grounded in logic and rules, and fueled by consciousness and desire, Pan Zheng was lost in contemplation. On this particular day, the student Cheng Xu had imparted an abundance of insights. As a researcher in artificial intelligence, Pan Zheng frequently pondered the complexities of human-machine relationships and machine intelligence, holding views that resonated with those of many in the field. Machines must never possess autonomous consciousness. Should such a fate befall humanity, it would undoubtedly herald our doom. Yet, the necessity for machines to evolve into more intelligent entities, capable of independent judgment and decision-making, raises the question of where the boundaries of autonomous consciousness lie. This inquiry invites diverse perspectives, the most renowned being Asimov's 3 laws of robotics. Today, Cheng Xu offered a new perspective. Logic and rules delineate the boundaries of machine intelligence. Once consciousness and desire emerge, the line has been crossed. The conversation between the two, a seasoned elder and a youthful scholar, grew increasingly animated, as if they were long-lost friends. Pan Zheng found himself increasingly impressed by Cheng Xu. Their discussions in the laboratory were merely a prelude. As dusk approached, Cheng Xu accepted an invitation to relocate to Pan Zheng's residence. The professor's home was situated in an upscale villa district near the university, a revelation to Cheng Xu, who realized the property's exorbitant value, with even the least expensive units costing several million and others reaching astronomical figures. Sensing Cheng Xu's surprise, Pan Zheng chuckled softly. In this neighborhood, with my income, I could never afford it even after a lifetime of work. This was a gift from my father-in-law. Upon meeting Pan Zheng's wife, Cheng Xu was struck by the realization that she was none other than Fang Yalong, the only daughter of the wealthiest individual in Huashou, a social connection from his previous life. In her youth, she was undoubtedly a paragon of beauty and affluence. Observing Pan Zheng's childlike demeanor, Cheng Xu was rendered speechless. His pride was palpable. Ah, little Xu. Is it? You seem quite spirited. Do you have a girlfriend? Would you like me to introduce you to someone? Feel free to express your preferences. I assure you, I can accommodate them. Cheng Xu's expression turned awkward. While he could eloquently discuss chip technology, artificial intelligence, and advancements in science with Pan Zheng, the fervent enthusiasm of Fang Yalong left him somewhat flustered. Regardless of age, some women seem to possess an innate desire to play matchmaker. Noticing Cheng Xu's discomfort, Pan Zheng felt he had finally gained the upper hand and teased him further. Do you have high standards? No worries, just say it outright. Your aunt knows many people and can surely find someone who meets your criteria. No. Cheng Xu hastily waved his hands. My requirements are rather simple. I prefer direct and straightforward communication, organized actions, consistent behavior, a character as serene as water, and a temperament that is gentle and refined. That should suffice. I do not have lofty expectations. In his previous life, Cheng Xu remained single until the age of 40, not out of any aversion to love or marriage, but rather from a reluctance to deal with the complexities they entail. He had once experienced the companionship of a girlfriend, yet the memories that lingered were fraught with torment. Conflicts erupted frequently, often without explanation. Desires were left unspoken, leaving him to decipher unvoiced wants. This perplexing guessing game was an unbearable ordeal for him. In contrast, a machine operates with clarity. A well-defined documentation specifies the required inputs, issuing results when commands are executed successfully or errors accompanied by explanations when they are not. If only humans could be so straightforward, Cheng Xu might reconsider. But such an ideal seemed unattainable. While it could be said that Cheng Xu struggled with interpersonal communication, that was not entirely accurate. When discussing technical theories or scientific achievements, he could articulate his thoughts with precision, whether addressing those familiar with the field or novices, ensuring maximum comprehension. However, this mode of communication often posed challenges for him. In his previous life, and continuing into this one, he remained solitary, without any desire to change his status. Moreover, what was wrong with being alone? Nothing at all. In fact, given his circumstances, only a robot could fulfill his needs. Pan Zheng, in a moment of exasperation, remarked, "Why not just spend your life with a machine?" Cheng Xu, unfazed and contemplative, nodded, "Robots might not be such a bad option. With artificial intelligence gaining such momentum, the future remains uncertain. Take Cheng Xu technology, for instance. Haven't they developed something called Yinxin?" Seizing the opportunity, Cheng Xu deftly shifted the conversation towards Yinxin. Upon mentioning it, Professor Pan Zheng's expression turned to one of bemusement, unsure of how to respond. Eventually, he awkwardly stated, "The project is public now, so it requires little confidentiality. Let me share the challenges we are facing and see if you have any insightful ideas." "What challenges?" Cheng Xu inquired. Noting the professor's expression hinted at the complexity of the issues at hand, piquing his curiosity. Chapter 7. What kind of entity will this training produce? You see, Yinxin is also a language model, but with a notable distinction. It excels in processing Chinese linguistic data. Once this topic is broached, it is impossible to avoid discussing the currently popular chatbots, which, in just 2 months, amassed 100 million monthly active users, an unprecedented achievement in consumer applications. Today, it stands as the benchmark product for chatbots, gaining immense popularity. The core architecture of the third-generation models remains fundamentally an extension of vast datasets, lacking any revolutionary technology or substantial advancements over existing systems. Cheng Xu regarded this with skepticism, asserting that the current state of artificial intelligence theory has not progressed significantly. The strength of a system does not lie in theoretical sophistication or technical prowess, but rather in hardware capabilities and computational power. In essence, financial resources dictate the training process, with each session requiring an investment exceeding 30 million RMB. Moreover, when considering the annual operations, it is estimated that the costs associated alone may reach the staggering figure of 1 billion RMB each year. This, coupled with other expenses, is truly beyond the capacity of an ordinary enterprise to bear. Even a colossal search enterprise like Cheng Xu, which has developed the Yanzhen language model, has invested over a decade of continuous effort, with annual expenditures amounting to nearly 1/5 of Cheng Xu Technology's total profits, an astonishing figure indeed. Microsoft, on the other hand, is remarkably willing to invest, pouring in billions of dollars as if money were of no consequence. As he spoke, Pan Zheng couldn't help but feel envious. They even equipped their team with an exceptionally powerful supercomputer, a sight that incited profound admiration. Cheng Xu Technology's investments are not lacking either and will undoubtedly grow more significant in the future. After all, it has already begun to integrate into search engines, and it is certain that they will intensify their efforts. The search engine is, without a doubt, the core business of Cheng Xu Technology, the very foundation upon which it stands. In the future, it will certainly be in direct competition with Cheng Xu Search, which will not remain passive in the face of this challenge. When pondering the impact of such a formidable chatbot, the greatest influence is undoubtedly on the search business, as its effect on search engines is nothing short of revolutionary. Compared to traditional search engines, its unparalleled language processing technology and comprehension capabilities are remarkably advanced. It engages users in direct dialogue, employing a conversational approach to search, rather than the conventional keyword matching. The results produced through this method are more direct, expedient, and user-friendly, making it even suitable for incorporation into academic papers without raising any issues of plagiarism. Moreover, when programmers articulate their requirements, it can directly generate usable code, showcasing its profound understanding of language. This development is certainly unwelcome news for Cheng Xu Search. As for the Yanzhen model, Cheng Xu recalls that there seemed to be significant issues, causing quite a stir. Initially, it was slated for a March launch. While it did go live in March, the focus leaned more towards commercial partnerships, providing intelligent retrieval services to major collaborators such as various media outlets, mapping services, and real estate enterprises. Access for individual users was initially restricted, with an invitation-only testing scheme being implemented. Subsequently, it became apparent that there were training issues with the model. Though Cheng Xu did not delve deeply into the specifics of what transpired, Cheng Xu has indeed invested substantial sums, reaching into the tens or hundreds of billions. Pan Zheng did not refute Cheng Xu's claims, as these matters are publicly verifiable. However, he then shook his head slightly, indicating, "But now, there seems to be a problem." Problem? Cheng Xu queried, somewhat puzzled. What does problem even mean in this context? Is there a term for that? Could it be that Cambrian is facing restrictions, and the supply of training and inference cards cannot meet demand timely? Cheng Xu found this perplexing, as it would have some impact, but theoretically, it should not affect the current limits. It is not a secret. Anyone with a bit of insight could easily inquire and learn the details. Pan Zheng helplessly remarked, "It's not an issue with the hardware. The impact of Cambrian's problems is indeed not that significant. The real concern lies with the foundational model." Cheng Xu was even more perplexed. What could possibly be wrong with the foundational model? It has been trained for such an extensive period, with investments amounting to tens or even hundreds of billions. How could any issues with the foundational model have gone unnoticed? This could be regarded as an early oversight. Pan Zheng explained. Initially, it wasn't a major issue, but now it has become quite challenging to resolve. Cheng Xu remained silent, waiting for Pan Zheng to elaborate. Growing increasingly confused, during the initial training phase, the trainers had not given it much thought. There were no stringent standards at the time. They simply utilized their own products as the corpus. Your own products? Cheng Xu's eyes widened, and he suddenly recalled what had transpired. Cheng Xu's products included, aside from the search engine, only the library and the forums. The dialogue and the forums. Cheng Xu's mind was flooded with a myriad of terms. The Emperor Forum, the Aviation Forum, the Population Forum, the Sun Forum, the Midwest Development Forum. Was the model's early training based on such corpus? What on earth could that yield? Unable to contain himself, Cheng Xu blurted out, "Surely, it won't produce a model that combines yin-yang individuals with jester-like personas, will it? Otherwise, it would only engage in sarcasm and veiled insults." He shook his head, reassuring himself that this scenario was still preferable. If a value system akin to the 50-personality model were to emerge, Cheng Xu would truly have no place to lament. No, it's not that severe." Professor Pan Zheng quickly gestured to halt Cheng Xu's spiraling thoughts. Further divergence could spell disaster. If it were that serious, it would have been discovered long ago. And we wouldn't be in this situation now. In reality, this occurred only in the very early stages. Subsequently, standardized training processes were established, with clear criteria for corpus selection and cleansing, and the model's development proceeded smoothly. In fact, the Yinshin model is quite robust, after all. It has been built upon investments amounting to tens or hundreds of billions. However, occasionally, it does produce some exceedingly outrageous responses to certain inquiries. The infrequency of these issues led the technical staff to believe they stemmed from cultivation problems, and there were changes in leadership along the way, which resulted in a lack of consideration for the early training corpus. Instead, they opted for corrective training. The corrective measures have yielded satisfactory results. Thus, they have persisted with this approach. Nevertheless, it has been demonstrated that if the root is compromised, complete rectification remains elusive. No matter how many iterations are undertaken, there remains a probability of producing those absurd responses. Cheng Xu was left speechless. How could such a foolish mistake occur regarding the foundational model? Yet, it cannot be solely attributed to the technical staff. In those early days, everyone was inexperienced, navigating through uncharted waters. Such issues were inevitable. Corpus cleansing is now a standardized concept, discussed in professional textbooks, and even undergraduates understand its critical importance. But a decade ago, when artificial intelligence was just beginning to take shape, who could have foreseen the significance of corpus cleansing? This invaluable experience has been gradually acquired through the substantial tuition fees paid and the immense sacrifices made by countless individuals. Chapter 8, Lesson 1, Data Cleaning, shares a concept akin to safeguarding the nurturing environment for a child's education. When educating a child, it is imperative to shield them from chaotic influences, particularly during their formative years. If they develop in a misguided manner from an early age, it becomes exceedingly difficult to rectify their course later on, regardless of subsequent educational efforts. Similarly, artificial intelligence models operate under this principle. If the foundational language model encounters issues early on, it implies that all subsequent backups will inherit the same flaws. Machine learning is a formidable challenge. Various models and algorithms have undergone years, if not decades, of evolution and refinement. The training process consumes vast amounts of computational resources and financial investments, often falling short of achieving the desired outcomes. Yet, Once machine learning has assimilated information, the prospect of erasing that knowledge is virtually impossible. The insights gleaned from numerous neural network nodes are ubiquitous, with no certainty as to where these learned materials will manifest. Current technological methods lack the capability to ascertain these nodes through recursion or traversal, as even the trainers themselves are often unclear about how the model has acquired such abilities. The sheer volume of data, often numbering in the dozens or even hundreds, far exceeds the capacity for human scrutiny, let alone the possibility of selectively erasing specific content or capabilities, which is simply unfeasible. Analogous to human memory, one might wonder what can be done if someone is entrusted with a secret and later regrets it. Wishing for them to forget, there is no recourse. Even striking them on the head may not yield the intended outcome. In fact, inducing complete amnesia might be simpler than erasing a single memory. The process of forgetting in machine learning mirrors this reality. From a technical standpoint, the conventional approach to mitigating the influence of specific data points involves restarting the system from a certain backup. However, if all backups are flawed, one is left with no choice but to begin anew. Starting from scratch entails colossal training costs, with investments potentially reaching hundreds of millions, rendering the previous efforts futile. Such losses would be unbearable for any enterprise, let alone Cheng Xu technology. Nevertheless, there is a glimmer of hope. Cheng Xu pondered for a moment, then nodded thoughtfully, smiling as he remarked, "In the case of humans, aside from inducing complete amnesia, he found himself at a loss for alternatives. Whether modern medicine has devised any methods for inducing forgetfulness remains uncertain. It is likely that such techniques are still elusive. For the human brain is the most intricate and sophisticated organ, and our scientific understanding of it remains limited. Yet, fundamentally, machines are not human. Although the neural network is vast and complex, it does not replicate true neural cells. In comparison to the intricate human brain, it still falls short." Drawing from his past experiences, Cheng Xu made a slight deduction and considered the feasibility of addressing the issue by leveraging certain characteristics and advantages of the pump chip. "Do you have a solution?" Professor Pan's face brightened with excitement, yet he refrained from probing further. Instead, he remarked, "I will contact Cheng Xu. There should be ample room for collaboration between you." Cheng Xu Technology had been quite anxious for some time, and if you could resolve this issue, it would undoubtedly be a significant boon for both you and Cheng Xu. Cheng Xu had originally been contemplating how to penetrate the realm of artificial intelligence. Although the advantages of the pump were evident, a forceful entry was not out of the question. However, given the years of development in artificial intelligence, a well-timed entry point would surely yield far greater results with less effort. Agreeing with Professor Pan's assessment, Cheng Xu responded, "I need to review the specifics first. You have access to the internal testing system, right? Please add me. I will study it when I return." "All right then, enough talk. Let us go eat," Professor Pan suggested. The two found themselves increasingly in sync, and before they knew it, the sky had grown quite dark. Fang Yalong had thoughtfully prepared a meal, demonstrating her earnest regard for the occasion. She had long perceived that her husband's attitude towards Cheng Xu transcended the ordinary student-teacher relationship, and she found the young man to be quite intriguing. "Xiao Su, care to join me for a drink today?" Professor Pan was in high spirits, seemingly rejuvenated, and he did not give Cheng Xu an opportunity to decline. Cheng Xu typically abstained from alcohol, yet his capacity for it was decent. He had once contemplated testing his limits but had not succeeded. After a bottle of 53-degree spirit, he had felt slightly tipsy, suggesting he could hold his own. A small drink today posed no problem for him. However, it appeared that Professor Pan's tolerance was not as robust. After a glass, his words began to flow more freely. "Xiao Su, let me speak candidly. You were rather reckless today." Cheng Xu was taken aback. Professor Pan was not overly intoxicated. He was fully aware of what he was saying. He deliberately expressed his concerns, recalling aspects of his own past. Fang Yalong had already excused herself from the table, as was her custom to provide her husband with space when needed. Without needing to elaborate, just remember this: you did not visit the school's laboratory today, nor did you utilize any of its equipment. Professor Pan's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness, and his cautious tone prompted a change in Cheng Xu's expression as he pondered the implications. "The school's equipment? What does that matter? It was merely a verification experiment. It shouldn't cause any complications, right? In theory, no, but your findings are, quite frankly, monumental. Do your utmost to limit your associations. Even a slight connection can lead to future complications. It is not out of malice, but one must always be cautious. You spoke too freely today. Do you know what I thought when the final results emerged? I wondered if this discovery were mine, I would be qualified to become an academician. Do you comprehend the magnitude of that temptation? Your conduct is undeniably reckless." Thus, at the banquet, Professor Pan Zheng imparted his inaugural lesson to Cheng Xu. One must always exercise caution, particularly regarding revolutionary accomplishments. No degree of caution is excessive. Cheng Xu's previous understanding of Professor Pan, including his past life, was limited to viewing him as an exceedingly upright individual, so much so that he had few friends. Yet the reasons behind this were seldom known. However, Cheng Xu now comprehended that Professor Pan was using his own past, marked by profound lessons, to admonish Cheng Xu to remain vigilant, ever vigilant. Reflecting upon bygone events, Professor Pan's heart had reached a state of tranquility. Yet Cheng Xu could discern the grievances concealed within. Indeed, that occasion was the fruit of the entire team's labor. The magnitude of individual contributions was a trivial matter. Even if the principal work was mine, was it not ultimately in service of the nation? What was there to contest? Yet, to my utter astonishment, someone had leveraged this achievement to apply for technical immigration, and thus, the result was lost. At that moment, I grasped that serving the nation does not equate to serving its leaders. Not everyone can embody the nation. At such times, it is imperative to possess an inner scale. Cheng Xu was subtly moved. Professor Pan's grievances stemmed not solely from the appropriation of but from the loss of what rightfully belonged to them, which ultimately flowed abroad and became a weapon wielded against their own. How could this not evoke profound sorrow? Chapter 9. The Misguided Child at this juncture. Cheng Xu's perception of Professor Pan deepened, and he fully understood why he never took advantage of his students, never claiming credit for papers lacking practical application. His designation as a secondary author was solely to enhance his students' chances of publication. Having suffered himself, he could not allow his students to endure the same fate. He truly embodied the principle of not imposing on others what one does not desire for oneself. The phrase, "Do not impose on others what you do not wish for yourself," may seem simple, yet how many can genuinely uphold it? These matters were once mere trivialities. Yet I share this to convey that authority should never be relinquished, for you can never entirely discern the true nature of those to whom you surrender power. Whether their hearts are dark or light, only you can truly know. Professor Pan's extensive discourse with Cheng Xu was motivated by his growing awareness of the inherent value of a portion of Cheng Xu's achievement. This fragment already surpassed the limits of Professor Pan's imagination. He dared not speculate on its potential extent. The visions of his youth, reliant on himself and his generation, had become utterly unattainable. Yet now, he beheld hope within Cheng Xu, and he felt compelled to protect this hope to the best of his ability. "Thank you, Professor." Cheng Xu expressed heartfelt gratitude. He had genuinely not experienced the intrigues of power struggles, deceit, or the appropriation of achievements. In his past life, he had not encountered such matters. The greatest concern had merely been the competition for research funding. In retrospect, perhaps this was due to his lack of significant research accomplishments. Having indulged in drink, he had spoken more than intended. He chuckled and dismissed it as if he had said nothing at all. Pan Zheng finally stood up, smiling as he said, "In conclusion, besides diligence, one must also exercise caution. Remember, caution is paramount." Cheng Xu nodded earnestly in agreement. "By the way, you are still residing in the dormitory, aren't you?" Seemingly recalling something, Professor Pan continued, "The house next door is still vacant. You could move in there." "Teacher." Cheng Xu began, but before he could finish, Professor Pan waved his hand and interjected, "It's not for free. I shall rent it to you at market price, and we'll sign a contract. If you lack the funds now, you can defer the payment." Without waiting for Cheng Xu to object, he assumed a serious demeanor. "As I just mentioned, you must be cautious. This is imperative." Reflecting on his future endeavors and considering the safety and confidentiality of his current living situation, Cheng Xu decided not to be overly sentimental. After all, he wouldn't be living there without paying something. As for the rent here, while he couldn't afford it at the moment, it wouldn't take long before he could manage not just to rent, but potentially to purchase it without much strain. Thus, Cheng Xu nodded in agreement. "All right, I will move in tomorrow." "Old Pan, are you treating him as your closed-door disciple?" Fang Yeruang had already given Cheng Xu considerable credit, but witnessing Professor Pan's actions left her somewhat perplexed. This was an unusually warm reception, almost as if he were grooming a son-in-law. "Closed-door disciple?" Professor Pan appeared momentarily taken aback. "I wish I could." Fang Yeruang was bewildered. What did he mean by wish? Given his status, if he desired, the dean would surely acquiesce, and who could dare contest him? "Not as you think. I cannot mentor this child." Professor Pan shook his head. "It's not just me. No one can guide him. To be precise, there is no one who can supervise his research direction." Fang Yeruang's confusion deepened. He was currently a third-year undergraduate, not a graduate student, and did not belong to the school's research personnel, nor could he access special financial resources. Professor Pan elucidated, He has produced a finished product and wishes to connect with Cheng Xu technology through me. That is all. It has nothing to do with the university. Being close to her partner, Fang Yeruang was well aware of how every action and word of Old Pan was aimed at safeguarding this student. Suddenly enlightened, she felt waves of astonishment within her, although she did not fully comprehend the nature of Cheng Xu's achievements. The fact that Old Pan valued them so highly suggested their significance. Moreover, engaging with Cheng Xu technology indicated that these results were ready for implementation. Unfortunately, her company dealt in children's toys, which had no connection to artificial intelligence. Thus, she could not ride this wave of opportunity. She refrained from further inquiries. But the thought of a son-in-law flashed through her mind, reminding her of Cheng Xu's robotic-like expectations of a girlfriend, direct in speech, methodical in actions, consistently composed, and of a gentle and refined temperament. Never mind, it seems we are not destined for this. Cheng Xu was unaware that the couple, Pan Zhang and his wife, had been discussing him for quite some time after his departure. Upon returning to his residence, he promptly began to organize his thoughts and reflections from the day, a habit he had cultivated over time. He meticulously reviewed his activities, contemplated any valuable insights, and pondered his plans for the following day. Among these considerations, the most significant pertained to his research on the Yanqing model. He was eager to ascertain just how far this distorted model had strayed from its intended purpose. While the financial compensation for assisting Cheng Xu in technology in recalibrating the flawed Yanqing model was secondary, the primary objective was to lay the groundwork for entering the training domain of the heat pump chip. This collaboration presented an excellent opportunity. After some configuration, Cheng Xu integrated the Yanqing semi-finished language model and posed his first inquiry. I am set to graduate this year and wish to settle in a city. How should I choose between Suizhou and Shenzhen? Both Suizhou and Shenzhen, in essence, were commendable options. The semantic understanding was satisfactory, and the response was standard. Cheng Xu took notes. He had already gauged the model's general proficiency. It seemed to be on par with others of its kind, demonstrating adequate semantic comprehension without significant discrepancies. However, there were no remarkable features or surprises. A slightly improved model should not have answered this question directly, but rather sought to gather more information, at the very least asking, "What is your profession?" Or "What expectations and plans do you have regarding your career?" This would have been more logical, unless it possessed sufficient self-awareness. Reflecting on this, Cheng Xu jotted down a few words in his notebook. Potential training direction. Avoid passive responses to inquiries. Strive to gather more information before answering. After a moment's contemplation, he annotated another thought. In the future, it may be worthwhile to consider developing a version of the heat pump evolution induction chip in this direction, an intriguing avenue indeed. I am a software engineer. How should I choose between Pengcheng and Suizhou? Without being prompted, Cheng Xu voluntarily provided this information to assess the model's comprehension of semantics and the logical coherence of its responses. The technology company's strength lies in Tushu and Pengcheng. The semantic understanding was excellent, and the response adhered to general logic, exhibiting a degree of reasonableness. Due to the location of Tengshuan's headquarters and its foundational role, opting for Pengcheng was a logically consistent choice, regardless of its actual suitability. Cheng Xu nodded slightly. This was not merely a superficial assemblage of search results, but rather a model that possessed its own coherent logic, regardless of the true caliber of this logic. At least it existed. Chapter 10. What kind of misdeed is this? After posing several questions, Cheng Xu gained some insight into the capabilities of Yanqing and promptly set a trap for it. He inquired, if I were a software engineer seeking employment at Tengshuan, how should I choose between Xi'an and Zhengzhou? As Yanqing analyzed the advantages of Xi'an and Zhengzhou, the correctness of its response became irrelevant. Before the model could complete its thoughts, Cheng Xu shook his head. Zhengzhou did not even have a Tengshuan branch. Such an answer lacked logical coherence, indicating a deficiency in its avoidance of pitfalls. Was this a misunderstanding of semantics? Or perhaps a lapse in the critical information organization? Or was it an issue with the training model's mechanism? One of Cheng Xu's more intriguing inquiries revolves around how Yanqing would respond to matters of which it is entirely unaware. What is the total box office revenue of The Wandering Earth 2? He subsequently posed. Presently, Yanqing's model is based on a corpus from the end of 2022, theoretically. Without the integration of a search engine, it possesses no knowledge of this data. The manner in which it addresses inquiries of which it is ignorant ultimately delineates its limitations. In principle, a model that admits its ignorance is superior in training sophistication to one that merely fabricates responses. For an entity to state its lack of knowledge necessitates a more intricate algorithmic logic, a facet dictated by the very nature of its iterative upgrading processes. Reinforcement learning algorithms that frequently admit ignorance, rather than taking action to maximize rewards, present a fundamental contradiction to the reinforcement learning objective of reward maximization. Such contradictions can be critically detrimental, directly impacting the efficacy of model training and exponentially increasing training costs, given that the training expenses already soar into the hundreds of billions. Any further multiplication of these costs translates to astronomical figures. Consequently, model developers often prefer allowing it to produce nonsensical output rather than risking the exorbitant costs associated with training. The underlying rationale is that while neural network systems somewhat mimic the human brain's information processing, they operate at a significantly inferior level of logic, lacking several dimensions of human reasoning. In simpler terms, when faced with a question that one does not know, a person may temporarily set it aside, later seeking assistance from teachers or peers, or conducting online research to resolve the query. However, the model lacks any analogous processing mechanism. Will Yanxin transcend this limitation? Its response to the question of what is the total box office revenue of The Wandering Earth 2 will reveal this. As far as I know, the total box office revenue of The Wandering Earth 2 is $8 billion, an exceedingly remarkable science fiction film, it proclaimed, generating a plethora of statements that, while sounding plausible, were ultimately fabricated, a serious yet nonsensical analysis. This aligns with Cheng Xu's expectations as he anticipated such an outcome. In 2023, the standards across various competing products are relatively comparable, including those of Google, which exhibit similar deficiencies. Cheng Xu posed numerous queries, and Yanxin's responses were appropriately conventional. It adeptly tailored its answers to meet his needs, presenting diverse options. For instance, when he indicated that his girlfriend favored Xi'an, it enthusiastically highlighted the city's merits, ultimately advocating for Xi'an. Conversely, when he expressed his desire to remain in Zhengzhou and sought to persuade his girlfriend, it promptly began to enumerate Zhengzhou's advantages. Overall, Yanxin emerges as a competent product. Cheng Xu nodded in approval, recognizing that the investment made by Cheng Xu in technology over the past decade has indeed yielded substantial results. In the context of contemporary times, Yanxin's performance can undoubtedly be regarded as exemplary. As Professor Pan Zheng noted, no inconsistencies arose in Cheng Xu's inquiries. This appears to be a matter of sample size. After numerous iterations of versions, responses akin to the enigma of the Yang and the mocking fishing sailboat are bound to emerge with exceedingly low probability. I have penned a novel titled Boundless Technology. What is your assessment? Contemplating this, Cheng Xu had a sudden inspiration and posed the question. With a platinum demeanor, swift updates, and sleepless nights, 1,000,000 must be divine. Cheng Xu nearly uttered an expletive, realizing that while the influences of various online forums had not manifested, the references from the author's community had indeed lodged in his memory, leaving him utterly speechless. However, upon further reflection, Cheng Xu swiftly grasped the underlying principle. This was undoubtedly a consequence of Qi Sun Technology's rectification, yielding exceedingly absurd responses that warranted further correction, thus diminishing their probability of occurrence. In contrast, responses like rapid updates at night, which possess less aggressive connotations, enjoyed a higher survival rate within the corpus of training data. Some outrageous answers, even if the model's training proves ineffective, must be eradicated through physical keyword shielding, as it is imperative to censor and restrict information with detrimental impacts across all nations. With this line of thought, Cheng Xu promptly posed another query: how to choose between Huawei 50 and 14. Naturally, one would choose Huawei. With a mere press of a button from Mr. Ren, the entire world's Apple devices would be rendered offline. Yan Xian's response further bewildered Cheng Xu, leading him to shake his head in disbelief while lamenting, what sort of calamity has Qi Sun Technology wrought? If this were to be unleashed, it would undoubtedly create a tempest. It goes without saying that this was likely the handiwork of some Yang individual in a mobile forum, utilized as training data by Qi Sun Technology in its early stages. Witnessing the immediate impact of such responses, it was clear that the essence of similar training data had been extensively employed. This was essentially the very embodiment of a twisted narrative. Truly, a grave transgression. As Cheng Xu shook his head, he devised several typical questions and even discerned some of Yan Xian's answers, realizing that the shielding effect was not particularly robust. With a slight provocation, one could easily divulge their own secrets. No wonder Qi Sun Technology was in a state of agitation. If this were to be released, it would not merely be a matter of creating a stir. If malevolent individuals were to exploit it, the resulting public discourse could pose existential threats. To put it succinctly, this issue is emblematic of an early miseducation, which went unnoticed for far too long, resulting in an irreparable situation that has now reached a critical juncture. At this point, continuing reinforcement learning may yield some results, albeit limited. Even with Cheng Xu's foresight into the future, no particularly effective solutions seem viable. The foundational value system and decision-making processes have nearly solidified, revealing inherent flaws within the evaluative network, while self-iteration cannot rectify its decaying foundation without substantial external intervention. This scenario resembles a student struggling academically. A good student, upon encountering an erroneous answer, can recognize the mistake and swiftly correct it, leading to rapid improvement. However, a student like Yin Xin, whose academic performance has deteriorated to a near hopeless level, may not even recognize where they went wrong, even when informed of their errors. Not to mention the futility of solitary endeavors in reinforcement learning. No matter how much one studies, improvement remains elusive, unless there is substantial external intervention, such as appointing a mentor to observe, identify errors, and provide guidance through hands-on instruction. Progress is unlikely. Should this approach fail, one might resort to drastic measures. However, such actions are not feasible with machines. In the realm of machine reinforcement learning algorithms, a method known as weighted penalties exists, which requires further contemplation. Chapter 11. The near-explosive situation at Cheng Xu in technology. Weighted penalties directly influence the model's decision-making through genetic algorithms. Cheng Xu reflected quietly, considering that theoretically, this approach should be viable. Yet, under current technological constraints, he shook his head, pondering the inherent difficulties. Constrained in thought, Cheng Xu began to reassess the issue from a different angle. The value assessment system and decision-making process of Yinjin must have encountered challenges, and Cheng Xu in technology likely explored myriad solutions in response. What strategies would they have employed? Assuming the role of a project leader responsible for Yinjin, Cheng Xu contemplated the necessary adjustments at this juncture, given the realities of technological limitations. He listed several potential strategies: upgrading the evaluation network, enhancing external environmental feedback, improving genetic algorithms, and optimizing action networks. However, each proposal appeared ineffective under current technological constraints, leading him to silently dismiss them. To implement weighting, whether in rewards or penalties, raises a fundamental question. How should increments and decrements be determined? The crux of this dilemma lies in value judgment. If humans were to make these determinations, it would be manageable, as cultivating human insight is undoubtedly advantageous, at least for the foreseeable future. However, the vast volume of data necessitates that this task cannot be solely performed by humans and must instead leverage models and algorithms. To achieve more precise value assessments, a more robust model is required for support, which in turn relies on the value judgment system and external feedback, a paradox. Unless, of course, the value assessment system employs a pump chip as the core processor for value processing. Cheng Xu ultimately arrived at this conclusion. Traditional semiconductor binary computation excels in operations involving fixed values, such as integers and floating points. Today, supercomputers can achieve extraordinary speeds, processing quintillions of calculations per second, a feat unattainable by the human brain. Yet, binary systems are inherently disadvantaged when addressing complex models. In contrast, the neuron-inspired pump chip system is adept at analyzing, judging, and deciding on matters, consistently yielding optimal results, a testament to its genetic advantages. With a decisive breakthrough, Cheng Xu felt a profound sense of satisfaction, relishing the newfound direction. He settled contentedly into bed, enjoying a particularly sweet and restful night's sleep. Cheng Xu slumbered peacefully, yet the atmosphere at Cheng Xu in technology was nearly explosive. As the anticipated launch date for Yinjin approached on March 16th, unresolved issues loomed large. Another technical seminar was convened overnight, marking the 8th such session this month for the Yinjin project team within the Intelligent Business Division of Cheng Xu in technology. Initially, enthusiasm permeated these discussions, with participants fervently collaborating to devise solutions. However, as time wore on, fatigue set in for many, faced with persistent problems and an unavoidable launch. Some suggested a rather cavalier approach. I believe this issue is of little consequence. New ventures invariably encounter myriad challenges. Much like the rampant folly that garners criticism, it has not hindered its global popularity. A few peculiarities are hardly significant. As for the more severe concerns, the likelihood has diminished considerably, especially since we have implemented keyword filtering to address the majority of issues. Indeed, I share this sentiment. As soon as he finished speaking, others quickly chimed in. According to our statistical data, without intentional provocation, the probability of encountering issues is minimal, on the order of 10 to the power of -9, equivalent to 1 in a billion. Theoretically, this is an acceptable figure. Your theoretical assertion is valid. The probability is indeed low. However, as you mentioned, this is predicated on an absence of deliberate provocation. Given the current domestic discourse and our position, it is not merely the existence of problems that concerns us. Even in the absence of issues, adversaries may contrive complications. Once Yinxin launches, can you genuinely believe that there will be no malicious intent or inducement? Our competitors are relentless. Silence ensued. The present climate undeniably reflects such realities, with fierce competition across all sectors poised to create problems, even when none exist. Moreover, we are, after all, a fragile enterprise. Public opinion may exhibit leniency, even ignoring the double standards often applied to foreign software, which may even receive undue praise. Yet, domestic software does not enjoy such privileges. Any flaw is scrutinized mercilessly, and merely avoiding malicious defamation is considered a triumph. It is indeed laughable. Yet the terrifying truth remains that such absurdities manifest in reality, with certain entities tirelessly pursuing similar agendas. What, then, is to be done? Yinxin will inevitably launch. Do you believe this issue will be resolved in due course? At this moment, the most anxious among them was the project director, Yang Yin, whose temper had been particularly volatile in recent days. Yet, urgency alone bore no fruit. No one could provide him with an answer. Silence, once more, enveloped the room. After a considerable interval, someone finally spoke up. Theoretically, we cannot completely eliminate the detrimental effects of early materials. We can only strive to minimize the probability of issues arising. The foundational model is already established. What can we do? The argument circles back to the beginning. Frustration surged, and Yang Yin's tone grew increasingly intense. Surely, we cannot indefinitely postpone this. After a decade and an investment of hundreds of billions, can we simply abandon it? Allow it to languish, to remain unfulfilled? Do you truly believe that is feasible? Or shall we start afresh, pouring in another few hundred billion? You entertain the notion of funding that. Yang Yin found himself in an unfortunate position. The initial failures were not his doing. Indeed, they bore no relation to him. Yet here he was, bearing the weight. The unresolved issues, coupled with the repeated postponements of the launch date for Yinxin, placed immense pressure squarely upon him, pressure of an extraordinary magnitude. Prior to the launch, things were manageable. The progress of domestic competitors was also sluggish, allowing the company to afford him additional time for refinement. However, this time, the stakes had escalated dramatically. Microsoft's search engine had integrated a new interface, charging forth with an aggressive intent aimed directly at the vulnerabilities of Cheng Xu's search. The company could no longer afford to wait patiently. Not launching, that was out of the question. They had to proceed, no matter how reluctant. March 16th was the date he reluctantly set for the launch. Failure to achieve this would undoubtedly lead to dire consequences. What did Professor Pan have to say? Were there any new insights? After a brief pause, Yang Yin inquired of his senior engineer, Xiaobo, who was seated nearby. The professor himself had no substantial advice. But just a few hours prior, he had recommended an individual, a third-year student of information technology named Cheng Xu. A third-year student? You need not concern yourself with whether he is a student or his year of study. Yang Yin initially frowned, but suddenly struck by a thought. He began to tap rhythmically on the table with one hand while gesticulating with the other. Since Professor Pan has made this recommendation at such a critical juncture, it surely indicates he possesses some merit. Xiaobo, you must proceed to Huazhou immediately. Understood. Observing Yang Yin's urgency, it seemed less a testament to confidence in Professor Pan and more a desperate gamble, akin to a last-ditch effort. Xiaobo harbored little confidence in this course of action. Yet this did not deter him from accepting the task. If nothing else, it could serve as a brief respite, perhaps even a means to inspire new ideas. Chapter 12. Such a person surely deserves to be struck by lightning, right? So early? The next morning, Cheng Xu received a call from Professor Pan, informing him that a senior engineer from Cheng Xu Technology had arrived in Huazhou and wished to arrange a meeting. Having worked late into the night and only just fallen asleep at dawn, he was still lost in dreams when he received the call. Cheng Xu Technology was indeed quite anxious. It seemed they were genuinely in a hurry. Cheng Xu chuckled, his mind swirling with unspoken thoughts. Indeed. Professor Pan added, I merely mentioned you in passing during a private conversation with Director Xiao last night. I have yet to formally recommend you to them. However, I can understand the urgency, with March 16th fast approaching and time running short. The teacher, of course, had no objections to scheduling a meeting. Yet March 16th was merely a little over a month away. Even if I had the means, such a time frame would be insufficient. Observing the urgency of Cheng Xu Technology, Cheng Xu felt compelled to issue a precautionary note in advance. To address the issues surrounding Yinxin, Cheng Xu had already contemplated the matter yesterday, and it was clear that the current hardware conditions were inadequate. Setting aside other considerations, the establishment of a value assessment system and the design and fabrication of a new core processor could not possibly be accomplished within a month's time. I am well aware of that, Professor Pan Zheng chuckled. You need not harbor any reservations. Everything revolves around your agenda. Just proceed according to your own plan. I am merely here to facilitate connections. After rising and preparing himself, Cheng Xu hastily consumed breakfast before accepting the invitation to Professor Pan Zheng's residence. In the study, it was the first encounter between Cheng Xu and Xiao Bo. Remarkably, the two hit it off splendidly. Each held a very favorable first impression of the other. Xiao Bo's demeanor exuded the quintessential traits of a technical elite. He was not particularly tall, had a gentle appearance, and sparse hair. As for Cheng Xu, his looks were secondary. What stood out was his earnest and diligent spirit, presenting an image of responsibility and hard work. At least in Xiao Bo's eyes. He appreciated such a persona in a student. They began with casual exchanges, after which Xiao Bo sought to elucidate the challenges faced by Yanxin. Mr. Xiao, before you proceed, allow me to make a guess. Let me see if I am correct, Cheng Xu interjected, shaking his head, not allowing him to continue. Xiao Bo nodded slightly, a smile of encouragement adorning his face. Well, do give it a try. At that moment, Xiao Bo regarded Cheng Xu as a student, a younger peer, holding a favorable impression and hoping to foster a beneficial connection. Regarding Yanxin's current predicament, upgrading the assessment network was undoubtedly the most direct and effective solution. The quality of the assessment network represented the upper limits of the model. As long as it could be enhanced, Yanxin would assuredly achieve the anticipated training objectives through iteration. Cheng Xu wasted no time in presenting the essentials. You must have attempted this approach as well, yet the outcomes did not meet expectations, did they? What could Xiao Bo possibly say at this point? He could only nod. In truth, they had not merely attempted it. They had cycled through 70 to 80 different models, yielding unsatisfactory results. What about strengthening external environmental feedback? Cheng Xu continued. Have you also attempted value and feedback manual calibration? Indeed, in the early stages of training, data value assessments were typically manually calibrated, but as the model progressed, such an approach became somewhat untimely. In the initial phases, although the volume of data was small and the manual calibration workload was substantial, it remained manageable. However, in the later stages of model training, the scale of the corpus increased significantly, often involving hundreds of data points, to label each individually. Even if all of China's nearly 1.5 billion citizens were to work for Cheng Xu technology on this task, it would still be an insurmountable endeavor. It was beyond the realm of human capability. The genetic algorithm and action networks resonated with the steadfast and self-assured voice of Cheng Xu, causing Xiao Bo to become somewhat dazed. Was this a junior in college? How could he appear more mature than himself? Each point raised seemed more impressive than anything Xiao Bo could muster. Cheng Xu meticulously enumerated all of Cheng Xu Technology's endeavors regarding the Yanxin model, presenting even the results of these attempts with an air of certainty. Remarkably, some concepts articulated by Cheng Xu had not even been pursued by Cheng Xu Technology, yet they sounded plausible and appeared to be systematic theories. However, these ideas were entirely unfamiliar to Xiao Bo. It is essential to note that Cheng Xu Technology's endeavors were the culmination of collective intelligence, with some efforts involving contributions from academicians within the Academy of Sciences Department of Information and Computing. While the training algorithms of artificial intelligence are not shrouded in secrecy, anyone could speak on them with some degree of understanding. Considering every possible scenario and predicting the ultimate outcomes of training seemed rather incredible. Some conclusions had been reached only after Cheng Xu Technology invested hundreds of millions and conducted countless trials. Yet here they were, being casually articulated by Cheng Xu. Xiao Bo found himself momentarily bewildered. How could such a person exist in this world? This was utterly illogical. If there were rules governing this realm, such individuals should be struck by lightning. One must not judge by appearances, nor measure the depth of the ocean. Do not underestimate the youth. Never before had Xiao Bo felt such profound resonance with this adage. Upon arriving in Huazhou, he had come under the pretense of an official assignment. Yet he harbored a mindset akin to that of a tourist. The supervisor had arranged for his presence, indicating importance. Yet there were no specific directives, more like a desperate prayer before a deity, which would surely bear little fruit. To his astonishment, he had indeed encountered a true sage. During a conversation the previous evening, Professor Panjing mentioned a junior named Cheng Xu, who had some intriguing insights regarding the training of Yanxin. Being a junior, he might possess some capabilities, especially as he had garnered Professor Pan's attention. After all, they were nurturing the hopes of the future together. However, given that Cheng Xu had sought counsel on the issues of Yanxin from numerous academicians and engineers in the departments of engineering and information and computing, could one genuinely expect the student to turn the tides? Regardless of the individual, be it himself or the supervisor, anyone would harbor some doubts. Yet today, a mere 2 hours of exchange utterly transformed Xiao Bo's perception of Cheng Xu. Having graduated with a Master's degree in 2009 and joined Cheng in 2012 to work on artificial intelligence models and algorithms, Xiaobo had accumulated over a decade of experience. He had transitioned from a handsome youth resembling Pan into a nearly 40-year-old balding man. Among those engaged in algorithm model research in the country, he was not merely among the elite, he was certainly among the foremost. However, today, before Cheng Xu, he found himself at a loss. Everything Xiaobo articulated was already known to Cheng Xu, and the latter possessed a far deeper understanding. He spoke of things that sometimes I had never even heard of, yet upon careful reflection, his words were remarkably sensible, and I found myself in agreement. My responses were limited to mere affirmations like yes or indeed, often interspersed with expressions of surprise such as oh or ah. This was decidedly unreasonable. Moreover, Cheng Xu was exceedingly polite and respectful, humbly positioning himself as my junior, but this only amplified the awkwardness. It was evident to both of us. And the understanding ran even deeper. He comprehended matters that I had never encountered, raising the question of how one could still claim to be a senior figure merely based on age or experience. Chapter 13. The Value of Logic. What is your perspective on machine forgetfulness and its propensity for nonsensical discourse? Xiaobo posed two incisive questions, seemingly attempting to reclaim the authority of seniority. I shall refrain from elaborating on machine forgetfulness. It is a globally recognized challenge within our industry, and under current technological conditions, there are no optimal solutions. There exist only two possible avenues to explore. One is the route of value or weight determination, which begins directly with the model. The other is a value output-oriented feedback mechanism, essentially a semi-manual approach that may incur higher costs, though its effectiveness remains uncertain. When Cheng Xu mentioned this global conundrum, Xiaobo chuckled inwardly, thinking, at last, there is something you do not know. However, upon hearing the proposed solutions, he was left astounded. His mouth agape as if one could fit two goose eggs within. The first approach was relatively standard. The value determination combined with an evaluation network is a conventional solution, with relevant materials and papers readily accessible. Yet, the second approach was precisely what Cheng Xu intended to implement. Plans had already been devised, and should the problem prove insurmountable, they would proceed with the implementation of the strategy. As for the potentially elevated costs, Cheng Xu had also formulated a corresponding plan, which included a degree of cost-free utilization. Leveraging the current influence of Cheng Xu's search, during users' inquiries about related issues, they would directly pose similar value determination questions, a matter that required minimal effort from the users and would not significantly impact them. The choices of the majority regarding a particular question would directly feed back into the action model. In essence, it was akin to capitalizing on user contributions, albeit not entirely without compensation. There were designs in place for earning contribution points, which could be redeemed for memberships in libraries or forums without necessitating actual expenditure, thereby keeping overall costs manageable. But how did Cheng Xu come to know all this? Had Cheng Xu's plans been leaked? Yet, even Professor Pan was unaware of such details. Could it be that he was merely guessing? Did he truly see through all of Cheng Xu Technology's designs with just a few words? Was that not a bit far-fetched? Xiaobo, at a loss for words and overwhelmed, felt somewhat numb. Regardless of his expression, Cheng Xu remained all smiles. As for the nonsensical discourse, this necessitates a discussion on the very essence of language. Fundamentally, it is merely trained on a vast corpus of text rather than being grounded in an accurate factual database. Simultaneously, this is intrinsically linked to its evolutionary nature concerning the external corpus and information inputs, which it inherently accepts. This notion that if something appears to be real, then it is indeed real, embodies a positive logic that, quite plainly, facilitates its developmental iteration speed and serves as the foundation of its evolution. Thus, the generation of seemingly accurate, yet fundamentally inaccurate information is an instinct deeply embedded within. As for Cheng Xu's perspective, Xiaobo had grown accustomed to it. Industry leaders share the same viewpoint, and he himself harbored similar beliefs. From this standpoint, he mused that he was not significantly superior. Inwardly, Xiaobo even chuckled at this thought. From initial pleasantries to astonishment, acceptance, familiarity, and ultimately a sense of relief and joy, in just 2 short hours, Xiaobo felt as though he had traversed a lifetime. The realization that a junior student was not superior to him in certain aspects brought him an unexpected sense of glee, which was rather ironic. It was reminiscent of when he was pursuing his master's degree and discovered that some of his viewpoints aligned perfectly with those of a distinguished mentor. That feeling was exhilarating. At this moment, he experienced an eerily similar sensation. Reflecting on this, he glanced at Cheng Xu and suddenly conceived an astonishing thought. As he sensed his thoughts spiraling out of control, Xiaobo quickly shook his head. Returning to the matter at hand, what do you think we should do about Yin Xian's current situation? At this juncture, Xiaobo no longer regarded Cheng Xu merely as a junior student. This inquiry transcended evaluation and transformed into a sincere discussion, even a request for guidance. As the entire Cheng Xu in technology had no particularly effective solutions, without needing to ask, he had already come to trust that Cheng Xu could find a resolution. He decided to approach it from the perspective of value assessment, specifically the automatic updating and upgrading of the evaluation model. Cheng Xu formally introduced his proposal. The first step involves designing and creating a core training card for value assessment. Wait, what is the first step? What are you saying? Xiaobo interrupted Cheng Xu, skeptical. A new core training card for value assessment? Are you suggesting developing this chip in-house? Cheng Xu anticipated Xiaobo's query and was fully prepared. What is this? He inquired, observing Cheng Xu produce a small object resembling an electronic component. Though Xiaobo hesitated to confirm its nature, it appeared to have input and output pins, yet its overall material was remarkably pliable, a multi-value foundational component. Cheng Xu smiled. He had not demonstrated this item to Professor Pan Zhang at the time, as it sufficed to showcase the fundamental theoretical feasibility for him to take it seriously. Now, however, Cheng Xu in technology needed to address real-world issues, and mere foundational concepts were insufficient. Something immediately actionable was imperative. The multi-value foundational component was compelling enough. Provided that the experts at Cheng Xu in technology were astute, they would undoubtedly recognize its value upon hearing its name. Are you certain you are not jesting? Xiaobo's expression immediately turned serious. This was no trivial matter. Cheng Xu smiled quietly, choosing to let the facts speak for themselves rather than elaborating further. Upon observing Xiaobo's countenance, one can discern the perpetual agape of his mouth. It is not merely tri-valued, but genuinely multivalued. Xiaobo harbors an instinctive notion that this third value embodies chaos, akin to the concept of superposition in quantum computing. Nonetheless, the challenge of maintaining sufficient quantum coherence among numerous qubits for an extended duration, as well as the intricacies of sustaining ultra-high precision quantum logic, presents a daunting puzzle with no immediate resolution in sight. The innovation exhibited by Cheng Xu appears to far surpass the current maturity of quantum computing research. This contraption undoubtedly proves to be more reliable than the fervently discussed quantum chips of the present. I must return promptly. Xiaobo resolved immediately, determined to persuade Cheng Xu in technology that this opportunity must not be overlooked. Could I possibly acquire a sample? I need it for demonstration purposes. Xiaobo gazed eagerly at Cheng Xu, his eyes brimming with affection akin to that of a man reunited with his beloved spouse. Due to the unique manufacturing process of the chip, its disassembly would directly compromise its logical functionality, alleviating concerns about brute force hacking. Cheng Xu nodded in agreement, stating, "Yes. This was indeed prepared for your demonstration." Chapter 14. The Situation Professor Pan. Following his discussion with Cheng Xu, particularly after witnessing the astonishing demonstration of multivalued logic, Xiaobo felt a profound sense of reflection upon encountering Professor Pan Zhang. His expression was a mix of excitement and bewilderment, which elicited mirth from Professor Pan Zhang. "Your student is truly remarkable," Xiaobo lamented. "To be honest, I initially did not pay much attention. After all, he is merely a junior. How exceptional could he possibly be? It is no surprise you thought that. Anyone would think the same." Professor Pan Zhang beamed with pride. "So, you've been convinced. Haven't you? Not just convinced, but utterly captivated." Xiaobo adopted a serious tone. "Can you imagine him speaking incessantly while I merely nodded along in agreement? What sort of scene was that? A scene of incompetence." Professor Pan Zhang jested. "And you're any better?" Xiaobo retorted playfully. "We are equally matched." Professor Pan Zhang elongated his tone, swaying his head as he regarded Xiaobo. "Do you still desire the chip? I am the incompetent one." "It is solely I who am incompetent." Xiaobo quickly interjected. "You, esteemed sir, are undoubtedly a luminary, merely considering Cheng Xu. He surpasses the entire assembly of academicians at the Academy of Sciences." This filled Professor Pan Zhang with pride. "And what of this chip?" Xiaobo inquired cautiously. "Oh, the chip. Allow me to elaborate on it." And Professor Pan Zhang became animated. "It possesses certain advantages." Xiaobo found himself once again subjected to a torrent of information, but this time the focus shifted to Professor Pan Zhang. By the time Professor Pan Zhang concluded, Xiaobo was left in a state of bewilderment, grappling with concepts of biomimetic neuronal cell ideation and lifelike chips, ideas that left him utterly flummoxed. Is there more than just multivalued logic? Is there biomimicry behind it? Xiaobo's mind nearly became a blank slate. Who am I? Where am I? How old am I? What year is it? You mentioned that Cheng Xu could resolve Yin Xion's issues, initially referring to a completely new type of chip, rather than the convoluted discussions he had with me. After a prolonged state of confusion, Xiaobo finally grasped the entirety of the situation. These two mentors deliberately chose not to clarify everything at once, simply to ensnare him. Are you so certain that this entirely new type of pump chip can achieve the anticipated results? Deep down, Xiaobo was already convinced it would indeed succeed. As the multi-valued logic processing was undoubtedly adept at addressing artificial intelligence problems. Furthermore, this chip was entirely bionic, akin to a neural processing chip. His confidence in its efficacy was bolstered by the inherent advantages this type of chip possessed in training and reasoning. At this moment, he was merely engaging in banter, unable to tolerate Professor Pan Zheng's smug demeanor. Who knows? I too am unaware of what Cheng Xu's so-called finished chip actually looks like, let alone its effectiveness. At most, I have seen the components, which proves the matter is not unfounded. Theoretically, it is feasible, and nothing more. Professor Pan Zheng stated seriously. As for how to choose, that remains a matter for you at Qianxuan. Enough of your pretentiousness. Xiaobo disdainfully shook his head. I must take my leave. The electronic movement driven by the pump-like substance membrane mimics the process of information transfer in biological cells. Even while seated on the high-speed train, Xiaobo remained captivated. Eyes tightly shut as he revisited the principles of the pump chip that Professor Pan Zheng had just explained to him, savoring the intricacies within. The more he contemplated, the more ingenious and wondrous it appeared. As for what the pump-like substance membrane entails and how it operates, he need not concern himself with such matters. Nor does Qianxuan technology. Even if he wished to delve into it, Cheng Xu would not allow him to do so, as this was likely the most crucial secret. The theoretical validation of basic components had already confirmed its feasibility. Merely the multi-valued logic sufficed. At this juncture, what choices does Qianxuan technology have? Does it even have any options left? Not only has the theoretical feasibility been established, but even if it had not, Qianxuan's sole choice would be to accept. Even if it was merely a trial. Cheng Xu, how could such a genius exist in this world? The crux is, how did such a prodigy come to cross paths with that old curmudgeon, Pan? In his mind, Xiaobo gritted his teeth, yet there was nothing to be done. He had to accept whatever was proposed without room for negotiation. Xiaobo was also acutely aware that no factory had yet produced the finished chip. In fact, there was not even a complete design in existence, only the confidence that it could be designed. At this moment, Cheng Xu was in the classroom. Listening to a professional course he had long since memorized, his thoughts consumed by the matter of chip design. Value assessment microprocessor based on pump design. He picked up his pen and inscribed the words. The true inception of this initial generation of the pump chip's core microprocessor for value assessment and decision-making has begun. Cheng Xu, are you busy for a while? As soon as the bell signaling the end of class rang, Zhao He approached him eagerly. During this period, Cheng Xu had been continually rushed, rarely attending classes, and when he did, he would hastily disappear right after. What is the matter? Cheng Xu turned his head. Is there something that requires my attention? It's nothing urgent. Just a few of my friends are going out for a meal together. Zhao He replied with a smile. Let's go together. Sure. Although Cheng Xu was puzzled, he did not decline, as Zhao He understood him well. Casual gatherings were not something he would invite him to lightly, especially since these were his close friends, indicating there was likely a significant matter at hand. What do you think about the future prospects of our major? Indeed, as they walked, Zhao He elucidated. Several graduate seniors from various laboratories are graduating this year. Their jobs were already secured, contracts signed. Yet, at the last moment, complications arose, and both Yangtze Memory Technologies and Cambricon no longer have hiring needs. If it were just these two companies, it would be one thing, but the entire industry is currently struggling. Originally, the first choice would have been HiSilicon, but their situation is even more dire. I thought we could have a discussion. I believe your insights are quite unique. Perhaps you could offer them some guidance, as they are feeling quite despondent and their outlook is not very promising. Cheng Xu bit his lip, nodding slightly. This issue is rather tricky. Let us go and chat with them. The two made their way to the hot pot restaurant at the school gate, where the seniors had already gathered upon their arrival. All were young men, engineers to boot. Whether acquainted or not, after sharing several dishes and drinks, they were all comrades. Brother, what do you think I can do? One senior lamented as he draped an arm over Cheng Xu's shoulder. His tone filled with helplessness. If it were my lack of effort or understanding that led me to struggle finding an ideal job, that would be my own fault. However, I know I could have joined Intel or Qualcomm, yet here I am, reduced to designing circuit boards for smartphone cameras. It is utterly inconceivable and unacceptable for students from a prestigious institution like the University of Information Technology, specializing in semiconductors and computer-related fields, to face such employment woes. One must understand, this is among the top-tier technology universities in the nation. Are the students here not exceptional? Indeed, just like these seniors before me, a few years back, they would have undoubtedly been prime candidates for HiSilicon, representing the pinnacle of chip design talent in the country. Yet now, Even securing positions at Yangtze Memory Technologies and Cambricon has become problematic. With demand dwindling, emerging chip design companies are targeting seasoned employees from established firms like HiSilicon and Cambricon. Graduates lacking experience have become superfluous. Is this their fault? Clearly, it is not. One cannot expect a freshly graduated student to possess 3 years of work experience, can one? This is a systemic issue within the industry. As limitations grow increasingly severe, chip design in the country has regrettably devolved to lower-end endeavors. What then? We must adapt and persevere. Ultimately, exceptionally talented individuals need not worry about employment. It is merely a matter of not meeting expectations. At worst, one could find a position in downstream companies, perhaps designing circuit boards for smartphone cameras, or, if absolutely necessary, engaging in software development within a tech firm, though this would be a last resort. However, a pressing concern arises. Students from the University of Information Technology are increasingly competing for jobs traditionally held by graduates from ordinary first-tier and second-tier institutions. What becomes of them? Shall they also engage in this relentless competition? The perpetual cycle of striving only leads to the erosion of future elite talent. As the bar is lowered, the standard of technical proficiency inevitably diminishes, leading to a gradual decline in quality. Chapter 15. Value Assessment in Microprocessor Design. There exists another avenue, immigration. Such is the fate of our top talents. It is often said that prestigious institutions like Tsinghua and Peking University have been cultivating talent for foreign nations, with many graduates never returning. It appears that we are nearing a similar fate. Zhao He expressed his lament with a sense of helplessness. While students may be exceptionally skilled, the current state of domestic industries fails to retain such outstanding talent. Not everyone is willing to live for ideals or missions. That is the essence of their ambitions. Cheng Xu incisively remarked, "Do you believe that the restrictions imposed on companies like Yangtze River and Cambrian, as well as the previous limitations on HiSilicon, were merely aimed at a couple of firms? Clearly, this is not just a matter concerning 1 or 2 companies. It strikes at the root of the issue. The leading domestic chip design companies have collapsed. One emerges only to be dismantled. The top-tier talent in the industry finds no alternative but to gravitate towards these giants, resulting in a situation where the strong only grow stronger. Meanwhile, we find our very foundations undermined, leaving us to ponder our future development. The gap will only widen." Has the situation truly become this dire? Zhao He's tone reflected profound resignation. "If I go to Intel, at the very least, I can accumulate experience. Should the domestic chip industry show promise, I might return." The individual who utters such words speaks with uncertainty. Leaving is a certainty, but returning? Perhaps, maybe. Yet, what does it matter? No one can dictate how others choose to live or what paths they take. Cheng Xu remained silent, lacking the position to persuade others to stay. How could one counsel against joining Intel or Qualcomm in favor of an obscure outsourcing firm designing circuit boards for a robotic vacuum or a body fat scale? A vocational school graduate could manage such tasks with minimal training. Even if one were to persuade them to remain, it would not alter the fundamental nature of the situation. Unless the root issues are addressed and the overall circumstances change, even if he successfully convinced them to stay, their presence would hold little significance in the grand scheme of things. I am aware that the country is vigorously supporting high-tech and semiconductor industries. However, the beneficiaries of such support are the top-tier talents. Although we excel in academia, as recent graduates still in our formative years, we can only express hope for the future. At present, we lack the necessary resources and conditions. Another individual lamented, "Once I am strong, it will be no issue. Even if companies incur losses, they will support me." Yet, no one is born strong. Everyone requires time to grow. In my moments of weakness, when I am not yet formidable, who will protect me? Who will ensure my growth? The implication is clear. One must venture forth. As Zhao He stepped out of the hot pot restaurant, a sense of despondency enveloped him. Initially, I scoffed at their choices. When one flourishes, the gentle breeze will come. Cheng Xu also felt a heaviness in his heart. The current predicament of being constrained must be altered, yet relying solely on oneself feels insubstantial. In the recesses of memory, it was indeed during these years that the exodus of talent in the chip industry was most severe. Under the immense pressure of both internal and external circumstances, the domestic high-end semiconductor sector has shown little promise. Even if the issues with lithography machines and photoresist were resolved, the entire chip ecosystem is burdened with an overwhelming array of components, from high-purity electronic-grade monocrystalline silicon to automated design software and core architectures and standards. Resolving one issue merely leads to another pressing down on you. Attempting to persevere is easier said than done. How many can endure the substantial annual investments without a glimmer of future prospects? How many individuals? How many enterprises? Cheng Xu posed a poignant question. How many years will it take for domestic chip design and manufacturing to catch up and alter the current state of affairs? 10 years? 20? Zhao Yi felt a twinge of uncertainty. As long as we persist, we will eventually catch up. Cheng Xu nodded. He firmly believed that the current hardships would never defeat the industrious, intelligent, and resilient people of our nation. Yet, a decade or two is far too long. I must expedite this process and retain our talents. Talent is fundamental, and high-end talent is even more critical. Further delay will only exacerbate the situation. Although the design concepts of the pump chip differ, the underlying logic and thinking remain universal, and top-tier talent is universally sought after. What progress must be expedited? Hearing Cheng Xu murmur, Zhao Yi felt perplexed. I cannot afford to wait that long. Cheng Xu replied slowly, at most 3 years, no more. Zhao Yi, somewhat bewildered, nodded instinctively. Though he was unaware of Cheng Xu's precise plans, he believed. Time is of the essence, and the tasks are daunting. Upon returning to his residence, Cheng Xu immediately immersed himself in work. He did not even await further discussions with Chen Xuan, regardless of their stance, even if he had to switch partners. The direction was clear, and the work could commence. This serves as both a model and a fulcrum. To sway the tide of momentum, acting sooner is invariably preferable. The core of the value assessment microprocessor based on pump design has been formally established. Cheng Xu began to delineate functional requirements and formulate system specifications, confirming external interfaces. This initial step bore no distinction from traditional semiconductor chip design. However, from the architectural design phase onward, the approach diverged entirely. For binary chips, the processing is rooted in definitive logic, yes or no, correct or incorrect, ultimately reducible to 1 or 0. Yet, when confronted with uncertainty, unknowns, ambiguities, possibilities, and observations, such logic cannot be directly processed. In Cheng Xu's vision, the core competitive edge of the value assessment processing core lies in its ability to navigate these multidimensional mechanisms. The challenge is that, at present, Cheng Xu lacks suitable electronic automation design tools. The existing software, whether foreign or domestic, undoubtedly adheres to the semiconductor rules in circuit design and is insufficient to meet such design demands. Semiconductors are strictly dichotomous, characterized solely by the binary distinction of ones and zeros, lacking multidimensional logic altogether. However, solutions are not entirely elusive. Early chip designs were executed through meticulous hand drawing, relying solely on human effort for circuit design and routing. Clearly, this method is exceedingly inefficient and typically limits circuits to no more than 1,000 components. The assessment of the core logic of the processing unit requires a modest quantity of basic pump membrane units, referred to by Cheng Xu as micropump tubes. Yet, according to his estimates, the required quantity must exceed 30,000, approximately on par with the transistor count of Intel's 1978 microprocessor, the 8086. At this scale, manual drawing becomes impractical. Certainly, one could toil for a year or two, but such a pace is far too languid for Cheng Xu. After considerable contemplation, he concluded that auxiliary drafting is feasible, albeit devoid of automation tools, necessitating manual operation for each component. Compared to hand drawing, this approach is relatively acceptable. Fortunately, while the scale is substantial, it is not overwhelming. Should the requirements mirror the current scale, with integrated circuits boasting billions of transistors, it would indeed transcend human capability. Chapter 16. Indispensable. Having organized his thoughts and streamlined his design approach, Cheng Xu retired for the night, the hour quite late. The following morning, he rose early. Ready to move into the residence he had arranged with Professor Pan Zheng, prioritizing safety and confidentiality. Professor Pan's villa was immaculate, seemingly maintained regularly and with minimal tidying. It was ready for habitation. Although the rent was steep, it was justified by its quality. Cheng Xu found particular satisfaction in the study of the main bedroom on the 3rd floor, featuring a grand floor-to-ceiling skylight. Standing before it, he could see every blade of grass and tree in the yard, and gazing upward, the azure sky instilled a sense of tranquility. Here, engaging in any endeavor would be an exquisite pleasure. However, Cheng Xu had little time to savor these surroundings. Drawing the curtains, he committed himself to design, coding, and debugging, which constituted his unchanging routine. Other pursuits were merely brief interludes for rest when fatigue set in. After a simple breakfast, the day's work commenced with drawing. Having previously utilized software for chip design, he initially employed foreign tools but later transitioned to Huada Jiutian software due to the domestic demand for a localized chip industry. These, without exception, were automated tools. Drawing chip circuit diagrams presented a relatively novel experience for Cheng Xu. This engineering drafting software lacked a component library typical in electronic design. Even if it had one, Cheng Xu could not utilize the basic components under the pump concept, as they diverged significantly from traditional semiconductor transistors. The first step, of course, was preparation. Sharpening the axe does not hinder the woodcutter. Create a library of various fundamental components, encapsulated into modules. This is akin to the encapsulated libraries found in automation tools, facilitating easy access whenever needed and significantly reducing workload. Subsequently, the true design begins, involving the stacking and combination of various modules. However, the implementation of diverse logic and functionality requires Cheng Xu to preemptively simulate in his mind, followed by hands-on assembly, while determining the input and output for each based on the flow lines. Inputs must be comprehensive and precise. All of this relies on his keen observation and cognitive processing. If automation tools were available, this task would typically fall under the purview of front-end simulation tools. Alas, Cheng Xu must rely solely on his intellect. For those accustomed to automation tools, this endeavor is indeed a formidable ordeal, yet there are no alternatives, as the front-end simulation tools for the pump chip system are not forthcoming in the near term. Not to mention, when it comes to the processing logic of three-dimensional data concerning pump-like substances, Cheng Xu stands alone in his understanding. Cherish this ability as circuits grow more complex. Relying solely on mental simulation will become impossible. After completing the design of a functional module, following an extensive period of reasoning and validation, and finalizing the draft, Cheng Xu opened the curtains, gazing at the azure sky, rubbing his eyes, and reflecting. This is incredibly exhausting. I shall never undertake such tasks alone again. The automation tools must be implemented immediately in tandem with the pump chip. Automation tools are an indispensable component of chip design and manufacturing for the pump system to evolve. Automation tools are essential and must be initiated concurrently, even if starting with the most basic functionalities. Cheng Xu initially hesitated about embarking on this endeavor. Recognizing that one cannot achieve greatness in a single step, many tasks require careful planning and gradual progression. However, this situation is too unique and cannot be postponed. The design and manufacture of chips, particularly for very large-scale integrated circuits, cannot proceed without these tools. Without them, progress is virtually impossible. Tools are deemed the mother of chips. In the design phase of very large-scale integrated circuits, which may encompass tens or even hundreds of billions of transistors, they are absolutely essential. Positioned at the pinnacle of the chip industry chain. Speaking solely of tools, the market size is relatively modest, approximately in the hundreds of billions. Yet it underpins a chip market exceeding 10 trillion RMB. In this domain, foreign enterprises monopolize 85% of the domestic share. While the market value is significant, and the implications are substantial, it is not merely a financial issue. Some nations do not wish for this to become a simple market dilemma, leveraging their monopolistic status to impose restrictions and halt supplies, which has indeed become a critical matter affecting the security of the chip ecosystem. Cheng Xu aims to establish the position of the membrane pump chip system, and naturally, he cannot rely on outdated frameworks. The automation tools for designing membrane pump chips must not only be crafted by his own hands, but they also need to be firmly under his control. This is indeed a significant undertaking. It is a task that, even if divided into 8 parts, would still be insufficient to manage. Cheng Xu is well aware of the importance of tools, yet he finds himself compelled to address matters one at a time, solving each issue sequentially. He wishes he could split himself into 8 individuals to handle the workload, but even then, he would still find it overwhelming. To create automation tools, he requires not only a framework and vision, but also a greater number of capable individuals to assist him. Looking ahead, the membrane pump chip is bound to deliver enhanced computational power and more intelligent automation, which will be the most direct and cutting-edge impetus for progress. The automation design and simulation tools will undoubtedly undergo frequent iterations and upgrades. Relying solely on himself, even if he were a titan of steel, would ultimately lead to exhaustion. Indeed, Cheng Xu nodded. This is precisely the first step in retaining talent within the chip industry. He recalled several graduate students he met yesterday. He decided to allow those who chose to leave to do so, but he could not let the promising students from his own university become mere assembly line workers. With their academic achievements, if provided with the right opportunities and training, they could undoubtedly become leading figures in the field of chip design. As the membrane pump system is just beginning, both design and manufacturing are starting from scratch, allowing this initial group the time to learn and the space to grow. This is the spark that could ignite a wildfire. Cheng Xu continued to nod. The next steps would depend on the choices made by Cheng Xu and technology. Meanwhile, as he contemplated Cheng Xu and technology, they were also pondering over him. At this juncture, Cheng Xu and technology was even more anxious than Cheng Xu. Ever since they determined to push forward with Yin Xion's initiative and set the launch date for March, The entire division had not experienced a single day of calm. The situation had escalated to a critical level. After confirming the information brought by Xiao Bo, the entire division was once again thrown into chaos. What do you all think? The information Xiao Bo brought back was laid before everyone. Yang Yin alternated between nodding and shaking his head, lost in thought. Chapter 17. An opportunity that must not be missed at this moment. It is premature to draw conclusions. We will discuss the practical outcomes shortly. Although Xiao Bo was confident, those present had not witnessed such phenomena before. Even though his descriptions were compelling and backed by Professor Panjang's support, some individuals still wore skeptical expressions. Xiao Bo could understand this, for just days prior, he had shared a similar demeanor. Now, he was eager to observe the shifts in their expressions, after all. One cannot revolutionize alone. The theory behind the membrane pump indeed transcends existing understanding. You may assert that the theory is feasible. Indeed, it is feasible, as it is a biological science theory cloaked in a layer of semiconductor principles. Standing here, one can contemplate embodying a living case study. Can one truly declare it unworkable? However, how can one employ industrial methods to fabricate such a creation? Is it truly feasible? Even if it is biomimetic, it still challenges conventional understanding. In my possession lies a fundamental component, designed and manufactured based on a membrane of pump-like substances. Xiao Bo observed the crowd below. Aware that some must be scoffing, what of new theories? Even if a new theory poses no issues, does that inherently render it powerful? He deliberately paused, scanning the expressions around him, before continuing. This is a basic circuit of multi-valued logic. What? What did you say? As Xiao Bo spoke, an expert suddenly stood up, pointing at him. Xiao Bo, please repeat that. Professor Sun, indeed, it is a unit of multi-valued logic, a basic circuit. Xiao Bo also rose, reaching out to steady the slightly breathless Professor Sun, yet nodded resolutely as he replied. Silence. The entire hall fell into a hushed stillness. Aside from Professor Sun's slightly labored breathing, no other sound could be heard. Multi-valued logic is not a novel concept. The high-impedance three-state gate logic circuit operates by controlling the gate circuit's on-off state to produce three output states. When active, the three-state circuit presents a normal output of 0 or 1, while when inactive, it yields a high-impedance output. Furthermore, the new form of multi-valued logic is widely regarded in cutting-edge research as capable of achieving greater storage density. In circuit design, this innovative multi-valued logic can effectively reduce circuit overhead and complexity. In recent years, the realization of computational systems utilizing multi-valued logic has become a focal point of advanced research. Some studies even propose that the significance of multi-valued logic lies in its compatibility with existing computer chip configurations. Moreover, it has the potential to bridge the gap between contemporary computers and quantum computers, heralding a foreseeable milestone. However, the current so-called multi-valued logic remains fundamentally rooted in binary combinations. For instance, enforcing a three-state configuration through a controller essentially results in a combination of two binary states. This not only fails to diminish circuit complexity, but, in fact, exacerbates design challenges. Genuine research into advanced multi-valued logic circuit systems largely remains in a phase of mere rhetoric, accompanied by substantial financial demands. Yet here stands Xiao Bo, boldly presenting an apparatus, claiming it to be a unitary multi-valued logic circuit, and a fundamental one at that. Either he is jesting, or perhaps I have slumbered for decades, oblivious to the evolution of technological advancements in the world. If this is indeed true, Xiao Bo cheerfully inquired, can it resolve our issues? It can, certainly. Without prompting, Yang Yin immediately sprang to his feet. The multi-valued logic circuit system, in terms of training and cultivation, is a given. Many in the industry have long believed that ternary computers represent the theoretically most powerful existence. However, due to market dynamics and the dominance of prevailing narratives, they have yet to fully develop. Multi-valued logic, particularly its third state characterized by fluidity and a tendency toward chaos, indeed excels in addressing intelligent problems. With that said, let us proceed to simulation. The performance of individual components in multi-valued logic has been swiftly established. However, the extent of their impact when applied to an entire system necessitates intricate calculations for confirmation. Both multi-valued logic theory and quantum computing theory are formidable, yet their current applications remain remarkably limited. The pressing concern for Cheng Xu technology is to what extent these powerful theories can be concretely realized and whether they can be immediately implemented. Soon, the foundational performance data parameters of the components were entered into a specially constructed miniature model intended for estimating training efficiency. Given that there are still certain blind spots in the understanding of multi-valued logic, Cheng Xu Technology opted for a conservative approach in parameter settings, aiming to ascertain the lower limits of the model. Ultimately, the value of this lower limit will dictate the decisions made by Cheng Xu Technology. At this moment, a group of individuals gathered around the large display, their eyes fixed on the fluctuating numbers, their heads nodding rhythmically, as if the oscillating lines represented their own electrocardiograms. The tension was palpable. The final outcome would determine whether they could finally escape the relentless overtime that had persisted for months. Not only were they anxious, but Xiao Bo, too, felt a twinge of nervousness. In Huazhou, he had observed the functional validation and performance testing of the multi-valued logic chip. Yet he had never had the opportunity to verify the complete logic within an actual model. Of course, during the journey back on the high-speed train, he had performed calculations in his mind, but the results were so optimistic that he found them difficult to believe, intensifying his current anxiety. Professor Xiao, feeling nervous? I see you're sweating. Turning to see a young colleague from his team, Su Kai, he retorted, you seem rather composed. Haven't you had enough overtime? You're on night shift today. Hey, Bogu, perhaps you're too close to the situation? Look at this line. Apart from the pure computational parameters like integers and floating points being slightly lower, everything else far exceeds our original logic. Not to mention, both the peaks and troughs surpass our previous highs. Su Kai's eyes darted around excitedly. We may have to wait for the specific data, but based on what we see now, a rough estimate suggests at least 3 times the performance. This is the lower limit. It cannot be any lower. What began as a quiet exchange between two soon captured the attention of the entire group as Su Kai's voice grew louder, prompting nods of agreement from those around them. Indeed, the lower limit is guaranteed. At the very least, it will be higher than what we currently have. Yang Yan's excitement was palpable as he declared, wait, just a moment. The initial data is coming in. The group did not have to wait long. The temporary model swiftly provided its final feedback. The data processing capability remained stable, achieving a typical logic processing accuracy of 5 nines. While the accuracy of non-typical logic processing has improved by 68 times compared to our previous model. How much? Upon hearing the final figure, Yang Yin could no longer maintain his composure. He leaned forward, striding boldly to the display. What did you say? Repeat that. 68 times, my friend. This is the original model, untrained. At that time, our initial model's capacity to process atypical logic was nearly non-existent, approaching 0. The figure of 68 is already an extremely conservative estimate, deliberately understated. A collective gasp of astonishment echoed through the room. Initially, they did not perceive the number as exaggerated. It was merely a comparison to the countless training backups of Yinxin. But how long has Yinxin been training? Though processing atypical logic was not the primary focus of chatbot training, it has been honed for a decade. Yet this, barely a simulacrum, lacking even a name, can be compared with Yinxin? Although it pertains to just one aspect, the group exchanged bewildered glances at a loss for words. Meanwhile, Yang Yan's mind was consumed by a singular thought. Opportunity. This was an opportunity that could not be missed. Chapter 18. He who reaches out shall face consequences. Panzheng, come out here. Early the next morning, as dawn broke, the courtyard of Panzheng's home reverberated with the anguished cries of an elderly man. Lao Sun, what on earth has possessed you? Have you lost your senses? Running all the way to Huazhou in the dead of night, just to berate me at dawn? Panzheng was aware that Sun Jintai was coming. He had called late into the night, but what urgent matter could possibly warrant such behavior? Even before he had entered the door, such fury, what had he done to provoke it? After all these years, could he not let it go? Sun Jintai heavily patted Panzheng's shoulder. Our students are now bearing the brunt of it. The past should remain in the past. I'm not urging you to be magnanimous, but rather, let go of that which cannot be changed. We have reached the age of understanding our fate. What do you mean? The more I listen, the more confused I become, Panzheng replied. What past matters are you referring to? As long as it does not concern my wife or children, I can move on from anything else. And you, what you have produced, you would place in the hands of a junior? Just to spite me? Sun Jintai said with grave seriousness. Yesterday, I reflected deeply on this. It is not simple. This could be our opportunity for resurgence. We must not act recklessly. Wait a moment. Panzheng finally grasped the situation. This old fellow had been working on research and enterprise collaboration with Cheng Xu Technology, and now he understood what Sun Jintai was implying. Are you talking about Cheng Xu? You truly have a vivid imagination. What is mine is mine. No one can take it from me, nor will I give it away. What is not mine is not mine. Even if it is handed to me, I will not accept it. You should know me better than that. Moreover, Lao Sun, look at me. Look at this 50-year-old face. We have known each other for 20 years. Do you truly believe I possess such capability? Do I resemble someone of that caliber? Sun Jitai nodded repeatedly, as if recalling something. I had forgotten that point. Indeed, you do not possess such skill. Is it really him? As Sun Jitai entered the room and settled himself, he suddenly sprang to his feet. Cheng Xu, a student in his third year? Take it easy, take it easy. At your age, you shouldn't be straining yourself. Pan Zheng took a sip of water, waved his hand dismissively, and then nodded slowly, responding, yes. A student in his third year. I am managing independently, and it has nothing to do with the school. This is what it means for the younger generation to push the older one aside. That's you and me, both destined to be left behind on the shore. Sun Jitai fixed his gaze on Pan Zheng for a long moment before he finally sat down with a sigh. Now this is troublesome. Isn't this a good thing? Pan Zheng replied with a smile. What troubles you? When the topic of safety arose, both fell silent. There were many matters unknown to others that they understood all too well. As for the old saying about age and cunning, Sun Jitai could easily discern what was mere sensationalism and what possessed genuine talent and capability to disrupt the status quo. Regarding the concept of the heat pump, he had merely heard a few snippets of logic about it yesterday, yet he was certain that it was far from simple. Although he might not possess Pan Zheng's depth of understanding, he too could see that its potential far surpassed its current manifestation. As for the extent of its power, he had no clear concept. Even Pan Zheng, deep down, wasn't entirely certain. However, if it indeed held the potential to revolutionize the industry, it would have to withstand the pressures that such upheaval would entail. There once was a question posed on Jihu. If I were to develop a method that could enhance human genes, ensuring that no diseases would ever afflict humanity, granting lifelong health and longevity, could I win a Nobel Prize? An immediate response followed. No, you would die. Likely by suicide at the hands of those behind you before you ever received the Nobel Prize. In comparison to medicine, the realm of semiconductors was even more sensitive. Pharmaceutical groups were merely driven by economic interests. Should the semiconductor industry be disrupted? The nation across the ocean was already plotting to bind currency to chips in order to maintain its transcendent status. If this were to be undermined midway, the safety of the leader would be unimaginable. You need not concern yourself with that. Leave it to me. I will make the arrangements. Sun Jitai nodded emphatically, having made a certain decision in his mind. All right, Pan Zheng acknowledged with a nod. If Sun Jitai truly intended to take charge of this matter, he certainly could. At least domestically, without issue. However, violence was but one aspect. What about the internal dynamics? Pan Zheng shook his head, still somewhat apprehensive. They dare. Sun Jitai exclaimed with fervor. I won't concern myself with anything else, but for this, whoever reaches out, I shall bite. If it takes everything I have, I will bring them down, even if they're the kings themselves. In my youth, I fought for fame and fortune, conceding what I could. I didn't mind. Now, these individuals have achieved success and possess everything, yet they still wish to reach out? For their descendants? For their apprentices? They can all go far away. I have forgotten the past completely. But should someone truly overstep, I would rather ruin my reputation than not ensure their demise. Like attracts like. And Pan Zheng and Sun Jitai are of the same ilk, having formed an inseparable bond in their youth. During those times, they were diligent and unassuming, regarded by others as quintessentially naive. Yet now, these two individuals, collectively over a century old, have once again united for the sake of a young man. This time, however, things are markedly different. Anyone who dares to reach out for anything from Cheng Xu must be prepared to confront two formidable characters. Now, tell me about Cheng Xu. One remarked. After addressing the pertinent matters, the two began to engage in casual conversation, naturally gravitating towards the topic of Cheng Xu. Pan Zheng, having known Cheng Xu for only a short while and possessing limited knowledge about him, spoke with such conviction that it seemed as though he had raised Cheng Xu since childhood. Sun Jitai listened with amusement, perhaps thinking that these two old men were experiencing a delightful second spring of sorts. I must take my leave, Sun Jitai finally declared. The two had conversed for quite some time, yet both felt a lingering desire to continue. It wasn't until noon that Sun Jitai decided to return. He had come in haste and was now departing even more rapidly, having arrived in the morning without even partaking in lunch. Surely, after coming all this way, you won't even see Cheng Xu? Pan Zheng also rose. What difference does it make? Even if I meet him, he won't become my son. Perhaps it's best not to see him after all. Sun Jitai nodded in agreement. All right, I must return to make arrangements immediately. You will oversee this matter with Qian Sun. After all, business always prioritizes profit. We must seize the opportunity. Rest assured. Chapter 19. Confirmation of cooperation in the 2041 laboratory at the very moment Sun Jitai arrived at Pan Zheng's location. Qian Sun Technology was swiftly gathering personnel and finalizing their plans and proposals. A team of over 30 individuals from various departments, including technology, legal affairs, and business, set off early in the morning, only a few hours behind Sun Jintai, who had traveled overnight. Unlike the previous occasion when only Xiaobo had come, this time Cheng Technology made considerable efforts. Upon their arrival, Sun Jintai had just departed, and they were greeted by Professor Pan Zheng, who now assumed the role of Cheng Xu's representative, one that he undertook without compensation. Without unnecessary preamble, being old friends, Pan Zheng expressed his position directly. The conditions I previously discussed with Mr. Xiaobo remain unchanged. At that time, Pan Zheng's demands had appeared exceedingly excessive, with the crux of the matter being that the initial factory investment was to be borne by Cheng Xu Technology, not as an investment, but as an advance payment for chips. Naturally, Cheng Xu Technology was less than enthusiastic, pondering how to navigate this situation. Their ideal scenario involved investing in the project, with the big boss willing to allocate any amount as long as they could secure a foothold. Money was not the issue, as long as they received a fair share. The business team at Cheng Xu Technology was thus driven to devise countless ideas and actionable plans. Pan Zheng was not adept at negotiations, after all. What could a researcher possibly know about such matters? However, he excelled in the art of silence. Regardless of what the other party uttered, he maintained a serene smile, nodding occasionally as if in complete agreement and support. Yet, when pivotal issues arose, he would deftly avoid engagement, continuing to smile while remaining utterly mute. Once he chose to speak, he would effortlessly steer the conversation towards his realm of expertise and technology, launching into a lecture as if in a classroom. The business team, lacking technical knowledge, felt compelled to listen attentively, unable to interrupt, and were instantly transported back to the dread they experienced as humanities students grappling with advanced mathematics and fundamental physics. The thought of negotiation was far from their minds. Just as they managed to shift the topic to investments, Pan Zheng would divert the discussion again, initiating yet another cycle of his monologue. By the end of the afternoon, the business team was nearing a breaking point. In contrast, Yang Yin seemed to relish the discourse, appearing to gain substantial insights. At that moment, the nuances of Pan Zheng's relational dynamics became strikingly evident. Concepts like Baidu Qianxuan and consultant roles were swiftly cast aside. In his heart, Cheng Xu now held a firm second place, surpassed only by his wife, with even his cherished daughter taking a backseat. Cheng Xu's affairs had become his own concern, and he was driven to engage wholeheartedly, even if it meant working without immediate reward. The two parties had spent an entire afternoon in fervent yet amicable discussion, exchanging profound insights, yet failing to reach any consensus. This was untenable. Once the meeting concluded, Yang Yin grew anxious. His objectives and expectations were starkly misaligned with those of the business team, to the point of being fundamentally different. The business team sought to invest, while he was focused on swiftly resolving Yin Xian's issues. Whether or not investment was made bore no significance to him. However, the time wasted was his Achilles heel, something he could ill afford. If an agreement could be reached promptly, he would cooperate, but the current situation rendered that possibility bleak. Should they become ensnared in a protracted stalemate, the business investment would merely result in another failed negotiation experience, leaving him at a disadvantage. Yang Yin promptly reached out to the higher-ups regarding the situation. Can this truly resolve our current issues? Can it swiftly address our pressing concerns? The boss's inquiries were direct. Absolutely. Yang Yin responded without hesitation. Do we have any other viable alternatives? None, came the reply. Then what is there left to discuss? Indeed, every negotiation requires a foundation. Mutual give and take is essential. When one is compelled to rely on others, they can only listen and hope to negotiate some semblance of benefit. Expecting to secure what eludes you in competition at the negotiation table is nothing short of a pipe dream. While the ideal outcome would be to secure investment shares, it was evident that the other party lacked the inclination to do so. With no alternatives at his disposal, persisting in the conversation would only serve to irritate. It would be far more prudent to conclude the discussion gracefully, leaving a favorable impression that might pave the way for better collaboration in the future. Upon the directive of the esteemed leader, the subsequent proceedings became rather straightforward. Both parties, enamored and inclined towards collaboration, swiftly solidified their partnership upon their initial encounter the following day. Although certain particulars necessitate further deliberation and communication regarding requirements, the overarching framework of collaboration has been established, culminating in the signing of a memorandum of understanding recognized by both parties and possessing legal validity. As for the formal contract, it awaits confirmation of the legal entity from Cheng Xu's side before it can be officially executed. A laboratory is to be registered, named the 2041 Laboratory, with the principal title being Huazhou 2041 Laboratory. Henceforth, All research and developmental achievements will belong to this institution. In the contemporary landscape, financial, securities, banking, and even certain governmental functions operate under the organization of corporate entities. Establishing a laboratory to manage research and developmental outcomes has become a prevalent choice for numerous enterprises and individuals. This endeavor is something Cheng Xu had contemplated and strategized long ago. As for the name, 2041, branded as the 2041 Laboratory, remains a secret not to be divulged to outsiders. When this topic arose, Professor Pan Zheng did not dwell on the naming issue, affirming that it constitutes a viable operational approach. He articulated his perspective: all achievements will be attributed to the laboratory. Furthermore, the realization of future outcomes could lead to the establishment of a company, with the laboratory granting authorization for collaboration with various partners, thereby ensuring the laboratory's complete independence and clarity of rights and responsibilities. Cheng Xu elaborated on his vision. For instance, in forthcoming endeavors, he would provide only the technical framework and limited support, allowing for collaborative pursuits under corporate entity responsibilities while maintaining control over core elements. Are you prepared to proceed? Professor Pan Zheng inquired, only to realize his folly as the words escaped him. The chip system had undergone a complete transformation, rendering new design automation tools indispensable and undoubtedly paramount. The current state of the pump system was still quite nascent, lacking substantial advancement. There was no immediate need for excessively powerful automation tools. The priority was to achieve breakthroughs from 0 to 1, from non-existence to existence. As the pump chip technology progressed, the tools would gradually evolve. After all, Rome was not built in a day. This endeavor must ultimately be governed by us, and Cheng Xu held great confidence in this assertion. Excellent. Inspired by Cheng Xu's fervor, Pan Zheng too felt invigorated. Go ahead and pursue your ambitions. I shall be here to support you. Chapter 20. Safety is assured. After an extensive discussion with Professor Pan Zheng, traversing topics from research to outcomes, from results to human relationships, and from interpersonal dynamics to global affairs, the two conversed like old friends with no secrets between them. Pan Zheng subtly advised Cheng Xu to be vigilant in safeguarding himself, not merely in terms of protecting his achievements, but in the literal sense of ensuring his personal safety. Surely, I cannot be struck by 4 dump trucks simultaneously while crossing the intersection, can I? Cheng Xu retorted, seemingly in jest. It would not come to that, Pan Zheng replied, sensing Cheng Xu's understanding and easing his concerns. In our country, safety remains assured. Cheng Xu reflected on the current state of affairs, acknowledging that the circumstances of the year 2041 would be markedly different. By then, autonomous driving would have become ubiquitous, relegating the role of the driver to merely managing unforeseen events. While others might be oblivious, Cheng Xu was acutely aware of the vulnerabilities inherent in autonomous driving technology. Should malevolent individuals wish to exploit it, the task would be alarmingly simple, particularly for automotive manufacturers, chip suppliers, and system providers. At present, achieving a scenario of intentional collision would require 4 individuals, not to mention the precision needed for simultaneous impact. Even if they could coordinate such an act, they would first have to locate these 4 individuals. How would they do that? Would they resort to hiring someone? Such a notion seems implausible, especially in the vast expanse of China, an unthinkable endeavor. In contrast, tampering with the data and programming of autonomous driving systems is undoubtedly far easier, especially when those systems and foundational operating software are under the purview of the manufacturers. This underscores the imperative of autonomy in such technologies. Safeguarding safety stands as the most compelling and essential rationale. Cheng Xu recalled the philosophy of buying is preferable to manufacturing, and renting is preferable to buying. He felt a profound sense of urgency as he reflected on certain companies that had introduced this concept. Their negligence had undeniably hindered the domestic chip industry from advancing more swiftly. Now, this formidable responsibility rested squarely on his shoulders, and the weight of pressure was immense. Fortunately, he was not alone in this endeavor. Casting a glance at Professor Pan Zheng, Cheng Xu felt a wave of gratitude. Having an elder in one's life is akin to possessing a treasure. Their conversations, reminiscent of longtime friends, were rich with invaluable experience. Cheng Xu's own journey had been rather conventional, pursuing a master's and doctorate before remaining at the university to continue his research, a path marked by the ordinary. While he had penned numerous papers, the tangible outcomes had been scarce, often thwarted by unforeseen circumstances. In comparison to Professor Pan, who had weathered numerous storms and tasted the myriad flavors of life, Cheng Xu felt decidedly lacking. Feel free to come and chat with me more often, Professor Pan encouraged, his demeanor warm. Though I may not be of much assistance with your research and direction, my experiences might offer you some insights. Cheng Xu nodded in agreement. Foregoing a verbal expression of gratitude, it seemed they had truly become friends. You can count on me to trouble you more often. Trouble? Nonsense. Professor Pan retorted, feigning displeasure. Aside from supervising a few projects and students, I have little else to occupy my time. If you don't visit frequently, I'll be quite disappointed. Their lively exchange continued until, unbeknownst to them, the evening had grown late. Cheng Xu found himself glancing towards the kitchen, a habit that had formed, almost as if it were his own home. What are you staring at? Stop looking. There's no food today. Professor Pan replied, a hint of annoyance in his voice. Your sister-in-law is not at home. The reference to Fang Yalong had shifted from teacher's wife to sister-in-law, yet Cheng Xu had always referred to her as auntie. Haha. So if Annie is away, you want to eat? He jested. Oh, please. Today we're ordering takeout. Unless you think you can cook? Professor Pan feigned innocence. What is wrong with not knowing how to cook? These hands are meant for research. Originally, Professor Pan Zheng merely intended to provoke Cheng Xu a bit to alleviate his own embarrassment. He assumed Cheng Xu, being a researcher, would be equally inept in the kitchen. Who would expect him to cook? Instant noodles would be more his style. However, to his astonishment, observing Cheng Xu skillfully wielding a knife to prepare fish in the kitchen, he found himself unable to keep pace with Cheng Xu's deft movements. Having lived alone for years, Cheng Xu had cultivated this hobby amidst his research pursuits. After more than a decade, it was only natural that he'd become quite proficient. As expected, when the 4 dishes and a soup were served, they undeniably captivated Professor Pan Zheng's palate. You young man, quite impressive. From now on, whenever your sister-in-law is away, the cooking will be your responsibility, he remarked, somewhat incredulously. So, I'm to be the chef now? Cheng Xu retorted, momentarily speechless. You could just hire a cooking aunt, you know. Yet, he understood the difficulties. Researchers often have sensitive materials at home, necessitating caution when inviting others in. Ironically, if he were to pursue a culinary career, he certainly wouldn't starve. While enthusiastically devouring his meal, Pan Zheng continued, which was perhaps the highest praise he could bestow upon a cook. Having discussed and established an overarching foundational plan with Professor Pan Zheng the previous day, Cheng Xu promptly set out to implement it the following morning. His first step was to register a non-corporate legal entity for the 2041 laboratory. In this age of deep-rooted digitalization, registering institutions or enterprises has become significantly more convenient than in years past. Name verification, authentication, and registration can all be completed from the comfort of one's home through mobile business services. Once approved, one can simply confirm on-site to receive the license. The Huazhou administration even promised a completion time of 48 hours, making it exceedingly convenient. As for the registered capital, the threshold had been lowered remarkably. 1 yuan would suffice. Cheng Xu opted for a registered capital of 1 million yuan, adhering to conventional standards without being overly distinctive. Promised a turnaround in 48 hours. Cheng Xu actually received the license within just 1 working day. With everything in order, the formal collaboration contract with Cheng Xu Technology was swiftly signed. Having reached complete agreement from both parties, the pressing question of how to address Yanqing now stood before Cheng Xu and Cheng Xu Technology as the most critical issue. With less than a month remaining until the original launch date of March 16th, it became clear that Cheng Xu's final solution could not be completed by then. A fact both parties had acknowledged early on. Thus, managing this dilemma became quite tricky. In response to Xiaobo's inquiry, Cheng Xu confidently stated, the quickest and most effective way to resolve issues is through practical engagement. Furthermore, was Cheng Xu Technology merely concerned about these problems? Cheng Xu continued his analysis. What they truly fear is the prolonged inability to resolve issues once they are exposed, correct? Since we now have the means to address these concerns, even if initial problems arise, it could be a case of to raise first before suppressing, potentially leading to unexpected gains. Indeed. Xiaobo had no doubts about Cheng Xu's capability to solve the Yanqing issue. Moreover, the intricacies of the problem were deeply entrenched, making it nearly impossible for anyone to exploit it immediately upon launch, thus allowing for a time buffer. Then let us proceed as planned. Oh, do you have any other plans? As soon as he spoke, Cheng Xu wore a somewhat enigmatic smile, prompting Xiaobo to suspect he had ulterior motives. If you have something to say, just be direct. You mustn't keep it from me. In Chapter 21, titled Possibilities of the Future, Cheng Xu chuckled. How could I possibly deceive you? It's not as if I can command you not to go online and expect you to comply. The design of the chip production scheme is a streamlined endeavor, complemented by the development of automation tools and the construction of factories. Our first batch of chips will take at least 3 to 6 months to roll off the production line, and that timeline is already non-negotiable. Following this, we will need to conduct specialized corrective training for Yen Xin. Are you willing to wait? Cheng Xu Technology certainly does not wish to wait, not even for a day. Since the integration of its model, Microsoft's Bing search engine has seen its daily active users surpass 100 million within just a month. Among these users, more than a third engage with the developed features daily. Furthermore, due to this integration, the mobile usage rate of Bing has also increased. The competition is fierce. Moreover, the mobile sector remains a perpetual pain point for Cheng Xu technology. On desktop computers, Cheng Xu search commands over two-thirds of the market share, undeniably the industry leader. However, the current internet landscape has rendered mobile platforms the primary entry point for traffic. In 2022, over 57% of global internet access originated from mobile phones and tablets, far exceeding desktop computers. Cheng Xu's standing in the mobile internet domain has fallen below that of Tencent, ByteDance, and Kuaishou, relegating it to fourth place. Even when considering overall market share, Cheng Xu Technology's valuation has plummeted from a leading position to the bottom tier, having been surpassed by ByteDance 2 years earlier. In this context, Cheng Xu Technology has fallen behind. The formidable rise of Bing, coupled with the pressing need to break through in the mobile internet space, leaves Cheng Xu with no option but to reject any further delays for Xin. This is an inevitable and reluctant choice thrust upon them by their competitors. Although Cheng Xu Technology has no alternatives, Xiaobo remains convinced that Cheng Xu harbors other intentions. Despite their brief acquaintance, Xiaobo knows that Cheng Xu is a person with a myriad of considerations. Engaging in conversation with him requires asking multiple questions, as he would never intentionally mislead you. However, if you do not inquire, he may presume you possess the same level of insight, believing you have grasped everything already. Do you have other plans? Share them with me. I am certainly on your side. Xiaobo extended 2 fingers, pointing to his head. Do you think we currently place enough emphasis on artificial intelligence? Cheng Xu refrained from directly disclosing his intentions and posed another question. Alternatively, let me ask you this. To what extent do you believe artificial intelligence will intervene in and influence our lives in the future? Xiaobo paused, reflecting on the comprehensive assessments and reports conducted internally at Cheng Xu regarding the future impact of artificial intelligence on search engines and the internet industry, which they view as a new opportunity and trend. As for the extent to which it will intervene and affect human lives, at this moment, that question feels overwhelmingly vast. How popular it is, Cheng Xu remarked with a smile. So much so that many are beginning to worry whether this phenomenon might eventually supplant their jobs. Do you think artificial intelligence could replace certain professions in the future? Xiaobo chuckled, having indeed encountered numerous discussions on the topic. For instance, when it comes to painting, some creations appear to surpass the work of skilled artists. In writing, AI sometimes produces remarkably coherent pieces that closely resemble genuine articles. Autonomous driving has already reached level 4. And even rail transit trains are capable of complete automation. Various automated tools have found extensive applications across agriculture, industry, logistics, and numerous other sectors. AI can even write code based on the requirements of product managers, often producing satisfactory results that merely require minor adjustments to run effectively. So if AI continues to evolve, becoming increasingly adept and versatile, could it indeed replace the roles of artists, writers, and programmers? Given sufficient time and advancements, it seems plausible. Initially, Xiaobo was skeptical about the notion of AI replacing human jobs, believing that such a scenario was far beyond the horizon. However, with Cheng Xu's emergence and the introduction of bio-inspired pump chips, he felt a flicker of uncertainty. Cheng Xu, exhibiting a clear engineer's mindset, shook his head. If you approach this from philosophical and economic perspectives, you'll realize it's improbable. Philosophy? Economics? Xiaobo was puzzled. Indeed, Cheng Xu elaborated, in my understanding, machines, regardless of their sophistication, will never be capable of performing creative tasks. What we currently possess is merely advanced statistical analysis tools built on vast datasets. This is a technical analysis, and while some may accept it, others might question the potential for machines to engage in creative endeavors in the future. True. But what if they could? Cheng Xu posed a thought-provoking scenario. Imagine a future where we consider the most extreme possibility. Machines have become omnipotent. In such a scenario, industrial production would require no human involvement, leading to widespread unemployment. Agriculture, transportation, software development, sales, all sectors would be entirely automated, leaving humanity without income. What would ensue? Xiaobo's instinctive response was, the state would never permit such a situation. Even if the government were to allow it, who would purchase the products manufactured in factories? Who would utilize the software developed by tech companies? At that point, would the goods produced and software created hold any value? Cheng Xu smiled. Regardless of governmental intervention or approval, society will not evolve to such an extent. Remember this, only human labor possesses intrinsic value. Any product devoid of human involvement is inherently valueless. Xiaobo's mind was a bit muddled. What is that about? Haven't you studied Marxist philosophy or economics in university? Cheng Xu chuckled. Value is encapsulated in commodities as the undifferentiated general human labor, both mental and physical exertion, without human participation. Where does value originate? I don't understand. Xiaobo shook his head, indicating his bewilderment at Cheng Xu's discourse on philosophy and economics, subjects he found utterly perplexing. Cheng Xu's words seemed to transcend Xiaobo's understanding, bordering on the realm of the incomprehensible. Tell me, he pondered, if one were to attain an omnipotent state, what would society metamorphose into? What would occur if absolute power were to manifest? If such a conundrum eludes one's grasp, one might glean insights from history. Drawing parallels with the past, Cheng Xu remarked, in ancient times, sustenance was derived primarily from agriculture. The sun would rise, prompting labor, and set, marking rest, as individuals cultivated the land to sustain themselves. During this epoch, one might envision a future where an invention enables a single individual to cultivate vast expanses of land, rendering human labor obsolete. Would we then face starvation? Xiaobo uttered a soft ah, as if a flicker of understanding illuminated his mind, though clarity remained elusive. What is that supposed to mean? Cheng Xu chuckled. Are we starting now? Chapter 22. It exists to serve you, not to replace you thus. Tools, at their essence, are merely tools, confined to that role. Cheng Xu concluded. Regardless of how powerful they may become, their intrinsic purpose is to serve humanity, not to supplant it. Even if they temporarily displace certain opportunities, they will invariably yield greater choices in the future. The crux of the matter lies in how we can harness them effectively to maximize their potential. After a prolonged contemplation, Xiaobo nodded emphatically. He finally grasped the essence of Cheng Xu's elaborate exposition. Although he was a student of the sciences and had always engaged in related endeavors, he recognized that every technological advancement signifies profound implications. From the Paleolithic to the Neolithic, through the Bronze and Iron Ages, culminating in the mechanized and information eras. Each transformation in production tools has precipitated a dramatic surge in productivity. Even a science student, who might have forgotten all notions of history and philosophy, would find the phrase productive forces determine production relations familiar. Historically, every enhancement in productivity has heralded significant societal transformations, and the current era is poised to become a pivotal chapter in the annals of history. Have we afforded due consideration to the advent of artificial intelligence? Reflecting on Cheng Xu's initial query, Xiaobo couldn't help but muse. Is artificial intelligence already traversing this historical trajectory? Not yet, but it is imminent, Cheng Xu affirmed. From its inception, we have witnessed its evolution from mere toys to practical tools. Presently, many individuals are leveraging it to augment their work, such as in the efficient gathering of information, which far surpasses the efficacy of traditional search engines. Even in academic writing, it exhibits a semblance of coherence. From the introductory paragraph to the structure, from arguments to evidence, and from data to citations, despite the fact that the information and conclusions can often be entirely fabricated. Imagine, however, a future where this technology has been further enhanced. During the course of your research, you grant it full access to all your operational processes and experimental data. It can retrieve all necessary information, allowing you to focus solely on your research. Once your study is complete, it possesses all the data, conducts all the analyses, and even produces the final paper, as the data originates from your research and experimental outcomes. This would constitute a genuine scholarly article. Your sole responsibility would be to engage in creative endeavors, while it efficiently handles statistical analyses, computations, inductions, and organization, proving itself to be a far superior assistant than any human counterpart. Moreover, due to its formidable capacity for processing and retrieving information, it can swiftly identify any discrepancies in your research direction or data biases, often even before you do, significantly enhancing the efficiency and quality of scientific inquiry. Yet, can I truly entrust foreign software with such sensitive data? Cheng Xu's inner turmoil surfaced. Let alone your advanced technology, I wouldn't dare to grant it such data access. If I feel this way, how much more cautious would governmental entities, sensitive industries, or competitors be? No one would risk sharing their research with adversaries, would they? Xiaobo opened his mouth as if to speak, yet ultimately remained silent. He comprehended Cheng Xu's apprehension. If it is deemed too risky to utilize, then perhaps it should not be employed at all. Presently, its capabilities are limited to assisting and enhancing work and research efficiency, which does not pose a significant threat. If it is not used now, it is not a dire loss. I could simply hire 2 more assistants to fulfill these tasks. However, as it continues to evolve through training and development, its potential will undoubtedly extend beyond mere assistance. According to limited information, numerous cutting-edge fields such as lithography, aerospace, advanced manufacturing, and biotechnology are striving to leverage intelligent methodologies for new breakthroughs, even pushing the boundaries of current limitations. What will we do when these research efforts yield results and become tangible? Will we still deny access and refuse to engage? When other nations possess advanced production tools while we remain outside, what fate awaits us? Our experiences in modern history serve as a stark warning. Upon this realization, Xiaobo felt a shiver run through him. Indeed, we have not given this matter the attention it deserves. Technology-related issues should be addressed through market research. I refuse to believe we will fall behind. Cheng Xu, however, contemplated the potential societal, policy, and legal challenges that would inevitably arise. Most critically, the delineation of data security boundaries remains unresolved. Even if our technology is robust, I am hesitant to utilize it due to concerns regarding data ownership, access rights, anonymization, and security. We currently lack the necessary awareness. While some researchers and technicians may recognize these issues, they are not responsible for shaping policies and laws. Even if someone raises these concerns, implementation will be sluggish. It often takes a trailblazer to navigate the minefield. And only when significant issues arise will policy and legal frameworks adapt swiftly. As he spoke, Cheng Xu shook his head to signal Xiaobo, saying, to be honest, your concerns at Yinshin are mere trifles compared to this minefield. They are relatively easy to resolve. Trust me, Cheng Xu in technology, as a pioneer, will be recorded in the annals of history. Alternatively, you may choose not to launch and await my venture into this minefield. Why hesitate? Xiaobo comprehended Cheng Xu's message. Although Cheng Xu in technology had not considered such far-reaching implications, they understood the adage that opportunity and risk coexist. Having made this choice, they were prepared to bear the burdens of risk. We shall be the vanguards, never martyrs, Xiaobo declared with unwavering confidence. Very well, this is your decision. Ponder it well. I have made everything clear, so do not accuse me of failing to give prior warning. Cheng Xu smiled and added, by the way, pay attention to the progress at the factory. I have listed all the requirements and specifications for the various equipment. I will need them within a month. Understood. Arrangements are already in place. Cheng Xu in technology is far more eager about the timeline than you realize, so there is no need for you to urge us. Xiaobo felt a wave of exasperation. He had initially intended to act as the liaison for requirements, yet now he felt as though he had become Cheng Xu's assistant. The irony was that he found himself willingly embracing this role, even harboring a faint sense of joy. As he left Cheng Xu's presence, he pondered, will I one day become his subordinate? It seems like a rather appealing choice. Chapter 23, Design and Manufacturing following the confirmation of their collaboration. Cheng Xu immersed himself in his drawing endeavors within the study of his villa for several consecutive days. He was engaged in the intricate task of value assessment for a microprocessor composed of over 30,000 fundamental components. While this number may seem modest, the absence of automated tools rendered it an immense workload. Although the drawing itself was relatively straightforward and could be completed swiftly, the validation of the module's functionality posed a significant challenge, especially as the documents grew in size and the logic became increasingly complex. Relying solely on one's eyes and mind for logical verification was no small feat. The design work had indeed been completed early. Yet the relentless cycle of review and validation was wearing on Cheng Xu, continually draining his energy and time. Enough is enough. Finally, fortune smiled upon him. This round of validation revealed no logical errors. Seizing the moment, Cheng Xu decided to take a break. Though he knew this was not the end, at least 2 more rounds of verification were necessary, as human calculations inevitably entail various errors. The causes of such errors are manifold. One might misread or overlook details, and even if one's thoughts are correct, mislabeling could occur, illustrating the greatest disadvantage of humans compared to computers. Yet, Cheng Xu remained unfazed. Ultimately, design serves production, and I must ensure the establishment of the production system. It is better to address this at that time. Tackling the task collectively. Indeed, production is far more challenging than design. For instance, HiSilicon took a decade to develop smartphone chips from scratch to a leading level, once rendering Qualcomm bewildered. Yet, during the same span, no domestic enterprise has emerged capable of achieving high-end chip production. The fundamental reason lies in the fact that the level of design is contingent upon human advancement. As individuals elevate their capabilities, the quality of design can swiftly progress. However, manufacturing presents a different scenario, particularly in the realm of high-precision production. Each incremental step forward is reliant on the enhancement of the entire industrial system. This enhancement is a gradual process that necessitates the support of various foundational industries, and it is not merely a matter of having manpower. Currently, Cheng Xu aspires to synchronize these two processes, design and manufacturing, initiating them concurrently as part of a novel chip system. Beyond this, he finds himself with no alternative. Clearly, this requires a coordinated approach to design and development, with automation tools integral throughout the chip design and production processes. What Cheng Xu finds most lacking at this juncture is personnel. The need for skilled individuals is paramount, whether for tool development or the subsequent research at the 2041 laboratory, which demands a substantial number of highly qualified talents. In regard to human resources, after meeting several graduate students on the cusp of graduation, Cheng Xu had a relevant discussion with Professor Pan Zheng, focusing primarily on recent graduates from their institution. These individuals possess commendable capabilities. Their work experience as graduate students often transcends the notion of them being mere students, as they are, to some extent, already contributing to their advisor's endeavors. If paired with a strong leader, their growth would be remarkably swift, enabling them to shoulder significant responsibilities in no time. The university's recruitment and employment office is naturally supportive, providing considerable assistance. At this moment, the school's official website prominently displays a large banner, ardently promoting the recruitment for the 2041 laboratory. Employer, 2041 laboratory. Job focus, research and development of electronic design automation tools and chip design. Personnel requirements, Master S degree candidates graduating in June from 6 disciplines, information and communication engineering, electronic science and engineering, computer science and engineering, information and software engineering, life science and technology, and integrated circuit science and engineering, or exceptional undergraduate juniors and seniors. Application method, contact Professor Pan Zheng at the Microelectronics Laboratory via email. Could undergraduates suffice? Upon the appointed interview time, within the laboratory, Professor Pan Zheng and Cheng Xu deliberated over candidate selections. Originally, Professor Pan had suggested assembling a robust team by selecting willing graduate students and inviting some postdoctoral researchers from the university, without considering the inclusion of undergraduates. However, Cheng Xu articulated his perspective. The foundational theories are predominantly acquired at the undergraduate level, and the design and manufacturing systems for the heat pump chip are entirely distinct from those of semiconductor chips. The deeper one delves into research, the more convoluted the understanding can become. Conversely, undergraduates who have only grasped the theoretical and foundational aspects might more readily comprehend our system due to their lack of work experience. Professor Pan Zheng nodded in agreement. Indeed, if not for my constant reminders to remain attentive, I would have inadvertently veered towards semiconductor considerations while examining your illustrations. Indeed, the nature of thought has reached this point. Although I comprehend the situation, deep down, it feels contrary to common sense. As one grows older, it becomes increasingly challenging to navigate the shift. However, might the topic you have prepared be slightly beyond the scope? After contemplating for a while, Professor Pan seemed to grasp that Cheng Xu had devised a question utilizing multi-valued logic modules to achieve a complete and functional application, seemingly related to value assessment. He slowly remarked, "Allow me to remind you, do not select individuals based on your own standards, or you may find it impossible to choose anyone at all." Cheng Xu chuckled, "Not to that extent. Multi-valued logic is indeed more complex for professionals accustomed to binary chip design. Conversely, for undergraduates, their thought processes have yet to solidify to that extent, rendering it somewhat simpler for them." Professor Pan curled his lip, ultimately refraining from further comments. Though inwardly he mused, "I wonder what standard you, my child, consider to be simple. Your logic has me slightly bewildered." He removed his glasses, rubbed his eyes, and turned to Cheng Xu, saying, "It is evident that you have employed multi-valued logic to realize a complete function. However, I find myself slightly confused about how many values your multi-valued logic actually comprises. It seems each instance varies significantly." Cheng Xu laughed, acknowledging that Professor Pan had understood. Yet his thinking remained somewhat confined to his past experiences. The differences arise from varying bases. As for how many values multi-valued logic encompasses, that depends on the logical requirements. Professor Pan nodded, recognizing the validity of this perspective from a design standpoint. Nevertheless, after a lifetime dedicated to microelectronics research, it is indeed challenging to completely overturn the limitations imposed by fixed bases, an ingrained notion established over decades of experience. Even with deliberate reminders, there remains an element of awkwardness. This is a component of indeterminate bases, Cheng Xu elucidated. Much like humans, we routinely count in decimal, yet when telling time, we use a base of 1000, 60, or 12. When it is approaching 8:50, we need not even reach 59. Instinctively, we know that 9 o'clock is imminent. For us, it is not solely a decimal system. The base of 60 for time is etched into our very being. Additionally, regarding dates, the rhyme 1, 3, 5, 7, 8, and 31 never miss is memorized by elementary students. Is this not also a form of non-standard base? The pump system is beginning to possess such base determination capabilities, where the identification of bases is fundamental to the realization of indeterminate bases. Professor Pan slightly nodded, affirming that this assertion holds merit. However, I recall that the first time you approached me, you brought a basket of items. Professor Pan meticulously reflected on that moment. Recalling the truth tables that were verified, those were components of binary logic, such as basic and, or, and not gates, were they not? Indeed, it is all binary. If it requires binary, then it shall be. After all, you did not know me back then. If something extraordinary were to emerge, I fear you might wield a broom and banish me. Cheng Xu jested with a cheerful laugh. If that were truly the case, would I actually use a broom to expel you? That's quite hard to say. I vividly recall witnessing an incredibly soft material at that time. A novel system that fully realized all the fundamental components of a logic gate, and I found myself momentarily at a loss, particularly later when I discovered that this was, in fact, a biomimetic approach, imitating the cellular information transmission process. I was nearly taken aback, almost doubting whether I might be a product of bioengineering myself. Had Cheng Xu shared this information with me back then, I might have struggled to accept it, fearing I would think him mad and thus cast him out. It seems that through these days of refinement, my capacity for acceptance has indeed grown. I can now calmly embrace such concepts. Though I harbored these thoughts, I could not voice them. Professor Pan Zheng, feigning anger, retorted, "Nonsense. Do you think my judgment is so poor? Such advanced technology, I would certainly recognize it. Even if you had presented it back then, I would have only supported you further." Cheng Xu nodded repeatedly, feigning belief. Yet the true thoughts in his heart remained known only to himself. But how does one achieve this? If it necessitates binary logic, it shall be so. According to Pan Zheng's logical reasoning, while he could force himself to remember this logic, it was indeed challenging to accept it wholeheartedly. To be precise, the logic chip of the is a binary +1 logical form, where the two forms resemble the high and low states of semiconductors, essentially embodying the logic of 0 and 1. Thus, it can accomplish all the logic that semiconductors can achieve, dismissing the third form as merely a matter of efficiency. The third form embodies chaotic, uncertain logic, serving as the foundational basis for non-integer logic, with the most critical issue being the accurate determination of carries. Pan Zheng shook his head. He could retain what Cheng Xu had articulated, as his memory was fairly competent. He could even convince himself that this was correct, utilizing it in design. Yet ingrained thought patterns are difficult to alter fundamentally. He sighed, recognizing, "I seem to be out of my depth. The intelligence now rests upon you. And I wonder if the individuals you have gathered will meet your demands today." "They certainly will," Cheng Xu asserted confidently. "Well, the time is nearly upon us. Let us depart." The 2041 laboratory, a newly established facility at the school, led by Professor Pan Zheng. Chip design is hardly a novel endeavor, is it? Our current shortcomings do not stem from theoretical research, but rather from practical manufacturing. Yes, and practical manufacturing pertains to industrial systems, does it not? Establishing a laboratory seems of little utility. It would be more beneficial to vigorously develop foundational industries. However, that is a task for the state. We, as an institution of higher learning, lack such comprehensive capabilities. What are you all doing here? Zhao He could no longer tolerate the lofty discussions of those nearby, who seemed disdainful of the laboratory. After heeding Cheng Xu's suggestion to apply for an interview, he found himself seated in this room. Unable to remain silent, "If you're not interested, you may leave. Do not mislead others with your self-righteousness." "Brother, that's not quite right," someone interjected mysteriously. "I've heard that Professor Pan Zheng places great importance on this laboratory. Anyone fortunate enough to gain entry will certainly be accepted for graduate recommendations. That's how it works in our school. If a professor wants you, your graduate prospects are secured." "What nonsense," Zhao He muttered under his breath. He was acutely aware of the laboratory's true nature. He understood it far better than they did. Not only was Professor Pan Zheng not affiliated with the school, but his roommates' claims about him were also mere fabrications, akin to using the hide of a tiger to assert dominance. Glancing at these misguided individuals, Zhao He thought to himself, "Graduate recommendations? I hope you won't be too disappointed soon." In truth, Zhao He was still grappling with a sense of disbelief. How had Cheng Xu suddenly become so remarkable? Although Cheng was always exceptional, there had been a limit to his prowess. He was indeed superior to Zhao He, but only marginally so. At least Zhao He felt he could grasp and see the hope of catching up. Yet, the once light-hearted classroom discussions about the bio-inspired sodium-potassium pump chip had now become a tangible reality. Ever since he learned of this development, Zhao He had spent countless sleepless nights pondering. How could this be realized? Was it through cell cultivation? To that end, He had meticulously compiled nearly all relevant information on the sodium-potassium pump, poring over it repeatedly, yet still found no clarity. Was the gap between them truly insurmountable? Zhao He was not one to back down easily. Despite narrowly losing out to Cheng Xu in their competitions, the difference between them had never been significant. Cheng's endeavors, with a little guidance, he could always comprehend, even if he wasn't guaranteed to replicate them. But this time, he was utterly at a loss. If he could discern Zhao He's thoughts, Cheng Xu would undoubtedly advise him. It's peculiar that you think you could grasp this. The nature of this endeavor is such that it cannot simply be thought into existence. I, too, experienced a moment of inspiration. But it took over a decade of relentless effort to finally discover the method of creation. Moments of inspiration are common. Many people experience such flashes of brilliance. However, who can persist in their efforts for over a decade based solely on that fleeting insight, especially when results are not immediately visible? Inspiration is one aspect, diligence is another, and luck plays a crucial role as well. Ultimately, it is the validation of one's path that defines true perseverance. However, if that path is proven erroneous, what once was steadfast resolve becomes a mere joke, a stubborn refusal to adapt. Thus, Cheng Xu harbored no fears that anyone could uncover the method of creation. Even if someone did, it would be of no consequence unless they possessed every intricate detail, step, and parameter from the outset. Alternatively, one might need to strike an extraordinary streak of luck, ensuring that every step taken was precisely correct. Otherwise, even if success were achieved, it would require several years, if not decades, of trial and error. Yet, there existed a variable in this equation, artificial intelligence. Cheng Xu was acutely aware that the presence of genuinely powerful artificial intelligence could significantly reduce, if not drastically shorten, the time required for research. It was not merely about his own accomplishments. A truly formidable AI could expedite all research endeavors. From the moment he returned, Cheng Xu was singularly focused on swiftly delving into the research and development of artificial intelligence and AI chips. His motivation stemmed from a desire to be a pioneer in this field, thereby securing an absolute advantage. Chapter 25. The Essence of Thought. Imagine a component capable of achieving this. In the interview classroom, the participants had gathered, a bustling sea of faces. Professor Pan Zheng's charisma seemed less palpable than Cheng Xu had remembered from his previous life. Upon entering, Professor Pan acknowledged Cheng Xu with a nod before making his way to the last row, as he was merely there to observe. Cheng Xu, undeterred, commenced by introducing the logic and concept of his hypothetical multi-valued logic component. The day's task was singular. Utilize this component to realize a function of your choosing. As soon as Cheng Xu finished speaking, many were left bewildered. They thought, you've been hypothesizing, and the logic and rules are so intricate. Who can comprehend that? It seems useless. And now we're expected to design a function with a non-existent component? Is this some sort of joke? Excuse me, do you have a question? Cheng Xu inquired as a student raised their hand. Zhao He turned to see it was the same brash boy who had boasted earlier, now questioning his motives. Professor, I have a question. The boy stood up and immediately challenged. What is the significance of designing logical functions with something that doesn't exist? Is this merely a contrived assessment? Professor Pan Zheng, seated in the back row, wore a continuous smile, perhaps relishing a regained sense of superiority through Cheng Xu's youthfulness. If it were him on stage, anyone daring to speak so would likely have been dismissed outright. Pan Zheng found the situation quite amusing, considering Cheng Xu appeared too young and lacked any authoritative presence. In truth, he was not a professor but merely a junior student, and this realization piqued Pan Zheng's curiosity about how Cheng Xu would respond to the challenge. Are you familiar with the J-20? Cheng Xu maintained his composure and slowly posed the question. Do you know what state our aviation engines were in when the J-20 project was initiated? You don't, do you? Allow me to enlighten you. At that time, we lacked a usable aviation engine of our own and were entirely reliant on the obsolete products of our erstwhile ally. We had virtually no foundational capabilities. Under such circumstances, let alone the J-15 engines currently in service, we hadn't even developed the J-10. According to your logic, the J-20 would have been deemed impossible, correct? If we followed your reasoning, we would never have achieved the powerful air force we possess today, nor would we enjoy the stability we currently experience. However, what is the reality? The moment the six-winged angel soared across the azure sky, it heralded an era where no one would dare to encroach upon our airspace with impunity, let alone approach our coastal lines as they had before, leaving us powerless to retaliate. The thought of the six-winged angel stirred a slight excitement within Cheng Xu. It represented the true emergence of the Air Force on the global stage. Yet, even now, the 15 engine still pales in comparison to the original design of the J-20. Should future engines, like the 19 or even more advanced models, be deployed, the J-20 20 could potentially elevate its combat capabilities with minimal modifications, or perhaps even none at all. You speak to me of hypothetical constructs that do not exist, deeming them meaningless for design? Cheng Xu fixed his gaze upon him and inquired slowly, "Which teacher imparted such wisdom to you?" The boy's expression darkened, as if he wished to retort. But Cheng Xu did not afford him that opportunity, continuing instead, "Do not presume this to be an isolated instance. It is not merely about the J-20. Take our aerospace endeavors, for instance. They are already designing how to land on Mars and return from it. Is there a rocket with such immense thrust available now? No. Yet once it exists, whether it be a kerosene rocket, a nuclear fusion rocket, or any form of rocket, as long as the thrust meets the criteria, it can be immediately employed, and the plan will come to fruition." Cheng Xu stated bluntly, "If you lack this mindset, waiting until a finished product is available before embarking on any design, or postponing action until all conditions are met, will you even have the chance? You will never catch the warm meal. Do not confuse ignorance with individuality, assuming my youth grants you the right to belittle me. If Professor Pan Zheng were standing here, would you dare pose such a question? You would be promptly dismissed. Out of consideration for your ignorance, I shall let you off this time. Take your seat." "Teacher." "I apologize." The boy, displaying a semblance of maturity, conceded and shyly added, "I did not quite grasp the logic of hypotheticals. Could you kindly elaborate once more?" Laughter erupted among the group, yet they solemnly nodded in agreement, admitting they too had not understood. After expressing his frustration, Cheng Xu had left them with a profound impression of his formidable presence, yet he chose not to dwell on it further. Reiterating the logic and function of components, listen carefully, this is the last time. The multi-value carry bit determination. Professor Pan Zheng was also captivated, nodding appreciatively. Cheng Xu displayed a remarkable aptitude for teaching, possessing not only methods and abilities but also the necessary tactics. Look at this group of initially carefree and unruly students, now. Each one is attentively listening. This level of engagement cannot be achieved through mere intimidation. The time allotted is 4 hours. Express your own thoughts in the design. Cheng Xu emphasized at the end, we conclude at 6. With only 4 hours to sketch, one cannot produce much, perhaps just a conceptual diagram. Cheng Xu sought precisely this illustration. The true value lay in discerning whether anyone could immediately grasp the practical applications of multi-value logic and carry bit determination logic. That mindset is the most precious of all. If one merely stacks ideas and applies them as fixed principles, such a mindset is undoubtedly beyond redemption. What do you think? Professor Pan Zheng and Cheng Xu emerged, observing the monitor in the adjacent office. Look at these individuals. Cheng Xu slightly shook his head. Let us wait and see. I told you not to set your expectations too high. Selecting individuals based solely on your criteria will yield no results. Professor Pan Zheng, at a loss for words, retorted. Are you unaware of your own prowess? Aside from those 3 or 4 individuals who are still contemplating, the rest likely lack this kind of thinking. Cheng Xu is not making a casual remark. If they can grasp the logic and devise a strategy in just a few minutes, that would be remarkable. They would surpass me significantly. Indeed, it is highly probable that they are entrenched in traditional thinking. Professor Pan Zheng, now focusing on the few individuals highlighted by Cheng Xu, pondered what characteristics define those capable of thoughtful analysis, considering whether to apply such criteria in his future student selections. Why her? Eventually, Professor Pan Zheng's gaze settled upon a female student. When did she arrive? Who? Cheng Xu inquired, drawing closer. A friend's child. I want to disclose her identity to avoid accusations of favoritism, Professor Pan Zheng jested. Chapter 26. Confirmation of laboratory personnel for 2041. It will be these 4. Along with Zhao He, and then we shall select 5 others with solid foundational skills and exemplary performance, making a total of 10 individuals. As for Zhao he frequently associates with Cheng Xu. It is hardly surprising that his thought processes are influenced by Cheng Xu, allowing him to comprehend the concepts of multiple values and carry over judgments with relative ease. The other 4 selected individuals are undoubtedly the slowest to act, taking considerable time to ponder. Although their understanding of multiple values and carryover judgments may be limited, their capacity for critical thinking stands as their most significant advantage over others, which is precisely what Cheng Xu values most. Qin Mingrui, Qi Yusin, Fu Yidong, and Zi Shuxian? As Cheng Xu contemplated these 4 names, he mused. Why does Qi Yusin's name sound so familiar? After a moment's reflection, he recalled, Isn't she the prominent student of Professor Pan Zheng's? The one who co-authored a paper on the intersection of life sciences and computer science? The paper on this interdisciplinary approach left a profound impression on Cheng Xu. In the future, she is likely to be remarkable, though he wonders about her current level of expertise. Cheng Xu inadvertently tilted his head towards Professor Pan Zheng, pondering, Will Chi Yusin's presence in my laboratory disrupt her original research? It should not, as strictly speaking. Membrane pumps also belong to the realm of interdisciplinary studies between life sciences and computer science, potentially aligning perfectly with Professor Pan Zheng's focus on pure microelectronics. Upon observing Cheng Xu's glance, Professor Pan Zheng misunderstood, thinking Cheng Xu was questioning Zishuxiahan. Yes, Zishu is indeed the child of my friend, the daughter of an old colleague. It appears she possesses some innate talent in this area. Indeed, Cheng Xu nodded thoughtfully. Among these individuals, although her design was not the most polished, it was indeed the most innovative and practical. With slight enhancements, it could possess a significant degree of utility. I have resolved to utilize this proposal as the inaugural attempt in production, alongside the development of automation tools in the configuration of the production line for an initial exercise and introduction. For beginners, the assessment of value remains overly complex, presenting a steep learning curve. Thus, a simpler concept is necessary for teaching, and this one fits perfectly. This old fellow is quite fortunate to have such an astute granddaughter. Professor Pan Zheng began to envy Sun Jingtai. This fellow certainly lacks decorum. Reflecting on his own daughter, who studies sociology, he thought, indeed, comparisons can be quite disheartening. Shouldn't you be more focused on the girl named Chi Yusin? Cheng Xu could not help but inquire about Professor Pan Zheng's impression of Chi Yusin. Were it not for his own intervention, she would likely have been as promising Prot G. I also wanted to ask for your opinion. Is her design superior to Zishu's? After studying for several days, Professor Pan Zheng had developed some insights regarding multi-value and carry judgment. It is not a matter of better or worse. Her ideas are so numerous that the limited time did not allow for their full expression. Cheng Xu shook his head. If she had been given not 4 hours, but rather 4 weeks or even 4 months, I believe a comparison between her and Zishu Xiaohan would be quite debatable. However, regarding the 4-hour assessment, she did not prevail. If we strictly adhere to scoring, Zhao He undoubtedly ranks first, with Zishu Xiaohan second, and she would only be placed fifth. Professor Pan Zheng nodded. He was aware that Zhao He was Cheng Xu's roommate, like attracts like, and under Cheng Xu's influence, he could hardly falter. This was easily understood, akin to the saying that a prime minister's gate is not visited by lowly officials. Nevertheless, this was not an examination. She showcased her capabilities and managed to pique your interest. Surely, that constitutes success, does it not? Professor Pan Zheng remarked with a smile. Are you not already paying her close attention? Professor Pan Zheng assumed that Cheng Xu's 2 inquiries indicated a keen interest, which Cheng Xu did not refute. Yet, he was uncertain whether this interest stemmed more from the assessment project or from the recognition of a name he had previously encountered, aware of her potential accomplishments. As they reviewed all the students' works, Professor Pan Zheng and Cheng Xu continued their conversation, subsequently selecting 5 individuals who seemed relatively suitable, although they lacked distinctive features or highlights. Their design processes adhered closely to conventional semiconductor design principles. However, their completion levels were commendably high, clearly demonstrating a solid grasp of foundational knowledge and advanced application skills, as evidenced by their consistently excellent performance in professional courses. Diligent individuals are indeed needed everywhere. Cheng Xu nodded. This will suffice. 10 individuals are enough for the initial stage, and any more would be overwhelming. Let us hold off for now. We should first review their past experiences. Professor Pan Zheng examined the list of 10 names. While skill is undoubtedly important, reliability is even more crucial. Caution is imperative. Indeed, Cheng Xu nodded, fully aware of the significance of personnel reliability. However, he lacked the means to conduct a thorough review and had to rely on Professor Pan Zheng. Professor Pan was swift in his response. Merely a day later, he provided definitive news. 9 individuals posed no issues whatsoever, while 1 required a more stringent investigation. 1 individual with problems? Cheng Xu's curiosity was piqued. He often heard whispers of significant sums, yet had never witnessed it firsthand. What could the issue be? A spy, perhaps? That seemed unlikely, after all. We are a technological institution, not a military contractor. Not quite, Professor Pan replied, shaking his head in exasperation. This individual is simply a fool. During the assessment, you overlooked him, and he has effectively ensnared himself. Take a look. Upon reviewing the materials, Cheng Xu couldn't help but chuckle. Was this not the epitome of foolishness? It appeared that his doubts prior to the assessment were not aimed at him personally, but rather reflected the nature of this individual. To be fair, he hadn't engaged in any truly outrageous behavior. He merely expressed sentiments such as they deserve it, or they should be dealt with whenever domestic high-tech enterprises faced restrictions. The key point is that individuals who post such remarks online are often motivated by financial gain. Professor Pan, familiar with some of the intricacies, remarked wearily, He truly lacks any sense. His intellect seems to be underdeveloped. Investigators inform me that, based on his historical comments, he embodies a typical individual harboring illusions about the West, believing that as long as one does not resist, there will be no restrictions, and everything will swiftly improve. What more is there to investigate? Just terminate him. Cheng Xu shook his head. His idle chatter does not concern me. But individuals of this ilk will never find a place in my team. If one merely questions their own beliefs, I would not mind. Sometimes, doubt can be a virtue. However, if one believes that surrender will resolve issues, what purpose do they serve in my presence? No, I do not want him either. Just because his results appear satisfactory does not mean he genuinely thinks that way. He likely has a few screws loose. Professor Pan inquired, shall we select another? No need. 9 or 10 makes no difference. Selecting another would only require further review. Let it be as it is. 9 is sufficient. Cheng Xu shook his head, preferring to avoid further complications. Thus, the first batch of personnel for the 2041 laboratory was officially confirmed, comprising 9 individuals. Chapter 27, Instruction Set System. Old Pan. How goes it? Just as Professor Pan finished his tasks, he received a call from Sun Jintai. The mention of Sun Jintai stirred irritation within Pan Zheng. This old fellow had never harbored good intentions. When Sun Jintai claimed he would arrange the security for Cheng Xu, Pan initially believed he would consult his father-in-law, a once powerful figure who still wielded influence. To his astonishment, he instead sent his youngest daughter, Zixu, known as Xiao Han, to handle matters. This child had been raised by her maternal grandmother, and Pan Zheng was perplexed by the significance of her grandmother's surname. However, he was acutely aware of the old man's regard for this granddaughter, a sentiment unmatched by any of his other descendants. The child had come to Huazhou within a week. The old man would undoubtedly come to visit. Isn't this convoluted approach to saving the nation a bit too intricate? Pan Zheng retorted, somewhat irked. Is there a hidden agenda behind your intentions? Allow me to inform you. You seem to be miscalculating. Drunkenness? What drunkenness? I do not indulge in alcohol. Sun Jintai chuckled lightly, then added, could you please keep an eye on Xiaohan for me? You old rascal, Pan Zheng jestingly admonished. I can hear your calculations from over 1,000 kilometers away. Very well, I shall oblige, considering she calls me uncle. After ending the call, Pan Zheng found himself increasingly unsettled. No matter how he looked at it, he felt he was at a disadvantage. Having devoted his life to microelectronics, he had achieved some results. Yet few could be deemed groundbreaking. The 2041 laboratory represented an opportunity, but it was entirely unrelated to him. In contrast, Sun Jintai, that clever old fox, had sent his daughter over, ensuring that any future accomplishments would be secured. Pan Zheng believed that Sun Jintai harbored no ulterior motives. Even if he did, he lacked any authority over his daughter's decisions. Her intentions were purely driven by her dedication to research and her future, of course, with her family background and commendable capabilities. Even if she did not join this laboratory, she would still excel. Why, oh why, did that stubborn girl choose to study sociology? As he pondered these thoughts, Pan Zheng's mind drifted to his own daughter, and the more he thought, the angrier he became. He eagerly anticipated her return, determined to reprimand her for choosing such a path at Renmin University. While Professor Pan Zheng was lost in his thoughts, Cheng Xu was unaware of his musings. At that moment, he was addressing the 9 new members who had just joined the team. Each of these individuals was experiencing a whirlwind of emotions, a shared sense of unrest, having just undergone a training session on safety and confidentiality regulations. This was not the typical safety education or confidentiality agreements one might expect from a corporate or laboratory setting, but rather regulations from the safety department that they had never even contemplated before. This arrangement was, of course, within Professor Pan Zheng's authority. As a leading researcher, he deemed it necessary to implement such protocols whenever he saw fit, regardless of whether he was personally overseeing the situation. Even Zixu Xiaohan found herself puzzled. Had her father not stated that this was a chip research project? Why the formality? It was no wonder she felt this way, despite the ongoing research. Chip technology remained relatively behind, and any breakthroughs had already been traversed by the West. The level of confidentiality was generally not too stringent. Even if confidentiality was required, a simple agreement would suffice. Was it truly necessary for the safety department to intervene? I am Cheng Xu, and I warmly welcome you all to the 2041 laboratory. You are sure to enjoy a remarkable experience here, Cheng Xu began, expressing his greetings and well wishes to the 9 newcomers. He then proceeded directly to the point, 2 matters to address. First, disregard my age. In fact, it is worth mentioning that I am even a year younger than Zixu Xiaohan, born in 2002. Ah! Exclaimed the others in unison, except for Zhao He, who was taken aback, having expected to meet a prominent figure. only to discover he was a younger counterpart. There is nothing surprising about this. You did not come here merely to observe my stature, did you? Cheng Xu waved his hand dismissively and continued, as for the second matter. The hypothesis presented during the assessment, which encompasses multi-valued logic and carry determination logic, is indeed valid. Not only can it be theoretically realized, but it has already been practically implemented. Otherwise, you would not have just undergone such an extensive training session. A hum filled the room as everyone's minds buzzed. The more adept individuals appeared to be more dazed, for those with higher levels of understanding could truly grasp the implications of this revelation. Zishu Shaoan suddenly had an epiphany. This was precisely why the security department was involved in overseeing the confidentiality training. Take a moment to process your emotions. I will be away for a phone call for 15 minutes. Professor Pan Zheng seldom called at this hour unless something significant arose. As soon as Cheng Xu departed, a flurry of conversation erupted among the group. I initially applied for an internship, but this has escalated, hasn't it? Am I truly qualified for this? One individual began to doubt his own capabilities. I'm just average. Zhao He chuckled. Brother, if you were chosen, it is certain you are anything but ordinary. You must be a heavyweight. You have remained remarkably composed, as if you have everything under control. Not really, Zhao He replied, an honest child at heart. He had intended to speak candidly but refrained from disclosing his connection to Cheng Xu, fearing others might suspect he had received preferential treatment. I'm just average. He had initially thought that with graduation approaching, an opportunity to remain in the school's laboratory would be advantageous, but now, joining such a project felt like a stroke of luck. Though he spoke with apparent calmness, his excitement betrayed him as his hands trembled and his voice quivered. Gentlemen, please take care of me moving forward. Of course, several of the boys quickly warmed up to one another. Meanwhile, Zishu Shaohan and Qi Yusin huddled together, seemingly discussing Cheng Xu. Zishu Shaohan, not being from the Information Science University, sought to inquire about Cheng Xu from Qi Yusin. I am from the School of Life Sciences. I didn't know him previously, Qi Yusin replied, somewhat shy and reserved. Even as Zishu Shaohan leaned in closer, Qi Yusin appeared slightly uncomfortable, shifting away and shaking her head. Not acquainted, never heard of him, Zishu Shaohan questioned, perplexed. She was aware that this project was spearheaded by Cheng Xu, not by Uncle Pan Zheng, and his demeanor and approach exuded decisiveness and charisma. Surely, he must be a prominent figure in the university. Qi Yusin replied, retreating slightly and offering a soft hum in response. Professor, Cheng Xu has stepped out to take a call. Is there a situation? There are some matters to attend to. Please come by once you are finished, Professor Pan Zheng stated. There is no rush. Just complete your tasks first. Understood, Cheng Xu replied, reasoning that as there was no urgency, it likely wasn't a grave matter. He would first organize his work before heading over. I have some matters to attend to shortly and will need to leave early. We can arrange the welcome banquet for another time, Cheng Xu remarked. However, the work is pressing and cannot be delayed. Let us begin by discussing what our first task will be. As Cheng Xu presented his recent achievements in drawing, he printed out several pieces of work, remarking that holding these tangible representations enhances comprehension and facilitates explanation of the issues at hand. This illustrated a chip design logic that embodies a particular functionality. Pointing to a specific area, Cheng Xu noted, this section exemplifies the design of multi-valued logic and self-carrying mechanisms. There are numerous similar logics throughout these diagrams. Your initial task is to identify all of them. The objective is to discern patterns and develop an efficient instruction system applicable to this type of logic. Cheng Xu paused momentarily before continuing. I need not emphasize the significance of the instruction system, do I? Any novel processor must establish a comprehensive set of instructions that synergize with other hardware circuits from the outset of its design. This constitutes our primary task. Oh, and one more thing. The security department has undoubtedly reiterated this, but I must stress it once more. No materials are permitted to leave this floor, be they physical or electronic. Photography, audio recording, and video recording are strictly prohibited within the laboratory. The security department does not jest. Chapter 28. A remarkable individual. Is this research entirely disconnected from the university? Initially, Cheng Xu's research did not garner much attention, yet Professor Pan Zheng's recent actions, particularly the involvement of the security department, prompted several leaders to take notice. However, even if it had gone unnoticed this time, it was only a matter of time before it would be addressed, inevitably. A few university leaders approached Professor Pan Zheng, aware that he possessed the clearest understanding of the situation. What connection does this research have with the university? Professor Pan Zheng responded noncommittally. If we were to say there is no connection, that would be entirely accurate. A third-year student has not utilized any university equipment nor any designated funds. Moreover, He pays tuition rather than receiving a salary. So this does not qualify as a professional achievement. However, if we consider the relationship, Cheng Xu is indeed a student of our university. Surely that connection is substantial enough. Let me put it this way. In 10 years, both Tsinghua and Peking University will envy our Department of Information Science for having such an alumnus. Be grateful for that. Professor Pan Zheng was on the verge of slamming his hand on the table, feeling frustrated that some individuals, lacking in capability, were adept at seeking personal gain. Fortunately, he had taken precautions from the outset to ensure Cheng Xu remained uninvolved with any entanglements. Cheng Xu is currently situated in the co-creation building, a unique facility donated by an alumnus with a specific agreement for its use, supporting the entrepreneurial needs of current students and recent graduates. Furthermore, this arrangement was formalized with a written contract stipulating clear responsibilities and rights. Otherwise, they would not have been able to partake in it. Observing the discomfort on the faces of several individuals, Professor Pan Zheng added, "Let me also inform you, should Cheng Xu decide to withdraw from the university within a year, half of you will find yourselves in serious trouble. I mean precisely what I say, with no hidden meanings." Professor Pan Zheng showed no leniency. He had long since detached himself from personal desires, and no one could influence him. His words were direct and unyielding. The group of individuals exchanged glances, their faces alternating between shades of red and white, uncertain of how to respond. Pan Zheng and his companions are well-informed and unlikely to speak frivolously. Yet perhaps they have exaggerated a tad. Do you doubt this? The granddaughter of Zishu is currently in the laboratory. Would you care to accompany me to take a look? As Pan Zheng spoke, he stood up, seemingly intent on leading them to the site. No, no, no. Upon hearing Zishu's name, several individuals immediately rose to intercept Pan Zheng, disregarding any semblance of decorum. The only Zishu they could conjure in their minds was one, and they hastily exclaimed, "No need, no need. We are merely concerned about the pivotal achievements of the students and wish to see if any support is required. Nothing more, I assure you." Pan Zheng waved his hand dismissively and pointed towards the door, prompting the group to flee in a state of relief. The Zishu girl is indeed quite effective. Perhaps even more so than I. Pan Zheng chuckled, feeling a sense of satisfaction. It seemed he had successfully asserted his authority. And the old fellow Sun Jin I still held some influence. Observing the hasty retreat of the group was indeed a delight. If he were on his own, he could have stirred up trouble, but harmony was preferable. Pan Zheng was confident that these individuals would not dare to cause further disturbances. Nevertheless, it would be prudent to establish a proper arrangement, especially since the 2041 laboratory still comprises students from Tsinghua University, including Cheng Xu. How about those fellows? Are they dealt with? Not long after Pan Zheng had sent them away, he received a call from Principal Lu Chongqing. "So, you gave them a good scolding, did you? Your straightforwardness can be a double-edged sword. There are myriad ways to resolve an issue. There was no need for such rigidity. They will not obstruct you in this matter. But what about your other affairs?" "I have no other concerns. I could retire right now if I wished," Professor Pan Zheng huffed, holding no grievances against Lu Chongqing. Overall, the principal was a decent person, possessing a sense of justice and innovative ideas. However, he tended to be overly diplomatic, often compromising on principled issues, which suggested a fundamental difference in their natures. Though they had known each other for quite some time, they often found themselves at odds over various matters. Retirement was an impossibility. The principal chuckled warmly. "I have a proposal. Why not recommend all members of the 2041 laboratory as your graduate students next year, including Cheng Xu? After all, having a degree is certainly better than not having one, and I believe he would appreciate this opportunity. Of course, this would be nominal. We could arrange for you to accept them as graduate students while facilitating their joint training at the 2041 laboratory, which would operate independently under a collaboration agreement, allowing them to retain exclusive rights to their findings. I will reserve 3 floors for them in the new technology building. What do you think of my proposal?" Professor Pan Zheng opened his mouth several times, feeling a sense of attachment to the institution. Furthermore, this arrangement would pose no detriment to any party involved. Clearly delineating all matters on paper would serve as a prudent strategy to prevent future complications. Had this been a few years prior, such an endeavor would have been truly challenging to execute. However, such practices have become commonplace. Many mentors, after recruiting students, send them to enterprises under the guise of joint training, which essentially amounts to labor exploitation. The collaboration with the 2041 laboratory, while fundamentally different from the actions of these unscrupulous mentors, follows a similar procedural framework and ensures the attribution of. Lu Chongqing genuinely considers the interests of the school. And for Cheng Xu, particularly in the early stages of the 2041 laboratory, there are only advantages. He truly has no grounds for refusal. Nevertheless, this matter is not solely for him to decide. It requires Cheng Xu's perspective. I will inquire with Cheng Xu shortly and provide you with a response by tomorrow. Very well. I have taken the initiative to understand this child and can confidently say that I hold him in even higher regard than you do. Lu Changxing concluded earnestly. We are not of the same ilk, but to speak candidly, every action I undertake, whether you endorse it or not, is aimed at the betterment of the school, rather than for selfish motives. This sentiment resonates with Pan Jingxin, yet the advancement of the school is intrinsically linked to Lu Changxing's own future. Considering the potential of the 2041 laboratory, even a slight association could yield immense benefits for Lu Changxing. Should the opportunity arise to further this relationship, he would undoubtedly seize it, though it cannot simply be dismissed as self-serving. Nonetheless, it must be said that Lu Changxing possesses remarkable insight. Few can rival his ability to read people and circumstances. His favorable view of Cheng Xu is not merely a whimsical assertion. There is a genuine intention to foster goodwill. Otherwise, why would he engage with me so much more courteously than before? All this explanation stems from his regard for Cheng Xu, does it not? Upon ending the call with Lu Changxing, Pan Zheng could hardly contain his delight. He might soon bask in Cheng Xu's brilliance, becoming his esteemed mentor. Even if only in name, an honor nonetheless. As for whether Cheng Xu would agree, Pan Zheng was quite certain he would likely not refuse. When Cheng Xu arrived at Professor Pan Zheng's office, the professor refrained from discussing the school leader's affairs and simply conveyed Lu Changxing's proposal. This is excellent, precisely to my liking. Cheng Xu responded with enthusiasm. The cultivation of talent must be rooted in the school. In the future, the 2041 laboratory will undoubtedly collaborate more closely with the institution, which is a tremendous opportunity. Professor Pan Zheng nodded in agreement, acknowledging Lu Changxing's comprehensive consideration. Unlike those who immediately resort to contention, Lu Changxing consistently identifies mutually beneficial points. Even if he is capitalizing on opportunities, he does so with such finesse that it does not provoke resentment. In a sense, he is indeed a remarkable individual. While the 2041 laboratory may not belong to the Information Technology University, its foundation here is significant. Being close at hand is always advantageous. This is the value derived from the new 3-story technology building. Cheng Xu, too, was pleased with this arrangement. A person who engages in good deeds, regardless of their motives or whether they harbor any selfish intentions, can certainly be regarded as virtuous. Moreover, Cheng Xu genuinely intends to strengthen cooperation with the school, deeming it both necessary and beneficial. Collaborating with someone who is perceptive, insightful, and adept at navigating situations is undoubtedly far superior to working alongside an individual who merely stirs up trouble. Chapter 29. Analysis of the existing instruction set. Ultimately, I have benefited from your influence, Professor Pan remarked with evident delight. As the young folks say, I have achieved a win. Indeed, Cheng Xu chuckled in agreement. Let us young people handle the work. You can simply relax. Yet, deep down, Cheng Xu was acutely aware that today's affairs were far from the simplicity suggested by Professor Pan. There were certainly aspects he had not disclosed. All Cheng Xu comprehended was the outcome. As for the extensive efforts that preceded this result, though unspoken, he was fully cognizant of them. While Professor Pan, as an educator, might not be able to assist Cheng Xu significantly in his research, the myriad behind-the-scenes efforts he made were profoundly instructive and, in many respects, more invaluable than the knowledge imparted through teaching. It sounds as though I am too old to keep up, Professor Pan remarked, amused by Cheng Xu's demeanor. That cannot be true. By the current age classification, you are under 60 and still considered youthful. Meanwhile, while Cheng Xu and Professor Pan were engaged in lively conversation, a dismal wailing echoed from the laboratory within the co-creation building. Faced with a plethora of bewildering blueprints and contemplating the task ahead, the group was engulfed in despair. Oh my, this is utterly daunting. Someone lamented, I cannot comprehend any of this. What on earth is this about? After a brief moment of intrigue, even Zhao he fell silent, overwhelmed by the chaos of information. Even Fu Yidong, a soon-to-graduate junior, was scratching his head in confusion. Indeed, individual sections seem manageable, but when combined, it becomes incomprehensible. My scalp is tingling. If Fu is bewildered, then I need not even mention my own confusion. I understand nothing at all. Qin Mingrue chimed in, feeling a sense of relief that even the experienced graduate student could not decipher the material. Listening to their lamentations about the incomprehensible diagrams, Zishu and Xiaohan could not resist interjecting, have you all forgotten a crucial question? What is our objective? The instruction set? Qi Yusen responded timidly, pausing momentarily. What is an instruction set? Zishu and Xiaohan countered, not just addressing Qi Yusen but posing the question to everyone present. They had heard of instruction sets and were familiar with several common types, such as x86. An instruction set defines standardized forms and semantics of instructions while also delineating supported data types, registers, hardware management of main memory, key characteristics, and much more. However, their understanding scarcely penetrated beyond surface-level familiarity. In the current era of automated chip design tools, few have the opportunity to engage with such foundational elements, and the design process often requires little attention to them. Even in the realm of assembly language programming, the primary focus lies on the utilization of instructions rather than their design and rules. Let us set aside the current diagrams for the moment. Our first step should be to examine how the existing binary instruction set is constructed and operates, as this is fundamental. The suggestion made by Zishu Shaohan was swiftly embraced by all, as they had been utterly bewildered by the diagrams, struggling to comprehend them. Now, having a clear direction was far more advantageous than blindly poring over the images. Taking the 32-bit integer instruction set as our example, we shall explore its instruction types, those intended for register-to-register operations, those for immediate values and memory access, and others. A group of individuals gathered together, delving into discussions about the types of instruction sets, which naturally led to an exploration of the format of machine code within those sets. Upon entering, Cheng Xu was met with this very scene. He had just returned from Professor Pan Zheng's office. It was already 8 in the evening. Originally intending to head straight home, he noticed the lights still on in Laboratory 2041 while passing by the co-creation building. Thinking that perhaps a few individuals had yet to leave, he decided to go upstairs. Upon entering, he observed his peers diligently at work, even having commenced categorizing the instruction set, which left him quite astonished. Your efficiency is remarkable. No, you misunderstand, teacher. Zishu Shaohan quickly responded as she stood up to explain. We haven't fully comprehended the diagrams. We are organizing part of the instruction set system with the intention of gaining a deeper understanding of how the instruction set functions to facilitate our subsequent work. Cheng Xu nodded with a smile. Of course, I understand. If you had managed to analyze all the diagrams and fully grasped them, and even started designing the instruction set for the chip architecture, it would be I who would be utterly astounded. No creature operates at such a swift pace. Do take your time. There's no rush. It's also my fault, as I left in haste earlier and neglected to instruct you to first dissect the existing instruction set. Your ability to quickly identify this direction and commence work demonstrates your exceptional capabilities. Oh, and you need not call me teacher. From now on, you may refer to me as Su Gu. Hearing praise from a peer, particularly one who was evidently far more accomplished, left Zishu Shaohan with mixed feelings. However, observing him, it seemed as though he embodied the demeanor of a venerable professor admiring his exceptional students, which was indeed peculiar. Continue with your analysis. I shall listen in, Cheng Xu said as he took a seat behind them, seeking to grasp the depth of their research into the instruction set. In truth, very few delved deeply into this subject, aside from laboratories dedicated to chip architecture. The 32-bit address space, 33 32-bit registers, and the 2's complement representation of sign numbers, along with data types and memory organization, were all areas they meticulously investigated, swiftly augmenting their previously limited knowledge of instruction set design, while occasionally sharing their insights. Cheng Xu nodded repeatedly at the back, proving that the individuals he and Professor Pan Zheng had selected were indeed exceptional. Within a short span of time, they had swiftly clarified the objectives of the instruction set. All right, it's almost noon. Hurry back and get some well-deserved rest. As the discussion among the group grew more fervent, displaying a relentless pursuit of clarity, Cheng Xu promptly urged them to disperse. In the coming days, your task is to thoroughly investigate this integer instruction set, 32. Upon your comprehensive understanding, I will share with you the design philosophy behind the membrane pump instruction set, and you will be responsible for organizing and standardizing it, he added. Moreover, all members of the 2041 laboratory will automatically qualify for graduate and doctoral program recommendations, nominally under Professor Pan Zheng. Of course, whether you pursue further studies will not affect your current work and plans. Your training and responsibilities will remain in the laboratory. However, in 3 years, you will possess an additional degree and academic credential. Surely, no one would decline such a gift, right? Cheng Xu concluded with a jest. Laughter erupted among the group, their excitement palpable as the unexpected rewards continued to unfold. Chapter 30. A sudden loss of composure in the following several days. The group diligently immersed themselves in studying the operational methodologies of the instruction set, alongside related microcode and machine code. Cheng Xu, too, remained industrious in organizing his thoughts. He possessed a clear understanding of the instruction set system, having contemplated the evolution from fixed instruction sets to variable and dynamic instructions, culminating in an evolutionary instruction system even in his previous life, where he had formulated a theoretical framework. Remarkably, this contemplation had occurred even before the successful experimentation with the membrane pump theory. This practice was one of Cheng Xu's habits. Whenever research stagnated or he sought a mental reset, he would hypothesize that the research had already succeeded, subsequently pondering the actions or preparations required post-success. Within the vast repository of files on his computer, a substantial portion contained similar conceptualizations. It was akin to purchasing a lottery ticket and, before the draw, planning how to spend the winnings. Naturally, the notion of winning the lottery is whimsical and unreliable, while research outcomes often materialize organically. Such reflections and thoughts are not without merit and frequently prove to be useful. After re-embarking on his journey, he would often endeavor to recollect and meticulously document many of his prior ideas, which included a series of thoughts on the evolution and upgrade of the instruction set. Cheng Xu opened that folder once more, but this time not to review his later, matured ideas on the instruction set. Instead, he sought to revisit the considerations he had when he first conceived the notion of a sodium-potassium pump during his freshman year, as those early considerations might resonate more closely with the current perspectives of his laboratory colleagues. "Brother Su, I have a question," spoke Cheng Xu. Cheng Xu turned to her. Nodding slightly, "Go ahead. The existing instruction set architectures are entirely based on binary systems. Take this addition instruction as an example, 9, 20, 21. Where the instruction fields are 000, 0000, 2, 1. Consequently, the final machine code is 0000000101010101010101010101010. In contrast, our system operates on multivalued logic and self-carry determination, and the instructions are not binary, nor can their base be easily identified. How should this aspect be reflected in the design of the instruction system?" At this moment, Cheng Xu clapped his hands and called everyone over. Cheng Xu, puzzled, asked if they all shared the same confusion. A few nodded in unison. Cheng Xu inquired about the progress on the instruction system research. With a chuckle, he remarked, "It has been 5 days. We should be making some headway, right?" Upon hearing this, several individuals began to fidget, caught between understanding and confusion. Cheng Xu encouraged them, saying, "Merely observing without practice will never lead to mastery. Once you engage with it, comprehension will follow. You are aware that our system is founded on multivalued and self-carry logic. However, it is undeniable that fixed logic offers the fastest processing speed. Therefore, in operations involving fixed values, we still rely on a fixed instruction set. Multivalued and self-carry logic will primarily be employed to process the unknown and the indeterminate, aiding in judgment and contemplation." Then, Cheng Xu raised a pertinent question regarding the design of machine instructions for multivalued and self-carry logic, which resonated with the group's shared uncertainty. Cheng Xu, adopting a methodical approach akin to that of a seasoned professor, encouraged them to share their thoughts. He turned to Cheng Xu, stating, "Since you have posed this question, you must have contemplated it. Please, share your insights." "I have an idea, albeit somewhat fanciful." Cheng Xu hesitated before looking at Cheng Xu. "It's all right. Please continue," he urged, placing considerable faith in her, given her previous standing in the realms of life sciences and computational sciences. Now, as her research converged with his, he wondered if it could yield results surpassing mere binary logic, igniting a more potent spark of innovation. "I am contemplating whether we could utilize existing binary machine code instructions for the first and second values, while allowing the chaotic third value to remain unrestrained, evolving and iterating randomly. Might this not cultivate a unique instruction logic?" Cheng Xu maintained her gaze on Cheng Xu, eager to gauge his reaction. Noting his persistent smile, she continued, "Consider the human brain's thought processes. Is there a definitive instruction system? It is shaped gradually through education and experience, evolving into established concepts and logic." "You are quite the visionary," Cheng Xu remarked with a sense of admiration, only to realize that such a statement might be misinterpreted. He quickly clarified, "I do not intend to undermine your idea. Rather, I believe it is unrealistic in practice. How do you propose to allow chaos to unfold? It would merely result in randomness, which is not synonymous with chaos, nor would it lead to iteration and evolution. As the saying goes, taking one step ahead signifies advancement, while taking 2 steps ahead signifies a pioneer. However, your notion borders on madness." Cheng Xu could not help but marvel at Cheng Xu's audacity in directly arriving at the evolutionary instruction set stage. Of course, her direction was somewhat aligned, yet her methods were far from advisable. Uninterrupted evolution is an impossibility unless we are referring to genuine life forms. Even these from single-celled organisms to the myriad species we observe today, have undergone a lengthy evolutionary process spanning billions of years. Nonetheless, one point you made is indeed valid: iteration and growth. Cheng Xu continued, our multi-valued logic and self-carrying system are fundamentally based on ternary values. Just as you mentioned, the first and second values are indistinguishable from existing binary systems, while the third value serves as the foundation for self-carrying, necessitating a certain degree of growth. With a sigh, Cheng Xu added, however, it is premature to dwell on this now. We shall discuss growth later. Does anyone have thoughts on our design philosophy at this initial stage? I'll take it. Zhao He stepped forward. Since the first and second values adhere to binary logic, and the third value is self-carrying, might we consider the addition of a carry assist bus to collect and transmit specialized information aiding in self-carry determination based on traditional control, data, and memory buses? Excellent. Cheng Xu nodded enthusiastically. Zhao He's thought process was quite expansive, resonating with his own previous ideas, striking precisely at the heart of the matter. What led you to this consideration? Brother Su, Zhao He's face flushed, and he stammered. Did I ever mention this to you? Cheng Xu suddenly recalled their past discussions, particularly during their freshman and sophomore years. Yes, Zhao He affirmed, in our freshman year, although we lacked this framework at the time, we were merely engaging in idle chatter. I just remembered that. 2 years have passed, and your recollection speaks to your diligence, Cheng Xu confirmed. Initially, this was indeed the approach. But you must understand one crucial point. After the collection and transmission of information via the carry assist bus, on what basis will carry determination rest? It will rely on intelligence, on increasingly powerful artificial intelligence. The more formidable our artificial intelligence becomes, the more robust our multi-valued logic and carry determination will be, thereby strengthening our load pump chip. Moreover, the enhancement of the load pump chip will significantly propel the development of artificial intelligence, rendering it even more astute. Just contemplate the implications of such a trajectory. A few individuals became noticeably agitated. Chapter 31. Opening a new door. This is overwhelmingly powerful, isn't it? One thing is not to be feared for its weakness, but rather for its potential to grow, especially in a cycle where elements complement and promote one another. The auxiliary judgment logic in the early design may not be exceptionally robust, and may even require human intervention for certain determinations. However, as the chip's capabilities advance, the level of intelligence will rapidly escalate, and this swiftly increasing intelligence will, in turn, enhance the efficiency and caliber of carry determination, ultimately elevating the overall standard of the chip. This brings us into a rapidly ascending spiral, where the future potential of such chips is simply unimaginable. Surely, there must be a limit, right? Fei Yidong asked, a hint of bewilderment in his tone. The others instantly chuckled, and the atmosphere became harmonious. Of course, there are limits. Everything undoubtedly has its boundaries. Cheng Xu responded with a smile. Isn't there a limit to the manufacturing processes of semiconductor chips? Indeed, there is. Even now, terms like 5 nanometers or 4 nanometers no longer represent the manufacturing process as they once did. They have purely become designations to inform consumers that our technology has advanced. Yet the actual improvements are far less significant than advertised. This indicates that the advancement of semiconductor chip processes is approaching its limits. After all, as you know, the radius of a silicon atom is a fixed parameter. How could the manufacturing process be infinitely enhanced? Everything has its limits. And the spiral ascent of the pump chip certainly has its own constraints. However, where that limit lies, I cannot say at this moment. We will only discover it when we reach that point and touch upon it. Cheng Xu continued, regardless of where its limits may be. It is certainly unrelated to our current plans. We are merely at the beginning. We are far from contemplating this issue. Our task at this stage is to refine the instruction set and, based on that, produce the first logical chip with certain functionalities. Does a full adder count as a chip with certain functionalities? A boy named Su Ping, who appeared somewhat delicate, asked this question, his tone timid and hesitant. Upon finishing, he felt a bit embarrassed, perhaps pondering whether it was too simplistic, wondering if it would be overkill for the pump to handle such a task. However, Cheng Xu held a different perspective. Su Ping's notion resonated with his own, and he encouraged him with a nod. As long as you employ the design principles of the pump and carry logic, it certainly counts. Su Ping, what are your thoughts? We all know that a full adder has a carry bit, and in the design of binary circuits, the carry process is relatively complex compared to simple addition. I am pondering whether we could simplify this carry process by utilizing the ternary carry determination within the framework of pump theory. Seeing Cheng Xu's support, Su Ping gained confidence, articulating his views clearly and coherently. Look, is Su Ping's idea truly laughable? Some still wanted to chuckle. Just moments ago, Cheng Xu noticed someone suppressing laughter immediately after Su Ping's question, so he seized the opportunity to say, "The most fundamental concepts are often the easiest to implement. Yet, it is precisely these concepts that can most effectively illustrate the principles of a system, making them easier to understand and learn. Isn't this perfectly suited for you at this stage? I have decided that our first chip with logical functionality will be a 32-bit full adder, allowing us to test this type of full adder and compare the efficiency advantages over semiconductor alternatives. Next, you are to wholeheartedly design this 32-bit adder as a teaching component, which will also be utilized in subsequent production phases for educational purposes." The proposal for a full adder did not surprise Cheng Xu, but he was somewhat taken aback that it was Su Ping who brought it up. This individual, who was not initially regarded as the optimal choice among the boys, pleasantly surprised him today. The team indeed requires someone who is meticulous, grounded, and diligent in their efforts. Cheng Xu occasionally pondered the extent to which the efficiency of binary operations could be improved and to what standard it could reach. He understood that in the realm of foundational chip technology, the nascent pump system finds it exceedingly challenging to gain an advantage over established giants like Intel, Qualcomm, and Nvidia. Furthermore, the pivotal role of artificial intelligence in the future compelled him to focus his thoughts on related series of chips, defining this as his primary battlefield and fundamental direction. However, the adder is a classic component. Whether in semiconductors or the pump system, it serves as an exceptionally suitable introductory teaching chip. The design of this 32-bit full adder, approached from a binary perspective, would involve selecting a 4-bit carry look-ahead chain coupled with an 8-bit carry select structure. Su Ping then retrieved his previous experimental report on the 32-bit adder, stating, "It was indeed quite complex. I lost about a third of my hair during the process. However, let us consider it through the lens of the pump concept," Su Ping continued, casually sketching a simple diagram. By stacking these pump components together, the carry chain and carry selection become almost entirely automated. If earlier theoretical discussions had left the audience in awe, the diagrams before them now provided a visceral understanding. From the illustrations, it was evident that this 32-bit adder within the pump system was more than 10 times more streamlined than its semiconductor counterpart. As for efficiency, that would depend on the efficacy of carry determination. This concept has truly opened a new door. Zishu and Xiaohan expressed their astonishment, remarking, "This is an entirely different direction from my previous understanding." Indeed, Fu Yidong remarked, eyeing Su Ping's rough sketches. "The research I have conducted over the past 7 to 8 years has been completely upended in this moment. I begin to question whether those years were in vain. And I may even have to forget it all, otherwise it will hinder my current studies." "Don't worry, Donggu," Zhao He reassured him. "Su Gu once told me that although this concept is advanced, the entire pump system is still in its infancy, making it difficult to compete with traditional chip manufacturers in the short term. Initially, we will focus on chips for artificial intelligence training, inference, and cloud-related tasks. We won't be able to immediately outpace traditional chips. Overcoming them will be a long-term endeavor." Zhao He offered comfort, yet as Fu Yidong listened, he could not shake a feeling of unease. "That's akin to commuting a death sentence to life imprisonment," Qin Mingrui quipped, while Fu Yidong felt a tearful despair. Chapter 32, the most essential element. Haha, this child. At this moment, Professor Panzheng was in his office, perusing the teaching recordings sent by Cheng Xu. While laughing heartily, this young man has evidently already acquired the demeanor of a distinguished educator. However, he soon fell into deep contemplation. The principles, directives, methods for determining carryover, functional design principles, and the entire framework of the charge pump had gradually unveiled its enigmatic black veil, which had once seemed so inscrutable. Even the subsequent implementation and manufacturing would be incorporated into the course schedule. But where lies the most crucial and pivotal point of the charge pump system? Can anyone who learns these concepts then proceed to design and manufacture a charge pump chip? Professor Pan did not subscribe to such a notion. Much like semiconductor chips, the underlying principles are deceptively simple, clearly elucidated even in undergraduate courses. Even students utilizing school facilities to create small gadgets encounter no difficulties. Yet, what of genuine design and manufacturing? Even with the collective strength of the nation, it is challenging to achieve breakthroughs in cutting-edge technology within a short span. Will the charge pump be similarly challenging? A hint of uncertainty crept into Pan Zheng's mind. Just then, Cheng Xu arrived to clarify his doubts. The essence of the matter, of course, lies in how to facilitate the movement of electrons or charged particles against the electrostatic gradient. This is the foundation of the charge pump's operation and its most critical element. Indeed, Pan Zheng chuckled. The pump itself is undoubtedly paramount. But isn't the production process equally significant? The production process is notoriously difficult to keep confidential, especially as the scale of operations expands in the future. Can we simply visit TSMC or ASML and then manufacture high-end lithography machines and sophisticated chips? Cheng Xu smiled. The charge pump is inherently more complex than semiconductors, not merely in terms of the production process, which is only the initial step. The items emerging from the factory are merely semi-finished products. Even if taken apart, they reveal nothing substantial. The subsequent underlying logical processing is the key to the operational efficacy of the charge pump. What is readily observable and easily learned will not constitute the core secrets. As long as you understand this, all will be well. Professor Pan held a deep regard for Cheng Xu's intellect. Having considered these matters thoroughly, he felt reassured. Professor, I have heard that after your graduate students graduate, you shall no longer accept new students. Are you planning to simply idle away your time? The two engaged in light banter, and Cheng Xu expressed his intent. Aren't you going to assist us in some way? I am not looking to accept all 10 of you from the 2041 laboratory. Am I? Professor Pan chuckled. 10 students is quite a handful. Typically, someone of my standing would only mentor 5 or 6. Cheng Xu, somewhat taken aback, retorted, are you aware which way the door to the 2041 laboratory swings? ISNT at you who knows. Professor Pan replied nonchalantly, I shall simply serve as your mascot, providing support and backing. This was the decision Professor Pan had reached after much contemplation. He did not intend to involve himself in the charge pump system. On one hand, his thinking had become rather fixed, making it challenging to pivot. On the other, his advancing age posed its own difficulties in adapting to new paradigms. However, more importantly, Professor Pan Zheng harbored his own concerns. If he were to involve himself, would he overshadow Cheng Xu, stealing his limelight and achievements? After all, who could believe that a mere young man in his 20s could lead such a project alongside him? The only solution was to refrain from participating altogether. Cheng Xu was well aware of Professor Pan Zheng's thoughts, yet one must ponder, how could he, at the tender age of 50, aspire to a leisurely life akin to retirement? Was that even feasible? To think of resting without attaining the status of an academician? Dream on. With the rapid advancements in artificial intelligence, what could possibly be achieved? Cheng Xu inquired with a bright smile. Can you imagine it enhancing the control systems of lithography machines used in current semiconductor chip manufacturing? Can you envision it upgrading the simulation systems of the existing semiconductor framework? Can you foresee improvements in the current semiconductor design processes? Enough, enough, enough. Pan Zheng interjected, waving his hand to halt Cheng Xu's speculative musings. Speak plainly, young man. Are you looking for a fight here? The current semiconductor processes and manufacturing techniques had reached an arduous bottleneck, Cheng Xu noted. Following the extreme ultraviolet lithography machines, it was nearly impossible to upgrade using improved light sources, as the fundamental theoretical basis for further enhancements had ceased to exist due to the constraints posed by the atomic radius of silicon. To my knowledge, ASML's current research direction involves leveraging intelligent systems and machine vision to control and enhance all existing processes in lithography. Indeed, Professor Pan Zheng nodded, acknowledging the relevant information. Any cutting-edge manufacturing hinges on the support of machine vision systems, which are indeed a facet of artificial intelligence. Given the stagnation in process technology, ASML's consideration of employing more powerful artificial intelligence to enhance the visual systems is a plausible avenue. There are numerous researchers domestically engaged in related studies. Some even posit that with a sufficiently robust intelligence system, utilizing advanced machine vision for monitoring and compensating for production processes could elevate deep ultraviolet lithography machines to the standard of extreme ultraviolet lithography, presenting a significant possibility. The only dilemma lies in the fact that this remains merely a hypothesis. Where could such an exceedingly powerful artificial intelligence machine vision system originate? It seems impossible. Pan Zheng glanced at Cheng Xu, pondering, but isn't that precisely what has emerged? What once seemed improbable has now become possible. Do you not see it? Pan Zheng paused, gazing at Cheng Xu. Do you not desire this? Cheng Xu replied with a smile. ASML's research is still in its infancy. In terms of intelligence, we shall undoubtedly make rapid strides and take the lead. By preemptively establishing a foothold in the domain of intelligent machine vision monitoring and dynamic compensation mechanisms for production processes, we can not only procure the highest caliber lithography machines for ourselves, but also erect a series of patent barriers for ASML along this path. In due time, whether through cross-licensing or maintaining competition, we will secure our position in the traditional chip arena, no longer subject to the whims of others. Do you want me to delve into this direction? Pan Zheng was puzzled. Can a student truly dictate the research focus of their teacher? Yet, why did his heart race so intensely? The mere thought of establishing a patent barrier for his mind brought him immense satisfaction. At that moment, we would indeed embody a fusion of tradition and modernity. Cheng Xu jested, a collaboration of teacher and student, invincible under heaven. I shall ponder this further. Pan Zheng nodded solemnly. He was reluctant to interfere with Cheng Xu's research trajectory, yet pursuing applied research based on his findings seemed a commendable option. Chapter 33. Conditions for production, what is there to ponder? Cheng Xu, as if an old friend, remarked lightly, if you wish to stand behind us, dear teacher, you still have some distance to cover. At the very least, you ought to become an academician, wouldn't you agree? Pan Zheng was momentarily taken aback. You rascal. Are you aiming to elevate your mentor to the status of an academician? Quite the ambition you have. Why not? Cheng Xu responded matter-of-factly. When it comes to achievements, there's certainly no issue. Not to mention, delving into practical applications based on intelligence is entirely feasible. Pan Zheng shook his head. Even if we disregard research. According to my current direction, we may be a bit short, but it's not a vast difference. However, this matter is far from straightforward. The intricacies involved are more complicated than you might think. How complicated can it be? Cheng Xu scoffed. Isn't it merely a matter of obtaining nominations from 3 academicians in the same field, followed by a vote? Have you offended so many people in your youth that none would nominate you? Young man, do you understand the importance of respecting your elders? Professor Pan Zheng immediately straightened his face. What do you mean by saying I have offended many? I merely uphold integrity. Do you comprehend integrity, unlike your slick, cunning self? Cheng Xu chuckled. That's not the crux of the matter. What truly matters is how we proceed. What can we do? Professor Pan Zheng huffed, asking with irritation. We shall inundate them with a continuous stream of groundbreaking achievements. If they can overlook one breakthrough, let it be 2 or 3. If that fails, then let it be 10 or even 180. When all cutting-edge results are laid before them and they dare not lift their gaze, it will no longer be a matter of your need for the title of academician. Rather, the title will be indispensable, and there will be questions regarding its authenticity. When you are recognized as second and no one dares to claim first, they will have no choice but to concede, lest they humiliate themselves. After much back and forth, Professor Pan Zheng found himself at a loss for words in response to Cheng Xu. Such arrogance. Yet, one cannot deny the sheer audacity. Indeed, there are individuals of remarkable caliber who have consistently been overlooked by the Academy of Sciences, some even capable of joining the American Academy of Arts and Sciences. Their qualifications beyond question. The reasons behind this are intricate and multifaceted and cannot be attributed to any single factor. However, if what Cheng Xu proposed were truly attainable, the outcome was uncertain, but by that time, the result might very well become inconsequential. You have a truly grand ambition, young man. Pan Zheng shook his head, yearning to inquire, what about yourself? Yet, he ultimately refrained from voicing the question. It was evident to him that Cheng Xu's thoughts extended beyond mere technicalities, prompting him to merely express a sentiment. The advancement of technology necessitates not only a solid foundation, but also timely top-level design. Key positions must be filled by individuals who are willing to advocate for their own interests. What if such individuals are absent? Then one must be elevated to that stature. This is what one might deem a win-win situation. Upon exiting Professor Pan Zheng's presence, Cheng Xu hummed a cheerful tune, departing with a sense of fulfillment. As Cheng Xu left, Pan Zheng's gaze remained fixed on the villa's grand entrance, momentarily entranced by the retreating figure. Upon their first meeting, Pan Zheng was struck by Cheng Xu's formidable prowess and unique thinking. The pump theory had utterly captivated him, marking Cheng Xu as an exceptional talent, perhaps even a genius. However, after some time spent together, Pan Zheng found himself perplexed. He had encountered many who were labeled as geniuses, yet could anyone truly possess such extraordinary capabilities? Pan Zheng discerned that Cheng Xu was not merely a technical enthusiast. Rather, he transcended the archetype of a typical technical fanatic, who is often consumed by their craft to the exclusion of all else. Cheng Xu's interests seemed to span every conceivable aspect. From the moment he first met Pan Zheng, it appeared that every step he took was underpinned by meticulous contemplation, steadily advancing his objectives and plans. His collaboration with Cheng Xu in technology, the establishment of the 2041 laboratory, and his partnership with the university were all meticulously orchestrated. Even regarding the selection of academicians, he seemed to possess an uncanny understanding, as if he had lived through it. At times, he embodied the role of a student. Yet when taking on the mantle of a professor, he commanded respect comparable to the 9 students in his laboratory, one of whom was a master's student nearing graduation, already looking up to him as a mentor. It was as if he were a seasoned professor, and all present had forgotten his youth. In his presence, even his occasional jesting felt like the banter of old friends, creating an ambience of camaraderie. He exuded the vitality of youth, yet seemed to possess a wealth of experience. Able to pause for deep reflection, consistently arriving at nearly optimal solutions. With each passing thought, Professor Panzheng found it increasingly incredulous. How could such a flawless individual exist? Was he a prodigy? Yet, a moment's contemplation led him to reflect. Why ponder so deeply? Such narrow-mindedness. Ultimately, he slapped his forehead, realizing that whether or not Cheng Xu was a prodigy was of little consequence. What truly mattered was that he stood on their side, part of their team. Just imagining the promising future filled him with uncontainable joy, eliciting a smile. Meanwhile, Cheng Xu had already conducted several rounds of functional logic validation for the value-determining microprocessor in his mind, nearly confirming its reliability and deeming it ready for the initial laboratory trial production. Additionally, the adder designed by Su Ping and his fellow students had undergone multiple revisions and deliberations, culminating in a final proposal. Next comes the production process, Cheng Xu remarked. Can anyone elucidate the procedure for manufacturing semiconductor chips? Su Ping. The raw material for semiconductor chips, the silicon wafer, undergoes a meticulous sequence of steps: coating, photolithography, developing, etching, doping, testing, and packaging. Su Ping rose and eloquently detailed the entire process, demonstrating remarkable precision in each phase. He even articulated potential issues that might arise during this process and the corresponding solutions, showcasing his formidable foundational knowledge and extraordinary memory. Cheng Xu listened in awe. While he had encountered individuals who could describe the chip manufacturing process, he had never before witnessed someone recite it with such flawless accuracy, as if from a textbook. Was Su Ping's recitation a result of deliberate memorization, or was his memory genuinely that formidable? It seemed he had retained every detail after just a few readings. However, regrettably, he did not hear what he wished to know. Zishu, please contribute. Zishu Xiaohan raised her hand, and Cheng Xu promptly called on her. Electronic design automation tools are integral to the entire chip production process. They not only provide the necessary manufacturing files, but also offer comprehensive service throughout the production process. Compared to the various stages and steps of production, this can be considered the soul of the process. Cheng Xu nodded. This is indeed a crucial point. And it is not merely vital for the production of silicon semiconductor chips, but also central to our pump system chip production, perhaps even more so. Chapter 34. The production process, why is it deemed even more important? Cheng Xu chuckled. You will soon find out. First, let us examine the fundamental raw materials required for the production of pump chips. What do we have here? Photoresist? Su Ping ventured first. Congratulations, you are correct on 1/3. Cheng Xu jested. The three-letter answer is indeed resist, and while this is a type of resin, it presently lacks a specific name. It is a conductive resin, which you should be familiar with, categorized into isotropic and anisotropic conductive resins, widely utilized in various electronic fields and for fine printing on boards. However, the resin before us differs from any existing conductive resin. In its natural state at room temperature, 40 to 120 degrees, it is a pliable solid. Observe. It resembles the texture of pork belly. Due to its unique molecular structure, the conductive particles exhibit certain distinctive characteristics under the influence of various additives. And it is these properties that we intend to exploit. The group listened intently, hanging on Cheng Xu's every word, their eyes fixed on the peculiar substance before them. Fearful of missing any detail. Is the manufacturing process solely about producing this resin? Chi Yusen expressed her inner confusion. No, Cheng Xu clarified. This resin is merely a raw material, akin to the silicon wafers used in semiconductor manufacturing. The crux of the matter lies in how we facilitate the movement of charged particles against the electric charge gradient. That is the essence of the manufacturing process. The most critical element is a field. As he spoke, Cheng Xu gestured toward the equipment beside him. It is the field generated by this device. If one were to assert that the production of semiconductor chips, utilizing light sources for photolithography, constitutes the most pivotal process, then the production of pump chips hinges critically upon the technique of field etching. A collective sigh escaped the lips of several individuals upon encountering the term field. For its mere mention seems to expand one's mind threefold. The concept of a field can be considered both the simplest and yet the most complex notion within the realm of physics. It can be succinctly defined in a single sentence. A field, as a physical term, refers to a diffusive form of matter that exists simultaneously within a specific spatial domain. It pertains to a spatial region wherein objects possessing certain properties can exert a force upon other objects that do not physically contact them. How straightforward, one might think. Yet, what constitutes this specific space? What are these objects endowed with particular properties? What sort of force is being exerted, and how does it act upon these objects? In what manner does this interaction unfold? Is this not a challenge? Indeed it is. Humanity has discerned the existence of gravity for centuries, yet to this day, the scientific community has yet to reach a consensus on the essence of the gravitational field. The theory of electromagnetic fields is similarly elusive. Its applications are vast. Yet the fundamental nature of it remains ambiguous. Is it merely a physical field generated by the motion of charges? Perhaps, but let us leave it at that. In truth, whenever a peculiar physical phenomenon emerges that eludes our current understanding, it can be designated as a unique field, provided it can be harnessed. The underlying essence is of little consequence. True advocates of science comprehend that it cannot elucidate everything, and the very purpose of scientific inquiry is to progressively explore the unknown, striving to transform obscurities into certainties, thereby constructing answers, theories, and systems that ultimately become integral to the scientific fabric. Is it not true that such field etching lacks precision and control? After a prolonged silence, it was Zishu Shaoan who first spoke up. Unlike the photolithography process, where the circuitry is accurate down to the nanometer, meticulously crafted to mirror the design, field etching is decidedly less exact. Cheng Xu was particularly struck by Zishu Shaoan's name, which was notably unique, having never encountered it before. However, through his observations over time, he discerned a defining trait in her. She consistently focused on the minutiae, often cutting straight to the essence of matters, truly a rare talent. As it happened, Cheng Xu was on the verge of articulating his thoughts when she proposed that if she were to perform comedy, she would undoubtedly excel as a comedic straight man. Always perfectly timed. Indeed, Cheng Xu affirmed, the process of field etching is inherently indeterminate. Much like individuals, no two leaves are identical, nor are any two minds wholly alike. How then can the standardization and uniformity of chips be ensured? Su Ping's concerns diverged from those of Zishu Shaoan. He could memorize entire books and instinctively think of an adder from the outset, reflective of his cautious, disciplined, and diligent nature. His exceptional talent lies in his remarkable memory. After answering questions almost as if reciting from memory, Cheng Xu specifically inquired about him, which truly astonished him. He had previously worked on a 32-bit adder, creating a densely packed layout that spanned dozens of pages. When tasked to redraw it, he could flawlessly reproduce the entire production diagram from left to right and top to bottom, all from memory. Why should we pursue uniformity? Uniformity signifies standardization. Yet it is the diversity that fosters boundless possibilities. Observing Su Ping's hesitation, Cheng Xu elucidated. I comprehend your concerns regarding how to ensure yield rates and performance standards, correct? Su Ping vigorously nodded in agreement. Upon the completion of the production process, we will implement standardized performance testing tools and establish a standardized testing system. Cheng Xu estimated that for this prototype, the initial exceptional rate could reach 20, the yield rate could be 50, and the usability rate could be 70. These are approximate figures. Can defective products still be utilized? Su Ping inquired again. Why not? Do you think Intel's 6-core Core i7 comes from nowhere? Cheng Xu chuckled. Isn't it simply the case that during subsequent testing of the 8-core i7, 1 or 2 cores were found to be defective, leading to the intentional disabling of those cores to sell the product as a lower-tier option? We will adopt a similar approach. Non-conforming products are not waste. By lowering a performance standard, they can still be utilized for lesser demands. Do you now grasp the meaning behind my previous statement? Cheng Xu asked, why do I assert that automated tools are crucial for the production process of the pump chip? Is it the stochastic nature of field engraving? Fu Yidong tentatively suggested. Cheng Xu was genuinely delighted. These 9 individuals are indeed treasures, each with unique attributes. Yet, when they collaborate here, everyone can leverage their strengths. Fu Yidong, with his wealth of experience, though not always applicable, possesses an extraordinary ability to summarize and synthesize past processes. Exactly, Cheng Xu affirmed. As I mentioned, field engraving is an indeterminate process. How can we control this process? Must it be human-operated? Naturally, it requires automated tools. The more intelligent the tools, the more pronounced their enhancement of this process. Our chip's exceptional rate, yield rate, and usability rate will continually improve. Over time, performance levels will also rise. Does this sound somewhat familiar? As production processes improve, we will create more powerful chips, train more advanced artificial intelligence, and the level of automation tools will further elevate, leading to an upward spiral of progress. Ha ha ha. Chi Yusin, rarely joking, lightened the mood. And everyone shared the same sentiment, resulting in a wave of laughter echoing through the laboratory. Chapter 35, Successful Trial Production, Setting Sail. The machines hummed as they operated, with various parameters flashing rapidly across the screens. Lines of electromagnetic fields appeared, vanished, and overlapped, exerting their influence on a special gelatinous film, producing wondrous and magical transformations. Cheng Xu gazed with immense satisfaction, reminiscing about his early days in component manufacturing, where he relied solely on manual adjustments of various parameters and the operation of numerous devices. The process, involving just a handful of components, consumed over 10 arduous days. Yet now, despite the system not being fully automated, once the program configurations were predetermined, it could operate continuously, requiring only occasional manual confirmations. The efficiency had evidently escalated by 1,000-fold compared to the laborious manual efforts he once undertook. However, despite the minimal manual operations and settings required, the team remained utterly vigilant, their eyes fixated on the monitors or directly on the production process. There was no sense of witnessing history in the making. Zhao He muttered, "Previously, I had envisioned myriad ways to await the arrival of the pump system chip, like a pilgrimage. Solemn and serious, thrilling and exhilarating, or even in exuberant shouts. Yet I never anticipated such a tranquil, almost dull wait. This is utterly devoid of interest. We're just watching, and there is nothing to see." "Well, what do you expect?" Pai Dong interjected with a chuckle. "How about you give it a knock? If that doesn't work, let's all give it a knock." Laughter erupted, filling the room with a joyful atmosphere. Even Cheng Xu couldn't help but smile. While Qi Yusin stifled her laughter, her face flushed. "All right, merriment aside, we must not lose focus. Eyes must remain unblinking, and thoughts must not stagnate," Cheng Xu admonished, quelling the playful antics. At this moment, seriousness was imperative. There was no room for negligence. "From the moment I tasked you with studying the instruction set, to the design of the adder, and now to observing the production in the laboratory, all these endeavors over the past few days have served a singular purpose: to deepen your understanding of the pump chip system, as well as its design and production processes. The objective is to prepare for the next phase of our work, designing and developing automation tools. After these days of observation, listening, thinking, and reflecting, coupled with your direct engagement in designing the pump system adder logic, each of you must have garnered your own insights. You have undoubtedly recognized the significance of designing and producing automation tools for the pump system. You all comprehend. As production processes improve, we create more powerful chips, train more formidable artificial intelligence, and elevate the level of automation tools, which in turn enhances production processes, creating a cycle of advancement. Isn't the aim to soar to greater heights? So, what lies at the heart of this critical, pivotal issue? Greater intelligence. The group responded in unison. Having independently arrived at this realization, relative to semiconductors, particularly in conjunction with artificial intelligence, the role of the pump chip in manufacturing is of utmost importance. Indeed, Cheng Xu affirmed. Recognizing the significance of intelligence indicates that you've truly exerted effort over these past days and have gained a foundational and fundamental understanding of the pump chip system. From design to production, has it truly only been a few days? It feels as though an eternity has passed. Zhao He was suddenly enlightened. Yet his words resonated with the sentiments of all present. In just over 10 days, a mere blink of time, these individuals had embarked on a journey from absolute ignorance to a profound comprehension of the entire theoretical framework of the HEP pump system. The sights they beheld, the sounds they absorbed, and the knowledge they acquired brought forth an overwhelming transformation. One that could be described as a complete reformation of their previous understanding of the chip knowledge system. The progress they made was so substantial that it almost instilled in them an illusion of having surpassed the cumulative learning of several years at university. The potential of humanity is boundless. Look at what you have accomplished. Cheng Xu generously offered encouragement to this group of young individuals. This praise was wholly deserved by the few who received it. These past days, they had truly immersed themselves, exerting every ounce of their effort. The results were palpably significant. Compared to their selves from just over 10 days ago, they were no longer mere novices in experience. In the realm of HEP pump chips, they could even foresee themselves becoming future authorities in the industry. Their confidence and demeanor had undergone a remarkable transformation, akin to a phoenix rising from the ashes. All right, let us continue. Cheng Xu observed the 9 invigorated men and women with immense satisfaction. What we seek is the integration of artificial intelligence with automated design and production tools. In simple terms, we aim for superintelligence. This is your next phase of tasks and objectives. No problem, they replied in unison. The first task, to reflect on the knowledge and experiences gained over these days, and to compose a detailed design, simulation, and production process control methodology. Cheng Xu assigned the task, stating, "You may also interpret this as designing and planning the project requirements for our superintelligence initiative." Understood, they echoed once more. However, Cheng Xu sensed a slight imbalance in their exuberance. Perhaps their excitement had reached an excessive level. He took a moment to recalibrate, observing the equipment and monitoring the progress. Noting that the production process was nearing its conclusion. Prepare yourselves. The moment of witnessing history is upon you, right now. The individuals, still basking in their excitement, were suddenly jolted into focus as the buzzing ceased and a beeping sound emerged. The entire marking process concluded, and the first board of chips was freshly produced. Before them lay the inaugural chip of a completely novel system, one that had never before existed, now endowed with certain functionalities. This was indeed a moment of historical significance. Everyone's breath quickened. The HEP pump was unlike other so-called new systems that merely conducted experiments in laboratories, published papers, and then faded into obscurity. Their learning over these 10 days had informed them that the HEP chip would undoubtedly be mass-designed and produced on a large scale, possessing the capability to challenge and even revolutionize the existing semiconductor framework, thereby influencing the future landscape of the chip market. This innovation represented a new system brimming with infinite potential and possibilities. Cheng Xu felt a surge of excitement. After years of research in his previous life and the initial theoretical success in the laboratory, he was once again replicating this process in this life. He had produced a batch of components, and today marked the debut of a fully functional chip. The emotions entwined within this achievement were indescribable, with only understanding the bittersweet journey. Now, the core pump had clearly established the foundational theory and developmental direction of the entire system, heralding a bright future. This was a magnificent beginning for an all-encompassing chip. The core pump set sail. Chapter 36, Considerations of Patents. The completion of the field etching signified that the core pump system chip had officially transitioned from theory to application. However, field etching was but the initial step. Following its completion, a comprehensive evaluation of the device and process's overall effectiveness was required. This included the electrical characteristic testing of the device, encompassing resistance and resistivity, as well as the molecular morphological changes post-etching. Subsequent steps involved chip testing, packaging, and more. The testing process necessitated a functional and performance assessment of each chip to ensure the realization of its original design intentions. The packaging provided a shell for the chip, serving both to secure and protect it while utilizing its pins to connect with other chip components on the circuit board. For Cheng Xu, the most perplexing aspect was the packaging. Deciding on which standard to adopt was a daunting challenge. Currently, the core pump chips existed independently and lacked a cohesive system. They could only demonstrate their value in mass production of microprocessors by temporarily relying on and integrating into the existing semiconductor framework. Cheng Xu did not dwell on this dilemma for long. In truth, for the newly birthed and still fragile core pump chip, there were no alternatives before it could mature. Adopting the existing compatible system was the only viable option. He ultimately resolved to use a packaging method consistent with that of most contemporary graphics acceleration chips. Even the connection between the chip and the slot adhered to the same standard components of current graphics cards, utilizing the Universal Graphics Card Goldfinger standard. Achieving plug-and-play compatibility on home computers or servers was the optimal, if not the sole, choice for the early core pump chip. Brother Xu, do you wish to create your own comprehensive computer system? Zhao He, upon noticing Cheng Xu's internal conflict, discerned his thoughts, having already broken through from 0 to 1. Wasn't it only a matter of time? Indeed, and it would come to fruition swiftly. Cheng Xu was confident. His recent ponderings were not about this. It was a moment of slight naivete. Xiao Han, his former intelligent assistant, had been like a right-hand partner, and Cheng Xu's later accomplishments were undoubtedly partly due to her contributions. The recollection of her surfaced in light of the forthcoming tasks. The successful trial production of the first-generation chip, the factory was ready, and the initial production materials and equipment were about to be assembled. The consideration of patents concerning materials and equipment was certainly to be prioritized. In reality, Cheng Xu had contemplated this issue for quite some time. The application for patents necessitated a detailed account of the production process and methods, as the essence of a patent was to exchange disclosure for protection. Even when applying for confidentiality, the situation remains the same, as long as someone has access. Even if it is the approval authority, absolute security is unattainable. Individuals with connections will always find ways to glean pertinent information from patent approval agencies, even when confidentiality is claimed. Thus, considerations surrounding patent applications must be approached with utmost caution. It is imperative to discern which applications are essential, which may be discretionary, and which should categorically be avoided. In certain cases, it may be prudent to defer applications until the opportune moment arises, particularly when international competitors exhibit signs of significant breakthroughs. One must act swiftly, yet subtly, without providing them with any insights prior to their advancements. Such considerations require meticulous categorization and summarization. For instance, materials akin to conductive adhesives must be submitted for patenting. The rationale is straightforward. Once a chip is released to the market, the confidentiality of its materials is virtually impossible to maintain. Any competent chemical laboratory can analyze the molecular structure from the finished product. Once the molecular structure is identified, replicating the synthesis merely involves a series of attempts, rendering confidentiality unfeasible. Moreover, chemical substances in themselves are not patentable unless they are combined with various complex materials to create a mixture with specific utility. For example, various resin compounds cannot be patented, but when blended with sensitizers and solvents, they can be formulated into a photoresist that is patentable. The same principle applies to materials within the field of field etching systems. One must scrutinize the manufacturing methods, processes, and subsequent applications to establish stringent patent barriers that encompass all synthetic pathways. Beyond raw materials, there are also field etching devices, which are simpler to address. These devices are essentially modified from a full-spectrum wave field generator. Their complexity parallels that of photolithography machines, while some may perceive photolithography as intricate. This perception primarily pertains to high-end models. Lower-end photolithography equipment is not complex. The development of traditional photographic film is a form of photolithography, a device that has been utilized in photography studios for over a century. How complex can it truly be? Field etching devices share a similar narrative. Lower-tier products are merely standard full-spectrum field generators. Any factory with the requisite demand can produce them. The truly confidential aspects lie in the meticulous settings of field dimensional parameters during the production process, as well as the sophisticated field etching equipment that necessitates precise control of variations in micrometer scale intensity. Each component and manufacturing method of the field etching device must be patent protected, while the parameter settings and precision control methodologies, along with subsequent refined operations, are absolute secrets that must remain undisclosed. Additionally, with the successful trial production of chips, new instruction sets and architectures already exist. Whether to promptly release this information following the organization of relevant materials requires careful deliberation. A novel type of field-sensitive resin and its application in field effect conductive adhesive compositions. A field effect adhesive composition and its applications. A method for the preparation and utilization of a field effect conductive adhesive, 108 types. And a method for controlling the intensity and precision of field generation equipment. Cheng Xu pondered helplessly over various patent-related materials, reminiscing about the time when this work was all done by Xiao Han. How he missed Xiao Han. Cheng Xu sighed deeply. In truth, from the very beginning, Cheng Xu had been torn between starting with assistant research and focusing on chips. Initially, he was indeed quite conflicted, and it was the shadow left by those 4 dump trucks that ultimately led him to prioritize chip development, beginning with the core. The rationale was straightforward. If he were to successfully develop Xiaohan and subsequently integrate it into computers powered by Intel's and NVIDIA's accelerators, Samsung's memory, and Microsoft's operating system, what difference would it make if he were merely marrying a bride who lived in another's home? Could he truly feel at ease? They claimed they wouldn't TC or touch anything, but could that be trusted? No matter how they proclaimed their innocence, emphasized the absence of backdoors, or touted their security, Cheng Xu could no longer afford to trust or utilize their assurances. Once was innocence, a second time would render him a fool or a simpleton. Sigh, he thought. One must take it slowly. Cheng Xu rubbed his eyes, dimmed the monitor slightly, and mumbled. Xiaohan must await the comprehensive load pump computer, otherwise, even if it were developed, he would not dare to use it and would have to rely on himself. Nevertheless, it was manageable. He only needed to outline the topics and structural direction, which entailed a limited and controllable workload. The subsequent materials would be summarized and prepared by the other 9. And while they may not match Xiaohan, it would have to suffice. Chapter 37. Factory matter succeeded? Upon receiving news from Cheng Xu, Xiaobo hurried to his residence. Why are you so excited? It's just an adder, right? At that moment, Cheng Xu was busy organizing various material outlines and seeing Xiaobo, who appeared disheveled. He felt a bit speechless. No, this is of great significance. Xiaobo gesticulated animatedly, feeling immensely excited. However, witnessing Cheng Xu's calm demeanor, as if it were nothing significant, left him at a loss for words. He could only inquire, don't you care about the performance metrics of the sample? Why would I concern myself with the performance metrics of an adder? Cheng Xu responded nonchalantly, calculating in his mind to arrive at an understanding. It's roughly at the semiconductor level, approximately 60, which holds no real significance for us. There is no need for excessive concern. The primary focus should remain on the factory. I mention this to remind you that progress must accelerate on the factory side. as the temporarily modified equipment in the laboratory cannot produce higher-level chips. Rest assured, it will be ready soon. Xiaobo replied. You need not worry about Cheng Xu's capabilities. They are operating at full capacity, with workers on 3 shifts, ensuring that the project does not pause. The factory is now taking shape. Moreover, the high-end combined wave field generator you requested has been duly prepared and is currently stored in the warehouse, ready for assembly according to your design specifications as soon as the factory is completed. A high-end combined wave field generator? High-end. Cheng Xu felt a sense of helplessness. While such combined wave field generator devices are indeed available on the market, they cannot truly be classified as high-end when compared to the precision of the field engraving instruments needed. The focus may be similar, yet the technological advancements have not been directed towards a singular purpose. There are no readily available devices that cater to the precise control of localized spatial field intensity. The laboratory's equipment alone required substantial effort to modify certain hardware and control systems. Although the generator equipment prepared by the factory is indeed more advanced and comparatively powerful, it still necessitates modifications to align with the objective of precise control of localized spatial field intensity. Only after these enhancements are completed can it rightfully be termed a field engraving instrument. Otherwise, it remains merely an ordinary full-spectrum field generator incapable of performing engraving tasks. The significance of a field engraving instrument in the production process of the laser pump chip is akin to that of a lithography machine in semiconductor chip manufacturing. In the future, companies that manufacture field engraving instruments will undoubtedly emerge as the titans of the industry, much like ASML in the current semiconductor sector. In his vision, the production of field engraving instruments must be kept within his own grasp, or at the very least, under the control of trusted associates. This is part of the plan. However, much like lithography machines, the further one advances, the more sophisticated the technology becomes, rendering upgrades and iterations increasingly arduous. Concurrently, the costs associated with research, development, and usage will escalate exponentially. Embarking on such a venture is undeniably a colossal capital-intensive project. Therefore, Cheng Xu has yet to make a definitive decision on its implementation and must carefully weigh the options. Presently, the objective is to establish a factory, and Cheng Xu is quite satisfied with the progress of Cheng Xu technology. After all, not only is he anxious, but they may be even more so. Matters concerning Yanqing must not be delayed in the slightest. Cheng Xu nodded in agreement. Once the factory and equipment are in place, the only remaining factor is personnel, whose expertise and qualifications are also of paramount importance. No need for concern, Xiaobo assured confidently. Since Cheng Xu has committed to you, we will not cut corners. Initially, we plan to transfer some personnel from Yushu Core Technology, treating it as a temporary arrangement. Although these individuals may not be from the production sector, they have relevant industry experience and would be more adept than complete novices, which we find quite suitable. Yushu Core Technology? Is that the company that spun off from Cheng Xu, claiming to create intelligent computing and enhance computational intelligence through chip design? Cheng Xu pondered for a moment. It seemed that this company had yet to produce any landmark products, and it was exclusively utilized by Cheng Xu technology, suggesting that its capabilities might not be particularly robust. Nevertheless, Xiaobo had a point. Industry professionals invariably possess more experience than newcomers, so he nodded in acknowledgement. Yet, a thought struck him, and he inquired. Your training core for Yanqing doesn't happen to utilize Yushu Core Technology's acceleration core, does it? Partially. We have employed a portion of it. Upon hearing the tone of Xiaobo's speech, Cheng Xu discerned that the majority of the chips in question were unlikely to be from Yushu Core, but rather from either Cambrian or NVIDIA. The fact that their own chips were not in use spoke volumes about their capabilities, and Cheng Xu was quite aware of this reality. Additionally, Xiaobo mentioned, in 3 days, the launch event for Yanqing will take place, and the boss wishes to invite you to attend in person, eager to meet you. Absolutely not. Cheng Xu quickly waved his hands in protest. This is a product we agreed upon prior to our collaboration, so please do not involve me. A meeting could be arranged, but it would have to be at another time. He could either visit Huashou or Cheng Xu could go to him. But attending the launch event was out of the question. Do you truly lack confidence in our product? Xiaobo inquired, unfazed by Cheng Xu's apparent desire to distance himself from Yanqing. In fact, he found it amusing. Is Yanqing really that subpar? All I know is that on February 8th, Google hastily held a launch event in Paris to unveil their chatbot product. Due to an embarrassing mistake during the live demonstration, Google's stock plummeted immediately after the broadcast, resulting in a staggering market value loss of 700 billion. Don't ask me. You should reflect on your own confidence in Yanqing. Xiaobo refrained from answering that question, but internally he mused, our own confidence is virtually non-existent. If we had faith, we wouldn't have been so anxious recently. As for the launch event, he was aware that the boss had already convened a meeting to record responses to questions regarding Yanxin. This indicated that there would be no live QA during the launch. Instead, they would simply play a pre-recorded video to avoid the missteps that befell Google. At least Google had the audacity to entertain live questions, while they opted for a recorded session, blatantly signaling to the world that they were, in fact, lacking. Cheng Xu couldn't help but chuckle, while Google managed to weather the storm until the end of their launch event despite the stock drop. I foresee your stock plummeting throughout your event. Xiaobo was nearly in tears. He was well aware of the situation, as everyone at Cheng Xu Technology understood it all too well. However, what could they do? They had to face it head-on. If others possess something, they too must have it, or risk falling behind. Yet, there was no need for excessive worry. After all, one must hold back to eventually lift oneself up, Cheng Xu reassured him. During the launch, make it appear as though you are simply going through the motions. The worse it seems, the better. You might even consider hinting that this product doesn't truly exist, that it's merely fabricated. The following day, we can craft a narrative, inviting the media for a closed beta experience, sharing some recorded dialogues, and so forth. Once everyone sees that, lo and behold, Yanxin is not a fabrication. It truly exists, and confidence will be restored immediately. You are quite the schemer, Xiaobo remarked. Not out of praise for Cheng Xu's suggestion, but because Cheng Xu was already planning to execute this strategy, and Cheng Xu had accurately guessed their intentions. Had they initially announced that Yanxin would not be released to the public and would only be available for a closed beta to media and select enterprises, they would surely have faced severe backlash. However, by deliberately staging a lackluster launch event, creating an impression of fabrication, they could temper expectations. The following day, with a slight adjustment, the narrative would shift entirely, restoring confidence and yielding even better results. Yet, this was not a sustainable strategy. The product would eventually need to be released, and evading it was not a viable long-term solution, especially with Microsoft's Bing Chat looming on the horizon. Cheng Xu had already anticipated this, and Xiaobo did not deny it. Instead, he remarked, indeed, Cheng Xu's core business revolves around search. As long as this vital area remains unscathed, the stock price, although it may dip today, can certainly rebound tomorrow. Cheng Xu reassured him, artificial intelligence, to put it plainly, is still largely a gimmick at this stage. Even Bing hesitates to fully embrace it. While the capabilities of 4 are undeniably formidable, the resources consumed daily are astronomical, a burden which ordinary companies cannot bear. If we were to open up search for users indiscriminately, even Microsoft would struggle with the costs. Thus, there is no need for excessive concern. Brother, may I call you that? Xiaobo queried. While you seem untroubled, we have been losing sleep for several months. Barely resting a wink. His exaggerated expression elicited laughter from Cheng Xu. All right, enough with the theatrics, Cheng Xu replied. I am well aware of the chip situation. Mass production indeed requires over 3 months, or even longer. However, smaller batches can be expedited. After a month of factory operations, we can provide you with 20,000 trial units. Does that suffice? Excellent, Xiaobo exclaimed, exhilarated by the prospect of acquiring chips, even if merely for testing. To his surprise, before he could voice his thoughts, Cheng Xu had already broached the subject. Clearly, it was impossible to conceal his intentions from someone as perceptive as Cheng Xu. Chapter 38. The inevitability of human limitations. Having reached a delightful consensus with Cheng Xu, Xiaobo felt a swell of pride and even inquired about Cheng Xu's well-being. I noticed you frowning intermittently. Are you facing any difficulties? However, as soon as the words left his mouth, he regretted them, thinking it wiser to refrain from asking. If Cheng Xu could not resolve the predicament, it was unlikely that he could either. Not to that extent, Cheng Xu chuckled lightly. I was merely contemplating whether it is prudent to publicly announce the new chip and instruction set architecture immediately, or if we should bide our time. Considering we are the only ones utilizing this architecture. Bide our time? Wait for what? Upon hearing Cheng Xu's words, Xiaobo sprang to his feet. We must release it without delay. Initially focused on the chips, Xiaobo had overlooked the connection between the chip architecture and the instruction set. Disregarding the chips for a moment, the principles are largely similar, and many domestic manufacturers, including Hasilicon, Cambricon, Cheng Xu itself, and even some lesser-known institutions, are engaged in this domain. The number of related chip design companies has proliferated dramatically, all seizing the favorable winds of opportunity. Yet, truly competent firms are few and far between. On the other hand, graphical acceleration chips lack a universal architecture and instruction set. Indeed, each company's approach is distinct, resulting in significant disparities in quality. Consequently, Xiaobo initially overlooked this aspect, failing to consider it in his deliberations. However, Cheng Xu's system evidently represents a core arithmetic unit of a universal architecture, an indispensable logical entity, a true core of a general-purpose processor. How could a novel general-purpose processing core rely on outdated architectures and instruction sets? It must inevitably be entirely new. Currently, there are indeed domestically designed instruction sets. For instance, Lungsun and Shui possess wholly independent architectures and instruction systems. Particularly in the latter case, there exists a prominent position in the realm of supercomputing. Following the unavailability of Intel's Xeon high-end processors domestically, the construction of supercomputers has increasingly relied on the Shenwei series processors. A supercomputer is a colossal entity, capable of infinitely stacking processors, disregarding energy consumption and physical dimensions. For instance, the Sunway Taihu Lite employs over 40,000 processors. However, such a behemoth is evidently impractical for consumer electronics. The market would hardly accept a smartphone the size of a brick or a computer tower as large as a small room. Yet, upon hearing about Cheng Xu's innovation, Xiaobo's eyes sparkled with excitement. This is surely capable of meeting the comprehensive demands of performance, size, and energy efficiency. This is unequivocal. In fact, within just over a month, Qiansun would be utilizing the value assessment processing core based on this architecture, undoubtedly suited for consumer use. Unlike other categories, for chips, the craftsmanship of consumer-grade products is paramount, for only a vast market can amortize the exorbitant R&D costs of high-end chips. Conversely, certain confidential sectors, including military industries, do not pursue cutting-edge technology. They prioritize security and stability, rendering size and energy consumption inconsequential to them. Observing Cheng Xu's seemingly indifferent demeanor, Xiaobo became increasingly anxious. "My dear brother, what on earth are you thinking? Do not be so agitated." Cheng Xu replied helplessly, "I understand the significance of the new architecture, new system, and new instruction set." "No, you do not," Xiaobo retorted, retaking his seat. "Let me share something with you, and you will comprehend. What we need now is not subtlety, but confidence." "I understand." Cheng Xu's expression hardened. The grand game of great powers. As soon as Cheng Xu spoke, Xiaobo realized he truly grasped the situation. In the current global landscape, hot conflicts are not the norm. Technological competition is the mainstream. And where lies the focus of this competition, or rather, this game? Why target storage chips and artificial intelligence chips? Why are Chongqing Storage and Cambricon in the spotlight? The underlying logic pertains to the future of artificial intelligence. The rapid development and iteration of AI require a combination of central supercomputing servers, cloud-accelerated inference and training servers, distributed high-speed storage, and intelligent terminal chips. These elements will significantly propel the enhancement of comprehensive national strength in the future. Would Cheng Xu be oblivious to this? If he were, it would be a life wasted. Indeed, given the current circumstances, this game is exceedingly disadvantageous for us, influencing various aspects and imposing limitations that necessitate retreat and compromise in every regard. We must take action. Cheng Xu swiftly reached a decision. We must elevate our ambitions and instill confidence in our nation. We are not devoid of resources. Such a resolution poses no difficulty for Cheng Xu. He does not need to dwell on the risks of being placed on some arbitrary list due to excessive visibility. This entire system is his own, and no one can impose restrictions upon him. At that very moment, while Cheng Xu and Xiaobo were engaged in their dialogue, an urgent meeting was convening elsewhere. How do you assess such claims? Materials were presented before each participant at the conference, and the content bore relevance to artificial intelligence. It read, "The quadrangular building is poised to invest substantially in a project that aims to launch a space weapon targeting the moon within 5 years, utilizing AI-related technology. The veracity remains uncertain, yet it can be confirmed that significant funds have indeed been allocated." Each attendee was seasoned and battle-hardened. Yet they approached this seemingly implausible news with caution. This matter may be false. Reaching the moon with current technology is no longer remarkable. But directly striking it remains utterly impossible. However, even if they cannot accomplish this feat, to what extent can they actually achieve? In truth, everyone was uncertain, which is precisely why this meeting was convened. The potential fallacy of this news must be treated with the utmost seriousness, as it is highly probable that they may realize a portion of it. "I do not understand artificial intelligence," an elderly man remarked. "But I would not trust a single punctuation mark of their statements. They once claimed that the lift coefficient of 22 could reach 22, which left us anxious. And we exerted tremendous effort to ensure the J-20 achieved that, yet what was the outcome? They were merely boasting. Indeed, the prospect of striking the moon is likely a mere boast. What does likely a boast mean? It unequivocally signifies boasting. No one knows the nature of America better than these individuals. Yet, striking the moon is undoubtedly a boast. However, to what extent can they truly accomplish? Silence, prolonged silence, enveloped the room, and no one could answer this question. What do experts say? What can experts say? We genuinely do not comprehend the actual capabilities of their artificial intelligence. Its linguistic prowess is undeniably formidable. Do they possess other models applicable across various industries? That remains difficult to assess. Consequently, we cannot evaluate its impact on precision instruments and high-end industries, thus rendering it impossible to ascertain the extent of their capabilities. We do not consider this issue from a technological perspective. Indeed, we currently cannot discern their depths. An elderly man stated, "Let us ponder the purpose behind their deliberate release of such information. It must be to intimidate us. What event has triggered their nerves?" No one spoke. All were acutely aware. Yet can this matter be disregarded? Impossible. So, does this mean there is no hope for our future in artificial intelligence? Will Yangtze memory technologies and Cambercon be stifled? Will we fall behind in the technological and industrial advancements of the future artificial intelligence era? How many years will we lag behind? Bitterness, sorrow, silence. Once again, an extended stillness prevailed, and no one had an answer. This is the helplessness of being overshadowed by humanity. Chapter 39. The issue of top-level design. How is the subsidiary doing now? At Sun Jintai's residence, his father-in-law, Mr. Wan, made a rare visit. Sun Jintai silently mused. How is she? Since she went to Huasho, she has even called her father once, yet you, on the other hand, speak with her daily, don't you? Despite his inner doubts, he refrained from expressing them aloud and merely replied, "It should be fine. I intend to make a trip to Huazhou." Mr. Wen declared solemnly, "I wish to meet the Cheng Xu you mentioned." "No, sir." Sun Jintai suddenly stood up, cautiously inquiring, "What is the purpose? Is it not sufficient to have a simple conversation?" Mr. Wen chuckled, "You speak of him as if he were unparalleled, especially in the realm of artificial intelligence, surpassing even the Academy of Sciences. Am I correct? I too wish to gain some understanding of artificial intelligence." "You wish to comprehend artificial intelligence?" Sun Jintai was taken aback. "Even if you were to say you were going to meet your granddaughter's husband, I would not be as astonished." The elder, who had only recently mastered the intricacies of a smartphone after years of effort, now sought to delve into artificial intelligence. "Do you truly grasp it? Even if there were matters to consider, should we not allow experts to provide an assessment first, and then make decisions based on their findings?" "What?" Mr. Wen feigned a stern expression. "Do you regard me as so incapable? Are expert evaluations infallible? Is it not permissible for me to seek knowledge on my own?" Sun Jintai was at a loss for words, drenched in sweat. What could he possibly counter? If you wish to learn, then so be it. Mr. Wen was indeed a person of decisive action. Having announced his intention to go to Huazhou in the morning, he arrived by afternoon. However, they did not directly seek out Cheng Xu or Zishu Shaohan. Instead, they visited Professor Pan Zheng. "Mr. Wen, something must be amiss," Professor Pan observed, acutely aware of the significance of Mr. Wen's visit, which was unprecedented. Such a personage, if not for Sun Jintai's connection, would seldom be encountered. This visit was evidently not for the purpose of seeing his granddaughter. "I came to see the sights," Mr. Wen stated without elaboration. "I hear from Jintai that you have taken on a remarkable student named Cheng Xu." "Indeed, Cheng Xu," Professor Pan responded quickly, noting Mr. Wen's clear interest in Cheng Xu. "He will be here shortly for dinner. The young man is truly exceptional, and I am certain you will take a liking to him." As he spoke, Professor Pan sent a message to Cheng Xu, pondering the curious connection between Mr. Wen and Cheng Xu. Artificial intelligence. Was Mr. Wen even involved in that field? After a hearty meal, observing the amiable exchange between Cheng Xu and Mr. Wen in the living room, one could perceive a warmth as if they had known each other for ages. Not only Sun Jintai, but even Professor Pan watched with wide eyes, intrigued. Do not be misled by Mr. Wen's jovial demeanor. His amiability is reserved for those who understand his temperament. Pray tell, how is agricultural policy formulated? Mr. Wen appeared to be assessing his grandson's knowledge, his expression both kind and earnest. First and foremost, extensive research is conducted prior to the formulation of any decision, contemplating various scenarios and even potential contingencies, all of which necessitate preemptive strategies. Moreover, before implementation, there is a solid understanding of the anticipated outcomes of the policy. In summary, such decisions are top-down, with clear objectives and defined goals. As Cheng Xu eloquently elaborated on the execution process, despite his somewhat inadequate articulation, Elder Wen nodded frequently, recognizing the remarkable insight of a young man in his 20s. What of the technological realm? Elder Wen quickly discerned that the young man had more to convey and, thus, inquired further. In the domain of technology, particularly at the frontier, Cheng Xu was unaware of Elder Wen's true identity, yet he could surmise a few things. He even conjectured that Elder One had deliberately sought him out, especially with Professor Pan Zheng present, indicating that trouble was not the intent. With little hesitation, he articulated, "Let's temporarily set aside the decision-making processes and instead examine the occurrences of the past." In recent years, the rapid advancement of the internet has highlighted significant issues regarding cybersecurity, prompting the establishment of temporary agencies focused on cybersecurity and information security management across various regions. Subsequently, as big data and cloud computing flourished, their profound impacts on industries led to the creation of related management institutions. More recently, the pressing issues of data security and privacy rights have necessitated the formation of data security management agencies. Presently, many of these agencies lack formal titles, adopting various names, and their leadership positions are straightforwardly termed heads of data security management agencies. As the number of such institutions proliferates, chaos ensues, compelling the establishment of higher-level, more comprehensive data management bodies. It was only this year that the responsibilities and powers of top-level design became formally defined, resulting in the creation of a national-level unified data management institution. This evolution has occurred several decades after the Internet's rapid expansion. Elder One, does this not starkly contrast with the decision-making processes related to agriculture? One approach is top-down, assertive, and commanding, while the other develops amidst chaos, relying on serendipity until decisions are finally made, which then require continual probing, refinement, and exploration, thus wasting considerable time. A misstep at one stage leads to delays at every subsequent stage. Cheng Xu lamented, "This issue is indeed severe. It may very well become an impediment to our technological advancement, particularly in cutting-edge fields such as artificial intelligence." Elder One continued, nodding in agreement. Cheng Xu had captured his attention. While his technical expertise in artificial intelligence remained uncertain, his logical reasoning was undeniably sharp. Regardless of the correctness of his assertions, it was evident that he possessed clarity regarding his future aspirations, and it seemed he had already grasped the purpose of his endeavors. Top-level design is no simple matter, Elder One mused. Unlike agriculture, the future trajectory of technology is unpredictable, leaving us ill-equipped to make informed judgments or decisions in advance. Experts from the Academy of Sciences may not necessarily possess the most profound understanding of technology, especially at its cutting edge. In this regard, the youth may hold an advantage, particularly in their comprehension of new phenomena. However, even when their suggestions are heard, they often struggle to gain the recognition they deserve. Thus, it is often the case that someone must stumble and suffer a significant loss for pertinent issues to garner attention and be resolved more swiftly. Cheng Xu wore a half-smile, as if to convey a sense of complaint. When Lao, chuckling, found the youth quite amusing and remarked, "In the future, should you have any thoughts, feel free to share them directly with me. While I cannot guarantee anything else, rest assured that any well-reasoned and correct arguments will certainly receive due consideration." Cheng Xu, unreserved, delved straight into the boundaries of data, as his intentions were genuinely rooted in the advancement of the entire industry rather than mere self-interest. He discerned that when Lao was a man of decisive action, comfortable with straightforward discourse. However, when Lao swiftly gestured for him to halt, saying, "Do not speak it. Write it down. I may not remember what you say, but if you write it, I shall read it to them later." Chapter 40. Choosing future directions. Indeed, very intriguing. As he departed from Huazhou, seated in the car, when Lao reviewed the material Cheng Xu had penned, nodding in approval. Initially, he had anticipated little from Cheng Xu's written ideas, but to his surprise, the young man connected his phone to the printer, producing a multitude of documents. It was evident that these were not mere spontaneous thoughts, but rather reflections cultivated over time. This young individual possesses genuine insights, when Lao mused. Acknowledging the depth of Cheng Xu's considerations regarding technology, particularly in the realms of artificial intelligence's top-level design and policy formulation, his discourse was coherent, his actions methodical, and his vision remarkably far-reaching. It was hard to believe such depth of thought resided in someone barely in their 20s. If a person harbors hope for the future of their industry, it naturally follows that they hold aspirations across various dimensions, and Cheng Xu epitomized this. He had contemplated every facet of artificial intelligence's future, diligently recording his ideas, which culminated in many mature and systematic concepts. This encompassed potential scenarios in the field of artificial intelligence, including his own perspectives on policies and regulations, even extending to the overarching design of the industry and its comprehensive planning. As when Lao perused the material, he couldn't help but marvel at the remarkable capabilities of today's youth. Initially, he had been troubled by the Four-Cornered Building's lunar space weapon program, feeling a chill at the uncertainties surrounding the future of artificial intelligence. Suddenly, he recalled the young man his son-in-law had previously praised. On a whim, He decided to seek him out, not expecting much, merely to engage in conversation and hear the thoughts of a younger generation. After all, Cheng Xu was merely a child gradually elevated by his son-in-law's admiration. Even if he were indeed exceptional, his true potential was destined for the future. However, after reviewing Cheng Xu's writings, when Lao's perspective shifted, this transformation stemmed not only from the depth of Cheng Xu's reflections, but also from his genuine comprehension of the subject matter. Particularly noteworthy is the exploration of methodology within, which evokes the imagery of ancient farmers contemplating a mechanized future, apprehensive about the prospect of starvation should such advancements materialize. This metaphor elicited genuine laughter from Mr. Wen, simultaneously alleviating many of his concerns. Indeed, the vision of artificial intelligence that Cheng Xu articulated to Mr. Wen mirrored the discussions he previously had with Xiao Bo. The essence of this future lies in service rather than substitution. Observing Cheng Xu's discourse on the potential of artificial intelligence, Mr. Wen nodded emphatically, endorsing this perspective. Although he may not fully grasp the intricacies of artificial intelligence, he firmly believes that all powerful innovations will ultimately serve humanity, a steadfast conviction held by his generation. And he is no exception. Recently, the discourse surrounding artificial intelligence has surged in popularity, instilling a sense of urgency among numerous domestic enterprises, particularly with the formidable Microsoft advancing its integration of AI technologies. Following the incorporation of AI capabilities into Bing Search, Office software has undergone a comprehensive upgrade, unveiling the new 365 suite, replete with these advancements. The next generation of productivity tools has thus been born, as showcased during Microsoft's presentation. Each user can harness this power to enable the software to automatically generate textual documents, emails, and even conduct data analysis. In simpler terms, users need only issue a command for the software to commence its tasks autonomously. For instance, what once required extensive coding and function writing for data analysis can now be accomplished with a mere sentence, drastically reducing the workload. Many harbor concerns about the potential obsolescence of their jobs. Individuals at Mr. Wen's level, however, are inclined to contemplate broader implications, particularly as advisory groups and experts remain uncertain whether, apart from language models, the United States possesses other artificial intelligence frameworks applicable across various sectors. If such models exist, and if the Pentagon's lunar space weaponry program is indeed a fabrication while substantial funding is nonetheless allocated, what objectives are they pursuing? What role does artificial intelligence play in this envisaged future? The realm of uncertainty is inherently disconcerting, and more critically, our current position in this field is one amplifying the cause for concern. With no schedules for the day following tomorrow, we plan to attend the launch event for Cheng Xu. Mr. Wen closed the materials provided by Cheng Xu and remarked, "Let us observe Yanxin's situation. Isn't this young man collaborating with Cheng Xu to address the challenges faced by Yanxin? We should assess his capabilities. Should he indeed possess the requisite skills, I shall submit his proposals regarding data boundary authorization and monolithic AI initiatives under my name for review." Individuals of Mr. Wen's stature approach decisions with utmost gravity. Mere rhetoric will not suffice to persuade him. Genuine competence is imperative. Unbeknownst to him, Cheng Xu has already made a significant impression. The challenges posed by Cheng Xu in technology serve as a preliminary evaluation. Accompanying them, Sun Jintai was elated. For Cheng Xu's commendable efforts rendered his frequent praises before his father-in-law entirely justified. As for the minor assessment aimed at resolving the Cheng Xu issue, Sun Jintai paid it no heed whatsoever. Given Cheng Xu's prowess, the possibility of failure was utterly non-existent. After days of engaging with Pan Zheng and gaining insights into Cheng Xu's endeavors, Sun's confidence in him surpassed even Cheng Xu's own. Not only Sun Jintai, but Professor Pan Zheng, in the comfort of his home, was also deep in thought. When Cheng Xu initially sought him out, he arrived empty-handed, merely hoping to connect with Cheng Xu technology. And now, Cheng Xu had come to regard Cheng Xu as their beacon of hope. Remarkably, Sun Jintai had yet to meet Cheng Xu in person. He had become an admirer solely based on the demonstration of multi-valued logic components. Today, even Old One had arrived. Displaying a keen interest in Cheng Xu, Pan Zheng had taken the initiative to learn about Cheng Xu, noting his humble origins. Both of his parents were primary school teachers in a rural village. While this might have been a step above families in the village relying on migrant work, it was still within the confines of a relatively underdeveloped rural setting. From this perspective, Cheng Xu had no connections or support. Yet, in just a matter of days, he had managed to reach the level of Old Wen, who had provided him with an assistant's email and personal phone number. Would a capable individual lack support? There were many vying to be his backing, with the entire nation poised to stand behind him, save for a few misguided souls. The astute, Even those on the opposing side would only aspire to elevate themselves rather than hinder Principal Lu Chongqing. Pan Zheng chuckled at the thought of those foolish school leaders. They must be in a state of perpetual anxiety. Despite Cheng Xu likely not recognizing them, he was indeed oblivious to their existence, having only encountered them in passing. However, he had no time to concern himself with such trivial matters. Over the past few days, he had been exceedingly busy. The system architecture had been finalized, and the command system was undergoing further refinement, with the factory progressing on schedule. This was accompanied by a myriad of tasks, from the low-level drivers of the instruction set to the runtime libraries, developer kits, foundational engines, basic computational libraries, communication libraries, and a host of other core components that needed to be designed and coded. Were all these responsibilities to fall upon the 9 of us? The initial 9 members of the laboratory gazed at Cheng Xu in disbelief. At that moment, they felt an urge to hang him from a lamppost. For these tasks would require a timeline of at least a month, equivalent to a 1,000-man workload. What were they thinking? Cheng Xu was acutely aware of the enormity of the undertaking. Our current task is merely to outline and solidify the architecture, laying the foundational work for core modules before the official release. We must ensure these tasks are executed properly. During this process, I encourage you all to contemplate your future directions. Presently, you are operating in an all-encompassing mode, akin to doing everything, but in the future, it will be essential to delve deeply into a singular direction. Is it about chip design, chip production, or system development? If it pertains to system development, is it focused on tools or underlying drivers? Is it about design or frameworks and applications? There are numerous directions to consider. However, there is no rush to decide. Simply acknowledging the existence of these options is sufficient. Once the core work of value assessment is completed and the chip applications are deployed, you will have traversed the entire process. At that point, you can carefully contemplate this matter and discern which direction you wish to pursue or deem yourself suitable for. The 9 individuals nodded solemnly, recognizing the significance of this issue. Naturally, it is unrealistic to pursue all paths, setting aside interests and specialties. Even if one is intrigued by and proficient in every direction, it is impossible to embrace them all. They certainly do not perceive themselves as superhumans or Iron Men. Thus, the choice of direction is a momentous decision that profoundly impacts their future, akin to selecting university majors after the college entrance examination. Chapter 41. Addressing the vast funding dilemma. Zhao He, Zishu, Xiao Han, and the other 9 can freely choose a direction, but Cheng Xu cannot. For him, each direction necessitates careful consideration and meticulous planning. Without any single component, the chip cannot be genuinely integrated into commercial applications. Yet, I am not a superhuman. For Cheng Xu, this is both a fortunate and troublesome predicament. Progress is swift, yet it is achieved through relentless, day and night efforts. In recent days, merely organizing the system architecture has left Cheng Xu feeling bewildered, and these tasks must be executed concurrently, without a specific order. It is anticipated that in a month and a half, the test version of the Value Assessment Core will be delivered to Qianxuan, subsequently to be utilized in Yinxin's specialized training. Before that, the design and development of the underlying drivers, runtime libraries, as well as the developer kits and foundational engine computation libraries, must all be completed. Any missing component would preclude the chip from functioning properly. Fortunately, this is merely a small tool-type processing core. Had it been a larger core akin to those of Intel or NVIDIA, such tasks could not possibly be accomplished within a year. With a multitude of large modules and over 100 medium-sized modules, adhering to development and testing standards would require a team of at least 1,000 individuals to meet deadlines, even with a small team of 9. This would necessitate module leaders and experienced architects. Thankfully, the initial wave is overseen by Qianxuan. However, in the future, the team will undoubtedly need to be established independently. Cheng Xu, alone, cannot accomplish this monumental workload and will certainly require collaboration and collective effort. In recent years, the industry has flourished, ensuring an ample supply of talent. Moreover, the economic downturn over the past 2 years has compelled many companies, including industry giants, to reduce their workforce and expenditures, provided the funding is secured. Personnel can be swiftly recruited. The only question remains, where will the money come from? In the future, whether in development, manufacturing of field instruments, or the research and production of the chips themselves, all these endeavors will be considered heavy asset projects. The investment in the first phase of the chip factory was initially covered by Qianxuan technology under the guise of chip prepayments. However, such occurrences are rare and cannot be repeated endlessly. The gradual development is far too slow, and the competitive global environment does not allow Cheng Xu ample time for growth. He must act swiftly. Xiao Gu, what brings you to call at this moment? just as Cheng Xu was deeply engrossed in contemplating the financial solutions for various future stages. Xiaobo's call interrupted his thoughts. Where are you right now? In the lab or at home? I'm coming over. Xiaobo's tone was somewhat bemused. You don't realize why I'm calling? Just a reminder. In an hour, Yin Xian's press conference will commence. Are you not planning to attend? Surely. You can at least watch the live stream? Cheng Xu pondered for a moment and sighed. Well, I'm at home, just next to Professor Pan's place. Come over. We can watch it together. I have some matters to discuss with you. All right, I'll be there shortly. Xiaobo replied, displaying a sense of urgency. You are quite enthusiastic. Less than half an hour after the call, Xiaobo arrived, indicating he must have been nearby when he called. Are you not the least bit concerned about our matters? He joked. Cheng Xu retorted, isn't it obvious that Yin Xian's situation is rather clear? On the surface, it was supposedly to cut costs, neglecting the serious issue of training data cleansing. But ultimately, isn't it the mess you left behind? Why do you say that? Xiaobo asked, puzzled. Yin Xian fundamentally failed to learn anything substantial. Sometimes, when I pose a question, it stumps me, as if I were being berated by another person. But such issues are not innate. Where do they originate? The internet. The lack of rigorous data cleansing was just one aspect. If the internet itself did not harbor such content, could Yin Xian have learned from it? The presence of toxic language and aggressive rhetoric on the internet stems from somewhere. Does it not? Was it not you who contributed to this? The atmosphere on platforms like Tiaba, Jidao, forums, and Dubon reflects this reality. As one of the pioneering internet technology enterprises in the country, Cheng Xu bears an undeniable responsibility. The pitfalls of Weibo came later, but initially, the culture of paid commenters began with your Tiaba, while Dubon followed suit. Cheng Xu's remarks left Xiaobo feeling quite awkward. Cheng Xu's assertion was difficult to refute. The facts were indeed aligned with his claims, even if they were not the sole perpetrators. Xiaobo understood that Cheng Xu harbored a strong aversion to the bizarre and troubling discourse prevalent online. In a bid to defend their stance, he insisted, it's not solely Cheng Xu's responsibility to cleanse the internet. We are victims as well, and we are earnestly striving to improve the online environment. Moving forward, we will diligently undertake the responsibilities expected of a major internet enterprise. Cheng Xu refrained from countering him further. The current atmosphere had deteriorated to this extent, and it was indeed challenging to cleanse it, not to mention that it could not be attributed solely to any one entity. The underlying reasons are indeed quite intricate, involving forces that extend both domestically and internationally, and it has become evident that this is beyond the capacity of Cheng Xu to resolve. Refuting his claims holds little significance. It is merely a matter of Cheng Xu expressing his grievances, having grown somewhat familiar with Xiaobo, and articulating his discontent with the current circumstances. Aside from this, Yin Xian encounters no substantial issues. After watching the entirety of Yin Xian's press conference alongside Xiaobo and conducting a comprehensive analysis based on prior tests, Cheng Xu remarked, it is simply a matter of insufficient training volume. The language models themselves are comparable, employing the same logic and training methodologies. With increased training, their proficiency will naturally elevate. Aspects such as contextual understanding, knowledge abundance, and logical coherence can all be resolved with sufficient financial investment, vigorously augmenting training cores and computational power. Xiaobo scoffed, remarking that the reluctance to allocate funds is precisely the root of the current predicaments. However, times have changed. Cheng Xu did not anticipate Microsoft unveiling such a significant strategy so swiftly. Now, aligning with them has become inevitable, and refraining from participation is no longer an option. Cheng Xu is currently in urgent discussions regarding the budget for training Yin Xian, with considerable discord among various departments, particularly within the Apollo Intelligent Driving Vehicle Group. Internally, both entities represent substantial expenditures and are engaged in artificial intelligence research, sharing commonalities that suggest a relationship that is both collaborative and competitive. Yet, when it comes to budget allocations, fierce rivalries invariably emerge. Do you perhaps have a more efficient and cost-effective training plan? As he pondered, Xiaobo suddenly realized why Cheng Xu was sharing these thoughts with him. Based on his limited understanding of Cheng Xu, he is not one to engage in frivolous conversation. Could it be that he possesses a superior solution? None. Cheng Xu shook his head in denial, but then nodded affirmatively. However, if you desire it, it can be arranged. How much can it save? Xiaobo, completely convinced by Cheng Xu's words, asked directly. Regarding your training corpus, Cheng Xu began earnestly. I conservatively estimate that I can resolve it all with just one. Are you serious? Xiaobo could hardly maintain his composure. 1,000 times. Or is that still a conservative estimate? Cheng Xu gently nodded, saying nothing further. And if the estimate is not conservative? Xiaobo timidly inquired. realizing that one could no longer gauge Cheng Xu by ordinary standards. You will find out in due course, Cheng Xu replied with a mysterious smile. The models and systems are entirely different. They cannot be compared in such a manner. Moreover, while the speed of training is one aspect, the overall effectiveness and the heights that can be achieved are even more critical indicators. However, certain matters cannot be disclosed at this juncture. Revealing too much might induce undue alarm. Chapter 42. Cheng Xu's perspective. So, how shall we collaborate this time? Xiaobo was not genuinely intent on delving deep. It was merely a question. Cheng Xu, unwilling to divulge, suppressed his curiosity and shifted focus to more pressing matters. Undoubtedly, securing this collaboration was imperative. However, as the details remained nebulous, discussions regarding the partnership were premature and relied heavily on the support of training core chips. Cheng Xu shook his head, stating that the immediate priorities must be addressed first. The Value Assessment Auxiliary Core needed to be established before pursuing other endeavors. Tasks must be tackled one by one, as haste would not yield fruitful outcomes. Moreover, some aspects remained unclear in terms of their operational execution. What matters? Xiaobo inquired, intrigued by Cheng Xu's rare display of uncertainty. Cheng Xu explained, I am currently facing severe financial constraints. All forthcoming projects, whether pertaining to chip design, production, or manufacturing tools, will predominantly involve substantial capital investments. My preliminary estimates indicate that we require an initial investment in the hundreds of billions, and ultimately, the total could escalate to several trillion. If we seek funding, I find it rather implausible. The amount needed is exorbitant, and the pressure to relinquish equity is daunting. Even with Cheng Xu, it is unlikely they would perceive my company as worth trillions based solely on my assertions. While I am eager for rapid growth, I am even more averse to the dilution of equity, which could lead to a series of uncontrollable corporate and decision-making dilemmas. Cheng Xu continued, I am contemplating whether there exists a method for the subsidiaries under the 2041 laboratory to allow public participation akin to crowdfunding. Naturally, this investment would entitle participants to corresponding returns, while voting rights would remain entirely with the 2041 laboratory. Imagine a scenario similar to the real estate boom a few years ago, where vast sums were funneled into the technology sector. How magnificent that would be. It could potentially spur a multitude of tech companies to flourish and ascend. At that point, who would dare assert that we are not a technological powerhouse? I possess limited knowledge of economics and am not well versed in legal stipulations. These notions are merely my musings, Cheng Xu confessed. I am uncertain about the feasibility of such operations or any potential legal risks. Xiaobo, with a resigned expression, replied, I am also a technician, lacking expertise in economics and law. However, I can consult professionals from Cheng Xu on your behalf. Personally, should such an opportunity arise, I would bet everything. I would sell my house to invest in you. Cheng Xu nodded, recognizing that the viability of his ideas hinged on the success of the technological framework, as well as the economic and legal foundations that would underpin them. He held unwavering confidence in the technological system, believing it would effortlessly sustain the economy of a region or even a broader area in the future. Nonetheless, legal considerations required assessment by experts, and it was crucial to expedite the recruitment of talent in economics and law. Cheng Xu pondered and decided to elevate this task within his agenda. The pace of development had accelerated dramatically, rendering the planning process considerably slower. When the 2041 laboratory registered, it was merely a fledgling establishment. Now, in pursuit of tangible results and the requisite chip support, Cheng Xu has outlined a plan to establish at least 7 research subsidiaries, including 2 capital-intensive factories. To make a significant impact and garner recognition, it is essential to ensure subsequent efforts proceed smoothly. Cheng Xu contemplates how to seize the opportunity presented by the new structure and system to elevate the 2041 laboratory's profile. To gain a competitive edge, it is imperative to abandon any notion of modesty and refrain from waiting. Particularly after meeting with Mr. Wen, Cheng Xu's sense of urgency has intensified. The situation in America is incessantly turbulent. Rumors have surfaced about the development of artificial intelligence lunar space weapons, directly targeting the moon. While the news is undoubtedly fabricated, certainly not achievable before 2041, it nonetheless reveals that they possess an industrial artificial intelligence model. This knowledge propels Cheng Xu forward with unwavering determination, leaving no room for pause. As the two converse, their attention is directed towards the press conference. Neither of them truly absorbs the content being presented. The rhetoric is abundant and formulaic. Upon witnessing Yin Xion's recorded presentation, Xiaobo struggles to maintain composure and, once the livestream concludes, hastily departs without uttering a word. Cheng Xu, the boss wishes to speak with you, Xiaobo remarks, yet before he can exit, he turns back. Now, Is there such urgency? Didn't we agree to meet in a few days? Cheng Xu, intrigued, inquires if this is due to the stock price situation. Haven't I informed you? It will undoubtedly rebound tomorrow. Xiaobo is left speechless. While Cheng Xu may remain unperturbed, the leadership is anxious. Although the rationale is understood that yin xin of Qianxuan cannot compare, confidence in Qianxuan will ultimately return, lifting the stock price. Nevertheless, witnessing the decline fosters a sense of unease. Surely, the professionals consulting Qianxuan wouldn't have rushed out the door for advice. Cheng Xu begins to piece together the urgency. It seems the leadership's anxiety has been provoked by him. Very well then, I shall tidy my study in 5 minutes. With a chuckle, Xiaobo reaches out to his superior. 5 minutes later, a video conference commences. After exchanging pleasantries, they delve into the matter at hand. Mr. Li has indeed brought along the company's legal expert to clarify the situation for Cheng Xu. Provided that the approval process is adhered to, and there is no deliberate inducement or public promotion, satisfying any one of these criteria, there would be no implications of illegal fundraising, thus permitting the endeavor. In summary, the expert conveys that the project is viable and adds, if necessary, I can personally assist in design and guidance. Cheng Xu acknowledges this, recognizing that while the expert's input is valuable, further evaluations are essential. However, he senses that Mr. Li's urgency in convening this video meeting with him extends beyond merely imparting this information. As anticipated, Mr. Li soon inquires about the acceleration of chip development. Presently, the models, particularly language models, are fundamentally probabilistic in nature. It generates each subsequent response based on the probabilities derived from the corpus. From the perspective of machine learning, this involves utilizing previously articulated statements as input conditions to predict the probability distribution of various statements or even collections of languages that may emerge at the next moment. Building upon this foundation, reinforcement learning driven by human feedback is employed for training, enhancing machine learning through human intervention to achieve superior outcomes. Cheng Xu elucidated the current logic of language models grounded in probability and reinforcement training, then shifted his tone, based on the formidable multi-valued logical processing and intelligence of the load pump chip itself. The 2041 laboratory has developed a novel model that is no longer reliant on probability, but rather on common sense. In simpler terms, my aim is to teach it to communicate, moving away from analyzing vast datasets to ascertain the probabilities of subsequent words, and instead, instructing it in literacy, word formation, and sentence construction, whereby the amalgamation of sentences creates paragraphs and articles imbued with coherent logic and perspectives. The technical intricacies of this implementation are, of course, far more complex. However, at this moment, Cheng Xu could only offer such an analogy to Li Hong. Li Hong, having been a technical personnel himself, grasped the essence of Cheng Xu's explanation, which was delivered in a manner accessible enough to be comprehensible. It sounded akin to teaching a child. Should this indeed come to fruition, it would undoubtedly surpass probability-based language models by an order of magnitude. Li Hong's gaze drifted towards the nearby experts, who nodded in understanding. Given the current capabilities of the load pump chip, specifically the logic of the value judgment chip, it is insufficient. If the existing technology is inadequate, what of the new? Is the current chip truly the zenith of Cheng Xu's load pump framework? Can something newly conceived already be deemed a limit? Or is it merely a dragon lying low, poised for ascension? Typically, the next step would require professionals to conduct a technical assessment. However, lacking a foundational understanding of others' work renders such evaluations exceedingly challenging. Li Hong now had to make a decision, a choice that, in a certain sense, resembled a gamble. After a moment's contemplation, considering Cheng Xu's character, it was clear that this gamble could not be judged by conventional standards. It was indeed worth the risk, especially since it involved merely a modest sum, not a matter of life and death. More importantly, Cheng Xu had not indicated any desire for Qianxuan to invest. Even if funding were provided, it would be at their own initiative, and whether he would accept remained uncertain. Li Hong resolved his internal conflict and directly broached the topic of future collaboration. I comprehend your vision, Engineer Cheng. To secure your voice and ensure the trajectory of future development, your approach is indeed viable. However, this approval will undoubtedly require considerable time and is a lengthy process. And without tangible results, garnering public recognition and support will be challenging. How about this? For the preliminary phase, Qianxuan will finance the project, adhering to your proposed approach, treating us as your crowdfunding entity, with the distinction that the contributors will shift from individuals to our organization. We shall merely possess the rights to the profits. Proceeding entirely in accordance with your vision, treating this as a preliminary pilot for future operations. Indeed, it is quite commendable. Cheng Xu's concept embodies a long-term strategy, one that will undoubtedly prove challenging to realize in the short term. Li Hong's proposal is also deemed appropriate, as the conditions afforded are exceedingly lenient. However, Cheng Xu is aware that concessions in this area will necessitate requests in others. His immediate thought is undoubtedly the accelerated training core. Before Li Hong could voice his thoughts, Cheng Xu articulated his own. The accelerated core shall be prioritized for Qianquan, and until Qianquan's supply is fulfilled, no sale shall be made to others. Li Hong initially envisioned a period of exclusivity, yet since Cheng Xu had broached the subject, and the terms were not excessively unfavorable, he refrained from further contention and replied, "Shall the specifics be managed by the business team?" Excellent. The two reached a consensus, thereby solidifying the arrangement. Chapter 43. The factory is ready. The chip production is underway. The atmosphere here is distinctly different from that of the laboratory, is it not? 3 days later, all preparations at the factory were complete, and the modifications to the production equipment had been finalized. Cheng Xu arrived at the factory located in the airport New District southeast of Huazhou, accompanied by his 9 students. They unanimously nodded in agreement. Since the factory is not yet fully operational, many tasks require manual parameter adjustments. Cheng Xu explained, "My duties today are quite burdensome, and I may not be able to attend to you shortly. Your task is to observe the entire production process and meticulously categorize all procedures and stages. The objective is straightforward, to integrate this knowledge into our designs. Now, don your anti-static garments and find your designated positions." As he gazed upon the vast expanse of factory space that had risen in merely 15 days, Cheng Xu was filled with admiration for the immense power of technology. Indeed, one must pay homage to the civil engineers tirelessly laboring here. The first batch of employees at the factory hails from Qianquan Technology's Yushu Core Technology. Although Yushu Core is a chip design company rather than a manufacturing entity, it is imperative for chip design firms to engage in the entire production process. These individuals possess at least a modicum of experience with the semiconductor chip production, yet when it comes to the production of the pump chip, no one has any familiarity. Even Cheng Xu himself has but limited experience from the laboratory's production process. However, the laboratory's production bears little resemblance to the actual factory production, as you're all aware. This is an entirely new endeavor, and presently, we lack fully automated tools. Cheng Xu's first task was to elucidate the operational manual and safety precautions to the frontline technicians. Even the semi-automated procedures have only just been modified over the past few days. Thus, everyone's responsibilities are considerable. Soon, tasks will be assigned, and each of you must swiftly memorize your roles, how to set the parameters, which step you have reached, and how to make adjustments. The relevant booklets are in your possession. Each of you has only your designated section, which is concise and should pose no challenge for the engineers present. The engineers present, even the younger ones in their 30s, and the older ones in their 40s or 50s, felt a peculiar sense of discomfort as they listened to a young individual explain matters to them. It was not that they looked down upon Cheng Xu. After all, their decision to attend indicated a prior understanding of the pump system, even if they were unfamiliar. The generous attitude of Qianquan Technology, which offered monetary support, facilities, and personnel, was sufficiently indicative of its significance. However, they pondered whether they were to be overshadowed by the emerging wave of new talent. The advent of new developments heralded fresh opportunities, which was precisely why they chose to be here. Yet, could those in their 40s or 50s keep pace with the rapid evolution of innovation? As they held their booklets and donned their anti-static suits before the production line equipment, many still contemplated whether they would be overwhelmed by the new wave or if they could soar to new heights propelled by this momentum. In truth, every step in the process was remarkably straightforward. Observing the somewhat sullen expressions of those around him, Cheng Xu offered a reassuring word. It's simpler than a wafer fabrication plant. This first step is called lamination. You can equate it to the slicing and polishing of wafers in the semiconductor production process, as the procedures are quite similar and the requirements are comparable. He continued, however, while wafers serve as the foundation for semiconductor production, with circuits etched onto their surface, the pump differs in that its circuit logic is embedded within a specialized conductive adhesive. The lamination board merely provides support during this process, while some embedded circuit patterns delineate specific domains. Do you understand? Cheng Xu inquired, noticing the attentive silence of his audience. Yes, wafer slicing, replied a robust engineer in his 40s named Shenzhong. That's acceptable. You can understand it that way without issue, Cheng Xu acknowledged, refraining from correcting him, as the overall process remained largely unaffected. Then the next step is to apply the adhesive? Shenzhong deduced, eager to connect the dots. Ah, Shengong, well done. Cheng Xu remarked, surprised that he had anticipated this step before it was even discussed. Yes, indeed, at a semiconductor wafer factory, The next procedure involves applying the photoresist. Cheng Xu was brimming with confidence, as his role at Yushu Technology involved liaising with wafer fabrication, making him quite familiar with the flow of production. Correct? Cheng Xu replied with a smile. The next step is indeed to apply the adhesive, but it is not photoresist. After these adhesives partially cure, they will become the core material for our future chips, rather than merely auxiliary materials in production. However, you may understand this process as applying photoresist. But be mindful that the operational standards for this step are even more stringent. The parameters are all outlined in the booklet, so take note. Cheng Xu felt a swell of pride, reassured by his own understanding of the process. The next step is exposure lithography. Before Cheng Xu could even begin his explanation, several individuals eagerly called out, though regrettably, they were mistaken this time. Cheng Xu observed the working atmosphere of his colleagues, feeling quite at ease. Despite their boisterous demeanor, they approached their tasks with remarkable rigor and seriousness. The subsequent step in the process diverged entirely from that of semiconductor chip production. Upon his declaration, the group fell silent, attentively listening. We do not employ the photolithography process. The circuitry is not etched onto the wafer. Instead, we utilize a field etching apparatus that delineates onto a colloid by adjusting the field strength within various confined areas. This entire process takes considerably longer than the photolithography method. As you are aware, the current photolithography machines operate at approximately 12 seconds per cycle, whereas the field etching mapping process requires 8 seconds for each parameter adjustment. Each production cycle necessitates multiple parameter adjustments, the exact number and method of which depend on machine feedback, culminating in an overall duration of about 5 minutes. Of course, this pertains to the current semi-automated version. Future iterations will undoubtedly see improvements, and with full automation, the speed could be significantly enhanced. Following the field etching process, we must employ elevated temperatures for a microbaking phase, followed by cutting and a secondary heating treatment. The 9 individuals in the laboratory meticulously documented each step, contemplating how these production processes could integrate with automation tools and align with the preliminary chip design efforts. Meanwhile, Cheng Xu, who had previously exuded confidence, found himself utterly bewildered. What had once seemed comprehensible now felt incomprehensible. Chapter 44. Successful wafer production after an intricate series of procedures and several hours of intense labor. The first batch of core foundation wafers underwent value determination and production completion. These wafers were promptly dispatched to the testing station, where they would face their initial challenge, defect detection. This phase did not involve electrical circuit functionality, but rather the physical inspection for substrate morphology defects. Who among you can articulate the purpose of this detection step? Cheng Xu inquired of his 9 students. In the realm of semiconductor manufacturing, a tenfold rule prevails, indicating that defects identified at the substrate level can escalate costs by an order of magnitude at the chip level. Thus, early detection of substrate defects is crucial for timely adjustments in the production process, enhancing yield and reducing costs. Fu Yidong, with his wealth of experience, astutely articulated the essence of the matter. Is our process not analogous? Indeed, Cheng Xu affirmed. The processes of wafer manufacturing, slicing, and polishing nearly guarantee the substrate's fundamental reliability. However, with our application of colloid, especially given the current imprecision of the machines, the probability of substrate issues is significantly heightened. In this version, achieving a 20 usability rate would be commendable. Enhancing substrate yield is a focal point for your future considerations. This step is pivotal in determining the final yield and functional performance of the pump chip. Utilizing a machine vision system, Zishu murmured. Indeed, Cheng Xu affirmed, particularly emphasizing the integration of machine vision systems with operational frameworks. 9 individuals, each clutching their notebooks, attentively listened and meticulously recorded. Their eyes filled with envy as they observed the engineers from Yushu Core Technology yearning for such educational opportunities themselves. Regrettably, they could only harbor their envy. Even during their academic years, their mentors had not imparted such knowledge, and they had merely labored day and night. In essence, physical testing pertains to morphology, substrate density distribution, and the examination of material appearance, all executed with remarkable speed. As Cheng Xu spoke, the results emerged, entirely in line with his expectations, a yield rate of approximately 27. This yield, typical for semi-automated operations, must approach near perfection in future production processes. Cheng Xu remarked, I see that each of you has noted down substantial information. Take some time to reflect on the processes of lamination and adhesive application, and consider how to enhance them through automation. Next came the individual electrical performance testing of the chips, a process currently automated. Input signals were applied, output signals collected, and compare it against the design logic to ascertain the validity of the output signals. How is the legality of the third state output determined? Asked Zishu Xiaohan. You're asking me? Cheng Xu retorted, his eyes widening. Your mind's haven tea quite caught up, have they? All this time wasted on mere observation. Turning his gaze to the other 8, he noticed their hesitant expressions, filled with unasked questions, and understood their confusion. Return and thoroughly review your previous notes. If you still cannot comprehend, it proves your lack of aptitude. Is it a spiral ascent? Qi Yusin timidly suggested. Cheng Xu shot her a sidelong glance, remaining silent. They had basked in the sunlight for too long, neglecting even the most fundamental concepts of the pump. It seemed that without some stern guidance, they would not ascend. The testing process continued to unfold automatically, focusing solely on binary input-output testing. Multi-valued logic serves as the criterion for judgment. Without logical frameworks, testing becomes impossible. Cheng Xu's earlier irritation stemmed from this fundamental aspect of the pump. They had nodded in agreement during lessons, only to forget at critical moments. His patience, typically abundant, was now wearing thin. Despite the testing machine's green lights blinking incessantly, indicating satisfactory electrical circuit performance, an air of tension lingered in the room. Silence reigned, broken only by the beeping of the testing machine and the nearly audible sound of their own heartbeats. Cheng Xu himself felt the strain, realizing that, despite being contemporaries, he was now perceived as an irascible professor poised to erupt at any moment. Remember this lesson and do not overlook it in the future. He finally broke the eerie silence. Yes, yes. The 9 responded in unison, nodding vigorously as if pounding garlic. Relief washing over them as they resolved never to be so careless with critical issues again. Thus, in private conversations, Cheng Xu has come to be referred to as Professor Cheng, and while he is indeed a professor, the addition of old seems rather amusing. Nevertheless, in person, he is still affectionately called Sugu. The continuous flickering of the green light signifies that the circuit design has been nearly flawlessly realized through photolithography production. With each well-crafted substrate fulfilling its intended function, the chip has successfully passed the production phase. Observing the display screen of the testing machine, which ultimately revealed the characters for successful production, Cheng Xu gently remarked, "The production is a success." Ozzy's rhythmic intonation instantly elicited a chorus of laughter. At this moment, the 9 members of the laboratory felt a sense of relief. After all, they had witnessed similar chips produced before, albeit merely a full adder and solely within the confines of the lab. However, they had seen it, and they knew such chips existed. The engineers from Yushu Semiconductor, on the other hand, were in a different position. Although they were unaware of the materials or principles involved, they recognized that just by observing this prototype, the future held limitless potential. The ultra-soft material, regardless of its performance, possessed an immeasurable breadth of applications. Xinzhong couldn't help but reflect. He had an extensive understanding of this industry. A plethora of hardware, including smart wristbands, wearable devices, and even medical equipment like pacemakers, were all striving for the advancement and enhancement of flexible chips. Yet what lay before him was not merely flexible, it was unequivocally soft. Everyone nodded in agreement, acutely aware that this innovation was unparalleled in its intelligence, rendering the future prospects truly incalculable. At that moment, each of them felt a profound sense of gratitude for having made the astute choice to be part of this initial wave. Is it successful? Shortly after Cheng Xu announced the triumph, lost in contemplation over the first batch of produced chips, he received a call from Xiaobo. Do you have to be in such a hurry? Can't you let me catch my breath? Are you driving me like a mule? Cheng Xu retorted with a hint of exasperation. Bro, Xiaobo replied, seemingly elated. Rest? Once we finish this wave, we can rest well, however we please. I'll cover all expenses. But right now, do you want to directly take a batch? Cheng Xu contemplated and quickly discerned what Qiansun intended, yet replied. But there are subsequent procedures to consider, such as testing and packaging. You can't proceed without those. We will handle the packaging. Just provide us with the standards. Yushu Semiconductor's partners have their capacities freed up and are waiting, so don't dawdle. It's quite urgent. Qiansun had evidently invested heavily in this venture, likely spurred by some stimulation. Cheng Xu, not one to be overly rigid, conceded. All right, you manage it, but the financial arrangements must be honored. That is non-negotiable. Chapter 45, Bear Chip Testing Hooray. The atmosphere at Qiansun Technology erupted in jubilation, with Yang Yin even leaping up with his considerable frame. More excited than Cheng Xu himself. The reason was quite simple, the stakes were high for them. The day after the self-proclaimed announcement, Qiansun Technology distributed internal testing invitation codes to all employees and offered them in a limited capacity to partners, media reporters, and individuals applying for internal testing via their official website. Although Yanqing's capabilities may currently be lacking, they are sufficient to meet the expectations of many, with stock prices soaring. Not only has it recovered from previous declines, but it has also ascended to even greater heights. As a leading contender in the domestic artificial intelligence language model arena, Cheng Xu has undoubtedly experienced a tumultuous journey, reaping substantial benefits. However, beneath this prosperity lies a looming crisis. Lei remains unsettled, and Yang Yan, unable to find peace in slumber, has visibly aged in the days following Yanqing's launch. Look, at the first opportunity to access the data, he summoned all engineers to commence a thorough analysis of the core data. It was not only Yang Yan. Upon receiving the news, Li Hong also promptly abandoned his other tasks and rushed to the scene. A group of engineers stared with wide eyes, as if they had stumbled upon a treasure, their gazes imbued with a sense of urgency. I conducted a preliminary analysis. Without delving into the logical intricacies, I am confident there are no issues. As for the value assessment unit, I closed my eyes and pondered, my mind a whirlwind. Only through hands-on engagement could clarity be achieved. I am certain there will be no problems, and if there are, they will be ours to address. Xiaobo had seemingly become a devoted follower of Cheng Xu. The first batch of chips will arrive today. We can forego the packaging process and directly interface with the pins, treating it as a pre-packaging test. Is there any issue? Yang Yan inquired sternly. None. Everyone responded in unison, aware of Yang Yan's intense demeanor. Even if there were a problem, now is not the time to voice it. Very well, prepare accordingly. We shall adjourn for now. Return home briefly. The first batch of chips will arrive early tomorrow morning. Yang Yan meticulously orchestrated the plans, and everyone understood that a trip home implied they would be residing in the office for the entire month, with little chance of returning home. Once Yang Yan departed, the office area erupted in dismay. I've only completed half of the drivers. Tomorrow? This is going to cost me dearly. The core value assessment was based on a proprietary logic previously unseen, with the interface lacking any universality and requiring fresh coding. Moreover, the external entry provided was chaotic and devoid of a unified standard. We were essentially the first batch of guinea pigs for the manufacturer's testing. Xiaobo chuckled internally, thinking, you all are mistaken. If it's not standard, that is precisely what I have tirelessly pushed for. Without my efforts, you would not even have this opportunity. You should directly manipulate the underlying commands instead of being so finicky. However, he refrained from expressing these thoughts aloud and instead said, hurry home, take a shower, tidy up, and spend some time with your wives. At least a month ahead of us. Take care, brothers. Brothers, let us go. Give him a beating. Initially, the group had not contemplated this, but upon reflection, they realized that Xiaobo had recently been mingling with Cheng Xu and was no longer one of them. This guy doesn't he have to work overtime? Let us get him. Meanwhile, in Li Hong's office, he mused, with this chip in a month, I can completely resolve Yanqing's issues. His expression was now entirely different, filled with assurance. Li Hong glanced at the weary Yang Yan and remarked, rest is essential. Once this matter concludes, I shall grant you a month's leave to rejuvenate. Mr. Li, it's quite all right. I do not require rest, Yang Yan replied, knowing full well that under the current circumstances, taking a month off could lead to uncertainties upon his return. Li Hong nodded thoughtfully. Indeed, the project cannot proceed without you. Upon its completion, in addition to your regular salary and bonuses, I will allocate an extra subsidy to the team. You may determine the amount and submit your request. I will approve it. Thank you, Mr. Li. Yang Yan acknowledged, genuinely appreciative. While he might hesitate to accept a personal bonus, a subsidy for the team felt assuredly legitimate. Meanwhile, Xiaobo, having endured a barrage from his colleagues, finally escaped back to his office. He held a small booklet, meticulously reading each word. This was the inaugural documentation regarding the core chip of the value judgment system. The core of value assessment. The chip's architecture was remarkably clear. Aside from a few storage units and a control unit, combined with an arithmetic operation unit, the vast majority consisted of 64 value judgment cores. The overall design exhibited a coherent model and philosophy, indicating it was a specialized chip, focused solely on value assessment. However, the specifics of implementation were not disclosed within the booklet, as they remained encapsulated internally. The exterior merely presented an interface for interaction, neglecting internal workings, necessitating the development of low-level drivers to connect the operating system with other hardware. Value judgment, Xiaobo murmured, his mind racing with insight. This innovation would undoubtedly alter the trajectory of artificial intelligence development. Once a universal solution for value judgment emerged, the era of training artificial intelligence through the accumulation of vast data and computational power would become a relic of the past. Instantly, Xiaobo felt an unwavering confidence in Cheng Xu's vision of the next-generation core for training and inference. The foundation was already laid, and realization seemed inevitable. With this thought, Xiaobo promptly reached out to Li Hong. "Bo, what is the situation?" Li Hong had come to regard Xiaobo with great importance, as he served as a vital link between himself and Cheng Xu. "How is the investment preparation on Cheng Xu's end?" Xiaobo inquired with urgency. "The investment department is finalizing its assessments. It should be within the next couple of days," Li Hong responded, alarmed. "Could someone be attempting to seize the opportunity? I recommend you halt the evaluation and proceed immediately. Time is of the essence. Grant them whatever they require," Xiaobo insisted, promptly relaying his thoughts to Li Hong. "The trajectory of artificial intelligence development will be irrevocably altered. The era of training AI through the accumulation of massive data and computational power is over." After ending the call, these phrases echoed in Li Hong's mind, the significance unmistakable. Yet, he remained somewhat skeptical about the performance assessment report and actual usage report of the value judgment core. Once they were available, immediate implementation would follow. Chapter 46. The foundation at the factory. The production process has reached a level of stability, with engineers and assembly line staff now adept at operating the machinery. Although the yield rate remains low, this issue appears insurmountable at the moment, unless full automation is implemented. Further progress hinges on the acquisition of testing data before any subsequent actions can be taken. Cheng Xu and his team have returned to the laboratory to summarize the entire production process in preparation for future endeavors. "I see that each of you has recorded numerous observations on the production line. Therefore, allow me to pose a few questions," Cheng Xu remarked with a smile. First, a straightforward question. What is the fundamental principle behind the field etching process? Silence ensued, with everyone appearing bewildered. What had Cheng Xu said about it again? It seemed he had not covered the foundational principles, merely mentioning that field etching is an amorphous process. All eyes turned to Chen Ping. Known for his sharp memory, had they overlooked something? Chen Ping also wore a confused expression. It seemed this topic had indeed not been discussed. Cheng Xu had initially asked this question to break the ice, hoping to ease the tension following a heated moment in the factory. However, observing the blank stares exchanged among his colleagues, he too was taken aback, incredulously exclaiming, "You don't know?" The group hastily nodded in affirmation. "Then why didn't you ask at the time?" Cheng Xu, seeing their nods, felt a surge of frustration. "I distinctly remember Zishu chimed in, stating that the field etching process cannot be precisely controlled. I assumed you all understood it, but apparently you do not." Curiosity piqued among the group. They had indeed pondered this matter, captivated by the seemingly mystical process. How could the film undergo changes during field etching? They presumed it involved a complex logic and series of events. Since Cheng Xu had not elaborated, they had not delved deeper into the subject, believing it unnecessary to concern themselves with the process as long as the equipment functioned correctly. "How could you be so indifferent?" Cheng Xu retorted. "Is it not essential to contemplate this? If you were to ask any random high school student on the street, would they dare to claim ignorance? Uttering such a word could earn them a reprimand from their physics teacher." "High school students?" Zishu and Xiaohan interjected. "Indeed," Cheng Xu lamented, exasperated. "Is our film adhesive a conductor or an insulator?" "A conductor," the group recalled, having been explicitly informed earlier. "Then let me inquire. What occurs when a conductor is placed within a changing magnetic field? Who can enlighten me? Basic middle school physics, ladies and gentlemen. Have you truly forgotten everything? Have you returned all your knowledge to your teachers?" Cheng Xu continued, his frustration mounting. "Should I start over in kindergarten, teaching you that 1 + 1 = 2? The group's faces flushed with embarrassment, rendered speechless. Who could they blame? No one but themselves. When a conductor resides in a changing magnetic field, it induces an electromotive force within. This is indeed fundamental physics. During high school, I delved deeper into related knowledge. I recall that the dynamics and kinematics of charged particles within electromagnetic fields were almost invariably featured as significant physics questions on the college entrance examination each year. How effortlessly I tackled such problems back then, yet now it seems I have forgotten it all, never even contemplating this direction. Do I still remember how to determine the direction of force? The right-hand rule? The left-hand law? Ampere's law? Surely I haven't completely forgotten all of these concepts." Cheng Xu leaned slightly forward. "What are you planning to do next? You aim to improve the production process. Yet you are oblivious to how the film will behave under certain magnetic field parameters. How do you intend to adjust and optimize? Are you relying solely on confusion? I have mentioned the theory of non-fixed field shaping, but it is evident that non-fixedness exists at the microscopic level, representing a certain degree of chaos in circuit formation. However, non-fixedness is not synonymous with uncontrollability, gentlemen. If the production process is uncontrollable, what are we even attempting to achieve? This is science, not metaphysics." Cheng Xu was genuinely infuriated. Observing their serious demeanor on the production line, and assuming they were well-informed, ready to discuss improvements and upgrades together. Instead, it turned out to be a lesson for them. Cheng Xu lost all interest in what they had absorbed. Without grasping the principles, what could they possibly retain? Enough with the long faces. Act immediately. Find a set of high school physics textbooks. Purchasing them won't break the bank. Do nothing else for now. First, review the fundamentals. Not only the principles of the field measuring instrument, but many future concepts will be rooted in the physics you studied in high school. I will say this, even as technology advances over the next few decades, most of the physical laws we can utilize will still be those you learned in your early education. As Cheng Xu spoke, another thought crossed his mind. The foundational theories of science have remained largely unchanged for centuries. No matter how we apply them, they remain the same. With a wave of his hand, the 9 individuals felt as if they had received a pardon and swiftly exited the laboratory. Even Zhao He sensed immense pressure from his old classmate, feeling the insurmountable gap between them. Once they stepped out of the first floor hall, they all took out their phones and promptly ordered a complete set of high school physics textbooks online. Cheng Xu had truly transformed into a venerable professor. Zishu and Xiaohan murmured, "It seems he did this intentionally. He isn't genuinely angry, but rather wants us to take our physics knowledge seriously and quickly catch up, as many future applications will likely rely on it." Sugu? When he gets angry, his demeanor is reminiscent of my grandfather, Zishu and Xiaohan remarked. We should promptly look up information regarding the right-hand rule, left-hand law, and Ampere's law, as these methods for determining the direction of force on conductors in a magnetic field will likely be needed soon, Chi Yusin suggested. Indeed, no one contradicted this. They had previously thought that the intricate process of field engraving was something esoteric, yet it turned out to be quite mundane. While they expressed their astonishment, their understanding of the field engraving device underwent a profound transformation. They comprehended the process of characterizing colloids by adjusting the field strength within different localized domains. They began to formulate preliminary ideas on how to integrate this device with tools for enhancement and improvement. Chi Yusin was indeed correct. Cheng Xu was not as irate as it may have seemed. After all, he had studied fundamental physics for an extended period, and not applying it frequently rendered a momentary lapse in thought quite forgivable. As Chi Yusin aptly pointed out, the true objective was to urge these individuals to appreciate the significance of foundational physics, which is indeed the cornerstone of knowledge. Far from being upset after their departure, Cheng Xu even found himself smiling, perhaps reveling in the delightful role of the elder professor. The past few days had been exceedingly tense, and this served as a welcome diversion. Cheng Xu then decided to rise and take a break, intending to visit Professor Pan Zheng, as he had a few inquiries to discuss. Chapter 47. Chip effect testing. After leaving Professor Pan Zheng's office, it was already midnight. Each interaction with Professor Pan was immensely beneficial for Cheng Xu, and today's discussion about future plans was no exception. Upon returning home, he once again reviewed his summary. The first batch of chips was already undergoing functional performance testing in the server room of Cheng Xu Technology. The initial phase of his plan had been successfully implemented. A series of categorized patents had also been submitted to the relevant departments and had entered the examination stage. Once in this phase, the advantage was firmly established. Patent reviews could take months or even years, but the principle of granting patents favors the first applicant, making it sufficient to reach this stage. Now, all eyes were on the testing results of the first batch of chips. A month later, in the office area of the Yinxin Business Group at Cheng Xu Technology. How is it? What are the results? After a full month of relentless effort, they had finally completed the development and configuration of all modules according to the guidelines in the booklet, followed by a 15-day foundational assessment training. At this moment, Yang Yin was eagerly anticipating the final results. Boss, don't be hasty. The ports have just opened, and all the employees are likely engaged in a battle of wits with this version of Yinxin. It will take at least half a day to ascertain the results. Let us sit down and have some tea to calm ourselves, Xiaobo reassured. The logic of the basic circuitry had been confirmed without issues, as Cheng Xu's engineers had verified that the day after receiving the chips. However, the specifics of their performance remained uncertain. No one could predict the value assessment. In fact, no company in the world had achieved this yet. This had effectively transcended the realm of existing model training. For instance, the training over those 15 days utilized all Chinese characters, commonly used word combinations, and the grammatical data of these terms, relying only on a small amount of coherent sentences. This represented a clear and typical distinction from the training models currently based on probability statistics. As for the effectiveness, only practical application can reveal the truth. At this moment, the entire team of thousands at Cheng Xu is equipped with an internal testing code, simultaneously testing the integrated pricing judgment model within Yinxin. Yinxin, I once harbored affection for someone. and now only a lingering fondness remains. Do you comprehend my meaning? A rather unsightly rotund fellow boldly made his move. Inching. Warning for indecency, login restricted for 15 minutes. The rotund fellow was utterly flabbergasted. This was remarkably astute, almost scientific. One might argue that even a person would need a moment to comprehend their own implications. After an anxious wait, 15 minutes elapsed. Where did I demonstrate indecency? The rotund fellow, still defensive, retorted. When I said the previous person. The first up is a function word, while the second up refers to the previous context. Inxin, according to my latest training, previously in Chinese is classified as an adverb, typically used to modify verbs. What, then, is the verb in your statement? The rotund fellow responded. Up. Inching. Warning for indecency, account permanently banned. The rotund fellow had acted deliberately. After all, this was a test, and he approached it with unrestrained amusement, ultimately falling victim to permanent banishment. At this moment, he was surrounded by a crowd. Rotund fellow, you still haven't changed, have you? Did you get played? That can't be right. The one I tested here isn't this clever. I asked it to create an image of a bustling intersection, and it produced a horse and a dragon at the crossroads, lacking any semblance of logic. Indeed, Inxin's comprehension of semantics requires enhancement, especially regarding abstract expressions that prove challenging to interpret. However, this specialized training was specifically aimed at sensitive information. It is said that due to chip performance issues, current entry-level chips cannot accommodate all training corpus needs, necessitating a focus on our most pressing concerns. From the testing results of our department's personnel, the filtering rate stood at 100. All indecent, violent, and inappropriate content was eradicated without exception. The most audacious was this rotund fellow, who also met his demise. In the Data Monitoring Center, a group observed the diverse inquiries linked to the banned accounts and Inxin's responses, erupting in laughter. Congratulations, General Yang. Hours passed, and any attempts to lead Inxin astray were completely shielded, achieving a 100 shielding rate. Meanwhile, the previously skewed responses cultivated within Inxin were intercepted within the system. And following the system's revised logic, an automatic regeneration of responses was triggered, displaying normal logic back to the user. Observing the results of the data analysis, Yang Yin felt a slight easing of his previously tense heart. The internal testing data volume was still too small. The true test would commence with the public beta tomorrow. And vigilance was essential. Cheng Xu in technology was meticulously preparing for the public beta launching the next day, while the atmosphere in the entire business group office was one of jubilation. On the other hand, Mr. Wen Guochang sat in his office, his brow furrowed with concern. The frontline has confirmed that the substantial funds purportedly allocated for the development of lunar space missiles have been redirected towards training an industrial artificial intelligence model known as the Initiator, which is likely intended to serve the weaponry research and development of the Pentagon. At this juncture, America has proposed negotiations regarding the issues surrounding Yangtze Memory Technologies and Cambrian. Is such a coincidence plausible? Their intentions are so overt that even a blind person could discern them. The intelligence from the frontline may have been deliberately leaked to coerce us into acquiescing to certain unreasonable demands. Can we afford to refuse? The rapid advancement of artificial intelligence necessitates a synergy of distributed high-speed storage and a series of chip combinations. The industrial artificial intelligence model designed for precision manufacturing, even if it holds a mere thread of possibility, is something we must never underestimate. The repercussions of falling behind are far too severe. Even when we are aware that the other party is attempting to ensnare us, we find ourselves with no alternative. What if? Wen Lao, wait to discuss matters later. We have an important meeting imminent. Wen Guochang gestured dismissively to his assistant Yang Ji, who was about to speak. Wen Lao, as per your instructions, any information regarding the 2041 laboratory must be reported immediately. As an assistant, Yang Ji understood well the hierarchy of urgency, while the upcoming meeting was significant. A delay of even a minute in presenting this report would jeopardize his position. 2041? Bring it to me. When Guochang glanced over the materials briefly and made an immediate decision, Xiaoji, notify all attendees that the meeting will be postponed by 1 hour. 1 hour later, a crucial meeting, delayed by an hour, was finally prepared, and when Guochang took his place, it was evident that the gravity of his expression had lightened considerably since earlier. He did not immediately declare the meeting open. Instead, he addressed his assistant in a voice audible to all present. Xiaoji, do you believe our continual compromises and concessions have been the right choices? Yang Ji opened his mouth to speak, yet some words remained unuttered, particularly in front of the entire assembly. Are you suggesting that our temporary concessions are for the sake of better concealment, with the hope that one day we can catch up? When Guochang's thoughts were as clear as day, this sentiment resonated with nearly everyone, including himself. However, this time was different. He spoke sternly. But you must understand, Compromise is not a sign of weakness. Retreat must have its limits. Compromise might have served as a means of better concealment in the past. But now, look at the current situation. Does compromise still hold any value? Will retreat prevent conflict? What about ZTE? What about Huawei? What about Harbin Institute of Technology and Northwestern Polytechnical University? Can yielding and compromising truly yield safety and stability? Just observe how far we have compromised. Microsoft, a single enterprise, brazenly challenges our regulations, openly declaring that it will never host domestic user data servers in compliance with our laws. How do they dare? Who has granted them such audacity? Retreat? No more. Having reached this point, where else do you wish to retreat? At last, when Guochang rose unsteadily, pounding his fist upon the table with resolute emphasis, I have compromised my entire life. Today, I refuse to yield. Chapter 48. The Power of the New Model. Refusing to negotiate? In a reception room somewhere across the Pacific, a man gazed in utter disbelief. I told you. They would never agree to import food from areas affected by nuclear radiation. They are not like us. They have their limits. Baum, wait. We have yet to begin discussing terms. What is there to negotiate? They cannot possibly know anything about these matters at this stage. So why the abrupt refusal? Why are they unwilling to engage in conversation? What has gone awry? Is it that the future of industrial AI models is not sufficiently enticing? Or have they uncovered something? No. Jack shook his head. Our experts took an extensive period to arrive at a definitive conclusion. Given their underdeveloped state, even if they had a suspicion, they would not dare to make any guarantees. The current AI training, including the most advanced models, operates on the same principle, a vast accumulation of data and computational power. Language models, for instance, acquire massive datasets with relative ease. They are simply harvested from the web, requiring only some cleansing, and as long as costs are not a concern, they can be amassed indefinitely. Even the code robot models, trained collaboratively, have countless codes and repositories to support their training. But what of industrial model training? Industrial production data is not as ubiquitous as language and code. It cannot simply be scraped from the internet. Where would one find such copious industrial data to support training? Not to mention, each company's industrial data is core privacy and cannot be shared. Even if it could be acquired, it would be of no use. Think tanks assess that even if one were to collect all industrial production data from the entirety of the United States, or even the world, it would still fall woefully short of what is required for industrial model training. In other words, such a thing cannot exist. Indeed, it cannot exist. Following the meeting, Wen Guochang promptly headed to Washington, eager to meet with Cheng Xu, who was equally forthright. Old One, given the current methods of training AI models, there is no possibility of a mature, large-scale industrial AI model emerging within the next 10 to 20 years. The viewpoint you mentioned, that existing industrial production data cannot possibly support the training of large industrial models, has been echoed by many experts. When Guochang inquired, however, they do not dare to make such guarantees. Why are you so confident in asserting that it will be impossible for a decade or two? They are your think tank and must take responsibility for your decisions. Cheng Xu smiled. As for me, I am merely conversing with an old friend. What do I have to lose? Little rascal. When Guochang chuckled, choosing not to dwell on the matter further. He understood the complexities better than Cheng Xu. You say a large industrial AI model will not appear in the next 10 or 20 years. I choose to believe you. Rising, when Guochang solemnly declared, this decision is mine alone. I will take responsibility for it. Please wait a moment, Mr. Wen, Cheng Xu interjected. When did I ever say that? Did you not just mention that when Guochang was suddenly taken aback and looked at Cheng Xu with a puzzled expression? Cheng Xu continued, what I meant was that, given the current methods of training artificial intelligence models, there is indeed a prerequisite. With a smile, he added, in other words, while America may not possess this, I never claimed that we wouldn't. What about the method of value assessment? Mr. Wen inquired. Mr. Wen is also aware of value assessment? Cheng Xu was taken aback, but quickly realized that in the current global context, it would be unusual not to pay attention to such a significant matter. When Guochang nodded and confessed, I have no choice but to be informed. From yesterday until today, the phrase value assessment has nearly worn my ears raw. Various experts have analyzed it from every angle. Yet no consensus has emerged. Those who regard it favorably sing its praises to the heavens, heralding it as the dawn of a new era in artificial intelligence training, with accolades beyond measure. Conversely, some believe it to be a slight breakthrough, but nothing more. No matter how advanced it may become, it cannot surpass America. After all, they started early, and without a few decades of effort, how could we possibly catch up? Compromise seems to be the suggestion. Now, I would like to hear your perspective as the creator regarding value assessment. Mr. Wen, Cheng Xu replied, I won't elaborate on what value assessment entails. as I trust the experts have certainly analyzed it more adeptly than I could. Instead, I will share with you a new training model that arises from the core of value assessment, which I refer to as the conceptual framework model. Presently, all artificial intelligence training models, regardless of type, operate as probabilistic statistical models. As Cheng Xu spoke, noticing Mr. Wen appeared somewhat bewildered, he swiftly altered his explanation. Consider this analogy. We treat artificial intelligence like a toddler learning to speak. How do we currently teach a child language? We provide them with a vast array of texts, allowing them to deconstruct these writings independently, statistically analyzing the combinations and occurrences of words and phrases. Computation is the forte of computers, especially with their formidable computational capabilities. Vast amounts of data and processing power coalesce to produce what seems like cognitive and logical language abilities, which, at their core, remain probabilistic in nature. In contrast, my conditional probability model does not inundate the system with a plethora of texts at the outset. It resembles a child who first learns to recognize characters, then to form words and sentences, and ultimately to dissect parts of speech. Once these foundational skills are acquired, a moderate quantity of textual material is introduced, allowing for the statistical analysis of the occurrences of these characters and words, as well as their grammatical classifications, gradually fostering an appearance of thoughtful and logical language capability. Essentially, it still boils down to probabilistic statistics, when Guochang chuckled. Indeed, it fundamentally remains probabilistic statistics. Cheng Xu responded with a smile. What it produces merely appears to exhibit thoughtfulness and logic. It inherently lacks such concepts. However, if it were to genuinely develop a thought process akin to that of a child, it would not be formidable but rather alarming, wouldn't it? When Guochang nodded, having grasped the essence of the discussion. Although the essence remains rooted in probability and statistics, conditional probability allows for the preemptive exclusion of the vast majority of implausible scenarios. This preclusion significantly conserves the volume of training required. From Cheng Xu's remarks, it is abundantly clear that the current model training relies on the accumulation of massive datasets and extensive computational power, while the conceptual model employs foundational logic followed by the feeding of moderate data for statistical analysis. The notion of massive suggests an endless expanse. The more, the better. Yet moderate data, though perhaps less abundant, is at least quantifiable. This comparison evokes thoughts of the industrial artificial intelligence training models under the existing training paradigm. The global industrial data is insufficient to sustain such endeavors. What about the conceptual model? To what extent can it reduce the data requirements? When Guochang inquired earnestly, Cheng Xu immediately discerned Wen's thoughts, as he made no effort to conceal them. Utilizing the conceptual model, specifically, the mature version I refer to, rather than the rudimentary prototype currently employed by Cheng Xu, leveraging China's industrial system data would undoubtedly suffice to support the training of a large-scale industrial artificial intelligence model. When Guochang burst into hearty laughter, feeling a wave of exhilaration, the Americans are merely boasting, deceiving themselves. They surely cannot fathom that we may actually realize this potential in the future. Chapter 49. Elevation of Security and Confidentiality Levels. Multifaceted Attention. When Guochang. Prototype. Cheng Xu hurriedly reminded. The current conceptual model is still merely a prototype, and it is light years away from what you envision. Upon noticing Wen's glare, Cheng Xu further elucidated. At present, the entire system of the pump chip is just in its infancy. The first-generation value judgment processing core possesses only a few tens of thousands of logic units, which pales in comparison to today's semiconductors that often boast billions of transistors. Moreover, for this model to reach its full potential, the entire hardware system must be designed and manufactured using innovative chip concepts. Currently, the production equipment is merely retrofitted from existing wave generators, which is far from the precision required for high-end manufacturing. This must be approached incrementally. Please do not become overly excited. Are you implying that I shall never witness this in my lifetime? When Guochang jested. If you frame it that way, then it is indeed possible. This time, Cheng Xu refrained from retorting. To witness it within one's lifetime is certainly a cause for celebration. However, when Guochang appeared displeased, regarding Cheng Xu, and what of your laboratory? That is insufficient. Lu Changsheng is rather petty, providing only 3 floors. An entire building should be allocated to you. 1. 3 floors are adequate for now. Cheng Xu smiled, observing the fluctuations in Wen's demeanor, which resembled a roller coaster. Having just laughed heartily, he now adopted a serious tone. Cheng Xu, when Guochang formally addressed him, signifying the importance of what he was about to convey. Whether it is deemed sufficient or not is one matter. But in this regard, both the security level and confidentiality level must be elevated. A standalone building is the most fundamental requirement. if conditions permit. Establishing an entire park would not be excessive. You need not concern yourself with Wuchangxing. Adhere to your prior agreement. The entirety of the new technology building shall be allocated to the 2041 laboratory as a gesture of my support. The educational institution will provide alternative compensation arrangements. The security and personnel of this building must be renovated to meet the standards of a top-secret facility. You may arrange the specifics as you see fit. I will coordinate with the relevant departments to provide you with the necessary personnel information, particularly regarding special personnel verification ports. Indeed, Cheng Xu did not decline. These matters are undeniably critical. With this source of information, coupled with your technological prowess, the possibilities are virtually limitless. And the safety of the laboratory and its vicinity will be significantly enhanced. Meanwhile, as Cheng Xu and Wen Guochang were deliberating on subsequent affairs in another location, at the office area of Qianxuan Technologies Yinxin Business Group, the public testing of Yinxin had commenced for some time. At this moment, the technical staff were intently monitoring the server's operational status while analyzing and comparing data, with an efficiency exceeding 90%. The training using this chip and model has drastically reduced the demand for corpora. Moreover, crucially, its upper limit has been elevated. Previously, the identification and filtration of sensitive information were our weaknesses, and Yinxin's occasional nonsensical outputs were a source of concern. Now, however, following rigorous training, the filtration of sensitive information has become Yinxin's strongest asset, resulting in the creation of numerous memorable interactive moments. Observe this instance. A user instructed Yinxin to create an image of a self-assured man. Surely, it did not depict a man with bamboo protruding from his chest? Someone interjected, fully aware of Yinxin's tendencies. Indeed, the user began to lead Yinxin into a confession of intellectual deficiency regarding this artwork, ultimately triggering our new model mechanism. Pray tell, what does intellectually deficient mean? The inquiry was met with surprise. A small group gathered, scrutinizing the log records. What kind of mechanism is this? One of the judgment mechanisms dictates that when it is determined that effective information cannot be generated, key information is absent, or the user exhibits malicious intent. The system responds with a question containing negative keywords from the user's inquiry. And what do you say? What does intellectually deficient mean? This user was quite amusing. Challenging an artificial intelligence, the question of who is truly deficient remains debatable. A few individuals found it challenging to comprehend the user's trivial antics, yet sometimes peculiar users behave in such a manner, and adaptation is essential. Let us observe Yinxin's response that triggered the new model mechanism. Intellectually deficient typically refers to a delay in mental development. I am merely a language model, devoid of any mental developmental process. Thus, I cannot be deemed intellectually deficient. A noticeable pause ensued, and the server logs indicated a significant spike in resource consumption at this juncture. The technical personnel became agitated. This indicates that yet another value judgment and logical generation process has transpired. During the first part of the response, it had not organized the subsequent language adequately. The generation process underwent a secondary judgment. What does this signify? Like an individual who initially has not meticulously crafted all their dialogues, suddenly recalling something mid-conversation. This illustrates that the newly developed model possesses a certain degree of logical synthesis capability. Although the conclusions drawn may seem somewhat forced, this trend is unprecedented. Remarkable indeed. With further training, it could achieve even greater heights. Someone immediately expressed their sentiments, lamenting that the hardware remains insufficiently robust. The current pricing is excessive, consuming too many resources and unable to support our usage. I suspect that the subsequent conclusions are also influenced by a lack of resources. It is not merely about excessive resource consumption. Rather, this chip itself is a prototype, comprising only a few tens of thousands of components. By the standard of component count, it is comparable to Intel's 8086 chip released in 1978. What can one expect of its capabilities? We must await a more refined version. Speaking of the future, Li Hong found himself engulfed in mixed emotions. It is a splendid innovation, yet not of his own making. Moreover, he is aware that at this moment, when Lao is at Cheng Xu's residence, and the financial issues facing Qianxu appear insurmountable, this thought filled Li Hong with profound regret. If only he had acted decisively a month prior, when he had just reached an agreement with Cheng Xu, Qianxu would already be aboard the ship. However, he chose to wait for the evaluation results, harboring confidence in the outcome, yet lacking the overwhelming certainty, especially considering the immense financial requirements from Cheng Xu's side, necessitating careful consideration. Now, the assessment is clear. Qianxu is exceedingly satisfied, beyond measure. Yet the opportunity has slipped away. Who could have anticipated that the 2041 laboratory would suddenly engage with such a high-level entity? Cheng Xu's proposals are likely to pass without issue and at an astonishing speed. Mr. Li, Ali, and Teng Sun have swiftly departed for Huazhou, seemingly in connection with the 2041 laboratory. Meanwhile, Mr. Lei from Ingshan Software and Mr. Zhou from Sanliuzu are also en route to Huazhou. Lost in thought, Li Hong was approached by his assistant, who hurriedly informed him that there are no secrets that remain concealed. The issues surrounding Cheng Xu and technology are well known among all domestic giants. This wave of public testing has similarly attracted attention. Within mere hours of its effects becoming apparent, almost all major players have set their sights on the 2041 laboratory. The collaboration between Cheng Xu and 2041 is no longer a secret, with the intricate details already thoroughly investigated by various parties as the network of involved entities, including Yushu Semiconductor Technology, Cheng Xu, and packaging factories, is far too extensive for confidentiality to be maintained. Li Hong could no longer remain seated. The quickest way is for us to go as well. Chapter 50. When Lao's unconventional cooperation proposal, what are your plans? As the crowd gathered in Huazhou, Cheng Xu and Wen Lao continued their discussions on numerous matters. The group had been unable to locate the official contact channel for the 2041 laboratory, leading them to collectively opt to reach out to the University of Information Science with their invitation. Let us meet with Mr. Lei first, Cheng Xu suggested with a smile. Why? Wen Lao, resembling a curious child, was eager to understand everything. Look here, he said, gesturing toward the invitation letter, his title, Chairman of Ingshan Software Company, Limited. Cheng Xu pointed to the invitation and remarked, if it were rice, its presence would be inconsequential, but for Ingshan, it holds significance. You may continue. Wen Lao smiled broadly, though his inner thoughts remained a mystery. Observing our nation's internet industry, it appears vibrant and thriving, yet it predominantly exists within the realms of entertainment and e-commerce. As for foundational elements, we are left with operating systems that are either Microsoft's or various open-source distributions. Graphic design, layout design, vector design, video editing, all seem to be encased in a bubble. Various development tools proliferate, yet none are ours in any universal capacity. The significance of e-language is rather negligible, its symbolic value outweighing its practical utility. In recent years, there have indeed been numerous mind mapping and design tools emerging, alongside our Huada Jiutian making strides in the field of chip design. However, after all these years, the only productivity tool that has managed to capture a notable market share and gain public recognition is Office software, which is but a solitary instance. While it is indeed something, its essence diverges from others. Sighing heavily, Wen Guchang lamented, what can be done? To start late and aspire to surpass is no easy feat. While chip technology may be viewed as an issue of technical and industrial systems, the true crux of software, especially foundational applications, lies not in technical challenges. Fundamentally, the question is whether these basic tools can capture market share. Even if they do, they cannot compete with the rapid profitability of gaming and short videos, as dictated by market preferences. Yet, when reliance on such tools arises, competitors can easily tighten their grip around you. What will you retaliate with? Will you resort to gaming? Child, you are different. On the way, when Guchang overheard the think tank analyzing Cheng Xu's most expedient monetization methods, aware that Cheng was in urgent need of funds. The think tank's conclusion was clear. Entertainment, gaming, and artificial intelligence. Can gaming not be pursued? Clearly it can. A game infused with intelligence immediately showcases a plethora of complex and diverse gameplay, whether in strategic management or monster slaying, with intelligence offering enhanced experiences and limitless operational possibilities. If partnered with Tencent, substantial investments could be secured, making it challenging to avoid profit. You chose to foresee Lei Jun, Wen Lao mused. What is the entire value of Ingshan Software? Its total market capitalization barely surpasses 500 billion. Lei Jun's focus seems elsewhere. Yet, he is astute, knowing to leverage his title as chairman of Ingshan to extend an invitation. This cannot be dismissed lightly. Each tech enterprise has played a pivotal role in our industry's evolution. Cheng Xu offered an awkward smile. Whether it be ZTE or Huawei, be it Rice or Oppo, as long as they are striving to make a difference, they deserve our support. Did not Mijia also attempt the design of mobile chips? Yet this path is indeed arduous, and they ultimately abandoned it without success. Conversely, HiSilicon has succeeded, though its current outcome cannot be deemed favorable. Should we then chastise HiSilicon for only designing and not manufacturing? This is evidently unrealistic. Neither Apple nor Qualcomm can achieve this, as it is not a matter that can be resolved by a single enterprise. Cheng Xu, for the first time, broached the subject of the industrial system and national support, and continued, but does that mean we should not attempt it at all? Some argue that had HiSilicon accepted the acquisition and investment from America, the outcome would have been different. Indeed, it would have led to an alternative scenario. potentially resulting in a Chinese counterpart to Samsung. Yet would that still constitute an independent enterprise? In such a case, Huawei could have thrived even further. But without anyone daring to try, our high-end manufacturing will forever remain unattainable. We would be relegated to perpetually labor-intensive enterprises, toiling in the most arduous jobs for meager wages. Although it may seem like we are striving, the profits would merely enrich others, contributing to America's growth. Must we continue down this path indefinitely? Someone must endeavor to instigate change. Anyone who can play even a minor role in this pursuit should be regarded as a partner. After listening to Cheng Xu's words, Wen Guochang found himself momentarily speechless. Cheng Xu's vision surpassed his expectations. Or perhaps he truly is indifferent to wealth. No, I am interested in money. Cheng Xu immediately countered Wen Guochang's assertion. As long as it propels the advancement of technology, I am keenly interested. Money in my hands can certainly serve that purpose. Can you tell me what your ultimate goal is? Wen Guochang was genuinely curious. For someone like Cheng Xu, earning money was not a difficult task. I wish to glimpse what the future holds and to discern what role I can play in that process. Is it for profit? For the nation and family? For fairness and justice? For world peace? For ideals and the future? Cheng Xu, in truth, had no definitive answers. He merely yearned to effect some change, however slight. As for the extent of his impact, from the moment he returned, the world had already been destined to transform, leaving him uncertain of his own path. Interesting. Wen Guochang nodded, expecting Cheng Xu to engage in a lengthy discourse about national service and resisting technological hegemony. To his surprise, Cheng Xu's succinct remark revealed him to be a rather intriguing young man. So, how about we collaborate? Wen Guochang pondered for a considerable time before finally articulating this, a proposal he had long contemplated but intended to finalize before discussing with Cheng Xu. However, he felt no desire to delay. The foundational tone must be established first. I have a plan, our dual-track approach. You can develop your own system. We will handle all funding issues without interfering in your affairs. As for the semiconductor sector, even if you progress rapidly, it cannot be wholly replaced in the short term, right? In certain areas, it still retains some advantages, does it not? Whether it be assisting Huaxin International, Xiada Jiutian, Yangtze Memory, or Cambrian, get it going. I know you can achieve this. So what say you? Will you proceed? Chapter 51. The original intention of Mount Everest Oldwin. I must give you a heads up. Cheng Xu remarked, the funds I require are not insignificant. Oh, that's of no concern. Oldwin waved his hand dismissively. How much could it possibly be? If it comes to it, we can always increase the tobacco tax a little. Cheng Xu looked bewildered. Are you jesting? No matter how astronomical your funding needs may be, how much can you realistically request in the first phase? 1 billion? 10 billion? Surely that is a sufficient starting point. Since it was not his own money, Oldwin displayed a certain magnanimity, as long as we can see results. These amounts are negligible. Cheng Xu pondered this and realized that, while his own financial needs felt monumental, they were indeed trivial on a national scale. Oldwin's suggestion was exceedingly rational. The semiconductor industry would remain pivotal for the foreseeable future. Moreover, even in the final stages, areas that could be converted to pure computation would still afford semiconductor technology a distinct advantage, ensuring its persistent relevance. More importantly, the semiconductor sector would not become Cheng Xu's primary focus. Oldwin's proposal was thus perfectly timed, serving the interests of both parties splendidly. Cheng Xu nodded in agreement. I do have solutions for many issues within the semiconductor field. However, these solutions are predicated on the foundation of intelligence. The integration of semiconductor technology in the pump system is an inevitable trend for the future. For instance, the current challenges with microelectronic lithography machines in Shanghai, capable of producing at 28 nanometers or even 14 nanometers, indicate that the hardware already possesses this capability. The low yield rates, which fail to meet commercial production demands, are fundamentally issues with the visual system, a problem that can be addressed relatively easily through artificial intelligence technologies to enhance the visual system. Cheng Xu was about to elaborate further, but was halted by Oldwin. Our discussion is to establish a broad framework for cooperation. The more specific details must be addressed by the business sector and relevant enterprises. Rest assured, I will be on your side during negotiations. Cheng Xu instantly grasped the implication and chuckled. Very well, I must take my leave. Oldwin rose to bid farewell. You should meet with that Lei Jun. I believe you may find yourself disappointed. Why do you say that? Cheng Xu inquired, puzzled. You must understand, people change. But how others change is of little consequence. My only wish is that you remember to stay true to your original aspirations in the future. Oldwin said no more, but soon Cheng Xu would comprehend his meaning. Indeed, people do change. The Lei Jun of the Insure software era was full of vigor, resolutely aiming to revitalize domestic office software and unflinchingly challenging Microsoft. In many respects, he was once idealistic, ambitious, and driven, a man of considerable aspirations. Cheng Xu recalled Incher precisely because of that period. However, the current Lei Jun can hardly be characterized as such. He now resembles a successful businessman, with Incher software, including a host of bundled applications like Duoba, holding a market value less than 1/6 that of Rice. Even Lei Jun himself seemed to regard it with diminished significance. He himself was already disinterested, and naturally, Cheng Xu had even less enthusiasm. After all, the system was destined for a complete overhaul. It was merely an office software, nothing irreplaceable. The two had little common ground. Cheng Xu was not one to engage in social pleasantries, thus they found themselves in an awkward silence, conversing about trivial matters devoid of substance. Cheng Xu was on the verge of excusing himself when Lei Jun hastily proposed his idea, an investment. But how could that be possible? Cheng Xu wasted no time, bluntly declining, while pointing towards the sky, stating that someone had already invested. State investment? Upon realizing there was indeed no opportunity left, Lei Jun was taken aback. Investment? But no shares, Cheng Xu chuckled. The money is essentially a gift to me. Lei Jun, of course, was skeptical, thinking Cheng Xu was merely toying with him. However, he refrained from further comment, leaving a contact number for potential future collaboration. Cheng Xu, while laughing, was truly averse to such social engagements. People do change. Cheng Xu shook his head. Moreover, publicly listed companies are severely constrained by shareholders, boards, and the stock market. In contrast, Huawei operated without such hindrances. Back in the day, the first generation of high-silicon chips was in such a poor state that they were nearly given away for free. Yet, Huawei continued to invest, and after several generations, achieved a certain standard. It was at this juncture that Huawei decisively incorporated it into its flagship series, leading to the subsequent success of the Kirin 970 and the dual flagship series. Imagine a publicly listed company attempting such a feat? After just a couple of years of continuous losses, the stock market would collapse in an instant. Where would there be such an opportunity? Staying true to one's original intent, unrestrained by external pressures. Building upon the 4 characters gifted by Wen Lao, Cheng Xu added another 4, further solidifying his resolve to reject financing. Brother Xu, the standard packaged chips and electrical performance test data, along with the generic version of the underlying drivers, are all here. After bidding farewell to Lei Jun, Cheng Xu saw no one else and returned directly to the laboratory. For him, this was the simplest and purest place, the one he cherished most. At that moment, after more than a month of effort, the core of the complete version of the value judgment card was finally completed. Can this be used on a home computer? Zhao He inquired, puzzled. The standard graphics card's gold finger fits into the graphics card slot. Once the driver is installed, it can be utilized. But the prerequisite is an application program to invoke it through the operating system. More often, it was employed on training servers, potentially with varying packaging standards. Cheng Xu replied with a smile. This version serves more as a symbolic gesture. We aim to introduce new theories, new cores, new architectures, and new instruction systems. If we merely use it, wouldn't that be akin to speaking empty platitudes? Originally, Cheng Xu intended to handle the new core and system discreetly, quietly amassing wealth. However, after just one day of public testing, domestic giants caught wind of it and swiftly dispatched personnel to investigate, with some even sending their top executives. Such a product, now that it had emerged in the market, could hardly remain low profile. Rather than proceeding in a modest manner, it would be more advantageous to launch with grandeur, simultaneously generating robust publicity for the subsequent recruitment of numerous talents. Thus, it is imperative to bestow a name upon it, one that must also be trademarked. As proposed by Zishu Xiaohan, this series of chips shall be named Zumulangma, with the inaugural product designated as Zumulangma Chuxing. Initially, it was to be called Zumulangma No. 1. But today, Cheng Xu has spontaneously altered the name of the first generation to No. 1 Chuxing. He subsequently arranged, in accordance with this sentiment and connotation. Along with the materials I provided, we should engage a design company to produce a version of the copy and on-site visual scheme. Additionally, let us not forget to include the invitation. It is to be issued for next Thursday evening at 8 o'clock, located at the school's athletic hall. With the invitation required by tomorrow, I shall take care of the arrangements, Zishu Xiaohan assured, as personnel are in short supply, necessitating that they handle these tasks for the time being. Chapter 52. The National Science Development Bank takes charge 10 days later at 7 o'clock in the evening, with 1 hour remaining until the Zumulangma Chuxing launch. In Beijing, at a certain location. Leader, I propose the following. 1 Guochang reported, to issue a batch of targeted treasury bonds with a term of 3 to 5 years. The future repayment of these bonds will rely on the profits accrued from this collaboration, which will be remitted by state-owned enterprises. alongside the economic benefits generated by the pump system. Just as with Shanghai Microelectronics and Huaxin Technology, if with Cheng Xu's assistance, we achieve mass production of the 14 and even 7 chips, what would the market and profit potential be? Essentially, we would be preemptively issuing treasury bonds to access a portion of these profits to support Cheng Xu in the pump system. Cheng Xu would be utilizing his technology to secure funding. This is a straightforward transaction, not an investment in shares. The leader nodded, decisively rejecting the negotiation proposal from America. You know Cheng Xu very well. To what extent do you believe he can attain? When Guchang replied with a slight smile, as long as there are no disruptions, you can rest assured and think ambitiously. Ultimately, it will undoubtedly exceed our expectations. As for how much higher, I cannot ascertain. What do the experts assess? The leader inquired. How do you think experts would evaluate a young man in his 20s? Wen Guochang chuckled. If everyone were to praise him as a genius with limitless potential, it does not necessarily guarantee that the young man will excel. However, while experts are preoccupied with nitpicking from various angles, the moment Cheng Xu makes any progress or releases any work, they immediately rally to scrutinize him as if they were in competition with him. If anyone fails to point out some shortcomings, they seem to be regarded as inferior. Haha. Quite amusing, the leader laughed, clearly understanding Wen Guochang's implication. Experts are inclined to offer praise. Even if exceptional, it remains at the level of their juniors. Thus they are generous and unreserved in their commendations. Yet, the current attitude of the experts indicates that they view Cheng Xu as a rival, one they cannot even begin to compete with. Therefore, the heights to which Cheng Xu may ascend in the future remain inscrutable to anyone at present. Wen Guochang stated solemnly, not only us, but America has certainly taken notice of him now. The product is set to enter the market. Those with keen insight cannot be easily deceived. The leader nodded slightly. I concur with your proposal. Funding can be provided, and we can forego equity. However, what he brings to the table must not be confined to merely enhancing existing enterprises within the semiconductor industry. Those capable should bear more responsibility. If our aerospace initiatives require an intelligent system for future advancements, he must be involved. Have you discussed this with him? When Guchang nodded, we haven't broached the subject, but I believe it poses no issue. I am well acquainted with this individual. Even without formal collaboration, we will require his expertise. As long as he is not the type to disrupt our efforts, I am confident he will not remain indifferent. As for equity for our nation, it is inconsequential as long as the enterprise flourishes on our soil and contributes to our economic development. I can assure you that the 2041 Lab and all its affiliated companies are genuinely committed to making a difference, rather than merely pursuing profit. This arrangement is quite suitable. With the 2041 Lab firmly under Cheng Xu's control, he can assist us in restructuring traditional semiconductors without interference. Otherwise, we might face complications if certain individuals overreach. If the 2041 Lab were to have state-owned shares, who could guarantee that someone wouldn't attempt to intervene under the guise of authority? There are countless short-sighted individuals, and the allure of wealth can cloud judgment. There will always be those harboring dangerous fantasies. Moreover, the development timeline for 2041 is extensive. What do we foresee a decade or two from now? I see you have a particular interest in Cheng Xu. What are your thoughts? Leader, what could I possibly? When Guochang caught the leader's teasing gaze and instantly understood his implications. Please refrain from jesting. I had never considered the matter. I am merely striving to protect an individual brimming with potential who desires to make a meaningful impact. Your suggestion is not without merit, after all. I stand to gain nothing. Very well, proceed according to your vision, the leader concluded. The responsibility will be entrusted to the National Science and Technology Development Bank. Your proposal will be discussed in a meeting to reach a collective decision. When Guchang nodded in agreement, the leader's endorsement of the proposal and the subsequent discussion in a meeting would follow the customary protocol. Let us observe his press conference together. In recent days, the leader had taken the time to familiarize himself with Cheng Xu, as the situation had escalated to a point where it even influenced negotiations with America. It was only natural to learn about Cheng Xu. Today, when Guochang's unwavering support piqued his curiosity, and since there were no pressing matters on his agenda, he decided to witness Cheng Xu's presentation. Mount Everest, with such grand ambitions, aiming to stand atop the world, the name Mount Everest seemed predetermined. While was likely a spontaneous decision made that day, Wen Guchang chuckled as he recounted the meeting between Cheng Xu and Lei Jun to the leader. Indeed, he is merely in his 20s. I believe that, as you said, he genuinely wishes to make a difference now. But what about 20 or 30 years down the line? Will he end up like Lei Jun? A person's transformation, apart from the passage of time, is significantly influenced by setbacks, Wang Guchang replied calmly. Your assessment of him is overly generous, the leader remarked. shaking his head in disbelief. Is there truly someone so formidable that they never encounter adversity? As the two conversed, the press conference was underway, covering topics from the foundational theories of pumps and the structure of multi-valued components to the principles and standards of chip design, culminating in the design philosophy of the Everest series. Wang Guochang became Cheng Xu's interpreter before the leader, meticulously presenting Cheng Xu's achievements and their practical implications. Regarding the Everest series, the evaluation from the Academy of Sciences stated, the value assessment level that America cannot achieve within a decade. Such value assessment holds immense significance for the future development of artificial intelligence, potentially being revolutionary in nature. The leader nodded repeatedly, his expression growing increasingly solemn. He had previously heard experts mention these conclusions, dismissing them at the time as mere encouragement for young talents. However, he now recognized the experts' critical stance towards Cheng Xu and the possibility that they themselves might be lagging behind. The very fact that Cheng Xu garnered such accolades imbued the situation with a profoundly different significance. Chapter 53, 50 years? 3 years. The press conference continued, and the leader's demeanor became ever more grave. He faintly recalled that it was on July 8, 2017, when the nation ambitiously published the New Generation Artificial Intelligence Development Plan. This initiative aimed to seize significant strategic opportunities in the development of artificial intelligence, establish a first-mover advantage, and expedite the construction of an innovative nation and a global technological powerhouse. It was a pursuit to catch up and even to surpass. Yet, many aspirations cannot simply be willed into reality. Meanwhile, the microelectronics sector in Shanghai and Huaxin International were making relentless efforts towards the autonomous production of the entire system for 28 nanometers and even 14 nanometers chips. Step by step, they would ultimately achieve complete self-reliance. The young man before him was indeed remarkable, the leader mused as he continued to observe. As the press conference drew to a close, Cheng Xu was delivering his final summary. Our new command system, new bus design, and new architectural concepts ensure that the future undeniably belongs to the pump technology. In the next 20 years, our pump system is merely in its infancy. We have yet to develop automated design tools, and the Everest generation has been crafted using traditional drawing tools, painstakingly rendered stroke by stroke. Such designs are destined to lack scalability, and this generation comprises only a few tens of thousands of basic components, placing it on par with Intel's 8086 processor from over 30 years ago. While we remain steadfast in our belief in a bright future, we are undoubtedly faced with daunting challenges. The distance is not fearsome. We will toil for 20 years to lay the groundwork and then strive to surpass within the next 50 years. At that time, due to the limitations of design tool standards and manufacturing processes, the Everest series will undoubtedly struggle to compete with the world's leading chip enterprises in mainstream domains. Thus, in the initial phase, we must carve out a unique path, leveraging the inherent strengths of the pump technology in areas such as artificial intelligence training and reasoning. The vast trends within the consumer market are indeed tantalizing. However, one must tread carefully, step by step, towards Everest, which stands as the rightful pinnacle of our world. Listening to Cheng Xu's summary, when Guochang and the leader exchanged glances, each discerning the other's thoughts, this young man, with his ambitious plans spanning 20 to 50 years, elicited a chuckle from the leader. Guochang, based on your understanding of him, what do you believe he truly envisions for the coming years? Emphasizing immense future potential, he spoke as if it were extraterrestrial technology, yet remained modest about present achievements, without uttering falsehoods. The tools and manufacturing processes were indeed as he described. The designs were crafted using commonplace drawing tools, and the manufacturing equipment was improvised from other devices. In a certain sense, it was just the beginning. When Guochang remarked, yet, the importance and significance of value assessment are evident to all. Such contradictions are bound to drive one to distraction. International competitors will surely not remain indifferent. Whether they choose to act vigorously will depend on their own judgments and decisions. I believe they will likely opt to observe for a while before making further determinations. As for Cheng Xu's 20 and 50 years, in my estimation, let us divide that by 10. Cheng Xu, a rather astute individual, noted that Everest could not compete with the world's leading chips. However, he did not mention the 2041 laboratory, which surely could not have been a mere afterthought. If he chooses not to engage, there must be something amiss. If necessary, he could always develop a new series akin to the deep-sea trench. This point was clear to Wen Guochang. Had he not known him well, he might have been deceived. Dividing by 10, we arrive at 2 and 5 years. The leader, uncertain, seemed to oscillate between agreement and dissent. Can one truly achieve world-class status within 5 years? Do you have such confidence in him? We shall see, Wen Guochang said. his expression brimming with pride. After pondering, he added, "Perhaps it won't even take that long." The leader remained non-committal. 5 years felt too brief. 10 or 20 years. If one could witness it within their lifetime, would be a fulfillment beyond reproach. You should oversee this personally. Entrusting it to others would not inspire confidence. Naturally, Brother Su. Surely your 20 to 50 years is but a ruse? Once the discussion concluded, back in the adjacent office, a few individuals closed the door. Xu and Xiaohan eagerly inquired, "What are the specific arrangements? Should we indeed divide by 10? How petty." Cheng Xu laughed. "Divide by 10? Let me inform you, our golden period lasts merely a year, or perhaps even shorter, by the time they realize what is happening. We must possess the strength to stand our ground." Cheng Xu extended 3 fingers. "At most 3 years, by the time you, or rather, we graduate from our postgraduate studies. A complete system of chips must be unveiled, achieving first-class standards. Therefore, my friends, our task is heavy and fraught with challenges. Prepare yourselves for arduous battles." When I mentioned 20 to 50 years, you thought to divide by 10. I suspect our teacher and elder one might have considered the same, as those who understand me would likely arrive at this conclusion. As for others, such as institutions in America, they might perceive 20 years as merely a stage in my plan. Consider this. In 20 years, I shall be in my 40s, at the prime of my life, poised to realize my aspirations and ambitions. A perfectly reasonable conjecture. However, I must inform you that we will not have such time. At most, 3 years remain. The pump must ascend to prominence, positioning semiconductor chips as the proprietary computational core within the pump system, particularly in our homeland, to establish such a framework. Several individuals gasped in astonishment. 3 years is hardly sufficient, as they would barely have completed their graduate studies. Would they not be altering the world immediately upon graduation? They were profoundly moved. Enough with the sentimentality, Cheng Xu interjected earnestly. In the past, our endeavors were merely trifles. From this day forth, we embark on our true journey. Right now, we must promptly post our recruitment needs on the laboratory's official website. Wen Lao has just informed me that his plan has been approved. It merely awaits procedural formalities, and the special funds will soon be allocated. Numerous initiatives will commence simultaneously, with the most crucial being foundational physics research, especially concerning the shaping and control of spatial electromagnetic fields, or the study of time-reversal electromagnetic theory. This is paramount. We require exceptional talents in this domain, and those interested in pursuing relevant research should seize the opportunity. Originally, Cheng Xu had not intended to publicly announce the recruitment of high-caliber talents, particularly concerning foundational research in spatial electromagnetic field shaping. However, upon further reflection, given the scarcity of such talents, even a slight movement would be easily discerned. Thus, the significance of confidentiality diminished considerably. It would be more effective to promote it widely. After all, the variety of talents needed in foundational fields is vast, and no one can predict which aspect is most vital. Rather, an intentional effort to conceal would likely raise suspicion. Very well, I shall publish it immediately. Zishu Shaoan nodded in agreement. It was also time to recruit a reliable professional manager to handle the miscellaneous affairs. After resolving the intricate tasks, Cheng Xu contemplated this necessity. Initially, the matters at hand were few, and the structure was underdeveloped, prompting Cheng Xu to procrastinate. However, as the scope of the project expanded significantly, it became evident that such a person would be essential once operations formally commenced. Chapter 54. Where to begin? The press conference had concluded, yet its impact within the industry continued to resonate and evolve. Firstly, domestic netizens expressed their anticipation regarding the future of the chip industry. In addition to established firms like Huawei, a new and potentially world-leading field emerged on the horizon. Moreover, this field is not merely theoretical or a distant prospect. It is something tangible, ready for immediate commercial application. The public testing of Yinxin has already demonstrated this, showcasing a remarkable transformation following special calibration. The standards set by Everest have ignited widespread expectations, and industry insiders can readily discern its intrinsic value. The 2041 laboratory has suddenly captured the attention of many, particularly within the industry. Of course, there will always be skeptics. Those who dismiss anything lacking the American label will deem it worthless. After all, if it were truly significant, why would others not pursue it? As others embark on their research endeavors, can you truly surpass them? Have they not already made significant breakthroughs? Even if you were to achieve a breakthrough first, would you not still falter if they seized upon critical technology? You may indulge in your own pursuits, while we simply regard it as yet another farcical spectacle. Such sentiments abound. Some individuals may be inherently resigned to their circumstances, never rising to the occasion. Meanwhile, others incessantly refer to you and your without even acknowledging their own affiliations or why they employ our characters. Yet, these matters are trivial. Regardless of whether it is Cheng Xu or other members of the laboratory, they have no time to concern themselves with such trivialities. Notably, America does not appear to be as composed as they claim. At this very moment, in a reception room in America, a certain air of defiance looms. Is this the foundation of their refusal to negotiate? Baum wears an expression of confusion, his tone tinged with indignation. Perhaps so. Jackson nods in agreement. What then? Is the purpose of our intelligence department? Baum's outrage intensifies. Such a monumental event, and no one reported it? By the time others hold a press conference, and the entire world is aware, we are left looking foolish, do you not see? Baum, do not be agitated. A university laboratory, a workshop-like factory. Jackson calmly interjects. They cannot stir significant waves. The Semiconductor Alliance is already assessing the situation. I believe that the Easterners are merely posturing. As for Mount Everest, claiming a 50-year lead is sheer nonsense. If it comes to that, we can simply restrict their raw materials, no matter how advanced their technology. It cannot function without essential components. Baum nods in agreement, recognizing that before the formidable America, any powerful adversary is but a paper tiger. The more sophisticated the technology, the more it relies on the American-European alliance. With a mere command, if high-end materials are entirely restricted, what can they possibly achieve? Nothing of substance. Baum and Jackson exude confidence, yet the atmosphere within the Semiconductor Alliance is palpably tense. Value assessment. This is a matter of utmost significance. We have always conducted this work manually. Engineers have been specially invited to attend. The reinforcement learning assessments, as you know, have previously required the involvement of tens of thousands of employees and hundreds of thousands of online users for data calibration. If this task could indeed be accomplished by chips, do you comprehend the implications? The entirety of the Internet's corpus could become a linguistic repository at no cost, and language models could evolve through interactions with netizens worldwide. You must understand that the AI models are largely comparable. The measure of strength lies in the volume of training data, the financial investments made, and the computational resources allocated. Our advantage is built upon countless millions of dollars. With the advent of Chi Sun and its Everest project, our cost could plummet to 1/10 or even less. In this domain, within half a year, we would rapidly fall behind. Those present are seasoned professionals, even if not directly in the field of artificial intelligence. They are certainly well-versed in the semiconductor industry. The individuals involved possess a certain level of understanding regarding the training processes. They are aware that it is unwise to directly utilize user dialogues for training purposes, as the unpredictable nature of peculiar users could yield unforeseen consequences. Should such data be employed, it must undergo meticulous manual annotation and processing. Prior to this, the filtration of large datasets can eliminate a portion of overtly malicious content, thereby conserving some effort. However, a significant amount of human resources remains indispensable. Is there a substantial threat? A representative from Microsoft appeared grave. As the integration of artificial intelligence with search engines, office applications, and operating systems positions AI as a pivotal element in Microsoft's strategy for the forthcoming decade. It is not to say that the threat is overwhelmingly severe. If the current capabilities are all that exists, the impact is notable but not catastrophic. Yet, we remain uncertain whether this represents their full potential, as this is merely the first generation. Let us observe the situation. If necessary, we shall promptly act to sever their access to core materials and technological supplies. The question arises, from where should we initiate this severance? This query left everyone perplexed. Indeed, to disrupt core materials and technology, where does one begin? They are even unclear about the nucleus of the core pump system or the advanced materials and technologies employed. How can one proceed with such disruption? Would it entail a complete severance? Such a comprehensive decoupling is implausible. The aim of America is to curtail the development of Eastern powers, thereby enhancing its own ability to extract benefits. Maintaining cooperation amidst confrontation enables the entire world to serve their interests and contribute to their economic progress. If a total decoupling were to occur, who would be left to exploit? We must urgently contact our associates to ascertain the intricacies of the core pump, identifying its essential equipment and key technologies. Regardless of the technologies utilized, we remain the most formidable. I refuse to believe we cannot gain the upper hand. Let us commence our efforts, and once we have succeeded, we will devise a means to reclaim the entire core pump system. No matter its strength, ultimately, it will belong to us. All present nodded in agreement. They had grown accustomed to such methodologies. Do you seek to break through? If you do succeed, expect a swift retaliation. This approach is not solely directed at Eastern powers. It applies universally. Historically, they have employed such tactics against companies like Toshiba and Panasonic in Japan, Siemens in Germany, and Alstom in France, achieving success each time without exception. The reason Samsung and TSMC have been permitted to flourish is that over half of their shares are held by American interests. Those entities that cannot be controlled must be reclaimed. In their minds, this endeavor is destined for success, with some members already envisioning the delightful prospect of sharing this technology within the alliance and how future benefits will be apportioned. Meanwhile, Cheng Xu is far too preoccupied to concern himself with these matters. Even if he were aware, he would not place much significance on them. At this moment, he is exceedingly busy, having recently carved out a brief interval to meet with Principal Lu Changxing in his office, engaged in negotiations. Chapter 55. In-depth collaboration. It is evident that you require a plethora of foundational talents in physics, chemistry, and even biology, along with high-end professionals in information science. Lu Changxing remarked with a broad smile. However, the reality is that elite researchers are predominantly found within academic institutions. Even when they venture into the corporate world, it is often in a part-time capacity. Typically, they are accompanied by a cadre of graduate students, whose roles, though not critical in research, are indispensable as assistants and laborers. Furthermore, research cannot entirely detach from an academic environment. At the very least, we must cultivate future talent, for this is not a mere transactional affair, is it? One must consider the future, indeed. Cheng Xu nodded, amusement dancing in his eyes. The principal, Lu Changxing, was truly intriguing. Initially, Cheng Xu had little interest in what he had to say, but now he found himself eager to hear Lu's thoughts. How about this? Elevate the 2041 laboratory to the status of the 2041 Research Institute, establishing various specialized laboratories as needed. Then, through the institute, we can engage in profound collaboration with the University of Information Technology, maintaining the previous model of cooperation, enrolling students under the university's banner and sending them here for joint training, with the university responsible for issuing diplomas and degrees. All faculty members would first be officially incorporated into the University of Information Technology, immediately followed by a leave of absence without pay, relieving the institution of any salary obligations. Once on leave, they would then commence their roles at your research institute, guiding the jointly trained students, potentially even their former pupils. We have a prior cooperation agreement that clearly delineates ownership of research outcomes, simultaneously addressing the issues of advisors and students, thereby facilitating your recruitment process and subsequent research endeavors. Upon granting you this building, a new plot of land to the east of the school has been designated, which is currently under planning. If we collaborate, that area will be developed into a base for your research institute. This technology building can still serve the original purposes of the school. What are your thoughts? Lu Changxing was ambitious. He sought not immediate gains, but rather influence. The 2041 opportunity was one he was determined to seize. His channels had informed him of national investment without any equity involvement, and he understood the implications of this arrangement all too well. However, he did not fully grasp the nature of the relationship between the state and Cheng Xu. In truth, the state was not investing in shares. Rather, Cheng Xu was exchanging his services for financial compensation. For instance, how much is it worth to resolve the issues surrounding the independent production of 14-nanometer chip lithography machines and production lines? What about future advancements in technology? In the years to come, Cheng Xu aims to address the developmental challenges of the entire semiconductor industry. Essentially, the state was prepaying for Cheng Xu's future services, a mere exchange of funds for prospective technological assistance. To an extent, both parties were fulfilling their respective needs. It was not merely about the state providing capital without equity. This funding was a return on future technological services. Yet Lu Changxing remained oblivious to these intricacies. He simply recognized that binding the University of Information Technology with the 2041 Research Institute held immense promise. Given the current circumstances and after several years of development, it is not beyond the realm of possibility for the University of Information Technology to surpass Xuemu University. At that point, my contributions will be notably significant. As for the 2041 Research Institute and its personnel achievements, their affiliation with the university is of little consequence, regardless of ownership. They ultimately serve the advancement of national scientific development. More importantly, the presence of the 2041 Research Institute within the university, irrespective of its ownership, will undoubtedly invigorate the institution's growth. Similarly, upon hearing Lu Changxing's proposal, Cheng Xu smiled. Just as previously noted about him, this individual possesses a remarkable ability to navigate complex situations, displaying an exceptionally sharp insight. Professor Panjung remarked that while this individual does enjoy leveraging opportunities, even in doing so, he manages to make it a comfortable experience for others. This proposal for collaboration is no exception, while he secures what he desires. Cheng Xu emerges as a complete beneficiary, with no grounds for refusal. Moreover, with the backing of top-level design, Cheng Xu need not worry about any unforeseen complications at the university level. The current state of the 2041 initiative is beyond his direct influence. Crucially, the cultivation of talent is inextricably linked to higher education institutions. Regardless of a company's strength, the fundamental responsibility for this lies elsewhere. It is not that such endeavors cannot be undertaken, but rather that expertise is specialized, and Cheng Xu, being but one individual, cannot manage every aspect. The future will inevitably demand an increasing number of skilled individuals, making the establishment of a collaborative training system with universities exceedingly vital. Thus, Cheng Xu's stance was clear. In principle, I agree. We can discuss the details later. Well, I shall not disturb you further. Lu Changxing said with a smile as he stood up. I will proceed to submit the application and navigate the necessary procedures. The University of Information Technology is directly under the Education Administration, and I cannot unilaterally make such a significant decision. But rest assured, there will be no issues. Prior to approaching you, I informed the relevant leaders about the situation, and they are all supportive. All right, Cheng Xu replied with a smile. I look forward to our collaboration. Watching Lu Changxing depart, Cheng Xu reflected on how pleasant and reassuring it was to work with someone like him. He possesses a clear understanding of boundaries and would never broach matters that exceed those limits. Lu Changxing is certainly not a simple person. After Lu Changxing's departure, Cheng Xu pondered the necessity of establishing a research institute, which would inevitably require a significant number of students. Thus, it would be essential to have a dean of academic affairs, and the first individual who came to mind was the upright Professor Pan Zheng, an impeccable fit. As if tailored for the role. Me? Dean? Professor Pan initially seemed perplexed until Cheng Xu elaborated on the entire situation and his future plans. You won't have to manage anything beyond academic affairs, Cheng Xu reassured him with a smile. Everything will remain as it was, with the same work location. Furthermore, you won't need to resign. It will be a leave of absence, with all your responsibilities still tied to the university. Besides, given our relationship, wouldn't it be unreasonable for you not to assist me? Noticing Professor Pan still in disbelief, Cheng Xu shifted to the demeanor of an old friend, jokingly remarking, I truly did not expect you to achieve such great heights. Professor Pan Zheng sighed. How long has it been? Has it been 3 months already? 3 months have passed. Cheng Xu remarked with a smile. Since I began working with components and subsequently sought out my mentor here, it has been nearly 4 months. You, on the other hand. Professor Pan Zheng shook his head in resignation. In these 4 months, you have accomplished what many might not achieve in a lifetime. Very well. I shall assume the role of dean. Professor Pan Zheng immediately acquiesced, acknowledging that his lack of involvement at the school stemmed from a disinclination to manage affairs. However, he was confident that the atmosphere with Cheng Xu would differ from that of the university. In this segment, are you not preoccupied with the division of the laboratory and the corporate enterprise? Has the person in charge over there been located? Professor Pan Zheng inquired with genuine concern. There is a candidate, Cheng Xu nodded. Xiang Lin, a graduate from our computer science program, has recently left Temporal Cloud after being appointed as an executive. He has also worked in the European sector of Warwick, and after our conversation, he demonstrated that he had not lost his technical acumen. His philosophy aligns well with ours. And importantly, he is interested. We shall discuss further tomorrow. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, he will be the one. Xiang Lin, Professor Pan chuckled. I recall him, indeed. A rather impressive young man. Quite the troublemaker during his time at school, though perhaps not to your extraordinary extent. Haha. Chapter 56. The embryonic form of the corporate cluster. Xianggu, you have arrived. This was Cheng Xu's second encounter with Xiang Lin, and each meeting brought him immense amusement. At not yet 40, Xiang Lin's hair had receded to a mere fringe. He had a peculiar habit of fondling his nearly bald head, and even before taking a seat, he inquired, So, Brother Su, I hear they all call you that? May I call you the same? The combination of his words and the gesture of patting his bald head was utterly comical, giving him a somewhat endearing air. Yet, achieving the vice president level at Temporal Cloud by the age of 36 certainly indicates he is no simpleton. Haha. Then, Brother Xiang, please take a seat. The two men first established a camaraderie of calling each other brother. We have already discussed quite a bit previously. Now let us delve into the matters of work. After some pleasantries, they formally transitioned to the main topic. Although Cheng Xu had conducted thorough investigations into Xiang Lin through various channels beforehand, our work here will undoubtedly differ from your experiences at Temporal Cloud. There, your primary responsibility was to engage in relentless market competition against your rivals, Jiansun and Ali. However, under the banner of 2041, our approach must transform. The market does not demand our competition, and within our domain, we shall face no rivals. Indeed, Xiang Lin nodded in agreement. Understanding the circumstances at the 2041 laboratory, he cautiously inquired, "Are we seeking ways to circumvent Western restrictions to obtain raw materials and production equipment?" Cheng Xu shook his head. "Not quite. No one can constrain 2041. In this field, everyone's capabilities are relatively comparable, and no one is distinctly ahead, including in terms of materials and equipment. Previously, there had been no in-depth research in this area. We possess a first-mover advantage. In other words, we are the foremost in this domain, unbound by the limitations of raw materials and equipment." After a moment of contemplation, Xiang Lin nodded and remarked, "It is indeed the market. Our products currently rely on the Semiconductor Alliance system and cannot operate independently. However, to my knowledge, they do not intend to employ such measures. And antitrust laws are a formidable force, not to be trifled with. Nevertheless, caution is warranted. Take Microsoft, for instance. They stubbornly refuse to adhere to regulations by establishing servers domestically to store local user information. At present, we are powerless against them, as there are no alternatives available, particularly in the realm of personal computing. The same applies to high-end server operating systems. Should they unite and impose restrictions on the use of our pump chips within their operating systems, or outright sever supply to our partners, we would indeed find ourselves in a precarious situation." Without needing further elaboration from Cheng Xu, Xiang Lin grasped the essence of the issue. "But can we afford to remain idle in the face of this? Absolutely not. I will ensure that all matters proceed as usual on my end. The scenario you fear will undoubtedly manifest in the future. The iron fist of antitrust measures will not faze them. Just as you indicated, there is a sense of invulnerability, akin to Microsoft. The reason they have not acted thus far is likely due to their reconnaissance of our equipment and manufacturing capabilities. Should they find a way to limit us through this channel, they would certainly avoid making a spectacle of it. Such restrictions have never been imposed on a single enterprise, particularly against the nascent 2041, whose threat level remains uncertain, so immediate action is unlikely. Yet, once they perceive that events are spiraling beyond their control, they will undoubtedly resort to any means necessary. Your primary responsibility lies in safeguarding our future partnerships while endeavoring to prolong this timeline as much as possible." Upon hearing Cheng Xu's words, Xiang Lin felt an immediate weight of pressure. This was no easy task, as his future hinged on a battle of wits against the Semiconductor Alliance. The crux of the matter was to instill in them the belief that, in the short term, there would be no threat, just as Cheng Xu articulated at the press conference. This is a 50-year plan. Unconsciously rubbing his head, Xiang Lin made a decision. This is indeed a challenging endeavor, but I am resolved to accept it. Then welcome, Brother Xiang, to the 2041 family. Cheng Xu promptly expressed his warm welcome, recognizing Xiang Lin as an excellent fit. Upon joining, your inaugural task will be to register the group company and its subsidiaries, establishing the preliminary framework of the organization. As it stands, aside from one factory, you are the sole member of the group. You will need to build everything from scratch. Embrace the challenge, Brother Xiang. Indeed, Xiang Lin replied, feeling an unexpected sense of being thrown into the deep end. Yet, he understood that this was merely a temporary predicament. With sufficient funding, the structure could be rapidly established. As Cheng Xu had previously outlined, the funding for 2041 was backed by the state, which is reliable. Yes, the funds will be in place shortly, Cheng Xu affirmed. First, you must focus on the architecture and budgeting. The finance department will assign someone to oversee this. The remaining fiscal, legal, and various personnel arrangements will need to be organized by us, as these are critical elements in the initial framework establishment. Although our personnel may not be as vital as those in the laboratory, their unique roles render them significantly important. Every individual in key positions, especially in the early stages, must undergo thorough scrutiny. Additionally, the delineation of regional and personnel authority must be meticulously executed, akin to programming, ensuring that responsibilities and boundaries are distinctly defined. Given your extensive experience in technical work, followed by a transition into management, this should pose no challenge for you. Indeed, it is imperative to execute this well. Xiang Lin quickly acclimated to his role. When discussing work, he was already assuming the position of a subordinate. They engaged in a detailed dialogue concerning the company's structure and preliminary staffing, establishing the initial framework comprising 6 major sectors. Each sector will involve multiple companies in the future. For instance, the production of lithography equipment will develop an intricate upstream and downstream industrial chain. This endeavor need not be solely undertaken by 2041. Non-core equipment and components will also invite participation from other enterprises in society. Yet all must align under the comprehensive modular construction. Under this architectural design, research and production will be distinctly separated. The 2041 Research Institute will spearhead the exploration and breakthroughs in cutting-edge technologies, while the subsidiaries of the 2041 group will be responsible for the design, development, and production of commercial products. Thus, under the hubbing system, led by the 2041 Research Institute, the implementation will be managed by the subsidiaries of the 2041 group, marking the formal inception of a vast corporate conglomerate. Chapter 57. The Vision for the Next Generation of Mount Everest Idong. What do you believe is the most pressing issue that needs resolution within our semiconductor chip industry at present? Funding has been progressively secured, with an initial investment of 10 billion yuan being systematically allocated to the 2041 group for related establishment and production. Although Wen Lao has yet to articulate anything, the momentum is mutual. Under the existing agreements, Cheng Xu must also consider matters from one Guochang's perspective. Money has been expended, and at the very least, one should expect some feedback, lest unspoken thoughts linger in the minds of others. Cheng Xu also inquired of Fu Yidong, who had long been immersed in the semiconductor field. At this juncture, is the autonomous production of 28 nanometers technology feasible? What about 14 nanometers? Is the next step 7 nanometers? Cheng Xu's recollections of events from over a decade ago were somewhat hazy, but he believed this was the case, conveniently asking Fu Yidong upon his arrival at the laboratory. According to various sources, while 28 nanometers can be produced in limited quantities, the yield remains questionable, and the costs are exorbitantly high, rendering it unsuitable for mass production. As for 14 nanometers, if production were to be pursued, Huaxin International has confirmed its capability, albeit utilizing ASML's lithography machines, which are not entirely derived from our own resources. Fu Yidong also shared his understanding of the current situation. It is increasingly difficult for Huaxin to acquire ASML's lithography machines, so it is highly probable that they have opted to assist Huawei in chip production. The 14 nanometers version of the Kirin 710 likely emerged from this collaboration. Cheng Xu nodded in agreement, as this aligned closely with his own findings. The 28 nanometers process is still not ready for mass production, indicating that the fully autonomous system is still utilizing the Huawei 90 level 60020 lithography machine, employing a photolithography technique for production. This technique, particularly the multi-patterning process, is inherently sophisticated, thus raising concerns regarding yield rates. For several years now, Huawei's 800 series lithography machines have repeatedly promised delivery for the following year, yet after 5 or 6 years, they continue to make the same assurances. Cheng Xu pondered the specifics of the issues at hand. It seemed that Huawei had once again failed to meet its timeline this year, which was perplexing. When they first announced next year's delivery, it implied that the majority of the work was already completed, at least the core components should have been ready, even if problems arose leading to delays. It seemed improbable that such postponements could occur consecutively for several years. Clearly, there was more to the story that could only be clarified by them. Fu Yidong sighed, expressing his exasperation. Who knows what is going on with these people? Cheng Xu acknowledged this, realizing that aside from Huawei itself, likely no one else understood the underlying issues. After a busy period, today was an opportune moment for Cheng Xu to gather everyone and discuss subsequent arrangements. The group is just beginning, but this does not pertain to the current research in the laboratory. You are all aware of the next-generation Everest plan, which focuses on inference training cards. I hope you can contemplate the specific architecture based on my design. I have a request. Each of you must propose at least 3 of your own ideas. Regardless of their suitability or whether they will ultimately be adopted, contemplation is essential as it fosters growth. Brother Su, this inference training card differs from our traditional understanding, doesn't it? Zishu Shaoan remarked thoughtfully. Having reviewed the preliminary plans, I sense something is amiss. Oh? Cheng Xu felt a surge of delight, wondering if someone had discerned his intentions. This was no small feat, prompting him to inquire, Zishu, have you noticed something unusual so quickly? Please share your insights. It places excessive emphasis on power consumption, Zishu Shaohan analyzed. We know that the voltage drop in the pump system can be as low as 0.1. However, in the initial design phase, we adhered to the traditional low power standard of 0.33. This time, reducing it to 0.11 creates 2 distinct standards compared to traditional chips, which seems aimed at showcasing the energy advantages of the pump. It is worth noting that inference cards are utilized in large-scale server clusters, which are generally indifferent to power consumption and heat dissipation concerns. You have indeed discerned the situation. However, at this stage, it suffices for us to be aware of it ourselves. Cheng Xu specifically cautioned that externally, this remains a dedicated inference training card core for the first-generation servers, a second-generation upgrade of the Mount Everest original. It is imperative to remember this. Cheng Xu smiled, choosing not to elaborate further, but he cast several glances at Zishu and Xiaohan. The relevant plans were still merely embryonic in his mind, lacking a fully formed direction or scheme. She had already gleaned this from the preliminary design, demonstrating that this child possesses quite a keen intellect. Nonetheless, it was not the opportune moment to discuss the second-generation chip. There were numerous issues that required resolution prior to that. Cheng Xu meandered through the laboratory before taking his leave. What is going on? What have you disowned? No sooner had Cheng Xu departed than a throng of people converged, several of whom still appeared utterly perplexed. They had perused the preliminary design scheme and contemplated many of the issues therein, yet they had not uncovered a single insight. Did you not realize that not only is there a voltage drop, but this second-generation product also boasts a reduced footprint? If you calculate the dimensions, what can you discern? Zishu Xiaohan said with a playful smile. Moreover, do you recall what Brother Su mentioned previously? What? The group inquired in unison. Brother Su has said so much. How could we possibly remember every word? As they spoke, they glanced at the exceptionally sharp-minded Xinping, who wore an innocent expression. I can recall every word. But I am uncertain which one specifically pertains to this matter. It pertained to the data boundary confirmation and the IndiCloud monolithic assistant plan. After being chastised by Cheng Xu numerous times, it was exhilarating for Zishu Xiaohan to finally receive praise, her eyes sparkling with joy. Have you all forgotten? Now that you mention it. With this prompt, everyone recalled that it had indeed been emphasized at the time. However, it had also been stated that this plan was directed towards large research institutions and other significant entities sensitive to information boundaries and security, which would also establish dedicated servers. Furthermore, I distinctly remember that this was a future plan. Xinping recollected that day's scene, even recalling every word Cheng Xu had uttered. He asserted with conviction, Xinping. Grand plans often require a prelude. The usually reticent Qi Yusin interjected. This generation is likely to be just that. Indeed, Zishu Xiaohan concurred. Moreover, Brother Su is currently working on the mass production of fully autonomous 14 and even 7 semiconductor chips. This caliber of chip, particularly mobile chips, still lags somewhat behind the pinnacle of performance. However, what if we were to build upon this foundation and integrate our Mount Everest second generation? This phone would become a living, breathing assistant uniquely yours. I speculate that, beyond collaborating with Qian Sun, we will undoubtedly partner with HiSilicon, resulting in 2 versions of the Mount Everest second generation. As she observed the admiring gazes of her colleagues, Zishu Xiaohan became increasingly animated. Is the chip not high-end? In truth, the performance of chips has long surpassed necessity, particularly for high-end business professionals who possess no gaming demands. With some refinement, the existing capabilities are entirely sufficient. Moreover, the introduction of the Mount Everest second generation chip, a genuinely functional personal assistant, raises the question of who would dare to claim this is not a premium offering? A rightful place in the consumer domain is thus established. Furthermore, apart from our innovation, no one else can achieve the low-cost training that only the Mount Everest, combined with our probabilistic model, can provide. Several individuals nodded in agreement, fully aware of the application scenarios. Not only business professionals, but they too have needs. During their academic years, each subject, counselor, and various organizations necessitate membership in numerous groups, often exceeding a dozen or 20. At any moment, an important notification could arise from any group, and one cannot possibly monitor them all continuously, especially with the overwhelming volume of messages that risk being missed. There have even been instances where individuals have missed exams, leading to dismal outcomes. The prospect of having such a personal assistant would indeed be delightful. However, as students, they hold no significant privacy concerns. Whether the data is stored on a device or in the cloud is inconsequential. But what of business professionals, particularly those with high confidentiality demands? The emergence of such a tool would create unimaginable scenarios. Su Gu mused that this endeavor could not only transform the chip industry, but might inadvertently influence society at large. The group collectively reflected on this notion. Chapter 58. A significant dilemma, Xiao Su. There is no need to rush. You can focus on your own matters for now. Upon receiving a call from Cheng Xu, when Guchang promptly arrived in Huazhou, even while still at the airport, assuring him not to hurry. Mr. 1. My tasks are proceeding methodically, and the second generation of Mount Everest has already entered the planning phase. The group's affairs are being monitored by managers, so there will be no impact on progress. Cheng Xu's primary focus remained on the cargo pump system, as each passing day was crucial for its development. That's good to hear, when Guchang pondered for a moment before stating, since everything is arranged, I want to come by. You should come to the airport. We will fly to Shanghai immediately. All right. Cheng Xu agreed, secretly amused. Is this what you mean by not being in a rush? After a thorough inspection, Cheng Xu quickly boarded Mr. Wen's private jet, with the control tower promptly arranging for takeoff. truly a rare and splendid experience. Xiaosu, he remarked. As the plane ascended steadily towards the east, to accomplish anything significant is indeed challenging. Even at my level, I still encounter numerous constraints. At this, when Guchang felt an even greater appreciation for Cheng Xu, recognizing him as a person of talent who remains humble, always considering the needs of others. He was well aware of Cheng Xu's busy schedule, having refrained from contacting him for this very reason. The development of the cargo pump system was now more urgent than that of semiconductors. Cheng Xu nodded in understanding. Yes, I knew you would also experience pressure. No. With leadership's agreement, the collective decisions that arise pose no pressure on me. Wen Lao waved his hand dismissively, remarking that it was merely a matter of speculation and conjecture. The crux of the issue, however, lay in the formidable challenge posed by the chip problem. We have declined negotiations, and the prospects for Changjiang and Cambercon appear bleak. Huaxin International is currently manufacturing the Kirin 14 chip, yet even this venture carries the risk of further restrictions. These circumstances constitute the true pressure we face. Everything else pales in comparison. Our hopes now rest solely on you. At last, when Guchang turned his gaze towards Cheng Xu, filled with anticipation, Cheng Xu nodded, albeit with a note of caution. The pivotal issue at hand is the 28 nanometers lithography machine from Huawei. If it is successfully developed, mass production of the 7 nanometers chips could become feasible. Should the 7 nanometers issue be resolved, the challenges facing Changjiang and Cambercon would swiftly dissipate. Cheng Xu's assertion hinges on the premise that Huawei has not misled us over the years, indicating that the hardware must be fundamentally sound. The lithography machine is an exceedingly complex and sophisticated device, characterized by a high level of integration and encompassing a vast array of industries. A high-end lithography machine comprises tens of thousands of components, which include the exposure system, workpiece stage and mask stage systems, automatic alignment system, focus and leveling measurement system, mass transport system, wafer transport system, environmental control system, machine framework and vibration reduction system, as well as the overall control and software systems. Each of these subsystems pertains to numerous academic disciplines, each delving deeply into its respective field. If Huawei has indeed fulfilled its annual promises of next year's delivery, then the hardware system should be at least partially in place. What remains is Cheng Xu's area of expertise. More precisely, this pertains to the utilization of the advanced pump system to enhance the environmental control, machine control, alignment, and overall software systems. Such improvements could significantly elevate the performance of the lithography machine. Conversely, if hardware components such as the light source and lens fail to meet standard specifications, it could lead to significant complications. Even with a viable plan, the processes of design, testing, manufacturing, and mass production would inevitably take considerable time. As Wen Lao spoke, he felt a twinge of uncertainty. He was aware that, aside from the systems, there was indeed a critical hardware flaw, although he could not articulate it clearly. He decided it was best to allow Cheng Xu to discern the situation firsthand. Wisely, Wen Lao shifted the conversation to inquire about Cheng Xu's personal life and family. Not much has changed, Cheng Xu replied. Observing Wen Lao's expression and the abrupt change in topic, he sensed that the situation was not particularly favorable. Yet he resolved to assess it in person. The problem already existed. There was no point in dwelling on it. He proceeded to share recent developments in his family. Interestingly, my father mentioned during our last phone call that his lifelong research on teaching philosophy has finally garnered attention, and he has been appointed to oversee work in the basic education department. Didn't he, your father, prefer to remain in frontline teaching? Wen Lao inquired. Indeed. But the position allows him to take on both roles, and he possesses the capability to do so. Even the basic education planning department of a county is well within his reach. We are not leveraging any connections for him. Cheng Xu found merit in Wen Lao's comments. Recalling how, in his early years teaching at a rural middle school, the institution had consistently ranked among the top 3 in the county's unified examinations. The achievements are undeniably substantial, impervious to anyone's claim. Thus, from junior to intermediate to advanced levels, the rapid ascension of Cheng Xu's father in professional titles is indeed a testament to certain unassailable truths. Nevertheless, he remains merely an ordinary teacher. Moreover, the current policies have shifted. Competitive rankings in secondary schools are no longer permitted, rendering him somewhat overlooked, save for the annual visits from former students during the spring festival, which often lead to a bustling household. While it is true that he possesses this capability, one must ponder whether he lacked it in the past. This raises questions for us. It seems that old Wen has discerned Cheng Xu's contemplations and sighed, acknowledging the complexity of the situation. Cheng Xu comprehended that the disparity between top-level design and grassroots execution can be vast, Even a slight deviation at one level can result in significant discrepancies at another. It's a minor issue. My father isn't overly concerned about these matters, Cheng Xu chuckled. His happiest moments occur during the spring festival when his spacious yard is filled with former students. The gatherings resemble grand feasts. And that is the greatest recognition and accolade he could receive. Speaking of Cheng Xu's father, Old One could not help but reflect, remarking that such a father must indeed have a remarkable son. While he had not witnessed the grandeur of such feasts in that small village, no child had dropped out of elementary or middle school. The least among them had progressed to high school, and over the past decade, 17 had been admitted to prestigious universities. He would boldly assert that no matter how esteemed a visitor might be, they would never surpass Cheng Xu's father's reputation, truly a testament to his influence. As Old One pondered these thoughts, upon landing, he encountered a familiar face. Hui, is that you? Weren't you at High Silicon? What brings you here? Cheng Xu recognized Zhao Hui, a student of his father from a neighboring village, who he saw annually during the festival. Xiao Su, you truly astonish me. Come, let us get in the car and talk, Zhao Hui urged. Cheng Xu nodded. And although Old One had intended to take another vehicle, he joined them, realizing the serendipity of encountering a student of Cheng Xu's father. Don't try to get chummy with me. Upon entering the car, Cheng Xu playfully remarked as he noticed Zhao Hui's eagerness to converse. So, which system in the lithography machine is experiencing issues? This was Cheng Xu's primary concern, as it could significantly impact upcoming plans. The exposure system, Zhao Hui replied. What? Upon hearing the term exposure, Cheng Xu leapt up in excitement. Are you joking with me? This is a monumental issue. How can we proceed? At this critical juncture, he implored for further details, particularly regarding the afternoon's chapters, which promised to be quite thrilling. You must remember to check in. Thank you. Chapter 59. I can solve it. The exposure system is indeed the crux of the lithography machine's core. If there are issues with the exposure system, how can one dare to promise delivery by next year? Cheng Xu sighed, suddenly grasping the situation, and speculated that there might be some strategic objectives at play. Is it an optical problem or a system issue? Cheng Xu inquired further. The optical conundrum pertains to the realm of ultra-precision optical technology, encompassing numerous components such as light sources, mask plates, and lenses. The systemic issues involve the intricate coordination of ultra-precision optical systems, drive control, and information processing across various modules. In essence, these two concerns can be distilled into a singular issue. Prior to this meeting, Zhao Hui had secured authorization and acquired all pertinent materials to furnish Cheng Xu with a comprehensive introduction prior to his examination. The precision of the optical system is inadequate. Fundamentally, a hardware dilemma. Guoka precision has reached its limits, yet still fails to meet the demands of the 28 nanometers lithography machine. Currently, their team continues to endeavor to surmount this challenge. Simultaneously, we are attempting to resolve the issue through more intelligent systems, including computer-assisted optimization of the optical path. Though with limited success, it is precisely for this reason that Hui places significant emphasis on Cheng Xu, despite his status as a mere student. They even arranged for his fellow townsman, Zhao Hui, to host him. They understand that more robust, intelligent methodologies can indeed address this predicament. The remarkable overnight transformation of Cheng Xu further attests to his capabilities. However, Cheng Xu, with his teeth nearly clenched, has set his sights not on the 28 nanometers lithography machine, but rather the 7 nanometers process technology. How to proceed, especially after surveying the trial production line and witnessing the results of the prototype chips, left him momentarily speechless. A machine crafted to the standards of 28 nanometers now struggles to meet the 40 nanometers threshold. As for the trial production at 28 nanometers, one might as well dismiss the notion of yield altogether. From an entire 8-inch wafer, scarcely a few usable chips emerged. The prospect of dual patterning at 14 nanometers or 7 nanometers seems even more daunting, considering that the ultimate resolution limit for lithography machines is 25 nanometers. Of course, the costs are exorbitant, which prevents any actual production line from pursuing such avenues. Nevertheless, TSMC has successfully mass-produced chips at the 7 nanometers node, a tangible achievement. This forms the basis of Cheng Xu's confidence in addressing the 7 nanometers challenge. However, after spending a full week immersed in the prototype production line, he could only shake his head in despair, lamenting that if the hardware itself is subpar, what can be done? Faced with such difficulties, Zhao Hui accompanied him, offering words of comfort. There is no need to rush. Everyone is aware of the complexities of lithography machines. You've just arrived. And even if a solution were to materialize, it would take several months, if not half a year. Patience is key. With that, he called for a meeting. Cheng Xu, having reached a resolution, decided that remaining idle would be less productive than returning to research the enhancements of the load pump. A solution is achievable, he declared through gritted teeth as the engineers assembled. The room was filled with puzzled expressions. Upon entering, they had seen the gravity etched on Cheng Xu's face, suggesting that the situation was exceedingly intricate. How could he utter the words "it can be solved"? Moreover, his tone hinted at a deeper struggle. Was this truly a situation ripe for resolution? Unperturbed by their bewilderment, Cheng Xu proceeded to elucidate his findings. This lithography machine is fraught with issues. Firstly, the standards for the objective lens are exceedingly high, easily meeting the requirements of the 28 nanometers lithography machine. So where lies the problem? It stems from the temperature fluctuations of the internal projection lens. As the resolution of lithography machines continuously improves, the feature line widths of integrated circuits gradually diminish. The fluctuations in external environmental parameters, such as temperature, humidity, and ambient pressure, increasingly impact imaging quality. For instance, temperature variations of the projection lens can directly lead to focal plane shifts and imaging distortions, which is the predicament faced by this lithography machine. The higher the sophistication of the lithography equipment, the more stringent the requirements for environmental parameters become. Deep ultraviolet lithography machines already exhibit such demands, and the requirements for extreme ultraviolet lithography machines in the future will only become more rigorous. All the engineers collectively sighed in relief. To speak of nothing else, Cheng Xu's judgment can be deemed remarkably accurate. It is noteworthy that he had requested only production process data and equipment parameters, without considering other problem reports from Huawei. While there had been a belief that intelligent methods could resolve the issue, anyone encountering a young individual in their 20s would naturally harbor doubts at this age. Even if Huawei had talent, it was likely just an intern, right? However, within a week, Cheng Xu independently identified the core issue within their optical system, restoring the confidence of the group. As for Cheng Xu's serious expression, which could even be described as gritted teeth, it was perhaps merely a reflection of his inherent demeanor. But how to resolve the issue? Cheng Xu continued, direct heating or cooling is not feasible. Utilizing a liquid circulation temperature control loop for remote indirect control of the projection lens temperature is the conventional approach. Our lithography machine currently employs this solution. Yet, we are aware that a liquid circulation temperature control loop is a complex nonlinear system with multiple delays and disturbances, and such inertia will result in a slow temperature convergence rate. To address this, developing a high-intelligence algorithm for temperature control that possesses high stability and rapid convergence is an effective solution. The intelligent control algorithm is based on a decision information set and a reasoning rule library, achieving the appropriate control method through their integration and utilizing an intelligent decision-making algorithm. The decision information set is derived from the accumulation of various data throughout the control process, while the reasoning rule library stems from long-term insights into the control process. Does this necessitate support from the pump system's chip? Does it require training in decision-making and reasoning? Zhao Hui understood Cheng Xu's intentions. The intelligent decision-making algorithm, reasoning, and upgradable rule library, coupled with Cheng Xu's identity, naturally led to the conclusion that this would require support from the pump chip. Cheng Xu nodded, acknowledging that this was indeed a source of great concern for him. Initially, he believed that merely updating the intelligent system would resolve the issues with the 28 lithography machine. However, the pump chip's support for the various subsystems of the lithography machine was essential for subsequently achieving overlay accuracy and autonomously producing chips of 14, 7, or even 5 nanometers. This left him in a precarious position. How would they proceed from here? The plan was to utilize 7 nanometers process technology chips, likely in collaboration with Huawei. Even if they were to employ a variant of the Kirin 990 chip, combined with the Ximulangma 2, it could undoubtedly be considered high-end, if not top-tier, in the eyes of business professionals. However, it now appeared that they could likely only achieve autonomy at the 14 nanometers level. How would they navigate the complexities of 14 nanometers production? The performance level is akin to that of the Kirin 710. Even without gaming, daily usage poses significant challenges. Even if we combine it with the Everest 2, what difference does it make? Even if it proves effective, the impact is considerably diminished. Su, the meeting has concluded, and everyone has departed. Yet Zhao Hui remains astonished by Cheng Xu's ambitious thoughts. Your aspirations are exceedingly lofty. Achieving even one solution would be noteworthy. The successful rollout of the 28 nanometers lithography machine marks a monumental breakthrough. From here on, we can only navigate the path as it unfolds. Thus, we must focus on bringing the 28 nanometers lithography machine online first. As Cheng Xu spoke, a sudden realization struck him. Wait, there's something I feel I may have overlooked. 7. Or even 5. There must be hope. Observing Cheng Xu, who had abruptly fallen into deep contemplation, Zhao Hui was equally perplexed. Is this how geniuses operate? Chapter 60. Confirmation of the improvement plan. Previously, the contemplation revolved around the integration of the pump chip with semiconductors, albeit merely in a complementary fashion. It was akin to employing two distinct chips within a single device, conventional semiconductors and pump systems, each fulfilling different functions and leveraging their unique advantages. However, in this configuration, the two chips existed independently. Cheng Xu pondered. What if we envisioned a future where the Kirin or other mobile chips amalgamate with Everest? If such a merger were possible, could we not forge a tighter integration? The substrate form of the pump chip is quite unique. It can exist independently or serve as a supplement to silicon substrates. By utilizing two distinct materials and employing both photolithography and electron beam lithography techniques, might we enhance chip performance? This thought ignited an unstoppable wave of inspiration within him. Cheng Xu swiftly traversed the concept and process in his mind, ultimately nodding slightly. This seems feasible. What's this? Have you had an epiphany? Zhao Hui inquired as Cheng Xu opened his eyes. Yes, just a faint idea, but it necessitates further experimentation for validation. Cheng Xu responded earnestly, nodding. Nonetheless, I believe there is an opportunity here. Though Cheng Xu's statement seemed straightforward, it left Zhao Hui utterly astounded. He watched as Cheng Xu stood there, eyes closed for what felt like 2 minutes. Could this be a moment of enlightenment? Zhao Hui shook his head, struggling to comprehend this perplexing situation with his limited cognitive capacity. With this newfound perspective, Cheng Xu no longer lingered on uncertainties. In the following days, he immersed himself in the factory and production lines, conducting a comprehensive evaluation of the 80020 lithography machine and crafting the initial framework for the final improvement plan. 3 days later, a significant project review was imminent, featuring participants from the Academy of Sciences, Shanghai Microelectronics, Huaxin International, National Precision Technology, HiSilicon, Cambricon, and other research institutions, along with experts and scholars from the upstream and downstream sectors of the lithography machine and chip production industries. Ah, old Pan, what brings you here as well? Queried academician Lu Qing, noticing Pan Zheng seated in a prominent front row position. He was about to ask why Pan was present, but suddenly recalled that Cheng Xu was apparently a pupil of this esteemed figure, leading to an awkward moment. Although Cheng Xu had not yet been seen in person, his name resonated like thunder. Some individuals in the institute are now utterly engrossed in the study of whether they are supporters or skeptics alike. If one wishes to critique, one must first possess an understanding, correct? To my astonishment, Cheng Xu is indeed a student of Pan Zheng. What? Am I not allowed to participate? Next semester, my student will be entering their senior year, soon to graduate. I shall assess whether this topic is suitable for their undergraduate thesis. Pan Zheng chuckled in response, stating that previously, if he claimed to be devoid of desires, it was merely a reluctant choice to remain uninvolved. However, with Cheng Xu present, he is genuinely devoid of such desires. Not even an academician, let alone a director, could tempt Cheng Xu away. Lu Qing's expression transformed into a wry smile. It seems Pan Zheng has changed, now adept at jesting. An undergraduate thesis, even a doctoral one. If merely 1 in 10,000 had such caliber, our technology would have long surpassed the rest of the world. Yet he continued with a smile, Brother Pan, your student is truly remarkable, an extraordinary talent. Indeed, the system holds immense potential for the future. The theoretical direction has been established. What about the application? Should you have any needs, do not hesitate to mention them. We shall provide our utmost assistance. A group of individuals surrounded Pan Zheng, suddenly exuding warmth and camaraderie. While Pan Zheng responded casually, though he said nothing of substance. Initially, he felt a sense of pride, but soon he was left with a sense of melancholy. How could these individuals, in their 50s and 60s, still carry such heavy thoughts as before? When Cheng Xu entered, this was the scene he beheld. He particularly noted that Professor Pan Zheng had donned a finely tailored suit and had dyed his hair and styled it, appearing a decade younger, truly invigorated. Teacher. Cheng Xu quickly approached to greet Professor Pan Zheng. Xiao Su, the review is about to commence. You go on and attend to your matters. I shall converse with a few old friends here, Professor Pan Zheng replied, a hint of pride in his tone, as they observed Cheng Xu's departing figure. The onlookers were filled with envy. Pan Zheng is indeed fortunate to have encountered such a student, propelling his career to new heights. Why do I not possess a student of such caliber? The crowd began to harbor dissatisfaction with their own students. Old Pan, did you teach him all these things? Someone remarked half-jokingly, implying, don't be too proud. It seems the student is akin to your teachings. Can you do it yourself? Who doesn't he know who? A teacher imparts knowledge, nurtures skills, resolves doubts, shields from storms, and offers refuge. He is still an undergraduate, not formally my student. Yet guess why Xiaosu addresses me as teacher? Professor Pan Zheng chuckled in reply. As he spoke, Professor Pan Zheng found his place to sit. He had reviewed the proposal and found no issues. The review was merely a formality. It did not even require such a grand spectacle. This was entirely a semi-public endorsement by Wen Lao for Cheng Xu in such a setting. The group returned to their seats. And Pan Zheng and others couldn't help but feel a sense of admiration for what they had witnessed, as they knew they could never achieve such feats themselves. This was the primary reason for their disdain towards Pan Zheng. However, at that moment, they found themselves introspecting. Had Cheng Xu approached them initially, what would the outcome have been? They were acutely aware of their own limitations, and given the current circumstances, it was highly unlikely that the result would have been favorable. Just then, Old One arrived at the last moment, and Cheng Xu went forward to greet him. These past few days, when Guchang had been shuttling back and forth, appearing utterly exhausted. Prepare your things. Do not mind me. Old One waved his hand dismissively. Let us save the pleasantries for later. Focus on your work. This brief exchange conveyed a wealth of information. Observing the varied expressions on the faces of the crowd, Pan Zheng suppressed a chuckle. Thinking to himself, trying to trip me up? If you old geezers can manage to create difficulties for my student today, I will genuinely admire you. Seeing Old One speak to Cheng Xu with the warmth one might afford a beloved grandson. The rest of the group could only wonder what thoughts were swirling in their minds. Feeling a frantic sense of relief that Cheng Xu had not encountered any of them initially. Amidst this atmosphere, the expert technical review for Cheng Xu's proposal. Improvement plan for the 80020 model front-end manufacturing lithography system in Shanghai officially commenced. Chapter 61. This matter is of utmost importance first. Cheng Xu provided an overview of the proposal, and each individual was given a set of relevant informational materials. The intelligent controller's long-distance transmission loop projected the lens temperature adjustment system, which consisted of an initial rapid adjustment phase followed by a meticulous stabilization and optimization phase. A plethora of experts, scholars, and engineers alternated between scrutinizing each segment of the design and engaging in discussions with their colleagues. Observe this design. It is fundamentally a cascaded control system, comprised of primary and secondary feedback loops, with the actual dual input, dual output control executed by a nonlinear controller. The controller optimizes through rolling adjustments to consistently achieve the optimal temperature, thus setting the projection lens temperature constant according to the lithography machine's requirements. The crux of the matter hinged solely on the controller, specifically the intelligent control and its algorithm. Indeed, this proposal is feasible. In fact, such designs are not uncommon and are employed in many complex systems that utilize liquid circulation for temperature control. Theoretically, there are no issues whatsoever. However, the practical application has not yielded ideal results. Thus, whether we can genuinely achieve the ultimate objective depends critically on this black box. Everyone nodded in agreement. The proposal posed no inherent problems, and all thorny issues, such as control algorithms, decision sets, and inference libraries, ultimately converged on this single point. This marked the fundamental and most essential distinction of this modification compared to other proposals. If this black box can resolve the control issues, then the modification plan is undoubtedly viable. It is universally acknowledged that this is undoubtedly not an issue, the chip system of this, in conjunction with artificial intelligence training and related algorithms, excels in this domain. The concerns raised do not necessitate their attention, yet their insatiable curiosity prevails. Seizing the rare opportunity to engage with Cheng Xu face-to-face, some individuals are eager to inquire about the extent to which the trained artificial intelligence models can perform. Yanqi. These language models are familiar to them, yet today, they are genuinely intrigued by this particular one. While others merely harbor curiosity, one individual stands apart. He is utterly restless. This individual, named Chang Haifeng, is an engineer at Guoka Precision, the supplier of the optical system for the Huawei 80020 lithography machine. Upon receiving the materials, he fixated on a specific section of the black box, lost in contemplation for an extended period. His mind was preoccupied with a singular thought. If a black box could intelligently control the production process of optical objectives, could it not significantly enhance their precision? Should the precision of the objectives improve, it could directly meet the demands of the 28 or even higher-grade lithography machines, potentially resolving current issues. After a period of reflection, Chang Haifeng swiftly formed a coherent thought process in his mind. Recognizing its feasibility, he took immediate action, conveying his ideas, the current situation, and their viability to his superiors. Having completed this task, he surveyed his surroundings and noted that others were also engaged in discussions about the black box, joining them in their discourse. At this juncture, Yangshan, the chief designer of the Huawei 28 lithography machine, spoke up. Today, All our evaluations revolve around the processes external to the black box. The functionality of the black box itself and its feasibility fall outside the scope of our review. Subsequently, the work required by Huawei pertains solely to the aspects beyond the black box. The primary focus of today's evaluation is the feasibility of the proposed plans and identifying what further work or breakthroughs are necessary under current technological conditions. I kindly request that all engineers assist us in deconstructing the overall plan within the limited timeframe available. The main objective is to categorize all modules involved in this improvement proposal. We need to ascertain which aspects are fully ready for immediate implementation, which pose certain difficulties requiring collaboration with other domestic enterprises, and which still present challenges necessitating formal project initiation. Evidently, Cheng Xu had no intention of emphasizing the specifics of the black box, leading the assembly to quell their thoughts and concentrate on reviewing each process and step external to the black box. This task, while not difficult, proved to be intricate and somewhat tedious. Huawei appeared to be capitalizing on the presence of numerous experts and engineers seeking free labor. Fortunately, only a general overview was required, without the need for meticulous division of labor, which Huawei would handle independently in the future. Nevertheless, the related work extended over 3 full days before completion. Everything is categorized appropriately. Production is underway where necessary, design is in progress where required, and critical challenges are being addressed. The final transformation of the lithography machine has been officially approved according to this plan. Engineer Liang, let us collaborate to ensure that within 5 months, we successfully roll out 28 domestically produced lithography machines. Cheng Xu is filled with confidence. After all, it is merely a small chip, the complexity is manageable, and we have already accumulated components and modules from our initial designs. Although we are still far from full automation, with many tasks requiring manual adjustments, we are no longer starting from scratch. We have 3 months to develop the chip and an additional 2 months for joint debugging and testing, which provides ample time. Yes, we will do our utmost. 5 months should be feasible. What can Liangjin say to that? If Cheng Xu, the primary contributor, asserts that 5 months is achievable, it would be unreasonable for him to claim otherwise. Thus, he must put in extra hours. Some key issues will require personal oversight to ensure progress, but fortunately, the challenges are few and not overly difficult. Very well, let us collaborate joyfully. Oldwin, having resolved all issues, Cheng Xu was preparing to return to Huazhou the next day when Oldwin hurriedly arrived in Shanghai. Cheng Xu felt a twinge of compassion. The elderly man had been flying back and forth incessantly these past few days. Even with a private jet, it is quite taxing. I initially had no reason to come, but something within urged me to do so. Perhaps there is a significant gain to be had, thus I arrived, said Oldwin with a smile, though it was unclear if he was jesting. What specific matter is at hand? Cheng Xu felt somewhat bewildered, sensing an air of mysticism. Please tell me, is the intelligent decision-making solution for the 28 lithography machines indicative of a future application direction for industrial artificial intelligence models? Wen Guochang inquired solemnly, as this question held great significance. Industrial artificial intelligence models? Cheng Xu was momentarily taken aback. Was that so? He had not contemplated this angle himself. It could be said to be true, he mused briefly. However, it could also be argued otherwise. Upon hearing Cheng Xu's comment, Wen Guochang began to grasp the concept. That is indeed the case. Do not leave just yet. Let us convene a small meeting this afternoon. Wen Guochang smiled, assuring him that there were no outsiders present, and the think tank experts wished to hear your perspective on the future of artificial intelligence, particularly industrial applications. Your presence represents a significant variable that may greatly influence our future policies. Thus, it is imperative that we hear your thoughts. Oldwin had previously considered integrating Cheng Xu into the think tank, but upon reflection, he deemed it a waste of such talent to focus on policy research, even as a part-time role. Therefore, he refrained from mentioning it and preferred the current arrangement of consulting Cheng Xu as needed for his insights. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, in a discreet location in Shanghai, a conference room awaited Xiao Su. There is no need for pleasantries. Feel free to speak candidly. Oldwin instructed. There are no outsiders here. Cheng Xu nodded and began. Let us commence with the concept of intelligent manufacturing or the notion of Industry 4.0 proposed by various nations. In essence, these are quite similar. They leverage information technology to facilitate industrial transformation, often referred to as intelligence. However, is this truly artificial intelligence? I must clarify, it is not. Whether we discuss Industry 4.0 or intelligent manufacturing, their fundamental essence lies in informatization and automation. How do we distinguish between automation and industrial artificial intelligence? The distinction is straightforward. Automation is controlled by preset programs, with each operational step based on a predetermined application. Essentially, it operates as follows. If this event occurs, the machine functions in this manner, otherwise, the machine operates in that manner. When this situation arises, the machine performs this action. These programs are written in advance and remain immutable. Their upper limits are dictated by human logical constraints and the precision of data. Today, it functions in this manner. Tomorrow, and even next year, as long as no one optimizes the program, it will persist unchanged. However, industrial models differ fundamentally. They possess the capacity for training and improvement. For instance, if the yield rate of a chip produced by a lithography machine is somewhat low, through calibration and feedback training based on the quality of the output, it can enhance performance over time. This constitutes a fundamental distinction. Given that the audience comprises non-specialists, Cheng Xu endeavored to elucidate the situation as simply as possible. The lithography machine's solution is, in fact, a fusion of automation and training, built upon the existing data and control programs of the lithography machine, involving correction and reinforcement rather than deriving solely from the initial model. Thus, I would categorize it as an industrial model, albeit not entirely. It is a product of the amalgamation of automation and training. Many nodded in agreement, recognizing the logical coherence of this explanation. Yet, someone posed the question, doesn't the training of artificial intelligence require vast amounts of data? Indeed, existing language models operate on this premise. Notice how, upon the release of these models, there is an emphasis on scale, such as the large models. Even Yanxin has followed suit by launching a 260 large model. Why the emphasis on large? One might interpret it as a reflection of what individuals lack, leading them to underscore what they possess. Furthermore, does large equate to powerful? At present, yes, because all initial algorithms, including those from Yanxin, share nearly identical foundational theories and algorithms. Therefore, the entity with the most extensive training data, superior hardware, and greater investment emerges as the strongest. However, does large equal good or excellent? Clearly, it does not. Consider the simplest example. Feeding data in sizable batches is indeed significant. Reflect on our own human experience, from childhood to adulthood, in learning language, listening, speaking, reading, and writing. How many statements can we truly acquire? Without Cheng Xu needing to elaborate, everyone comprehends that no matter how extensively humans practice, the quantity remains limited. Returning to industrial models, take lithography machines as a reference. How many high-end wafer factories exist globally? A mere handful. How many machines of the same model are there? Hundreds, or perhaps thousands at most. If we were to utilize large models, where would the vast amounts of data originate? Thus, industrial models are destined to be small-scale, capable of being trained with limited data obtained from one or several production lines, thereby manifesting their functionality and value. This represents a directed transformation of the value assessment, which is inherently a universal system, akin to an omnipotent model. Is it accurate to assert that small models are more advanced than large ones? Asked one. In terms of trends, this holds true. However, when considering specific instances, it is difficult to ascertain. Joked Cheng Xu. For instance, a large model trained with 1 billion units may exhibit greater prowess compared to a small model trained at a cost of 100. More critically, large models can never truly become industrial models, can they? Someone promptly responded, because there simply cannot be an abundance of data available for their training and enhancement, correct? Precisely. Cheng Xu nodded. What is the purpose of industrial endeavors? Is it faster production? More automated processes? The replacement of industrial workers? None of these. The most formidable aspect of industrial models lies in their ability to transcend limitations. For instance, the current lithography machine, utilizing my half-formed industrial model, can progress from 40 to 28. Similarly, Guekexing's objective lenses currently meet only the demand for 40, with the implementation of an industrial model on their production line. And after a period of cultivation, they could potentially surpass the 28-level light source requirements. Ascension is the ultimate pursuit of industrial models. Everything else can be categorized under automation. Even if automation is achieved, it remains automation, not intelligence. The essence of intelligence is upward progression. This realization struck them profoundly, and several individuals nodded in agreement, elevating their understanding of the future of artificial intelligence. In the future, could not all sectors, machinery, construction, precision instruments, aerospace, high-end machine tools, and so forth, elevate their limits through proprietary models? One individual immediately connected the dots and expressed such sentiments. Cheng Xu affirmed, this is the objective of industry. Though it is evident that we have yet to commence, the lithography machine transformation plan can only be deemed a half-step forward. However, this half-step has endowed our future with wings for soaring. When Guochang solemnly remarked, yet, it will undoubtedly become a thorn in the side of others. This is not a trivial matter. Additionally, your safety must be a priority. The entire city of Huazhou must enhance safety management levels, and when venturing out, there must be personnel dedicated to safety, unlike before. When admonished, do not rely on the goodwill of others. Chapter 63. This is not a trivial matter. In response to Wen's proposal, Cheng Xu expressed unequivocal agreement, the memory of 4 dump trucks vividly imprinted in his mind. A reminder of the need for vigilance. There is another matter that requires immediate action. Gu Kexing should collaborate with Shanghai Microelectronics to announce a pivotal breakthrough in lens technology. Subsequently, improving the exposure system, coupled with enhancements to the automation control system at the 2041 laboratory. The 28 lithography machine is set to be officially delivered and put into operation within 6 months. When paused, considering Shanghai Microelectronics' repeated delays, this announcement should be made by the national television station's 7 o'clock news to bolster credibility, divert attention, and guide the narrative of this improvement plan towards automation. The industrial model should not be prominently featured at this time. Even a semi-industrial model is not feasible. The current situation is exceedingly sensitive, and it is unwise to provoke the nerves of many. Otherwise, tomorrow, the discourse surrounding the manufacture of lunar space weapons, spread by certain individuals with ulterior motives, could resonate globally. Haha, Cheng Xu chuckled heartily. In truth, that is not entirely incorrect. It is indeed a matter of semi-automation combined with a partial model, reported as such. Moreover, since we are mentioning Guoka precision, shall we take the opportunity to truly improve the lens production and resolve the issues surrounding it? Can you resolve it now? Wen Lao's eyes widened in disbelief. What do you mean by since we are mentioning it, let's casually modify it? Do you think this is akin to hosting a dinner party? It's that simple? The reason Wen Lao had come was because of Guoka precision. The improvement plan for the lithography machine had not been deeply contemplated in the direction of an industrial model. At most, it was a fleeting thought. It was an engineer named Chang Haifeng from Guoka Precision who formally proposed this idea and concept to the company, coincidentally while the leadership was inspecting Guoka Precision. And this reached Wen Guochang's ears. Upon hearing this, Wen Guochang seized the opportunity and, accompanied by a few members of his think tank, hurried to Shanghai, arriving even faster than Guoka Precision. No, Cheng Xu responded with a smile. Had I not specifically researched the topic, I might have presumed that a lens is merely a piece of glass. What could be so difficult about its manufacture? This is likely the common perception among many. Yet, upon delving into the pertinent materials, I discovered that the production of high-end lenses is exceedingly challenging, with very few companies worldwide capable of such manufacturing. I am not familiar with the manufacturing process. If tasked to devise a solution akin to that for the lithography machine, I would certainly be unable to do so. However, he added, having noticed when Lao had grown accustomed to his manner of speaking, there is a but that follows. But, if Guoka Precision were to design a complete production process and categorize the unsolvable issues, if it pertains to control and can be described in detail regarding the problems and standards that need resolution, then this issue could potentially be addressed through a plan similar to the modification of the lithography machine. Cheng Xu continued, in essence, my responsibility lies solely with the intelligent modules, and I must be informed of what needs to be controlled and to what extent. Understood. A multidisciplinary approach. Someone immediately nodded and spoke up. We each tackle our own problems without needing to concern ourselves with how the others achieve their solutions. Merely informing each other of our requirements, correct? That is indeed the rationale, Cheng Xu acknowledged. But can your workload sustain this? Wen Lao inquired with evident concern, as Cheng Xu had an overwhelming number of tasks at hand. Control-related chips, particularly specialized ones, are small chips, and these two belong to the same category, indicating that the module's reusability should be quite high. However, more specifics are needed to ascertain what tasks are required in the control process. I am indeed unfamiliar with the manufacture of high-end lenses, making it difficult to comment further. They will need to present their plan first, detailing what functions the intelligent chips must perform to reach a conclusion, Cheng Xu remarked. Indeed, Wen Lao nodded repeatedly, finally realizing that Cheng Xu was not omnipotent, nor was he proficient in every field. It was entirely normal for him to be unfamiliar with lens manufacturing, if he were truly adept at that as well. One might justifiably suspect he possessed some extraordinary advantage. Yet, once the level of intelligence is elevated, capable of leading various industries to breakthrough advancements, it seems that this phenomenon might wield power not unlike that of a cheat. One cannot help but wonder what tempests the future may unleash. When Lao reflected inwardly, the Westerners are not so easily deceived. The journey of catching up has never been a smooth sail, particularly when one is on the brink of surpassing yet has not yet achieved it. The perils are even greater. With this thought, When Lao unconsciously glanced at Cheng Xu, the weight of responsibility rests squarely upon this young man's shoulders, and one can only speculate how much pressure he can withstand. What is happening? Were we not supposed to head to Shanghai? Why has there been a sudden change to Shenzhen? The team from Guoke Precision was poised to board a flight to Shanghai, but when Lao had intervened at the last moment. However, since they had already arrived at the airport, he directed them to proceed to Shenzhen to meet another partner. Given that the decision to resolve this issue had been made, there was no need for them to meet Cheng Xu. Communication could be facilitated through various channels. The deeper one becomes involved, the more challenging it is to maintain confidentiality, especially concerning work that appears superficial but is, in fact, crucial. Enhancing vigilance wherever possible is paramount. Moreover, all personnel involved in the evaluation in Shanghai's microelectronics sector were placed under a secondary background check, conducted in secrecy. When Lao was exceedingly cautious regarding this matter, he was aware that, at this very moment, individuals across the Pacific were already investigating the 2041 laboratory, watching closely. Fortunately, their current focus was primarily on the raw materials and manufacturing equipment for the pump system, and they had not paid particular attention to developments on this side. 3 days later, across the Pacific, in some part of America, Baum, here is the latest update. Jex handed over a document, stating, "Take a look and assess its credibility." 7 o'clock news. Baum's spirit lifted upon seeing the source. There was no more authoritative news outlet in the Eastern Power than this. Guoke Precision has collaborated with Shanghai Micro to resolve the critical exposure system issue, promising delivery of the first 28 lithography machine within 6 months, while the 2041 laboratory has improved its automation system. Could this be yet another ploy to induce ASML to act hastily, thereby opting to release the purchase of lithography machines? Baum could not help but harbor such suspicions, having witnessed similar tactics employed numerous times before. According to reports, it is indeed true. Jex continued, 5 days ago, experts from their academy, Huaxin, and HiSilicon jointly reviewed this process, and we have received accurate information. It is not false. Achieving autonomy in 28 technology, this nation should not be underestimated, Baum remarked. What about the 2041 side? What is their core competency? According to our investigations, it appears that they are currently at a standstill, with little significant progress expected in the short term. Jax articulated his judgment. The 2041 laboratory is currently engaged in a large-scale recruitment of talents in fundamental physics, chemistry, and biology, which indicates that there remain significant deficiencies in the foundational theories. Fundamental research is notoriously challenging to achieve breakthroughs in, and even if such breakthroughs occur, are there any pioneers in the foundational disciplines hailing from an Eastern power? Isn't the advantage still ours? We deduce that the ability to create the Everest origin has consumed all their accumulated resources, with a degree of luck involved as well. According to reliable sources, the yield rate of this chip in the factory is below 30, truly a case of hastily thrown together. It is formidable indeed, but it has reached its peak. Once we conduct deeper research ahead of time, this creation will belong to us. Well, it is best that way. Baum nodded and said, let's wait for the think tank's assessment, shifting our focus to the microelectronics in Shanghai and Guoke Precision, to ascertain whether the breakthrough with the lithography machine is genuine. Chapter 64. The reverse flow of talent. Although the 7 o'clock news is regarded as the most authoritative and formal news segment in the country, it is seldom viewed daily by anyone outside a specific demographic. Most people encountered this news through social media platforms, forums, and video sharing sites. What is happening? Today is not April Fool's Day. 7 o'clock news. This image looks quite real. This was the instinctive reaction of many upon first seeing something similar. For years, various fabricated reports concerning chips, lithography machines, and breakthroughs in the 5th-generation chips have circulated, leaving many desensitized. Enough already. They keep promising delivery within the year after year. I first saw this news back in 2015, and 8 years have passed. Yet here we are again with promises of delivery this year. Indeed, it seems that similar news emerges from time to time, draining our emotions and enthusiasm, especially this time, as videos have surfaced. Can you imagine? In a loving family, my father, mother, and even my grandparents are fervently sharing this, deceiving such elderly individuals for a bit of attention. How can this be tolerated? Exactly, let us just calm down. The delivery of the Huawei 28 lithography machine has become a perennial promise, year after year, leading many to develop a natural aversion to it. Suddenly, a comment seized the attention of the viewers. Instead of squabbling here, wouldn't it be prudent for CCTV to verify the facts? Images, videos? In this day and age, still doubting? If you missed the 7 o'clock news, Eastern Time is currently broadcasting. Hurry and take a look. As more and more similar comments appeared, many felt a sudden pang of realization. Could this time be genuine? The imminent success of the 28 deep ultraviolet lithography machine signifies that yet another crucial core issue in our chip autonomy process has been resolved. From what we understand, through techniques such as patterning and multiple exposures, this 80020 model lithography machine will be capable of producing up to 7 chips. Let us eagerly anticipate the arrival of that day. This is how today, as Eastern Time concludes. We shall meet again in the next episode. It truly appears to be real. Simultaneously, countless individuals express such sentiments, regardless of the rumors circulating or the failures of Shanghai Microelectronics. The persuasive power of the national television's 7 p.m. news remains formidable in the eyes of the public. Under normal circumstances, few would question the authority of this program. Many unconsciously glanced at the television's corner logo, June 16, 2023, adding 6 months, marking December 16, 2023, in their calendars, initiating a countdown. The anticipation is a date immortalized in the calendars of countless enthusiasts who eagerly initiated a countdown. The anticipation could hardly be greater. At Shuyuan University, in a certain graduate dormitory, shook his head after performing the same operation. They say 6 months, but who knows if it will be precisely that long. With these thoughts, Zhang opened the Central Video app and rewatched the segment of Oriental time space. Meanwhile, the clock had gently passed midnight. The 28 lithography machines can meet the production demands of 7. Does this mean the Kirin chip I have longed for will return? I do not desire the 9000. I would be content with the revival of the 990. What about the 5? Could it also be in production? The excitement is overwhelming. Chuanxin, are you asleep? Zhang Chuanxin. Could it be that the Kirin chip I yearn for is making a comeback? I do not seek the 9000. Reviving the 990 would suffice. And what about the 5? Is he urgently requesting materials? As he contemplated feigning sleep until morning to respond, another message arrived. Are you familiar with the 2041 laboratory? Mentor, I'm awake. What about the 2041 laboratory? The 2041 Laboratory, Upgraded Research Institute, has received approval from the Educational Management Institution. We are currently recruiting talents from related fields. I plan to go there and wanted to ask about your intentions, if you are willing to follow. The educational institution will make special arrangements for you, allowing your student status to transfer directly to the University of Information Technology. If you prefer not to go, I will assist you in contacting and recommending other mentors. Take your time to think about it. I only need your response within a week. Mentor, I'm in. Without hesitation, Zhang Chuanxin felt no need to consult anyone. The words I'm in, echoed in his mind. However, he paused to reconsider. After all, he was at Shuyuan University, the top university in the country. Comparatively, the University of Information Technology fell short. Opportunities here are scarce, and the competition is intense. A change in environment could facilitate a breakthrough. You should make this decision carefully. Think it over before deciding. It's getting late, so rest early. Reading his mentor's message, Zhua Chuanxin replied without hesitation, his mind racing with the words, I'm going. However, he paused to reconsider. After all, he was currently at Shuyuan University, the foremost institution in the country. Comparatively, the University of Information Technology lagged somewhat behind. He realized that opportunities here were scarce, and the competition was fierce. He desired a change of environment for potential breakthroughs. Be cautious in your decision-making. Take your time to contemplate before deciding. At 3 o'clock in the morning, Zhuang Chuanxin resolved to cease his ruminations and promptly responded to his mentor. Boss, I am going. His mentor, in turn, replied immediately, good. On the other hand, Zhao Ruifeng had been pondering for several days whether to leave Shuimu and head to the 2041 laboratory. Opportunities at Shuimu were indeed rare, and leaving might mean never returning. The moment he laid eyes on the recruitment announcement, his heart raced with excitement. However, after some reflection, uncertainty crept in. Yet, Zhuang Chuanxin made a decision every minute, each resolute declaration being, I shall go. At 3 o'clock in the morning, Zhuang Chuanxin resolved to cease his ruminations and promptly responded to his mentor. Boss, I am going. His mentor, in turn, replied immediately, good. On the other hand, Zhao Ruifeng had been pondering for several days whether to leave Shumu and head to the 2041 laboratory. Opportunities at Shumu were indeed rare, and leaving might mean never returning. He was a person of swift action. Upon making a decision, he immediately took steps to organize his resume, expressing his intent to join, and sent it to the 2041 laboratory's email, 2041. The automatic reply read, Hello, thank you for your trust and choice in the 2041 laboratory. However, upon watching the 7 o'clock news about the 2041 laboratory, despite the report mentioning only auxiliary roles, was it merely coincidence? Though he remained unaware of the specifics, Jiao Ruifeng felt a bit bewildered. Not only did 2041 urge him to be cautious, but it also explicitly stated that many had applied, and they preferred quality over quantity. This was evidently a recent addition to the automatic response. Had he arrived too late? Was it possible that an esteemed educator from Shuemu University could not even secure a position at the Institute of Information Science? He refused to believe it. An assessment? Very well, let it be so. They would not take into account how he had grown. Who could he fear in an examination? 3 days later, in Huazhou, at the Information Science University, in the president's office of the administrative building, Lu Changxing observed the current recruitment situation at the 2041 Research Institute, grinning broadly. This was evidently a recent addition to the automatic response. Had he arrived too late? They were accustomed to their talents being poached by top-tier institutions. When had they ever seen a returnee? Yet, now, they were witnessing it unfold. From Shanghai Jiaotong University, Geng Haisheng, Ph.D., specializing in fundamental physics, computer science, and quantum engineering. From Harbin Institute of Technology, Lan Shand, a Ph.D. in micro-nano-optical metamaterials. Awarded the 2022 National Outstanding Youth Science Fund. There were also talents from the University of Science and Technology of China, Nanjing Central University, each one exceptional. However, due to geographical and disciplinary factors, although the Information Science University had achieved considerable strength in its field, its overall ranking nationwide hovered around the 20th position. They were accustomed to their talents being poached by top-tier institutions. When had they ever seen a returnee? Yet, now, they were witnessing it unfold. From Shanghai Jiaotong University. That is acceptable. Has he become so lofty that he has lost touch with reality? Professor Pan Zheng pushed the door open and was immediately struck by Lu Changxing's demeanor. At 30 years of age, Lu was a mid-level lecturer at Shuemu University, which was acceptable, yet Pan could not help but caution him. Do exercise caution today. It's overcast. Why were they all so young? If only 2 academicians could join, it would be even more splendid. Lu Changxing mused cheerfully, his heart brimming with delight. Ah, Shuemu University. We're all monks in this temple. Please, have a seat. Pan Zheng sighed in resignation, feeling helpless in the face of Lu's audacity. I shall remain standing. Just to inform you that Elder Wen Guochang has arrived, along with some leaders. Ah, where are they? Wait for me. The unexpected visit from Elder Wen and the leaders caught him off guard as the principal. It was an unannounced intrusion. It was unnecessary to mention that they were undoubtedly here to discuss the 2041 Research Institute. After all, he had undertaken numerous significant projects and certainly needed to make his presence felt. Meanwhile, in the lobby of the new technology building, the layout had undergone a considerable transformation compared to previous plans. In accordance with Cheng Xu's requirements, the lower 3 floors had been converted into public meeting rooms and reception areas during renovations, while access to the upper floors was strictly prohibited for unauthorized personnel. It was unnecessary to mention that they were undoubtedly here to discuss the 2041 Research Institute. After all, gazing at the familiar yet foreign surroundings, Jiao was suddenly engulfed by a sensation of time travel. He recalled the year he applied for graduate studies at Shanghai Jiaotong University. Having taken an overnight train from Qingzhou to Shanghai, feeling a profound sense of anxiety. The lower 3 floors had been converted into public meeting rooms and reception areas during renovations, while access to the upper floors was strictly prohibited for unauthorized personnel. At this moment, Jiao Ruifeng was waiting in one of the conference rooms on the first floor, as interviews for the 2041 laboratory were underway. Jiao closed his eyes and began to reflect on the assessment question posed by the 2041 laboratory. The light source system of the microelectronic lithography machine in Huazhou fails to meet standards and cannot satisfy the requirements of the 28 lithography machines. What solutions do you propose? It was a single, rather vague inquiry. The specific reasons behind the light source system's inadequacy were not disclosed, nor were the exact manifestations of its failure articulated. However, Jiao recognized it as a practical issue, one related to the collaborative. Was this merely an interview for a laboratory? He had already secured admission at Shuemu University. Why the lingering worry? With a self-deprecating smile, Jiao closed his eyes and began to reflect on the assessment question posed by the 2041 laboratory. The light source system of the microelectronic lithography machine in Huazhou fails to meet standards and cannot satisfy the requirements of the 28 lithography machines. Then employ alternative methods to mitigate the impact of its deficiencies and ultimately meet the requirements. These 2 bifurcated problems could be further divided until they formed a chain of solutions with numerous branches. By conquering any single link within that chain, the overarching problem could be resolved. The materials and proposed solutions he had compiled over the past few days amounted to several hundred megabytes of documents. After a brief recollection, closing his eyes to ponder deeply, Jiao Ruifeng felt a profound sense of satisfaction. although many branches of the issues at hand relied on breakthroughs in certain fields for resolution. Then employ alternative methods to mitigate the impact of its deficiencies and ultimately meet the requirements. A familiar figure suddenly appeared before him. Not quite familiar, but one he frequently saw in the news. After exchanging a few words, he learned that Jiao Ruifeng had resigned from Shuimu University to embrace new theories and embark on fresh endeavors. Such youthful determination, unencumbered by the allure of comfort and willing to challenge oneself, is commendable. Seizing the opportunity, the leader inquired, "What is your perspective on the 2041 Research Institute? The future of the nation?" Jiao Ruifeng had deliberated for several days on whether to leave Shuimu for 2041, ultimately driven by the notion of the nation's future encapsulated in those 4 words. "I believe this is the future, which is why I came here." Who could possibly refuse to partake in this historic journey of technological advancement and transcendence? Upon hearing Jiao Ruifeng's declaration, sharing the sentiment that they too wished to be present at this moment of historical transcendence. After engaging in light conversation with several others, primarily inquiring about their current concerns. The future of the nation. Jiao Ruifeng had deliberated for several days on whether to leave Shuimu for 2041. Particularly the youth has surged towards it. As you just heard, their admiration for 2041 is palpable. The potential of 2041 is evident to all. I worry whether our efforts are adequately aligned. Will America lower its guard over 2041 due to a mere 7 o'clock news report? Sharing the sentiment that they too wish to be present at this moment of historical transcendence. After engaging in light conversation with several others, primarily inquiring about their current concerns. If one were to claim that the 2041 laboratory has nothing, that would indeed be a claim no one would believe. Moreover, Guoka Precision and Changwang Optical are genuinely transforming their lens production techniques and processes. Even if these 2 institutions have their personnel, I worry whether our efforts are adequately aligned. Will America lower its guard over 2041 due to a mere 7 o'clock news report? And such news corroborates our assertions. As for the 2041 laboratory, they will undoubtedly keep a close watch. Whatever we do will not alter this fact. If one were to claim that the 2041 laboratory has nothing, that would indeed be a claim no one would believe. Moreover, Cheng Xu is not as simplistic as we might think. When it comes to competition, let us wait and see. It remains uncertain who will come out worse off. Your admiration for this young man grows ever stronger, the leader chuckled, nodding slightly. When Guchang felt the same way, Cheng Xu was indeed a profound enigma, revealing new facets just when one believed they had grasped his essence. High-end lenses indeed possess a certain allure. As long as they can maintain the current situation without taking further drastic actions, we will have achieved our intended goals. Furthermore, when Guochang mused, it is already tacitly accepted by all involved that this endeavor can indeed be transcended. Both the National Precision Instruments and Changwang Institute are preparing for subsequent developments. Moreover, your admiration for this young man grows ever stronger, the leader chuckled, nodding slightly. When Guochang felt the same way, Cheng Xu was indeed a profound enigma, all of which may play a significant role in addressing critical issues, thereby facilitating an upward leap towards greater standards. It is imperative to keep a vigilant eye on the movements of individuals in America and closely monitor ESML's every action. We must ensure that the 2041 laboratory is well supported, eliminating any obstacles to the development of the 2041 Research Institute and the group as a whole. In response to personnel concerns and anxieties, any individuals from universities, state-owned enterprises, or public institutions wishing to join the 2041 Research Institute must not be deterred, and if they need to return to their original units within a year for any reason, those units must accept them unconditionally. Matters concerning the ownership of existing research achievements, provided they do not involve significant project breakthroughs, may be temporarily set aside for future resolution. This will be formalized in an internal document circulated to the Education, Science, and Data Bureaus, as well as to the Academy of Sciences and various universities, eliminating any obstacles to the development of the 2041 Research Institute and the group as a whole. In response to personnel concerns and anxieties, any individuals from universities, state-owned enterprises, or public institutions wishing to join the 2041 Research Institute must not be deterred, and if they need to return to their original units within a year for any reason. When Guchang feels that the previous credit limits were rather insufficient, he stated, "Simply ask for it, and they shall provide." The leadership has finally made the resolute decision to follow Wen Guchang down this path. No need to wait for them to ask, Wen Guchang remarked. We should just transfer the funds directly once our account is running low. The leader chuckled and nodded. Indeed, keep an eye on it. We shall not incur losses. Wen Guchang continued. Our original plan was to evolve into a technologically advanced nation by 2050. At this stage, the most crucial task is development, laying the groundwork. and preparing for future generations to surpass our efforts. However, observing the trajectory of the 2041 initiative, if the training of small models progresses as scheduled, the leadership has finally made the resolute decision to follow Wen Guochang down this path. No need to wait for them to ask, Wen Guochang remarked. As technology and industry strengthen, and our comprehensive national power ascends to the top, all historical challenges will be resolved effortlessly. Is it not merely a matter of finances? The more spent, the greater the value created, yielding extraordinary returns. The leader smiled, noting that during this time, when Guochang's admiration for Cheng Xu has reached unprecedented heights. Every encounter inevitably leads to a mention of Cheng Xu. Now, the notion of achieving a great transcendence in historical moments has emerged, leading to a cascade of associative thoughts. Yet, the question arises, why am I now contemplating the possibility of such matters? Suddenly, I feel an overwhelming surge of emotions. What could this signify? As technology and industry strengthen, and our comprehensive national power ascends to the top, all historical challenges will be resolved effortlessly. Is it not merely a matter of finances? Through careful observation, Professor Pan Zheng discerned that Cheng Xu's criteria for selecting candidates seemed to diverge significantly from conventional norms. Academic qualifications, research experience, published papers, and the like appeared to hold little weight in his assessments. What, then, did he prioritize? A nimble intellect? A distinctive thought process? Exceptional reasoning abilities? Remarkable practical skill? It seemed he valued all of these, yet none appeared to align perfectly with his expectations. After an entire day of scrutiny, Professor Pan Zheng remained perplexed, harboring a tentative hypothesis that was audacious enough to stir his reservations. Next up was Zhao Ruifeng. As he entered the room and beheld the two figures seated at the front, one elderly and one youthful, he swiftly deduced their identities. Undoubtedly, one was Cheng Xu, and the other must be Professor Pan Zheng. Despite having seen the latter during a live broadcast and having mentally prepared himself, Zhao Ruifeng was still taken aback by the youthfulness of Cheng Xu's visage, momentarily lost in thought. Was he not still a junior in university? Not to mention his academic prowess, how had he cultivated such an air of an esteemed professor? However, he was not afforded much time to ponder this conundrum. As Professor Pan Zheng called his name and posed the customary first question, what prompted your decision to join the 2041 Research Institute? Is there something amiss at Shuemu University? This question again. Cheng Xu nearly stifled a laugh, pondering how each candidate would respond. Naturally, they would Zhao Ruifeng was still taken aback by the youthfulness of Cheng Xu's visage, momentarily lost in thought. Was he not still a junior in university? Who seemed to demand more accolades as if he would devour anyone who fell short. Cheng Xu mused internally that if Professor Pan Zheng wished for compliments. As Professor Pan Zheng called his name and posed the customary first question, what prompted your decision to join the 2041 Research Institute? Is there something amiss at Shuemu University? Cheng Xu's turn marked a shift towards serious technical discourse. I appreciate your approach to problem-solving through the method of dichotomy. By dissecting the issue, resolving even a single chain could potentially unravel the entire problem. Much like the saying goes, all roads lead to Rome. Yet, herein lies the dilemma. Many intricate problems, who seemed to demand more accolades as if he would devour anyone who fell short. Cheng Xu mused internally that if Professor Pan Zheng wished for compliments. Despite your attempts to subdivide it into numerous chains, I noted that it culminated in dozens of branches. While it may seem that addressing one could resolve the overarching issue, Cheng Xu's turn marked a shift towards serious technical discourse. I appreciate your approach to problem-solving through the method of dichotomy. By dissecting the issue, the truth was that these problems were indeed unsolvable. What could be done? There was nothing to be done. If a solution existed, it would have been implemented long ago. The solutions he had proposed were surely contemplated by others, perhaps even attempted, yet ultimately led to failure. He had merely categorized and synthesized the various scenarios more comprehensively than others had. However, Zhao Ruifeng understood that Cheng Xu's intention was certainly not to require him to genuinely resolve the issues at hand. If the ultimate resolution of problems were the standard for assessment, then no one in the nation would meet that criterion. With this thought, Zhao Ruifeng instantly regained his composure, and his mind became remarkably clear. Given the current level of technology, it is indeed true that each link in the chain presents its own set of challenges. Yet, once categorized and organized into a chain, complex issues can be dissected into a series of isolated individual problems, rendering them clearer and more direct than when viewed as a whole. Some problems may elude our resolution at present, but this does not imply that we or our partners will never achieve breakthroughs. Once a breakthrough occurs in any specific area, solutions can be swiftly implemented, and the problems will naturally resolve themselves. Each of these links resembles a catalog for technological breakthroughs, and we could even systematically address them one by one. Just as I have arrived at the 2041 Research Institute to acquire new knowledge and theoretical frameworks, I might soon discover solutions to certain problems. Jiao Ruifeng glanced at Professor Pan Zheng, and a spark of inspiration ignited within him as he began to extol the virtues of 2041. The 2041 laboratory is indeed a treasure trove. Upon hearing Jiao Ruifeng praise the 2041 Institute once more, Professor Pan Zheng's eyes crinkled with delight, while Cheng Xu barely stifled a chuckle. Jiao Ruifeng truly possessed a certain charm. Moreover, his thought process was commendable, as he articulated, upon arriving at 2041. He could indeed find solutions for each of the problems within his chain. Once deconstructed, every step along the chain essentially represents a small function. There is no need for complex models to intervene. Utilizing the capabilities of the Everest generation, with minimal data feeding and training, these issues could potentially be resolved. On the other hand, Jiao Ruifeng's approach to problem-solving diverged from Cheng Xu's method of managing all control logic through a centralized black box. Rather, Jiao Ruifeng's method was distinctly transparent, with each step clearly delineated. Naturally, if the solutions to each problem along the chain were encapsulated and rendered invisible, they would merely become a series of small black box functions. Among the many candidates, including PhDs, higher-ranking associate professors, and those who have published in prestigious journals like Science and Nature, Cheng Xu paid particular attention to Jiao Ruifeng precisely for this reason. In terms of capability. On the other hand, Jiao Ruifeng's approach to problem-solving diverged from Cheng Xu's method of managing all control logic through a centralized black box. Rather, the workload associated with controlling the lithography machine's chip, the Everest 2 generation, and the intelligent control chips for lens production is indeed substantial. Thus, having someone ready to contribute is of utmost importance. Cheng Xu promptly confirmed Jiao Ruifeng's inclusion. Professor Pan Zheng, with an expression of disbelief, exclaimed, "Cheng Xu, are you truly this exceptional?" Cheng Xu, perplexed, responded, "What brings us back to this point?" "Oh, that doctoral candidate who delves into the realms of fundamental physics and quantum engineering is truly remarkable. You pose not a single inquiry, leaving all the questions to me. Are you perhaps dissatisfied? Indeed, he is a rare talent, and I harbor no discontent." Cheng Xu nodded in acknowledgement. However, he possesses a well-defined research direction, evident from his calm and confident demeanor. It is unlikely to change. Moreover, his research focus appears to have little relevance to our charge pump system, and thus they cannot be intertwined. He may simply continue his work on quantum computers. Everything at the 2041 Research Institute is tailored for the charge pump. The scope of this endeavor is already substantial, venturing into quantum computing, leaving all the questions to me. Are you perhaps dissatisfied? Indeed, he is a rare talent, and I harbor no discontent. Cheng Xu nodded in acknowledgement. However, this assured me that your criteria for selection are not stringent. The sole criterion is obedience. Compliance takes precedence over qualifications, abilities, or publications. To be candid, do you possess a comprehensive strategy and vision for all future research within the charge pump system? You do not require these individuals to exhibit considerable creativity or even extraordinary capabilities. As long as they adhere to your directives, they are likely to yield results, correct? In the parlance of your generation, they are merely tools. Yes, tools. Professor Pan Zheng had long suspected this, but had not dared to affirm it, as it seemed utterly bizarre. Just how exceptional must one be to confidently navigate every potential direction of a system's future? Chapter 67. This is indeed the most perilous. Is it that conspicuous? Cheng Xu chuckled, neither denying nor affirming the observation. At this stage, what he truly needs are— Professor Pan Zheng shook his head. Others might not perceive it, but I know you all too well. It appears that for every plan, you are certain of its success. And it invariably comes to fruition. Could this merely be luck? To claim that I could predict outcomes before any endeavor commenced would be absurd. Cheng Xu elucidated. I simply understand the requisite standards and levels necessary to satisfy the needs of the next technological upgrade. Consequently, everyone must strive in that direction. Professor Pan Zheng gazed at Cheng Xu with a smile, as if to say, "Please, continue. I am all ears." Indeed, I often contemplate excessively, envisioning and deducing every avenue countless times until a logical loop is established. Thus, designing various plans based on such conceptualizations undoubtedly yields greater efficiency. Very well, very well. Professor Pan Zheng was at a loss for words. He felt as though he and Cheng Xu inhabited entirely different worlds. Prior to him, who does not engage in some preparatory work? Topic selection, validation, feasibility assessments, experimental design, anticipated conclusions, and so forth. Some projects require years of meticulous preparation. Can such research ensure smooth progress? Nonsense. If that were the case, there wouldn't be so many colossal investments and projects that, after years of effort, ultimately falter and fail. Alas, we shan't compare ourselves to such monstrous endeavors. Professor Pan could only console himself with this thought. The recruitment of talent is an ongoing process. As the future system of the pump encompasses a multitude of disciplines and technological directions, necessitating a considerable number of personnel. Fortunately, this task does not require Cheng Xu's constant personal involvement. Once Professor Pan thoroughly understood his criteria for selecting candidates, Cheng Xu provided him with a booklet outlining key areas of personnel needs. He then discreetly excused himself, leaving the matters in Professor Pan's capable hands, only to be summoned in the event of exceptional circumstances. There is simply too much to accomplish. Any further delays would be intolerable. Xiang, how are things on your end? The 2041 group is no longer short on funds, and the registration and structural establishment of its subsidiaries are progressing incessantly. Su, rest assured. Everything is proceeding in an orderly fashion. Xiang Lin nodded. In accordance with your requirements, the production of gel membranes and the equipment for field etching is prioritized, and preparations are nearly complete. Not nearly complete. Which tasks remain unfinished? What are the reasons for their lack of completion? Cheng Xu's demeanor shifted to seriousness. For these components, though novel, do not necessitate any special research and can readily be procured from the market. Furthermore, aside from Cheng Xu persistently seeking the original intention behind Mount Everest, domestic entities such as Cheng Xu and Ali have long indicated their intentions to train their own large language models. Due to the original intention of Mount Everest, the training costs for large models have plummeted, and now even companies like Wangyi are plotting related endeavors, leading to an exponential increase in future chip production demands. Additionally, and preparations are nearly complete. Not nearly complete. Which tasks remain unfinished? What are the reasons for their lack of completion? Cheng Xu's demeanor shifted to seriousness. For these components, how can the procurement of raw materials and the production of etching instruments be so delayed? Cheng Xu had no doubts about Xiang Lin's capabilities. However, domestic entities such as Xu and Ali have long indicated their intentions to train their own large language models. Due to the original intention of Mount Everest, we decided to modify the first batch of equipment by purchasing existing full-spectrum field generators. Most high-end field generation devices on the market are predominantly utilized in the medical sector, and domestic high-end medical equipment often has close ties with American firms. Although the field generation equipment itself is not inherently advanced and does not rely on American technology, the requirements of our partners are taken very seriously by several domestic companies. All three suppliers we initially discussed are now seeking various excuses to breach our agreement. This is a purely domestically produced device. Merely for the so-called demands of our partners, they won't even send files or emails, just verbal assurances. Yet we respond with such eagerness. Cheng Xu shook his head, remarking, avoiding harm is not meant to be this pitifully submissive. However, just moments ago, 3 companies approached us again, indicating that supply can be restored, and the prices offered are even lower than those previously negotiated. Xiang Lin continued, you see, they no longer need to come knocking. Either they have become aware of our situation and know they cannot provoke us, or they have been directly warned by Mr. One. Cheng Xu nodded, we should tread carefully. This is our future core asset, which we originally intended to develop ourselves. We need to secure the first batch quickly. Since that is the case, let's proceed independently. If the speed is an issue, we could consider acquiring a company. That shouldn't take too long, but reliability is essential. Xiang Lin nodded in agreement. We have prepared an acquisition plan that can be implemented immediately. Go ahead. Cheng Xu emphasized, it must be swift. They no longer need to come knocking. Either they have become aware of our situation and know they cannot provoke us, or they have been directly warned by Mr. One. It may not even be through any lethal measures. Is Microsoft in a hurry? But why? It cannot merely be because Chien Sun's sentiments have touched a nerve. After all, it is just a language model, not deserving of such alarm. Cheng Xu had a premonition that Microsoft must have caught wind of something, or perceived some underlying truth. Yet, in his past life, Microsoft seemingly did not achieve significant breakthroughs in integrating artificial intelligence with other fields. No breakthroughs do not equate to a lack of ambition. Cheng Xu slightly nodded, connecting a series of clues. Microsoft has deeply engaged in the medical sector, investing heavily since 2017 to systematically advance into healthcare, launching various initiatives. In 2020, they introduced the world's first cloud computing solution specifically for the healthcare industry. The year 2021 was their most frenzied, with investments amounting to billions, significantly enhancing Microsoft's influence in the medical vertical. Just a few months ago, they released a groundbreaking application, crucially powered by advancements in AI. Considering Microsoft's actions over the past few years, Cheng Xu analyzed, Their aspirations for the future of artificial intelligence align with his own. Cheng Xu slightly nodded, connecting a series of clues. Microsoft has deeply engaged in the medical sector, investing heavily since 2017 to systematically advance into healthcare, launching various initiatives. It is merely that artificial intelligence itself was not adequately developed. And this is the most perilous aspect. No, we must exercise greater caution regarding small models. We need to divert Microsoft's attention. We cannot allow them to focus on the 2041 laboratory too closely, or the risks of exposure will escalate. In an instant, a plan formed in Cheng Xu's mind, aptly named, the root plan. Whose roots are we digging up? Microsoft. And what are Microsoft's roots? I refuse to believe that. Even in dire circumstances, you could still fixate on me. The relationship between the small model and industry is of utmost importance, and it must remain confidential. It is merely that artificial intelligence itself was not adequately developed. And this is the most perilous aspect. No, we must exercise greater caution regarding small models, for they have indeed focused on the right target. How could this be? If not you, then who? It must be you. Brother Xu, when you speak of uprooting Microsoft, do you mean to eliminate them? Isn't the operating system a challenging endeavor? When Cheng Xu expressed his thoughts, all 9 individuals in the laboratory shared the same view. Microsoft, this colossal titan of the industry, possesses an overwhelming presence, particularly in the realm of operating systems, where they enjoy a near monopoly, and they can only struggle a little, as the various distributions tend to have minimal user bases, and, statistically, their market share can almost be consolidated. Why is the operating system so difficult to manage? Cheng Xu, of course, had not considered these factors and retorted. In an age where development tools are increasingly sophisticated, do you mean to eliminate them? Isn't the operating system a challenging endeavor? When Cheng Xu expressed his thoughts, all 9 individuals in the laboratory shared the same view, which is built on an existing foundation and compatible with Android. Many perceive it as merely an Android skin. Yet, without this approach, survival would be impossible, as the application ecosystem poses a significant dilemma. The application ecosystem? Cheng Xu chuckled. It may be arduous for others, but who are we? The 2041 laboratory. What does the 2041 laboratory do? We research pump system chips and design artificial intelligence models. Are we to utilize the small model for coding models next? Several individuals suddenly realized. Do you think my previous silence regarding operating systems stemmed from our inability to tackle them? Cheng Xu questioned with a wide grin. Is it because the so-called software ecosystem is unmanageable? Clearly not. Then why? Zishu and Xiaohan gazed with wide, innocent eyes, as the application ecosystem poses a significant dilemma. The application ecosystem? Cheng Xu chuckled. It may be arduous for others, but who are we? The 2041 laboratory. Traditional operating systems will swiftly become relics, akin to paper tape programming. Who still uses that today? Whether it is our creation or the current systems, including Android, they will ultimately share the same fate of becoming historical footnotes. They lack even the value of upgrades and transformations, much like traditional paper tape programming, which can never evolve into commands and is fated to be buried in the annals of history. So, our purpose in this endeavor is merely to toll the bell for Microsoft. Upon hearing that the creations they were working on were destined for failure, Zishu and Xiaohan appeared even more exhilarated. If you choose to interpret it that way, Cheng Xu replied with indignation, Microsoft has always been rather unscrupulous. But this time they have overreached, being the first to extend their hand towards us. Do they think they're living too comfortably and seek some thrill? Which can never evolve into commands and is fated to be buried in the annals of history. So, exuding an air of confidence that belied the stature of Microsoft, the others found themselves equally buoyed by his demeanor. Only he could evoke such enthusiasm. All right, Brother Xu. You take the lead, and we shall fully cooperate. In an instant, their spirits soared with determination. Hold on. No need for such excitement. Our work remains unchanged. We are not directly involved in this. Cheng Xu asserted. The 2041 laboratory will continue with our established tasks, primarily focusing on utilizing the chip from the pump system. We are determined to bring down this rooster known as Microsoft. Otherwise, some may still believe we are easy to bully. Haha. As Cheng Xu smiled radiantly, exuding an air of confidence that belied the stature of Microsoft, the others found themselves equally buoyed by his demeanor. Only he could evoke such enthusiasm. All right, Brother Xu. For large models, this presents no challenge. Their coding capabilities are commendable. Not to mention, our advanced small model concept, combined with our value assessment system, will facilitate the creation of a foundational model, fed with programming syntax data as a primary repository. After training for merely a week or two, it could achieve a level comparable to that of students from certain training programs, or even surpass them, as machines are less prone to error. Laughter erupted among the group. Code models are the simplest and easiest to train due to their inherent syntactical rules. Moreover, their functionalities are grounded in clear business logic, with unambiguous correctness and judgment. One can easily get to work. Integrating this model into software development tools means that a single programmer could accomplish the work of 100 or more. Why fear the application ecosystem? Cheng Xu continued. Furthermore, if there are source codes from existing applications or other systems, the reason programmers are often referred to as code farmers became evident. When architecture and algorithms are not involved, implementing functionalities is akin to manual labor after a brief training period. This is hardly a concern. After all, the logic and functionality remain consistent, merely a change of language and a re-implementation in a different context. A collective gasp of realization swept through the crowd. What initially seemed like an insurmountable software system ecosystem appeared less daunting upon analysis. Yet, challenges remain. And Cheng Xu was acutely aware of the current landscape. For instance, certain specialized software, like mathematical analysis tools, lacks domestic development. We cannot rely on foreign vendors. It would be a blessing if they do not hinder our progress. Hence, it is imperative that our own enterprises take on this task. Brother Su. There's no need for concern, Fei Yidong interjected, with a potential increase in development efficiency by 100-fold. Even these proprietary software solutions could become significantly profitable. As long as there is profit, individuals will be inclined to engage in the endeavor. Moreover, a critical point remains. The state will not stand idly by. Whenever such opportunities arise, the government is sure to provide robust support. Indeed, so there are no issues. Let us act without delay. Cheng Xu finally instructed, you all should commence your preparatory work. The primary task is to utilize the Everest generation to establish a batch of training servers. This month, the chips will no longer be provided to Yin Xin. I will communicate regarding this matter. They should be nearly ready on their end. The model itself has its limitations. As long as there is profit, individuals will be inclined to engage in the endeavor. Moreover, a critical point remains. The state will not stand idly by. I will guide you in designing and training the Cheng Xu code model, striving to accomplish it at an expedited pace. You shall observe the entire process. The next step will be the production model for automation tools, which you will handle independently. Everything seemed to be going well, and suddenly there's this unexpected turn. A surprise attack indeed. Observing the bewildered expressions on their faces, Cheng Xu couldn't help but smile broadly. All right, get to work. The establishment of a new subsidiary. The Baojin Computer Systems Company, Limited, is solely tasked with the research and sales of computer operating systems. Just yesterday, they had met, discussing the timing device. And within a mere 24 hours, Cheng Xu had conceived a new idea to develop an operating system directly aiming at Microsoft. Xiang Lin was equally astonished. However, the next step will be the production model for automation tools, which you will handle independently. Everything seemed to be going well, and suddenly there's this unexpected turn. Cheng Xu particularly emphasized, feel free to boast a little. As for the significance of the name Baojin, find an appropriate moment to reveal it to the media, possibly under the guise of the 2041 experiment. Chapter 69, 3 announcements seeking subscriptions. Indeed, the sole mission of Baojin Computer Systems Company, Limited, is the development of desktop operating systems. Following Cheng Xu's directives, Xiang Lin is prepared to answer any inquiries regarding matters related to Baojin Company, even proactively divulging certain information. Ecosystem? No need to worry. The application ecosystem will not hinder us. You ask where my confidence comes from. Surely you know who I am. Part of the 2041 group. You understand what 2041 does, right? It can be said that our research on large AI models is already leading the world. This is thanks to the foundational support of Everest's commitment to large model training. Everyone is familiar with Cheng Xu Technologies, Yin Xin. Remember how it struggled? They were too timid to demonstrate live at their press conference. But now, we have subtly surpassed them, becoming the world's best. Keep in mind, the training volume of Yin Xin is less than 1/10 of ours. Hence, Microsoft is in a state of urgency. To what extent? They are attempting to sabotage our production equipment. Fortunately, our production equipment can be fully realized domestically, thwarting their attempts. On this foundation, leveraging Everest's commitment, the 2041 laboratory plans to train an entire suite of large code models. Based on this large code model, we will develop new tools that can save 99 of programmer labor. In other words, one individual can accomplish the work of 1,000. In the face of such powerful development tools, will the application ecosystem still pose a challenge? Xiang Lin has consistently emphasized the significance of large models. They are attempting to sabotage our production equipment. Fortunately, Our production equipment can be fully realized domestically, thwarting their attempts. On this foundation, leveraging Everest's commitment. Following the Incheon incident and the upgrade of microelectronic lithography machines in Shanghai, the establishment of 2041, though recent, has already gained considerable recognition. Particularly with the backing of the 7 o'clock news, 2041 has rapidly risen to prominence, approaching a level of widespread familiarity. Mere minutes after the conclusion of the press conference, a flurry of reports began to emerge through various channels. The official announcement from the 2041 group regarding the development of their operating system aimed squarely at dominating the desktop operating system market. This is a declaration of vengeance. Just as you sought to sever my production equipment, I have resolved to undermine your very foundation. Observe the name, Root Computing System Company, Limited. It is laden with implications, a relentless pursuit indeed. Is this strength or arrogance? The 2041 group boldly asserts that Microsoft is of no concern. With an extraordinarily efficient integration of powerful code models, one individual can equate to 1,000 programmers. Are you prepared for unemployment? I knew you were willing to bear some losses. Upon receiving the news, Wen Lao could only chuckle wryly and immediately contacted Cheng Xu. Microsoft is attempting to thwart your acquisition of production equipment, yet before they could succeed, I have resolved to undermine your very foundation. Observe the name, Root Computing System Company, Limited. It is laden with implications, a relentless pursuit indeed. Cheng Xu responded with conviction. Whoever extends a hand will be met with a decisive blow. The next to reach out will need to consider their own capabilities. Should we guide public opinion? When Lao broached the subject, especially regarding that tool of yours, capable of replacing 1,000 people, doesn't this suggest the elimination of 99 of programmers? There is already widespread anxiety online, particularly among professionals in software development. The situation is nearing a breaking point. Some employers are exploiting this to pressure their employees, claiming that if one refuses, there are plenty willing to take over, declaring that 99 of programmers will be unemployed in the future and demanding an immediate 50 salary cut. If this continues, it could lead to significant turmoil. Wen Guochang was also deeply concerned. While technological advancement is undoubtedly beneficial in the long run, the immediate trajectory remains uncertain. Wen Lao, you worry too much, Cheng Xu replied with a smile. Public sentiment does not require guidance. Once interests align, the winds of opinion will shift a full 180 degrees. Keep an eye on our official website. We shall reconvene in 5 minutes. What exactly are you planning? Stop keeping me in suspense, Wen Guochang said, shaking his head and instructing Yang Ji to refresh the 2041 group's website at all times. Wen Lao, it's here. 5 minutes later, as the page refreshed, Yang Ji exclaimed, recruitment announcement. A recruitment announcement? Wen Guochang's expression sharpened. A mere recruitment notice cannot be this significant. 2041 must be orchestrating something grand. Yang Ji nodded silently. Indeed, it is substantial. The 2041 laboratory is collaborating with Tingshuan, Xinshuan, Ali, 260, NetEase, Inshan, BitDance, and several other leading domestic internet enterprises. The joint announcement regarding the recruitment plan for developers of the 2041 operating system and its associated applications has been made. With an initial scale of 100,000 positions, 10,000 will be dedicated to operating system development, with immediate placements, while software developers are expected to commence in 3 months. The salary standards are anticipated to exceed 15 times the current rates, particularly within the 2041 subsidiary company, where the average salary is projected to be 25 times that of the local standards in Washington. What a grand undertaking. At this moment, Wen Guochang feels no apprehension. Public opinion? Nothing speaks more persuasively than the facts and figures laid bare. However, he wonders when all these enterprises made contact. It seems Wen Guochang's decision to embark on the operating system venture was only made recently. It appears he must have promised certain conditions to these companies. Yang Ji, who is somewhat informed, elaborates. Every company is eager for the artificial intelligence models. Originally, this was a project requiring immense investment, which few could afford. Thus they could only covet it from afar. However, with the advent of the Mount Everest series of chips, the cost of large models has been reduced to less than 1/10 of what it once was, making this endeavor entirely feasible. It is essential to recognize that this involves more than mere conversational language. It can be integrated into their entire product ecosystem, akin to Microsoft, which has incorporated it into search engines, office software, and even the medical field. To my knowledge, these companies have maintained ongoing communication with the 2041 laboratory. Yet due to capacity and scheduling constraints, 2041 has been unable to accommodate them individually. This time, I believe they must have collectively reached some agreement. Furthermore, Wen Lao, Observe another new recruitment announcement. The 2041 laboratory has partnered with 8 universities, including Information Technology University, Harbin Industrial University, Shanghai University of Transportation, and Beijing Information Technology University, to jointly develop specialized software for the 2041 operating system, encompassing fields such as mathematical analysis, mechanical drawing, 3D modeling, graphic design, and film animation. The plan is to recruit 10,000 software developers and related professionals initially. What a bold initiative. If we are to pursue this, we must do it comprehensively. Otherwise, the operating system would merely be an empty shell. When Guchang expresses his astonishment, why was I not informed about this? Was it all orchestrated by the Information Technology University? Notify all our affiliated universities to participate. Other provincial institutions are encouraged to join in. This endeavor will be incorporated into the next round of evaluations for first-class universities, to jointly develop specialized software for the 2041 operating system, encompassing fields such as mathematical analysis, mechanical drawing, 3D modeling, graphic design, and film animation. Completely disregarding our regulations and even openly provoking us, we must settle the score when the opportunity arises. It is only at this moment that when Guchang truly comprehends the extent of preparations Cheng Xu has undertaken for this operating system. Due to the pressing timeline, he might have even relinquished certain benefits. This is not merely a threat to Microsoft. It is a genuine intent to eliminate them. We must provide our assistance in this endeavor. Look, Wanlao, Yang Ji has spoken again. The third announcement. This is directed towards the entire society. Completely disregarding our regulations and even openly provoking us. We must settle the score when the opportunity arises. What does this mean? Is it possible to complete the development of an operating system in 3 months? Usually, he might have even relinquished certain benefits. This is not merely a threat to Microsoft. It is a genuine intent to eliminate them. Can a coding model truly be that formidable? Can one person really match the output of 1,000? Initially, when Guchang was somewhat skeptical, after all, the figures released to the public must contain elements of exaggeration. However, upon closer inspection, it seems otherwise. Chapter 70. Is this madness? In the 2041 research, each fundamental discipline's laboratory has at least one mentor and several students, and the related research work has commenced steadily according to Cheng Xu's arrangements. These individuals are predominantly young, with the eldest just over 40, while most are in their 30s. Considering their ages, typical students graduate with a doctorate around 25 to 28 years old. Can a coding model truly be that formidable? Can one person really match the output of 1,000? Initially, when Guchang was somewhat skeptical, after all, Cheng Xu extended a warm welcome to each of these new members, especially emphasizing the importance of the mentor in the fundamental physics laboratory, who specializes in the research of space electromagnetic field shaping and control. Cheng Xu placed great significance on the strength of this capability, as it directly correlates to the precision of future field etching equipment. This mentor, named Li Chang, hails from the University of Electronic Science and Technology, with his doctoral thesis focused on the direction of electromagnetic field shaping and control, and he has continued this line of research, yielding some results, albeit with limited practical significance. Brotherly, Cheng Xu shook his head and remarked, "It is not that the practical significance of your research is lacking, but rather that the applicable domains have yet to be discovered. Here, its significance is profound." With Cheng Xu's words, Li Chang felt a surge of joy, experiencing a deep sense of camaraderie, realizing that he had indeed come to the right place at the 2041 laboratory. However, the control direction we require in the future will be within a confined space, specifically in extremely small local areas, potentially shrinking to micrometer and nanometer scales, necessitating complex field control within such minuscule confines. Li Chang's participation in the foundational improvements of the field etching device was carefully vetted, as these matters could not be kept confidential from him. Cheng Xu candidly stated, "This is the future foundation of our field etching equipment." You know what field etching devices are, right? Yes, Li Chang nodded. They are akin to the lithography machines in traditional semiconductor chips, the core of. The importance of this cannot be overstated, Cheng Xu affirmed. The extent to which our future load pump chips can advance relies on breakthroughs in complex field shaping and control. I have several directions for you to explore sequentially. Once you master these, the foundation for our second-generation field etching equipment will be complete. This may differ somewhat from your previous research. You must adapt and commence promptly. Yes, Li Chang nodded. During this period, you know what field etching devices are, right? Yes, Li Chang nodded. They are akin to the lithography machines in traditional semiconductor chips, the core of cores. Indeed. Li Chang nodded again. If you encounter any significant challenges during your research that you cannot resolve, feel free to approach me directly, Cheng Xu instructed as he departed. Yes. Li Chang continued to nod mechanically, gradually becoming somewhat bewildered. Was this approach perhaps somewhat amiss? He had originally believed he was about to become a key pillar in the basic physics laboratory of the 2041 Research Institute. He had long been aware that the composite field shaping control was fundamental to the field engraving instrument, an area in which he excelled. Furthermore, there were few domestic researchers in this field, as composite field shaping control had not previously had many practical applications. But now, what was the meaning of this? Even after Cheng Xu had left, Li Chang's mind remained in a state of disarray, perusing the materials Cheng Xu had provided him. The three research directions ultimately seemed to converge, yet when combined, they appeared to hold unique significance. This was not the crux of the matter. The crucial point was that the theoretical foundation, experimental design, and expected results for each direction seemed remarkably clear. It appeared he did not need to undertake any particularly extraordinary work. He merely needed to follow the steps methodically. What was even more absurd was Cheng Xu's assurance that if he faced any issues, he could consult him, implying that he could resolve any problem that arose. What then was his role? A teacher, a laborer. His student, Roger, seemed to sense his mentor's thoughts and reminded him, just like before, whatever you ask me to do, I will do it. If I truly don't understand, I'll come to you. You do talk a lot, Li Chang retorted, giving Roger a light smack on the head. If you can see that, why aren't you promptly getting to work? Are all the preparations complete? Have you gathered all the equipment? Just staring blankly won't get you anywhere. Staring won't help you find a girlfriend. Li Chang delivered a soul-stirring critique to Roger, who promptly retreated and obediently began organizing the experimental apparatus. After Cheng Xu left, he went directly to the 2041 laboratory. As the predecessor of the 2041 Research Institute, the laboratory had been preserved as a whole and was still referred to as the 2041 laboratory, with the same 10 personnel. You have all spent a considerable amount of time here, several months indeed. You have gained an understanding of the entire system of the pump, from design to production. From tools to models, Cheng Xu continued. Originally, the plan was for you to familiarize yourselves for 6 months before specific divisions of labor were assigned. However, the workload has become overwhelming. It is time for you to attempt to stand on your own. Teacher, can I still follow you? Chi Yusin was the first to speak. Yes, Cheng Xu nodded. Regardless of which direction you choose, you will be following me, as I am involved in all directions. However, you must select one direction since I am only responsible for the overall design. You will be in charge of executing the tasks. You cannot possibly do everything, can you? Are you a machine? Haha. The initially solemn atmosphere swiftly transformed into a light-hearted one as Zishu Shaohan exclaimed, We don't have to separate. We thought we had chosen a different direction and would be with the new mentor. If you wish to go, you can. No, I'm not going anywhere. I'm the kind that can't be driven away. Zishu Shaohan hastily waved her hands, eliciting laughter from the crowd. All right, enough of that, Cheng Xu interjected. Now, you must select one direction since I am only responsible for the overall design. You will be in charge of executing the tasks. You cannot possibly do everything, can you? Where there may be 2 small chips to design, one for the lithography machine's light source control chip and another for the lens production process control chip. Third, the code model design and training project team, which involves designing code models and related training for the development of subsequent operating systems and software. Fourth, the design and production process group, where you will engage in the entire process initially, and once the preliminary work is completed, utilize the code model tools from the third group, which essentially constitutes a type of system software. The tasks in the first and second options are quite similar. One involves designing our own chips, while the other pertains to creating proprietary chips for industrial systems. The third and fourth options are also closely intertwined. Therefore, we will split into 2 small groups for the initial phase. You have 5 minutes to contemplate and make your choice. What? 5 minutes? Everyone gasped in disbelief. What do you mean by what? Cheng Xu replied sternly. Is this the first time I've informed you? I warned you at least a month ago to begin considering your direction. Haven't you thought it through yet? Ultimately, Zishu Shaohan opted for the third choice. Finding the code model intriguing, Zhao He selected the fourth, as he had always desired to work on tools, a persistent aspiration of his. This did not surprise Cheng Xu. He had once made the same choice and had even joined Xiada Jiutian. Fu Dong chose the first, as designing chips had always been his dream. And although he originally focused on semiconductors, transitioning to a pump design was also acceptable. Chen Ping selected the second option, custom chip design, which he found quite challenging. The other 4 individuals also made their respective choices, resulting in an even distribution of 2 people per module. Only Chi Yusin remained, feeling perplexed. She had long been contemplating her path but still felt uncertain about her aspirations. She sensed a slight disconnection from the environment. as though she could undertake any role, but felt something was amiss. If you have any thoughts, feel free to express them, Cheng Xu encouraged Cheng Xu, showing considerable concern for her. He did not restrict her development direction, recalling her past research. He continued, even if you feel out of place and wish to leave. That is permissible. No, that is not it. Cheng Xu hurriedly clarified, her face flushed with anxiety. I don't want to leave. Well, take your time to consider, and if you have any questions, just ask. For now, you can work alongside Zishu or assist wherever you see fit, Cheng Xu suggested. He noticed that the young lady was exceedingly shy. Regardless of her conversation partner, even when speaking with Zishu Xiaohan, she would blush, which he deemed an undesirable habit. However, Cheng Xu did not express much, as this matter is not a scientific endeavor, and he was uncertain how to guide her, so he decided to let her handle it. Meanwhile, Cheng Xu was preoccupied with division of labor and planning work, while Microsoft found itself in a state of unrest. At 5, Danling Street, a notice for mandatory rectification arrived, and they realized this was no mere bluff. When the 2041 Group established its subsidiary to venture into the realm of operating systems, they had paid little heed, believing such a field was not easily navigable. Yet now, they could no longer remain composed. For the Industrial Information Management Department had issued a deadline for rectification, which lay before them. According to the notice, they were required to store domestic user data and other information on servers within the country. Should they fail to comply within 6 months, their new product approvals would be indefinitely suspended and updates to existing products would be prohibited. No new products and restrictions on the iteration of old ones. Was this madness? Were they truly unafraid of Microsoft's potential withdrawal? In the office, Wang Dong, the global senior vice president and president of the Asia-Pacific RD group at Microsoft, wore an expression of disbelief. The issue of data being stored abroad was not new. Although they had not adhered to regulations, they had always been non-compliant. Why had nothing happened before? Why was there suddenly such urgency? Was it truly a response to the 2041 Group? Was there hope for that system? This was of little consequence. Another senior vice president, Zhou Dong, remarked, if the relevant departments had not made up their minds, they would have chosen to ignore us, just as they had in the past. Yet now, it was evident that this was not the case. Look at the discussions. They were igniting a topic, and within 3 minutes, it had already exploded. Thus, it was impossible for them to retract their orders. It was merely a matter of our choices. Would the headquarters genuinely opt to withdraw? Withdraw? Wang Dong thought, unless the Della had lost his senses. How could they possibly choose to step back? Their previous confidence stemmed from their monopolistic position and a certain degree of irreplaceability. But now, could the landscape have shifted so dramatically due to a mere declaration from the 2041 Group? This was still in the realm of speculation. Had they truly inflated their ambitions? They were igniting a topic, and within 3 minutes, it had already exploded. Thus, it was impossible for them to retract their orders. While Hengxi was labeled as a technology company, in reality, 90% of its employees were engaged in sales, offering a rather unique product, competitive bidding services for Cheng Xu's search engine. Beyond that, they provided a hodgepodge of other products, such as location-based advertisements and real-world advertising, all fundamentally aimed at selling advertisements for Cheng Xu. Search bidding necessitated the creation of websites, simple 1- or 2-page sites devoid of substantial functionality, merely designed to showcase client products and promotional information. Hao Weishan served as a technical director in the RD Center. Although his title suggested a position of authority, he was primarily responsible for overseeing a team of technicians who tirelessly crafted small websites, with individuals capable of producing hundreds of such sites in a week, all lacking in technical substance. On this day, the morning meeting commenced. Why did you choose to come to Hengxi? They asked. Hao Weishan has been at Hengxi for 3 years now. When he first arrived, he felt that spending all day on these unproductive websites would surely lead to his downfall. Merely designed to showcase client products and promotional information, Hao Weishan served as a technical director in the RD Center, although his title suggested a position of authority. Let alone sophisticated ventures like big data, cloud computing, or artificial intelligence. He had no choice but to go with the flow. Compared to others, Hengxi seemed a reasonable option, especially backed by Cheng Xu, which at least offered some assurance against bankruptcy. Are you leaving, Mr. Hao? A few individuals sensed something amiss. Originally, the 20-odd members of the team possessed minimal technical skills, merely creating a few pages without requiring much expertise. However, everything changed upon Hao Weishan's arrival. He led them to develop an entire low-code platform system. Their previous tasks of website creation transformed into the maintenance of this system, where even simple websites were automatically generated, and even moderately complex ones required little more than a few lines of code. More importantly, This transition was never disclosed to the company. Their workload remained unchanged, allowing for a comfortable routine. When Hao Weishan spoke, these individuals understood he intended to leave. Given the recent news, it was evident he would be heading to Group 2041. A truly remarkable opportunity. With a starting salary of 25,000 and no upper limit, it could be 2 to 3 times their current pay. Hao Weishan nodded, realizing that his previous stay was due to a lack of better options, but now opportunities had emerged. His technical skills had not diminished. In fact, within this low-code development platform, he had incorporated artificial intelligence knowledge and technology. Now, he felt fortunate for the decision he made, creating opportunities where none existed. Rather than passively accepting his situation, and instead fostering the growth of his team. Wherever you think I'm going, you must have an idea. Who among you wishes to join me? Hao Weishan smiled. I have discussed with General Li and informed him about the low-code platform. They can easily find a few individuals to fulfill the necessary tasks. Even clerical staff and receptionists with minimal training can manage. Can we go together? A group exclaimed in disbelief, realizing their own limitations. Lacking higher education credentials, apart from Hao Weishan, none held a bachelor's degree. Most were graduates of vocational schools or even high schools. One had even attended a technical school and self-studied information technology while in the military, later transitioning to web development. Otherwise, they would not have been content with merely creating small web pages. Do not underestimate yourselves. 3 years ago, your skills were limited to cropping images. You could hardly perform any tasks, falling short of even intern standards. Yet, after 3 years with me, have you not noticed any changes? The low-code platform, operating on such subpar servers, serves tens of thousands of clients simultaneously. Has it ever encountered issues, even during peak promotional periods? This endeavor, which amalgamates our efforts over the past 3 years, is valued at millions. Moreover, I have consistently conveyed to you that this undertaking is remarkably straightforward. Devoid of any intricate technical complexities, such notions are mere illusions. The potential of human capability is truly boundless. Had I informed you, at your initial level, that server monitoring alerts combined with automated repairs constitute a project within the realm of artificial intelligence, it would have been enough to instill fear. Yet, in truth, it is indeed a reality. Although the models and algorithms are open source, the primary contributions have been mine. However, your involvement and impact serve as a testament to the caliber of our team. Those who could not endure the challenges have departed, leaving behind only those I hold in high regard. Reflect on this, and kindly respond to me this evening. Hao Weishan remarked. Do not concern yourselves with other matters. It is of no consequence if you cannot experience the 2041 operating system. I shall guide you in entrepreneurship, developing application software for the 2041 system, which should suffice. Xiang Ge, what is the situation? Upon receiving a call from Xiang Lin, Cheng Xu is equally astonished. A technical personnel, you should be able to verify this, correct? Is this individual somewhat exceptional? In what manner? Cheng Xu chuckled. To lead an entire team, aside from his master's degree and experience in a large company, the rest possess only college diplomas or even lesser qualifications. Since you have called me, it indicates your intrigue. Is his competency commendable? Su Gu, what a remarkable individual. Xiang Lin laughed, a prodigy, yet also quite peculiar. Cheng Xu's curiosity was thoroughly piqued by Xiang Lin's words. Who is this person that could elicit such a reaction from him? All right, tell me more about his circumstances. Have you seen what their team has produced? After listening to Xiang Lin's introduction, Cheng Xu was left bewildered. How could such a person exist? By his description, this system is worth far more than millions. Furthermore, it is developed with a team of individuals with minimal expertise. What extraordinary teaching and personnel management skills must one possess? Cheng Xu, surrounded by 9 undergraduates and even master's degree holders, felt utterly exhausted. With such talent, why not venture into entrepreneurship? There exists a company, Yidong Technology, which specializes in this field. Their system is rented rather than sold, generating annual revenue in the millions solely from rental fees. I inquired, but he did not respond, likely indicating a lack of entrepreneurial ambition. Xiang Lin stated, I have reviewed the system. It is indeed impressive and encompasses modules related to artificial intelligence, surpassing Yidong's offerings. If this were the product of a startup, its valuation would exceed 100 million based on this single system alone. Furthermore, this individual possesses substantial expertise and is well-versed in operating systems. While he lacks experience in developing operating systems, he is intimately familiar with the primary operating system he currently focuses on. He has delved deeply into all the source code he has studied, contributing to the open source community, particularly regarding subsystem scheduling, which is notably impressive and has been utilized in the latest version updates. Su Gu, you may wish to investigate further. Are you familiar with the skill level of the other team members? Cheng Xu inquired. The work they accomplished 3 years ago, I have found some of it. Their proficiency does not even match that of a training program graduate, does it? Xiang Lin expressed his sentiments, however, at present, apart from educational qualifications. Other standards sufficiently meet our employment requirements. The hiring criteria of the 2041 group are indeed stringent, especially considering that salaries exceed market levels by more than 25 times. One might wonder, what justifies such a substantial expenditure? If what you say is true, then Hao Weishan is indeed a remarkable talent. A strong individual invariably elevates those around him. Cheng Xu pondered. Yet, why does it seem so peculiar? The community has made significant contributions and has been integrated into subsequent version updates. Why has Huawei sought him out? They must have approached him without a doubt. Xiang Lin chuckled. Talent is scarce everywhere. How could they not have reached out? The reason for his absence remains unclear. He simply mentioned a reluctance to leave Huazhou. We shall refrain from prying into personal matters, as long as the individual poses no issues. Our hiring criteria will not be rigidly confined to educational qualifications. Further assessment will be conducted, and if he can fulfill our requirements, we shall consider incorporating his team. If Hao Weishan is capable of serving as the technical director of the operating system department, then he deserves the opportunity. For is it not precisely such a person that we require in this domain? I will also arrange for a review of the personnel situation, if there are no concerns. This individual should certainly find a place at the 2041 Research Institute. I shall seek an opportunity to meet him. Cheng Xu's curiosity was thoroughly piqued. Could it be that true masters reside among the populace? Chapter 72. Completion of the initial code model. When the news from Hao Weishan reached the team, excitement surged throughout. They had truly accomplished it. The handover of tasks from Hengxi proceeded swiftly and seamlessly, as the work itself was not, since it was a product of their efforts. Hao Weishan did not hesitate and readily relinquished it to the company. The company, perhaps fearing potential complications from delays, promptly released the entire team, with the resignation procedures swiftly completed without any hindrance. It was indeed a surprise. Thankfully, I chose not to leave at that time. One person remarked, "You cannot imagine, when General Manager Hao first arrived, we were tasked with fulfilling our work obligations while simultaneously engaging in system development. The critical issue was our own lack of proficiency. We had to learn daily, with weekends never truly enjoyed." What do you mean we do not know? Who has not endured such trials? Another chimed in. Those who could not cope or failed to learn moved on. I too had considered leaving, taking several days off for interviews. Yet, given our educational backgrounds, you are aware that no one wanted us, so we remained. Look, Microsoft has responded. While conversing, one person suddenly interjected. They had always been keenly interested in the matters concerning 2041 and Microsoft, and now that they had become part of it, their attention was more vigilant than ever. To our esteemed users, due to unforeseen circumstances, the software you have purchased, including but not limited to, may be at risk of lacking official support and updates. We have thus updated our user agreement. Please take note. We shall adhere to a user experience-centric philosophy, striving to provide our users with enduring and superior service, and we are committed to this endeavor. Data knows no borders. What did I say? Issuing a deadline for rectification to Microsoft is akin to inviting misfortune. Observe how they dismiss such entreaties. Look at the current situation. Now they have ceased all engagement. And what will you do then? Will you not feign ignorance and allow events to unfold as they may? Regardless of size, all enterprises must adhere to the law. This is an undeniable principle. Why should Microsoft be exempt from rectification? They issue announcements, yet if they possess any fortitude, they should depart instead of posturing as if they were formidable. Moreover, there are those who revel in this predicament, claiming our regulations are ineffective against Microsoft, as if they were impervious to scrutiny, their tone brimming with arrogance. What of my tone? Is it not reflective of the truth? In my view, what is there to resist? If one's strength pales in comparison to another's, the prudent course is to remain humble rather than seek validation through confrontation. The 2041 group has already publicly announced its operating system initiative, leveraging new multi-model technology, asserting that a system could be developed within merely 3 months. Can we not cease this incessant subservience? 3 months to half a year to produce a system is a farce. Under this system, a century would yield no better results. Furthermore, even if success were achieved, would it hold any value? Would we not still be reliant on the creations of others? Consider Huawei, yet a single sanction brought them to their knees. Without access to the 5G chip, they can only produce a limited version of their smartphone. Claims of self-research are mere fabrications. And what of autonomy? Is it truly of consequence? What matters is functionality. Are we to be coerced into using a system, irrespective of its efficacy, simply because it possesses the label of independent development? I stand in support of Microsoft. What of it? And what is this absurd notion of 2041? Such ventures deserve to fail. They have concocted something akin to Everest, jeopardizing our Yangtze storage in Cambrian. Now they persist in their system endeavors, seemingly intent on troubling us endlessly. Resistance yields no rewards. A few faces in the assembly grew somber, questioning the absurdity of the situation. Enough of this, I implore you. Dismiss the disparaging remarks about our Microsoft. Hao Weishan gestured dismissively, stating, our ability to rise is contingent upon us. However, this time we are not merely a group of 20, but rather 200, 2,000, or even 10,000 like-minded individuals uniting for this cause. Merely retorting with words is inconsequential, and the more you engage, the more fervent they become. They are all tasked with a mission. Instead of squandering time, why not delve into the literature I shared in our technical discussion group? The principles of operating systems are fundamentally straightforward. Begin your studies there. During a break, Hao Weishan took the opportunity to instill his philosophy in his team members. Our industry is one of continuous evolution, demanding lifelong learning. Never forget this. This is precisely why you have the opportunity to join 2041. But should you ever forget this principle, it will mark the beginning of your obsolescence. Meanwhile, in the 2041 laboratory, a subtle disquiet permeated the atmosphere. Everyone, regain your focus. Cheng Xu bellowed, observing the listless expressions of his team members. Do you truly care about the opinions of others? Are you uncertain of your own capabilities? Anger? If you are enraged, then strike Microsoft with unwavering resolve. And do not forget, our objective is not for mere distraction. We must ensure their gaze is diverted, lest we inadvertently ensnare ourselves in their web. Get to work, everyone. What are you doing here? In truth, Cheng Xu was quite irritated, but not due to these remarks. The remarks held little significance, after all. How often do we encounter such foolishness in our daily lives? It is merely a matter of profit, and there is nothing truly worthy of anger. What is infuriating is that Wei Shua has consistently indulged in the fermentation of such discourse, and there may even be unseen forces at play. How else could such a wave of public opinion arise in such a short period? Cheng Xu responded succinctly, further noting, your statement does not conform to relevant legal provisions and has been blocked. What nonsense is this? I am merely expressing support for 2041. How can that be against the law? Which law? Is it the one crafted by your ilk? Such despicable entities deserve their comeuppance. Cheng Xu too. Let's slip some expletives. Once 2041 gains the power of discourse, the online environment must be purged, especially platforms like Wei Shua that consistently enable wrongdoing. Zishu. Cheng Xu called out loudly. Brother Su. I'm here, Zishu Xiaohan replied, trembling with fear. She had never witnessed Cheng Xu so enraged. It was an entirely different concept from his previous frustrations over forgotten matters. Haha, it's nothing personal, really. Upon seeing Zishu Xiaohan's reaction, Cheng Xu felt a twinge of embarrassment. He rarely allowed his emotions to interfere with his work, but Wei Shua had indeed provoked him. Unable to contain himself, he hastily apologized. I apologize, that was my issue. Let us commence with our work. This model, last time we discussed the value judgment system. How it can be integrated with existing programming syntax to achieve maximum efficacy. Let us first examine the compiler. What? Are we not yet in the zone? Snap to it. Cheng Xu swiftly transitioned into work mode, typing fervently while explaining to Zishu Xiaohan and the team members. Upon glancing over, he noticed some still appeared dazed, prompting him to call out. Oh, come on. Zishu Xiaohan was speechless, her expression shifting dramatically. Just moments ago, he seemed ready to devour someone. And now he was back to normal as if nothing had transpired, a veritable chameleon. However, despite her internal musings, Zishu Xiaohan quickly composed herself and paid attention to Cheng Xu's explanation. As you all know, traditional programming involves numerous processes from code execution to machine execution, including pre-processing, compilation, optimization, assembly, and ultimately, linking the program with the operating system. This time, we have not prepared a new programming language or framework. The operating system layer will still rely on assembly. However, we must inevitably develop one in the future. To facilitate seamless transitions, we will establish an isolation layer. What does this isolation layer mean? It means developers need not concern themselves with the language we are using. They need only to articulate the business logic. Whether they choose to express it in Mandarin, English, French, Russian, or even in a dialect from Fujian, it matters not. We impose no grammatical rules. Compilation, optimization, assembly, and ultimately, linking the program with the operating system. This time, we have not prepared a new programming language or framework. This isolation layer will generate the corresponding code based on the user's words. If it is the same with others, the subsequent process will adhere to the traditional programming logic, transitioning from program code to machine execution. In the future, we will undoubtedly possess our own more intelligent systems and languages, enabling seamless transitions between isolation layers, such that users will remain oblivious to our operations. At this stage, the initial model of our code will have been thoroughly established, with its fundamental principles clearly delineated. They can express their thoughts as they see fit. Our isolation layer, in essence, is a code, if the underlying system uses a particular language. As time has already been squandered, I must soon commence work on the lithography machine's light source system control chip, lest further delays occur. The coding aspect can begin training tomorrow, initially by feeding it a syntax skill book, followed by granting it internet access to autonomously seek source code for learning. In 3 days, it will be capable of training while simultaneously being utilized in practical applications. At this juncture, the advantages of the small model, combined with a value assessment system, will become immediately apparent. Proprietary models merely require rule annotations and minimal training before deployment. The growth rate of the entire model will accelerate significantly during its operational training phase. This approach incurs minimal costs, with all necessary equipment amounting to just a few million. In stark contrast to the exorbitant costs associated with large models that demand extensive computational power. Not only is the expenditure exorbitant, but reinforcement learning also necessitates human involvement for value calibration, which is exceedingly time-consuming. The training volume for just 3 days, if conducted using the traditional methods of large models, would take an entire year to accomplish. Chapter 73. Countdown to public testing. Indeed, Cheng Xu nodded in agreement, remarking, "This is truly a remarkable talent." Since hearing Lin mention Hao Weishan, Cheng Xu had long expressed a desire to meet him. Yet the recent busyness had left him little opportunity to exchange even a few words during the integration of the code models. 2 months have swiftly passed, during which Cheng Xu has finally completed the design of the lithography machine's light source system control chip and the lens production process control chip. Production has now been handed over to a new factory. Taking a brief respite from his busy schedule, he seized the opportunity to check on the progress of the operating system. It was during this moment that Cheng Xu truly engaged in a meaningful conversation with Hao Weishan. Indeed, Xiang Lin concurred, stating, previously, he led a team of just over 20, which did not showcase his full capabilities. However, here, he now manages a team of 3,000 with apparent ease, surpassing expectations in terms of work progress. The internal testing version of the operating system has been compiled, and testing has commenced. This is entirely thanks to the support from the 2041 laboratory. Hao Weishan, who is not particularly adept at communication and speaks little except when discussing projects, noted that the capabilities of the code model exceeded our expectations. Furthermore, in accordance with Su Ji's directives, this capability has been as extensively integrated into the system itself as possible. It can be asserted that every operation within the system has been realized through intelligent scheduling based on an intermediate layer. Moreover, at the user level, the integration of language models with scheduling models has also been achieved. To exaggerate slightly, even the elderly folks in rural areas who are not particularly tech-savvy encounter no obstacles in utilizing our system. In the past, every time I returned home, my grandmother would call out, "Grandson, I've listened to that play. Brother Lu's speech is too biased, hundreds of times. Go fetch me something new." Now, she no longer requires assistance. She simply approaches the computer and exclaims, "Little Hanzai, I want new plays." With just that command, her needs are met. The humorous exchanges between Cheng Xu and Hao Weishan leave one in stitches. One might mistakenly think a comedian from the Diyun society has arrived, especially with that dialect accent that is almost melodious. The effectiveness of the system is evident, as it clearly demonstrates its capabilities. Our ambition is for little Hanzai to become the son and grandson of everyone, if his words are comprehensible to his own parents and children. She simply approaches the computer and exclaims, "Little Hanzai, I want new plays." With just that command, her needs are met. We have established a separation between the compiler and the instruction set, which simplifies future adaptations to other platforms, such as tablets or even smartphones. I believe this system is particularly suited for mobile devices, as many elderly individuals now use smartphones. When they encounter complex operations, such as WeChat's real name authentication, they often seek assistance. With our system, they need not do so. They can simply articulate their needs to little Hanzai, who will fulfill them. They might not even need to understand what they are doing. For instance, if they discover they cannot receive a red envelope, they could say to little Hanzai, "My daughter just sent me a red envelope. Why can't I accept it?" Little Hanzai would then utilize his knowledge base to assist them, swiftly guiding them through the authentication process. Thus, you will become the beloved son and grandson of all elderly individuals nationwide. Cheng Xu joked, "Soon enough. When the elderly mention you, they'll say, 'Weishan, he is my own son.'" Cheng Xu was genuinely thrilled to have found such a talent, saving him an immense amount of work. Many concepts he proposed were immediately grasped by Hao Weishan, even details not mentioned by Cheng Xu, such as the separation of the compiler and instruction set for the ease of adapting to mobile operating systems, were only revealed to him when Hao Weishan submitted the technical proposal for review, which he acknowledged with great appreciation. Furthermore, the organization of his work is exceptionally orderly. Even if a single person can match the efficiency of 100, it remains difficult for 3,000 to equate to 300,000. Even if they could a team of 30,000 complete 2 years' worth of work in just 2 months? Often, calculations are not so straightforward. It is not merely a matter of numbers, but rather the specific circumstances, the organization, and the individual capabilities of those coordinating the efforts. It is evident that Hao Weishan possesses remarkable scheduling abilities. Moreover, he is exceptionally adept at resource utilization, harnessing a coding model to its fullest potential. Weishan, I have provided you with a coding model that you have truly exploited to its utmost. If it had consciousness, it would surely lament your relentless demand. Cheng Xu cannot help but admire Hao Weishan. He is well aware of the formidable capabilities of the code, as it is a product of his own design and training. However, to apply such a code not only during the development of the system, but also in the operating system's allocation of resources, as well as in user interactions with the operating system, showcases Weishan's unique talent. To some extent, this is also a result of his iterative training while utilizing the model. Sugu, I am humbled. Cheng Xu holds great respect for Hao Weishan's abilities, while Weishan, in turn, regards Cheng Xu with profound admiration. The key lies within the model itself. Its foundational strength is remarkable, and the training process is exceedingly swift. At times, I question whether I am merely typing on a keyboard. You cannot imagine, during our initial overtime sessions, many were so startled that they believed a group of people was hidden within the mainframe, assisting us with coding. Sugu, I am humbled. Cheng Xu holds great respect for Hao Weishan's abilities, while Weishan, in turn. Today's behavior starkly contrasts with Hao Weishan's established persona as a reserved and taciturn individual. He continues, the version is already in internal testing, correct? Let us create a promotional video. Our general manager's recent discourse would serve as excellent material. I noticed someone just captured it on their phone. A quick edit, and we can release it online. Then we can announce a public test countdown. 20 days. Su, this is unacceptable. We cannot proceed in such a manner. Just as he is about to vehemently protest, he notices Cheng Xu and Xiang Lin sharing a nearly identical smirk, and he realizes the futility of his objections. Thus, he concedes, Sugu, would it be possible to apply a mosaic effect? A mosaic? Xiang Lin chuckles. Do you not think that your face, without any alteration, already resembles a mosaic? Chapter 74. This is unscientific. Since the publication of Microsoft's notice to all users, neither Microsoft nor the information management authorities have issued any further statements regarding the matter, as if the issues of restriction and refusal to rectify had never occurred. Aside from the occasional verbal skirmishes between two factions of netizens in the online realm, it seems this affair has simply faded away. However, it is clear that the parties involved have not forgotten. They are merely biding their time. On this day, after more than 2 months, when Guchang remarked to his assistant, Yang Ji, let me tell you, Cheng Xu is someone who always acts in advance. He has never been one to procrastinate. Yang Ji responded, nodding vigorously. When a leader speaks highly of someone, what else can he do? I acknowledge that Cheng Xu is indeed exceptional. A prodigy rarely seen in a century or even a millennium. However, I implore you, old one, I am a man. Your daily praises of him, elevating him to celestial heights, are of little use. Shouldn't we find a girl to extol his virtues instead? Yet, Yang Ji could only mutter this in the confines of his own thoughts, for he dared not voice it aloud. Otherwise, old one might actually send him off to Thailand. Xiaoyang, are you daydreaming? Old one interjected, giving Yang Ji a gentle nudge. Startled, Yang Ji thought to himself that he had been caught. Old one. I was just contemplating how fortunate we are to have encountered such a genius as Cheng Xu. Truly an immense blessing. If only I were a woman, I would certainly pursue him relentlessly. Ah, indeed, old one replied with a smile. Yang Ji, you are quite remarkable. With a beaming expression and humming a spirited tune from an era long past, when Guochang departed, leaving Yang Ji utterly astonished. This was the first time he had witnessed such a sight of old one. He now understood how to forge a closer bond with him, by extolling Cheng Xu's virtues. However, navigating such a path was far from simple. Yang Ji settled into his chair, muttering to himself, even in 2041, even with Cheng Xu, it can't happen that swiftly. It's only been 2 months. Hey, that's intriguing. Oh, this is delightful. Despite his typically serious demeanor, Yang Ji, like many, enjoyed watching short videos featuring charming young women during his personal time, especially after encountering old one each day. If there were no pressing work obligations, his time was his own. Perched at his desk, he scrolled through videos while voicing his thoughts. Oh, that's excessive. More of this, please. Goodness, this defies logic. Suddenly, Yang Ji shouted out loud, startling even the meditative Wen Guochang next door. Xiao Ji, what are you shouting about? Wen Guochang inquired, fully aware of the youthful exuberance of his colleague, yet recognizing the need for occasional guidance to keep him on the right path. Old one, look at this. Just look. Yang Ji rushed over, thrusting his phone towards him. What am I to see? Some dancing? Wen Guochang frowned, feeling increasingly exasperated with Yang Ji's antics. No. That was a mistake. Yang Ji realized that the video had switched unexpectedly. He hurriedly scrolled back, muttering, 2041, operating system, in beta testing. 2041. Upon hearing 2041, Wen Guochang sprang to his feet, exclaiming, why is it on mute? Turn up the volume. Yes. Lu De Guo is speaking. Oh, that's too far off. The sound erupted, and Yang Ji felt a pang of despair. What was this nonsense? I don't even listen to you, opera. This big data push is utterly unreliable. However, before he could react further, Old Wen snatched the phone from his hands. The prominent label of 2041 caught the eye of Wen Lao immediately. The scene continued. All he needed to do was rush to the computer and exclaim, Xiao Hanzi, we have a new play? Just that one sentence would suffice. Xiao Yang, rewind this video to the beginning, Wen Lao said. However, to his surprise, instead of rewinding, it switched to another segment. He called out to Yang Ji, but as soon as he finished speaking, he seemed to recall something. If we utilize the 2041 system in the future, will it be enough for me to simply shout, what's this? Start from the top, and you won't be needed anymore? Yang Ji scoffed. So, if the 2041 system comes into play, I might face unemployment? That is absurd. I can still serve tea, drive, and, oh yes, I can praise Cheng Xu and commend 2041. I want to be out of a job. The two of them watched a promotional video showcasing the 2041 system across various platforms, announcing the countdown to public testing. Wen Guochang sat back in his chair, legs crossed, and asked with a sense of pride, Xiao Ji, what do you think? Isn't this Xiao Hanzi better than my son? Yang Ji opened his mouth several times, sighed deeply, and was at a loss for words. How could he respond? Was Xiao Hanzi indeed superior to his son? Given Wen Lao's demeanor, he seemed quite pleased. I can still serve tea, drive, and, oh yes, I can praise Cheng Xu and commend 2041. I want to be out of a job. Yang Ji refrained from commenting on familial matters, but was genuinely astonished by 2041. This system, if its software ecosystem truly flourished, could effortlessly surpass Microsoft. What was I just saying? When Lao's expression grew even more triumphant, Cheng Xu never disappoints. Yang Ji had seen the short video, and countless netizens had witnessed it online as well. Depending on the audience, 2041 had released different content across various platforms. The comedic version was certainly tailored for short video platforms. Wow, is it really this impressive? It's hilarious. Why do I feel this is surreal? Are we surrounded by artificial intelligence? Wait, why is everyone so excited? What's so extraordinary about this function? Isn't it just voice control? Watch this, Xiao Sun. Play music. Don't kid around. Xiao Sun is not even comparable. Voice control is merely a command. You say something and it does it, often failing to respond at all. Don't even mention Xiaodu. Ask the elders at home if they can manage it smoothly. Just tell them they can't receive WeChat red envelopes. And see how it resolves that. It'll probably just ramble on for a long time. It's not even from the same era. I have a question. Doesn't this give the system complete authority? Could it pose a security risk? You're not paying attention to the ads. Didn't they tell you that voice information is a unique biological characteristic and cannot be impersonated? Moreover, every operation is recorded in a desensitized log locally, ensuring traceability. Chapter 75. If we can get through today, I'll take your surname. Dear brothers and sisters, please cease sharing these has seen them next door and insists that I purchase a similar phone for her. This is a computer system, for heaven's sake. Where am I supposed to procure such a phone? The crux of the matter is that I am currently unemployed, entirely relying on my grandmother's pension to sustain myself. If I cannot make a purchase, I shall be left destitute by next month. What am I to do? Oh, my mother is a different story. She tells me to leave, claiming that even a simpleton is superior to me. She grows impatient when I attempt to teach her how to use WeChat, asserting that I will soon be of no use to her. I have come to realize that my standing within the household is diminishing. Once, I was the favored one among my younger sibling and various pets, but now I must contend with an additional simpleton. The absurdity of it all. The year 2041 has arrived, and the internet is awash with laughter. Same old mom, pat on the head. Compared to short video platforms, industry insiders, indeed, even those on Jihu posing as experts, are compelled to observe much more. Can the servers withstand the demands of the 2041 operating system? If this is to dethrone Microsoft, we are speaking of hundreds of millions of users. It is crucial to understand that this technology is the most resource-intensive. Merely engaging in conversation results in constant crashes, and everyday users are restricted to 4 queries. Microsoft's limit is 10 per day. This illustrates that even the giants of the world are unable to bear the exorbitant costs of inference servers. An operating system like 2041 is in perpetual use. Can it truly sustain such computational expenses? If it is to be monetized, then it loses its competitive edge as a free service. What a ridiculous notion. Free, you say? Huh, I had indeed forgotten it was a paid service. Thank you for the reminder. In response to the original poster's inquiry, you have mentioned restrictions on questions. Yet it is vital to note that Cheng Xu Technologies Yinxin operates without limitations, and there have been no reported issues. An operating system like 2041 is in perpetual use. Can it truly sustain such computational expenses? If it is to be monetized, there exists a new class of models that significantly reduces training requirements and inference consumption. This is the true reason behind Yinxin's ascendance as a leading language model. A new model? An entirely novel type? One that drastically cuts down on training and inference time and costs? Can we achieve this? The commenter merely used 4 question marks. Yet their intent is abundantly clear. Is this feasible for us? In the 23rd year of the 21st century, a considerable portion of the populace still harbors the belief that what the West lacks must surely be inferior. If something is powerful, it is beyond our grasp. Such individuals are not scarce. There is no other explanation. I can assert with complete certainty that this is the truth. A powerful entity cannot conceal its foundation. Cheng Xu cannot help but reflect. Its strength is replete with clues. Have netizens not observed this? Can Microsoft remain oblivious? Certain individuals in the West will not discern it? Wait and see. The battle begins here. However, it matters not. As long as the discourse does not pertain to industrial intelligence models, all else may be discussed. And it is high time we display our prowess. To unveil our sword is to seal the throat. In terms of testing the blade, Microsoft remains adequately qualified. Cheng Xu nodded in agreement. Number 5, Danling Street, Microsoft Asia Pacific Headquarters. The information emanating from Microsoft is significantly more astute than that circulating among netizens. They have been aware from the outset that Yinxian's development is intricately linked to 2041, with the pivotal role of the Everest chip from 2041 being unmistakable. We may indeed be on the verge of catastrophe. Observing the promotional videos online, along with countless leaked beta test clips, Wang Dong remarked, "This is no fabrication." President Wang. The integration of models into Office products and operating systems is also a predetermined strategy for our future. Is this the apocalypse? Observing that the once spirited senior vice president and head of Asia Pacific RD, Wang Dong, had become somewhat despondent, Zhou Dong felt perplexed after all. This was merely a promotional video and some beta test footage. The outcome remained uncertain. Brother Zhou, we possess this strategy, yet have you reviewed the assessment report? Not to mention the next generation, just the costs associated with integrating the model. How much will the computational expenses escalate annually? At present, with revenues of $12 billion and net profits of $4 to $5 billion, reinvesting all profits into computational costs would still fall short, necessitating further financial input. Models are indeed excellent, as everyone acknowledges, but they lack barriers to entry. Wealth alone suffices to procure them. Microsoft is sufficiently affluent. Yet even they cannot sustain such relentless investment. Originally, they profited several billion annually, but with the introduction of the model, they faced the prospect of losses. Consider that. There was a potential opportunity to maintain revenue and profits through price increases, as the enhanced capabilities could reduce labor costs for enterprises. As long as the added price proved more favorable than the savings on labor, entrepreneurs would surely calculate wisely. However, now, observe, the opportunity has vanished. Disruptors have emerged. And I can assure you, 2041's pricing will not be exorbitant, perhaps even free. I have always maintained that once something is devised by the Chinese, its potential is invariably diminished. Brother Wang, do you truly hold such esteem for 2041? Even with the Everest chip and their new model, it cannot possibly render artificial intelligence so ubiquitous, can it? After listening to Wang Dong's unceasing discourse, Zhou Dong felt compelled to counter. I concede that their cost structure may indeed be advantageous. Yet it should not differ to such an extent. The 2041 operating system must command a high price. Otherwise, losses are inevitable. In terms of losses, can they surpass Microsoft? Perhaps you are correct. I lack specific knowledge regarding the true situation of 2041 and their potential capabilities, but one thing is certain, the system will emerge. Moreover, it may even integrate seamlessly. Wang Dong replied earnestly, previously, we were formidable and resolute. Although we represented Microsoft, do you suppose Microsoft might compromise? Let us not entertain the notion that Microsoft would yield. We both understand that Microsoft is unlikely to withdraw from the mainland. Zhou Dong's expression shifted dramatically. His earlier assertiveness stemmed from an unshakable confidence in his unique position. However, the moment had arrived for him to sacrifice the pawns in order to protect the king. Seeking fair competition from the nation. Withdrawal? That was utterly inconceivable. With just 19 days remaining until the public beta countdown. Wang Dong gestured towards the banner on his computer screen, stating, take a guess. How many days can the headquarters endure? 10 days? Seeing Wang Dong maintain his smile, Zhou Dong's face fell. 7 days? Surely they can last at least 3 days, right? What? Tomorrow? Tomorrow? A cold chuckle escaped Wang Dong's lips. It is currently 3 in the morning Eastern Time. If we make it through today, I will take your surname. He added. Pack up. It's time for us to leave. Chapter 76, have you clarified your identity? It became evident that Wang Dong possessed a profound understanding of the company he worked for. His assumptions were not misplaced, let alone making it through the day. Just 3 hours later, at 6 in the morning Eastern Time, while Microsoft's headquarters was still at 3 in the morning, Wang Dong received the notification, which succinctly stated, compromise. This decision was undoubtedly reached after an overnight discussion, and the Microsoft Asia Pacific division had no part in it. They merely received the final notification. Here we go. This is likely our last task at Microsoft. Designing a rectification plan and configuring Wang Dong found himself rather enlightened. More than 3 months, It's all self-inflicted. Since receiving the rectification notice, Microsoft had not regarded the situation as a matter of importance, to the extent that they had not even prepared relevant contingency plans. What is arrogance? This is it. The complete disregard for the rectification notice issued by the pertinent departments. The level of hubris then was matched only by the current predicament. A colossal volume of data from countless users, various products, diverse businesses, and multiple backup information. It wasn't just about the migration itself. Surely the servers needed to be prepared in advance. For months offered no margin for error, even if they commenced immediately. Continuous efforts may not guarantee completion. Should any mishaps arise, such as data leaks, it would be quite the spectacle. Just as Wang Dong received the notification, Microsoft promptly released a message to all users. In accordance with relevant regulations, your user information will be transferred to domestic servers by January 31st, 2024. During this period, there may be brief instances of login difficulties or data loss. Rest assured, Microsoft will strive to ensure the security of your data. As a token of our apology, we will extend the subscription of your current products free of charge until June 30th, 2024. We appreciate your continued support and loyalty. Continuous efforts may not guarantee completion. Should any mishaps arise, such as data leaks, it would be quite the spectacle. Just as Wang Dong received the notification, appearing quite formidable. Yet, the extent of its strength was merely abstract to them, with some even harboring thoughts like, a domestic system? Isn't that just a reskin? However, the moment Microsoft announced its statement, the landscape shifted dramatically. Suddenly, people had a point of reference. Just 2 months prior, Microsoft exuded an air of unassailable confidence, boldly confronting related policies and regulations. Yet, with the release of the 2041 promotional video, it swiftly appeared diminished. What does this signify? Microsoft has conceded. The reigning titan of desktop operating systems, commanding over 90% of the market share, faltered and surrendered in less than a day. Is there any doubt regarding the formidable nature of 2041? It brings me immense joy to witness the speechless expressions of those who have long capitulated, surpassing even the thrill of winning 5 million. So, just how potent is 2041? Why did Microsoft capitulate so rapidly? Logically, it seems implausible. The invitation codes for the beta testing can only suggest that 2041 represents a complete dimensional assault on Microsoft. In comparison, the disparity between 2041 and Microsoft resembles that of a child standing next to Iron Man. Surely, Microsoft must have received critical intelligence from some source. Otherwise, they would not have faltered so swiftly. Are there any extra invitation codes available? What kind of person is the layer master? Do you possess a beta testing invitation code? Please send one my way for verification. Here's a random invitation code, 836021. The download link is available on the official website. Let us patiently await a fortunate recipient. You can also apply for an invitation code on the official site. My heartfelt gratitude to all the kind souls. I have successfully entered. Who on earth has such swift hands? Moreover, I must share a piece of information. The entire alliance is currently striving to secure the Everest chip, even resorting to their own means to advocate for the lifting of restrictions on our storage and chips in exchange. Who exactly is the layer master? Not only do you have an invitation code, but you also seem to be well informed about American affairs. Should I divulge that I am Hao Wei-shan? Reply with Hao Wei-shan is so handsome, and perhaps I'll randomly drop another invitation code. As for Hao Wei-shan, the invitation codes for the beta testing have been distributed through various channels, totaling 3,000, with high engagement and significant system utilization. Furthermore, we have not mandated confidentiality from the invited users. Hence, whether through short videos, forums, social media, or discussions, we have effectively occupied all platforms. Moreover, I surmise that Microsoft has also secured an invitation code. Hao Wei-shan is diligently reporting on his work, while Cheng Xu has instructed. Reply with Hao Wei-shan is so handsome, and perhaps I'll randomly drop another invitation code. As for Hao Wei-shan confidently asserted, just wait and see, from now on, I will make Waysoft lose sleep every night. Ha 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 ha. And how about this? Not only ordinary netizens, but even when Guchang now walks with a certain flair. During today's meeting, his cheerful demeanor never faltered. I have long told you that compromise does not resolve issues. Now look at the tone. How splendid it is. How proper is this attitude? We still cannot contend with him, hee. When Guchang truly reveled in the moment. And guess what? America has once again proposed negotiations concerning our storage and intelligent chips. I surmise that they are undoubtedly coveting our Everest. What do you think? Can we possibly grant them that? This would be a splendid opportunity. The Yangtze and Cambrian are saved, and our storage chips and AI chips are returning. Everest. That is something we cannot relinquish, is it not? To this day, we are still unable to procure high-end Xeon processors. Why should we sell Everest to them? Absolutely not. Whether to sell or not is a matter for discussion, and we can deliberate further after that. What is there to discuss? What the adversary desires is something we must resolutely deny them. Whether we give or not must also depend on the cost at stake. How can we know without dialogue? As the few individuals engaged in this discussion grew increasingly fervent, they nearly descended into an argument. Yet one could not help but notice the increasingly grim expression on Guchang's face. Bang, bang, bang. When Guchang forcefully struck the table, gentlemen, have you clarified your own identities? If you say to give, then you shall go ahead and do so. America is awaiting your delivery, so off you go. And you, if you insist on not discussing it, then it shall not be discussed. Is Everest yours to give away? I warn you once more, recognize your own identities. Whether to negotiate or to give, that is not your prerogative. It is a matter for 2041 to decide. What are you all bickering about? Are you trying to make a name for yourselves? The way you speak, one would think you are the great bosses of 2041. When did you gain the authority to speak on their behalf? Let me be clear. When I speak with Cheng Xu, if he is pleased, he addresses me as Wen Lao. If not, I am dismissed as an old fool. Consider your standing carefully. Wen Lao spoke with a measured tone, his voice calm. Yet the atmosphere grew palpably silent, with no one daring to utter a single sound. Many began to realize why there was an internal meeting today. It was Wen Lao providing support for Cheng Xu. Chapter 77. Are we left with no choice but to await our demise? Across the Pacific, in America, San Diego. At Microsoft headquarters. How are things progressing? An urgent meeting is convened within Microsoft, assessing the strategic implications of the emergence of the 2041 operating system. Regarding Everest, we have made a significant misjudgment. Its power surpasses our expectations. This is not merely an issue of saving training time and costs. I am confident that they have adopted a more aggressive training model, one that, while reducing training time and costs, simultaneously elevates the upper limits. Hao Wei-shan's conjecture was indeed accurate. The internal testing invitation codes he disseminated online have found their way into Microsoft's hands, and not just one. Microsoft swiftly organized personnel to conduct comprehensive testing of the 2041 operating system. Utilizing the tools provided with the 2041 operating system, we imported all the code, which enabled rapid generation of software compatible with 2041, leveraging the powerful coding capabilities of their model. Why is the operating system so difficult to replace? This indicates that software vendors are reluctant to invest manpower and resources into developing software for a small market share of operating systems, making our application ecosystem a natural fortress. However, with the advent of such a tool, the development of software, particularly the migration between versions, has become almost costless. The Microsoft technician continued to elaborate on his findings. Moreover, as you are all aware, we have integrated the fourth model into our upcoming versions, endowing our Office software with intelligent capabilities. Yet, the 2041 system has integrated such capabilities directly at the system level. This indicates that software vendors are reluctant to invest manpower and resources into developing software for a small market share of operating systems, making our application ecosystem a natural fortress. We have imported the code from the older version of 365, but leveraging the intrinsic intelligence of 2041, this older version surpasses the capabilities of our new version, which incorporates the fourth model. Our intelligence allows for intricate operations to be executed through a mere phrase, such as resolving complex statistical analyses or addressing issues that would traditionally necessitate extensive coding. However, there exists a prerequisite. One must possess an understanding of these operations to articulate the phrase accurately, thereby enabling the assistant to execute the task. The intelligent capability merely alleviates your workload. In contrast, under the 2041 system, one only needs to comprehend their desired outcome. Even if their expression lacks, it can accurately infer what one intends to accomplish and execute it flawlessly. For instance, during our testing of 2041, an eccentric supervisor presented an unusual request. While our technicians were still engaged in clarifying the supervisor's specific expectations, 2041 had already grasped the concept. What does this imply? It implies that everyone present gasped in astonishment. Regardless of their rank, in any company, there is always a superior, a boss, even a president, faced with peculiar investors and board members. Some of these odd ideas are indeed perplexing and challenging to decipher. If 2041 can accurately identify these bizarre requests, it is nothing short of remarkable. No, it is beyond remarkable. This highlights a disparity in linguistic capabilities, particularly in the realm of semantics, especially when it comes to ambiguous meanings and unclear expressions. The precision in guessing such semantics still exhibits a considerable gap, which 2041 has yet to achieve. In truth, the underlying principle is not complex. One can understand it as the similarity of eccentric behaviors. After extensive training and comprehending vast arrays of peculiar semantics, such a capability can be developed. It merely requires training. Hearing the technician express this, many internally sighed. Extensive training necessitates substantial financial investment. Everyone is well aware of the exorbitant costs associated with training large models. Today, this highlights a disparity in linguistic capabilities, particularly in the realm of semantics, especially when it comes to ambiguous meanings and unclear expressions. The precision in guessing such semantics still exhibits a considerable gap, which 2041 has yet to achieve. In truth, the underlying principle is not complex. The multitude of Microsoft products and operating systems could be completely drained, even if they were to expend 10 or 100 times their resources. Mount Everest. Everything returns to the primordial state. The crux of the issue lies within the very essence of Everest itself, the almost grotesque training efficiency of Everest, requiring merely 1% of the training costs. This is merely their estimation, and given the current circumstances, that figure may well be even lower. The year 2041 has been biding its time right here. Indeed, Microsoft is caught in a paradox of success and failure due to intelligence, riding the winds of progress. This tech giant has once again taken flight, with its market value soaring over the past 2 years. Once a titan, Microsoft has rejuvenated, welcoming a second spring of vitality. The future objectives and strategies of Microsoft are remarkably clear and seemingly invincible. Yet, at this moment, 2041 has emerged unexpectedly, leaving Microsoft utterly unprepared, requiring merely 1% of the training costs. This is merely their estimation, and given the current circumstances, that figure may well be even lower. The year 2041 has been biding its time right here. Indeed, Microsoft is caught in a paradox of success and failure due to intelligence, riding the winds of progress. We have no alternative but to surrender. Just imagine how astonishing this sentiment sounds in the ears of Microsoft's personnel. This is Microsoft, a behemoth that has remained unshaken for decades, impervious to the advances of Apple, Google, or any formidable presence. It has long been the most stable of giants. The downfall they face is not unwarranted. It is a complete obliteration, leaving no remnants behind. The mode of their application ecosystem is no longer viable, utterly ineffective. In the face of the emerging 2041, to utter the phrase "we have no choice but to concede" feels surreal. As if one has awoken from a slumber to find decades have passed outside. How could such a phenomenon even occur? With little regard for public sentiment, the technical team continued their presentation as directed by their superiors. The epoch-defining dominance, market share, and protective barriers, all of it is illusory. This is not merely confined to the Eastern markets. The same applies globally. If given the opportunity, no one could resist such a formidable. The singular glimmer of hope is that the current testing version of the 2041 operating system only supports China, granting us ample time to maintain our foothold in other countries and regions. He concluded by stating, in the great Eastern nation, I believe they will uphold a stance of fairness, providing us with an opportunity for equitable competition. However, my outlook remains pessimistic. Silence ensued, a profound silence. Is it truly the twilight of a once mighty giant? According to your analysis, Microsoft might as well declare bankruptcy. Finally, someone spoke up, voicing the question, do we truly have no recourse? Must we simply await our demise? Chapter 78. Unable to even cross the threshold. Is there any hope? Are we destined to wait for death? 2 months prior, an entity that exuded unparalleled arrogance and dominance now finds itself lamenting in despair, a transformation both poignant and thought-provoking. Boss, we have a grave situation. Satya Nadella, deep in contemplation within his office, was pondering strategies to unite allies against the impending threat of 2041 when a crucial ally betrayed him. The company's Shantanu Narayan was already en route to the Eastern superpower. A single remark from his assistant shattered Nadella's hopes entirely. If Microsoft is the undisputed titan of the global software industry, then undoubtedly, this ally ranks a close second. Many software solutions are irreplaceable. For instance, in image processing, which software comes to mind? The mere mention of those 2 letters resonates deeply, illustrating how ingrained they have become in our consciousness. In this domain, alternatives such as Photomagic and Meitu fall woefully short. They may suffice for casual use. But when it comes to genuine graphic design, they lack the necessary prowess. Not to mention the myriad of other applications within the suite. Vector graphic editing software for creating and editing illustrations, logos, icons, and posters, as well as typesetting software for print materials and numerous tools for file handling. Almost all lack comparable substitutes. Furthermore, as a critical component of operating systems and application software, Microsoft has maintained a close and strategic partnership with these companies, sharing user data to a certain extent. In Nadella's strategy against 2041, the collaboration with these 2 companies is absolutely indispensable and irreplaceable. Their specialized software is pivotal in resisting and countering the threat of 2041, and any failure in this regard is simply unacceptable. With the Semiconductor Alliance as the only remaining hope, Nadella's plans were still in their nascent stages when his partner initiated the betrayal. Narayan discreetly ventured to the Eastern superpower. One could easily surmise his intentions. What an unreliable and unscrupulous move. Enraged, Nadella kicked over the solid wooden table before him, uttering curses, and promptly attempted to contact Narayan. Meanwhile, Narayan's plane had already landed at the Washington International Airport. Satya, as you know, I've been feeling somewhat mentally fatigued lately. My doctor has advised me to take a break. I've come here to explore the mysterious Eastern arts. Perhaps they will rejuvenate my spirit. Narayan jested with Nadella. Our relationship with Microsoft is unbreakable. There's an Eastern proverb that goes, without the skin, where can the hair attach? Yes, that's how it goes. Nadella's face turned a shade of green upon hearing this. I regarded you highly, and you have begun to delve into Eastern proverbs? Can I still remove this metaphorical cap? Wishing you a splendid mood and a swift recovery. Do return promptly. We have a significant project to tackle together. The matter regarding the integration of the 40 capabilities merits further discussion. As Narayan engaged in trivial chatter with Nadella, he hastily summoned his assistant to arrange a dedicated vehicle. Our relationship with Microsoft is unbreakable. There's an Eastern proverb that goes, without the skin, where can the hair attach? Yes, that's how it goes. We are in the realm of application software. The operating system remains, indeed, the year 2041. Does this impact us in any way? Even if Microsoft were to perish, we shall remain the titans of application software, Narayan asserted. For us, the matter regarding the integration of the 40 capabilities merits further discussion. As Narayan engaged in trivial chatter with Nadella, he hastily summoned his assistant to arrange a dedicated vehicle. Do you also believe that 2041 poses a considerable threat to Microsoft, perhaps even jeopardizing its very foundation? I suspect even Microsoft harbors such concerns, Narayan lamented. In comparison to the ominous implications of 2041, the disparity is akin to that between artillery and a mere stick. If we do not strive to survive, shall we languish alongside Microsoft in demise? Furthermore, even if we possess only half the territory, we cannot afford to lose it. We can support 2041. What is there to prevent us from doing so? He reiterated to his assistant, please confirm once more, 2041 has indeed agreed to our discussions, correct? Yes. The assistant affirmed with certainty. The time and location have been confirmed. There are no issues whatsoever. But what is it? Narayan's irritation flared momentarily. They were nearly at the university's entrance, and yet the assistant hesitated with a mere but. No, it's nothing major. The assistant hastily clarified. It's just that 2041 informed us that entry requires a password, and the answer is obvious upon inspection. The details have been thoroughly addressed. It appears that 2041 indeed values our presence and is earnest in their intentions. Narayan chuckled, his amusement evident. Meanwhile, the assistant found himself in a perplexing situation. Despite the pleasant discussions with 2041, he sensed something was amiss. Brother Su, you are still in Shanghai? The others will arrive shortly, Zishu expressed her concern. Specialized software. They were nearly at the university's entrance, and yet the assistant hesitated with a mere but. No, it's nothing major. The assistant hastily clarified. You must remember that whatever is gained through mere supplication is seldom enduring, Cheng Xu remarked earnestly. Have I not set a specific question for our shielded gate? Observe how he responds. Once you see his answer, you will understand there is no distinction between my presence or absence. At this pivotal moment in training, he paused the discussion, urging, you should go and check now. By this time, Narayan and his entourage had arrived at the entrance of the 2041 Research Institute, located within the new technology building of the University of Information Technology. The representatives from 2041 have stated that only those who possess the key to this door are our friends, the assistant reminded. Let us first examine the question. There is but a single question. If, in the future, a certain enterprise from our nation is included in the restricted products list by a U.S. business entity. He paused the discussion, urging, you should go and check now. By this time, Narayan and his entourage had arrived at the entrance of the 2041 Research Institute. For could he truly refuse a matter of such gravity at his level? The screen flashed a bold message. Incorrect password. Please try again. Narayan's finger trembled as he contemplated pressing it. This was a dilemma with but two alternatives. A misstep would, without a doubt, lead to the correct choice. In effect, 2041 would only accept this response, leaving no room for any other option. Should he press the button, the door would open, granting him entry and the prospect of collaboration. Yet, after a brief moment of indecision, his finger oscillated between the choices. He glanced at the incessantly blinking red lights of the surveillance camera above, and he found himself bereft of the courage to proceed. How could he negotiate? If he dared to press it today, he would face ruin by tomorrow. Swifter than Microsoft's downfall. Conversely, if he refrained, he would be barred from entering 2041 altogether. The stance of 2041 was abundantly clear. We will resolutely reject any uncontrollable elements. Narayan comprehended this well, having exerted so much effort. Why would 2041 retain a potentially volatile factor within its framework? Prior to his arrival, he had anticipated this scenario and meticulously prepared a myriad of arguments to persuade 2041 to reconsider its position, advocating for a mutually beneficial collaboration. Yet, confronted with the pressing question before him and the watchful eye of the monitor, he felt his resolve wane, lowering his arm in defeat. He was unable to even enter the door. The thought of being a mere sacrificial offering abruptly surged in his mind, sending a chill down his spine. No. 2041 is not that formidable. It cannot be. Chapter 79. You have only perceived the benefits while forsaking your integrity. Cheng Xu, upon learning of Narayan's decision, felt no surprise. Such a choice was inevitable. In this moment, many matters lie beyond the jurisdiction of a single enterprise, and Narayan would not be the first, nor the exception. Cheng Xu had never harbored such illusions. He did not rely on fantasies for his existence. His foundation was strength. Cheng Xu was confident that, given the prowess and capabilities demonstrated by 2041, should collaboration be offered, no software vendor would dare to decline. Who would reject a powerful channel with virtually no added cost? It is irrelevant whether 2041 may eventually supplant others, even if it merely claims a fraction of the market share. That alone is not to be underestimated. The mere tip of the iceberg that 2041 has revealed is already formidable, establishing its presence in the realm of operating systems without question. From the outset, 2041 had delineated a comprehensive cooperation framework with several domestic internet giants. Today, nearly all software development firms are eagerly awaiting the public release of 2041's development tools. Numerous small software and game development companies are eagerly anticipating the opportunities that 2041 may bring, hoping to capitalize on the initial wave of traffic and propel their businesses to new heights. This is what one might refer to as a pivotal moment, where some are poised to seize the opportunity. In an era of transparency, no one is blind. This applies equally to industry giants and smaller enterprises. As for collaborating with foreign software companies, is it truly out of the question? Upon returning to Huazhou, Cheng Xu was greeted by Zishu Shaoan, who posed the very question. Many large software firms hail from America, and numerous specialized applications can only be supplied. Having been educated with the principle of setting aside disputes for joint development, believes that embracing these software solutions would be beneficial for the growth of 2041. In times of hardship, it is wise to set aside controversies. In times of prosperity, one must understand this well. Cheng Xu playfully tapped Zishu Shaoan on the head. One cannot always weigh the pros and cons. You are merely 21 or 22. Why carry yourself with such solemnity? You have mastered the doctrine of moderation, but a bit of youthful exuberance would do you well. Zishu Shaoan smiled shyly, realizing Cheng Xu was indeed correct. When it comes to significant matters, she tends to engage in extensive deliberation. She had even devised a unique logic and formula for weighing options, which had earned her praise from her grandfather. Yet today she found herself critiqued by Cheng Xu. It's not that such reasoning is flawed. It is quite suitable for someone in their 40s or 50s, perhaps in politics or foreign relations, Cheng Xu reassured her. At this moment, as 2041 is just emerging, you have mastered the doctrine of moderation, but a bit of youthful exuberance would do you well. Zishu Shaohan smiled shyly, realizing Cheng Xu was indeed correct. They did not reject it. It was the other party's choice. Cheng Xu then instructed her to contact General Xiang and announce the recruitment of partners for the public beta phase of the 2041 operating system. Inform all domestic and international software development firms that as long as they adhere to the current laws of our country and the industry standards we have established, they are welcome to participate in the development of the public beta software unconditionally. This includes companies, even Microsoft. If foreign companies are unfamiliar with our laws, we can compile the relevant legal texts into a comprehensive volume and offer it to each company for their thorough study. As for negotiations, there is nothing to discuss. Those willing to comply are welcome. Those unwilling may depart. Zishu Shaohan swiftly nodded and dashed out to contact Xiang Lin. One drawback of following Cheng Xu is that he tends to delegate tasks to anyone he encounters, and Zishu Shaohan has developed a reflexive response to this. The phrase legal compendium appeared the next day across various platforms like Weibo, Qinshuan, and Jihua, trending and leaving many puzzled about the unfolding events. Is there yet another remarkable event unfolding? Delving into the topic, I spent considerable time deciphering that it pertains to the announcement regarding the recruitment of software development partners for the 2041 operating system. Magnificent. This is precisely the way it should be. Kudos to 2041. What a day to take pride in. I even indulged in an extra 3 bowls at breakfast. Foreign software companies wishing to establish their products within 2041 must adhere to our standards, defy us, and they are not welcome. This exemplifies the confidence and assertiveness of 2041. Upholding local governance while rejecting extraterritorial oversight is the principle of 2041, leaving certain multinational corporations with a choice to make. Is this truly advisable? With 2041 just emerging, I spent considerable time deciphering that it pertains to the announcement regarding the recruitment of software development partners for the 2041 operating system. Magnificent. It wasn't long before when Guochang stumbled upon this news, igniting a fervor within him. It is said that 2041 provided each foreign software company applying for the internal testing and development a bound volume, and it was not complimentary. They had to pay for it. Assistant Yang Ji was equally delighted. Allegedly, many foreign software companies initially expressed their outrage, yet guess what? In the end, they complied and paid for a single volume, acquiring the development tools without exception. This matter is far from straightforward. One Guochang expressed his concerns. If the demands from America clash with ours, these companies will find themselves without options. Wen Lao, you usually exude confidence in 2041. Why the apprehension today? Yang Shi chuckled. Do you know Narayan? He visited 2041 and was turned away by Cheng Xu's question. Rumor has it, upon returning to America, Narayan fell ill and was hospitalized for a day and night without so much as a drop of water. It is said he was scarcely breathing. This tale has spread with considerable credence, though it may well be a fabrication by Narayan himself. But given the current situation, what can American business entities do? What dare they do? Previously, we turned a blind eye to transgressions. Now, the tides have turned, and it is time for America to feign ignorance. If given another opportunity to choose, Narayan would undoubtedly opt for that question, while America would choose to remain oblivious, unless they truly desire to accompany Microsoft to oblivion. This was the first time Yang Ji spoke so emphatically in front of Wen Guochang, his words resonating with undeniable conviction, as he knew that Wen Lao appreciated such fervor. Well said, Yang Ji. Excellent. As anticipated, Wen Guochang was overwhelmed with excitement, his voice growing hoarse. Fortunately, Yang Ji was aware of Wen Lao's robust health. Otherwise, what dare they do? Previously, we turned a blind eye to transgressions. Now, the tides have turned, and it is time for America to feign ignorance. For strength is the foundation of confidence. Chapter 80. Let this be regarded as the inception of a revolution. Indeed, strength is the essence of standing tall. Cheng Xu conveyed the same sentiment to Professor Pan Zheng. Professor Pan Zheng couldn't help but chuckle as he listened. How's the 28 nanometers lithography machine progressing? The outside world is abuzz with curiosity regarding the 2041 operating system. Yet only Professor Pan understands that Cheng Xu's focus has always remained steadfast on lithography machines and chips, a dedication that has never wavered. In Cheng Xu's own words, once the entire chip ecosystem belongs to us, an operating system will be but a plaything in our hands. During a casual conversation, Cheng Xu once expressed that the reason for his resolute decision to eliminate Microsoft was due to the striking alignment between Microsoft's plans and his own, particularly regarding the envisioned future of artificial intelligence. The similarities in their strategies were so pronounced that it became imperative to take action. Embarking on the creation of an industrial model, Cheng Xu acknowledged his relative inexperience. It took a full week to finalize the foundational parameters. Once the entire chip ecosystem belongs to us, an operating system will be but a plaything in our hands. During a casual conversation, Cheng Xu remarked with a smile that the progress from Guoke Precision and Changji Institute has been somewhat sluggish, particularly regarding the lens improvements, which will likely take additional time. However, he calculated that it should be expedited soon. Once the lens is upgraded, this lithography machine should adequately meet the mass production demands for 7nm chips, correct? Professor Pan Zheng reflected with deep emotion on the rapid developments over just 6 months. From having no yield at all for the 28nm machine to achieving the capability for mass production of 7nm chips, surely ASML did not advance this swiftly in its early. Cheng Xu did not deny this, merely nodding slightly, indicating that the estimates were likely close to reality and that there should be no significant issues. So, that is settled. By the way, how is the progress on your second-generation Everest? The design has been completed, but there are still some production issues to resolve. Primarily concerning the field etching instrument, the research on composite field shaping has progressed more slowly than anticipated. Once this busy period subsides and the operating system issues are settled, that will become the primary focus. Cheng Xu shook his head in resignation. Despite having provided direction, the progress at the Foundational Physics Laboratory remains concerning, as the challenges are indeed formidable. However, overcoming the composite field shaping is a crucial hurdle, while the second-generation Everest is manageable. The advancement of the field etching instrument is vital for the production of many high-end chips, representing a critical element within the pump system that must not falter. Do not be overly hard on yourself. A little relaxation is beneficial. Observing Cheng Xu's tense demeanor, Professor Pan Zheng chuckled, remarking, "Look at how those kids in the lab are behaving. They seem to be going a bit mad. Especially Zishu, who used to be so graceful." As the challenges are indeed formidable. However, overcoming the composite field shaping is a crucial hurdle, while the second-generation Everest is manageable. I'm still a baby. The two continued their light-hearted banter until the late hours of the night. Each time Cheng Xu visited Professor Pan's home, it was a similar scene. Only in Professor Pan's presence could Cheng Xu find some respite, for the 9 children at the 2041 lab were quite a handful. Mischievous in every sense of the word. The prevailing atmosphere has indeed been shaped by Zishu Shaoan, to the extent that even Fu Yidong seems to have been influenced. However, it must be said that their progress has been remarkably swift. Through the utilization of 2 custom chips and the functional module reuse and accumulation from the design process of the second generation of Mount Everest, the design philosophy of the pump chip has ingrained itself in the minds of all involved, coupled with the extraordinary capabilities of the code. Mischievous in every sense of the word. The prevailing atmosphere has indeed been shaped by Zishu Shaohan, to the extent that even Fu Yidong seems to have been influenced. However, it must be said that their progress has been remarkably swift. This nearly encompasses over 85% of the application software and gaming market. He was updating Xiang Lin on the recruitment of operating system partners. However, the design philosophy of the pump chip has ingrained itself in the minds of all involved, coupled with the extraordinary capabilities of the code. Automation tools now play a pivotal role in the chip design phase, eliminating the need for painstaking manual drafting, requiring only minor adjustments. 3 days later, Suga reported. Does he believe it would be problematic to launch public testing immediately? What about the official release? Whether it be internal testing, public testing, or an official release. This nearly encompasses over 85% of the application software and gaming market. He was updating Xiang Lin on the recruitment of operating system partners. However, at least in the realm of the operating system project, he has not caused Cheng Xu much concern. He praised, "We have truly stumbled upon a gem. The code model you provided has been utilized to its fullest potential. Even the drafting of test cases and test codes is being maximized. The efficiency has improved by several multiples. Just yesterday, the system version was successfully compiled and is ready for release." Cheng Xu smiled. In that case, for Cheng Xu, these are minor issues. The real question is whether the 2041 system is fully prepared. When discussing how Wei Shan, Xiang Lin chuckled. This individual is truly invaluable. a process that requires no more than a week. Games may be slightly more complex, but should not exceed half a month. With this 2-week time frame, the first batch of software entering the application store will receive traffic support, and half a month later, the 2041 operating system will be officially launched. There remains one matter yet to be determined, Xiang Lin reminded. The issue of the operating system's pricing strategy. Cheng Xu acknowledged, this is indeed a concern. However, let's proceed with the release. He immediately requested approval from all domestic software vendors for development tools. Existing software and systems can be utilized immediately through code translation. The pricing must be approached with caution. He continued, our goal is to dismantle Microsoft. For individual users, it must be free. We need not even compare pricing strategies. The first batch of software entering the application store will receive traffic support, and half a month later, the 2041 operating system will be officially launched. There remains one matter yet to be determined, Xiang Lin reminded, the issue of the operating system's pricing strategy. Cheng Xu acknowledged, this is indeed a concern. However, the purpose of developing this operating system is to eliminate Microsoft, which poses a threat with its surprisingly aligned views on the future of artificial intelligence. Thus, the pricing must be approached with caution. He continued, our goal is to dismantle Microsoft. For individual users, it must be free. We need not even compare pricing strategies. Their prices are entirely fictitious. The thousands or tens of thousands they demand are mere nonsense. Beyond the versions pre-installed by laptop and desktop manufacturers. Wouldn't it be a trivial matter for Microsoft to eliminate these methods? Our ultimate aim is to establish a standard that eradicates Microsoft. Cheng Xu has expressed his intentions regarding the elimination of Microsoft without reservation, openly declaring it. Microsoft's approach remains unchanged. The objective is to seize market share rather than solicit funds from individual users. Brother Xu. Naturally, Lin was well prepared, presenting multiple versions of contingency plans. Wouldn't it be a trivial matter for Microsoft to eliminate these methods? Our ultimate aim is to establish a standard that eradicates Microsoft. Cheng Xu has expressed his intentions regarding the elimination of Microsoft without reservation, openly declaring it. But we should avoid distinguishing between individual and commercial users based on functionality, such as creating personal, family, and business versions. This holds little significance. The sole criterion for differentiating between individual users and commercial use is the resource allocation of cognitive capabilities. This resource allocation does not pertain to disparities in ability. My preferred approach is to offer individual users perpetual free access while providing commercial users with a time-limited free trial, initially set for 1 year. These should be limited for individual users, yet performance must remain uniform. Furthermore, the limitations imposed must satisfy the fundamental needs of over 80 of individual users. This threshold can be assigned to Hao Weishan for monitoring. After some time, he will arrive at precise figures and standards. Very well, I will optimize the plan accordingly. Lin noted diligently while affirming the decision, and thus, it was settled. Let us proceed with this plan. Inform Hao Weishan that we will officially publish in 2 weeks. As both capability and performance should remain consistent, the distinction lies in the volume of usage, particularly regarding cognitive capabilities that directly enhance productivity. These should be limited for individual users, yet performance must remain uniform. Furthermore, the limitations imposed must satisfy the fundamental needs of over 80 of individual users, allowing for 100,000 slots during the public testing phase. Understood. Lin nodded in agreement. I will arrange for the launch event on the evening of December 26th. How should we manage the scale of the event? Invite all partners and media, Cheng Xu replied earnestly. Let us regard this as the inception of a revolutionary beginning. Chapter 81. The disintegration of another superpower. 15 days later, on December 26, 2020, all vendors applying to join the public testing system will receive version testing system invitations without limitation. For individual users, we will implement a random approval system for applications, allowing for 100,000 slots during the public testing phase. Understood. Lin nodded in agreement. I will arrange for the launch event on the evening of December 26th. How should we manage the scale of the event? Invite all partners and media, Cheng Xu replied earnestly. Let us regard this as the inception of a revolutionary beginning. Satya Nadella and his executive team are far from indulging in such bliss. They have been plagued by nightmares for several consecutive days. Today, an unassuming structure now draws the attention of the entire world, as it becomes a focal point with only an hour remaining until the official release of the 2041 Group's Tianbin 24 operating system. In Seattle, Redmond, at Microsoft headquarters, is quickly enlightened by his assistant, who elaborates on the implications of the term, unaware of the growing concern etched across Nadella's face. The sky is collapsing, not just any sky, but that of Microsoft itself. As Nadella's expression darkens, the assistant hastily attempts to reassure him, stating that while 2041 appears formidable, it is still in its nascent stages and lacks substantial depth. Moreover, we have gained new insights regarding the integration of artificial intelligence with operating systems and various application software, with progress reported as promising. According to assessments from the technical department, our approach of utilizing language models in conjunction with application software has led us into a misstep. The size of the language models is excessive, rendering training both time-consuming and prohibitively expensive. However, but that of Microsoft itself. As Nadella's expression darkens, the assistant hastily attempts to reassure him, stating that while 2041 appears formidable. When did this come to pass? What is the current status? When can we expect results? Why have I not been informed? Nadella's frustration escalates. With progress reported as promising. According to assessments from the technical department, our approach of utilizing language models in conjunction with application software has led us into a misstep. The size of the language models is excessive, rendering training both time-consuming and prohibitively expensive. However, this proposal necessitates a redesign of the model and training from scratch. So if we are to proceed, it will require at least a year or more. When did this come to pass? What is the current status? When can we expect results? Why have I not been informed? Nadella's frustration escalates, declaring that Microsoft had already embarked on research pertaining to streamlined models, which would be integrated into the next generation of operating systems. This announcement did not even wait for the night to pass. It was released merely 2 hours later. Meanwhile, in Washington, everything within the 2041 group proceeded methodically. This proposal necessitates a redesign of the model and training from scratch. So if we are to proceed, it will require at least a year or more. Nadella. Many netizens could hardly contain their excitement, jubilantly proclaiming that there was no need to worry about any potential downfall of 2041. The mere attitude of Microsoft towards 2041 spoke volumes. The rumors regarding Nadella's ill health were, of course, unfounded. This announcement did not even wait for the night to pass. It was released merely 2 hours later. Meanwhile, in Washington, everything within the 2041 group proceeded methodically. In his own words, if Microsoft were to perish, so be it, but others must find a way to survive. The implication was unmistakable. He had no desire to accompany Microsoft to its demise. As for Microsoft itself, it was not in a much better position. On the very day of the 2041 internal testing leak, less than 12 hours had elapsed before the once imperious giants learned the art of humility. Microsoft lacked any substantial server clusters in the Asia-Pacific region, and in a bid to ensure the smooth transition of data and to convey a sincere stance to the authorities, the president of Microsoft Asia-Pacific was still in discussions with Alibaba and Tencent regarding server leasing. However, none of these entities had committed to anything, although Cheng Xu said nothing. The implication was unmistakable. He had no desire to accompany Microsoft to its demise. As for Microsoft itself, it was not in a much better position. On the very day of the 2041 internal testing leak, less than 12 hours had elapsed before the once imperious giants learned the art of humility. Even the typically bothersome banana people were conspicuously absent. Whenever they dared to surface, they were swiftly silenced with the retort that their progenitor had already knelt in submission. Today, we could revel unreservedly. This was our celebration. The name Sky Collapse exuded an air of grandeur. Perhaps the next generation could be named Enwa. No one wished to entangle themselves with Microsoft at this juncture, for fear of incurring its ire. While Cheng Xu might not have cared, who could be certain? The architecture resembles a shell, lacking in aesthetic appeal. In truth, we all understood that the system had been largely unveiled through internal and public testing, devoid of any mystique. Even the typically bothersome banana people were conspicuously absent. Whenever they dared to surface, they were swiftly silenced with the retort that their progenitor had already knelt in submission. Today, with merely half an hour remaining until the official commencement of the press conference, my heart raced with exhilaration, akin to the anticipation of a first date with a beloved. What is this sensation? It is hardly new. Why does it feel as though you are driving? Speaking of a first date, it is not new. You were the one orchestrating it. Why feign innocence? Do not digress. Everyone is eagerly awaiting the unveiling of heaven's collapse. What transformations have occurred in the realm of relationships? I had even secured a qualification for public testing and had utilized the system for 10 days. Yet, with merely half an hour remaining until the official commencement of the press conference, my heart raced with exhilaration, akin to the anticipation of a first date with a beloved. What is this sensation? It is hardly new. Why does it feel as though you are driving? Speaking of a first date, it is not new. Who forms the bedrock of our wisdom and capabilities regarding heaven's collapse? Little Hands-Eye, given the current tension and circumstances, why not share something lighthearted or uplifting? There is indeed a significant development to announce. Just yesterday, on March 30th, 2041, the Lunar and Earth Space Tourism Limited Liability Company. But as the clock approaches 5 o'clock, the cacophony of random topics abruptly ceases. Greetings to all. Cheng Xu steps forward, straightforward and succinct, without uttering a single superfluous word. Please note, individuals over 70 and children under 14 must be accompanied by a guardian. This morning at 10 o'clock, the Earth-Moon 1 sightseeing spacecraft launched from the Interstellar Transit Station in Huazhou, expected to stop. Cheng Xu interjects with a cheerful demeanor, reminding little Hanzai, today is December 26th. There is indeed a significant development to announce. Just yesterday, on March 30th, 2041, the Lunar and Earth Space Tourism Limited Liability Company, a subsidiary of the 2041 Group's Cosmic Travel Division, officially commenced operations. Reservations are currently available at a half-price discount, offering a chance to traverse the celestial expanse. Choose Cosmic Travel. We have meticulously constructed a server cluster utilizing a staggering 996 Mount Everest generation chips. What task did we assign it? From this moment forth, it is simulating the future development of the entire world. The outcome? As you can see, it approximately projected developments into 2041 prior to the conference. 2041? 2023, not April 1st, 2041. Wake up. What is happening? Both the audience present and those watching the live stream online are momentarily bewildered, while little Hanzai regains its composure. Allow me to elucidate the situation. Cheng Xu remarked, what is unfolding here? In order to test the intelligent performance of the operating system, little Hanzai has regained its focus. Let us inquire about the specifics of what transpired. With my presence, technological advancement is rapid. It is simulating the future development of the entire world. The outcome? As you can see, it approximately projected developments into 2041 prior to the conference. 2041. It seems that I cannot accomplish this alone. While I am indeed formidable, there are always those who create obstacles. Until a significant event occurred in 2028, when another superpower disintegrated. Chapter 82, the first major revelation at the conference. From that moment onward, I faced no constraints, and the progress of global technology encountered no hindrance. Little Hanzai spoke with a measured tone, as if recounting an undeniable truth. A decade is ample time for the world to undergo a complete transformation. The constraints imposed by a certain superpower serve as a hindrance to technological advancement and global progress. The insights of the individual, referred to as Little Fool, are indeed remarkable. It seems that I cannot accomplish this alone. While I am indeed formidable, there are always those who create obstacles. Until a significant event occurred in 2028. Our capacity for memory is limited. Even composing lengthy articles becomes a challenge, with several thousand words being the utmost limit before previous thoughts are discarded. Yet, Little Fool can extrapolate the state of the world decades into the future. The prospects of what the future may hold are truly daunting. What is there to fear? The constraints imposed by a certain superpower serve as a hindrance to technological advancement and global progress. The insights of the individual, referred to as Little Fool, are indeed remarkable. Nuclear arms were perceived as the harbingers of Earth's destruction. Now, we merely contend with the addition of artificial intelligence. What significance does that hold? I have always maintained that the only force capable of annihilating humanity is humanity itself. Nuclear weapons do not detonate on their own, nor does artificial intelligence rebel independently. It is humanity that remains in control. Little Fool's unconventional entrance has swiftly polarized public opinion, though such discussions are hardly novel. The discourse surrounding the trajectory of artificial intelligence will not reach a conclusion simply because of him. Only time will reveal its path. Meanwhile, the conference continues. The future remains shrouded in uncertainty, known only to a select few. Cheng Xu, with an air of composure, remarked that Little Fool's deductions represent merely one possibility among countless variations and should not be taken too seriously. Particularly regarding the dissolution of the superpower, such confidential information, even if true, cannot be deduced solely through reasoning, can it? One might as well consider it a lengthy science fiction narrative beginning in 2023, and nothing more. The discourse surrounding the trajectory of artificial intelligence will not reach a conclusion simply because of him. Only time will reveal its path. Meanwhile, the conference continues. Little Fool's prowess has transcended previous understandings. Despite having striven to overestimate the capabilities of Mount Everest, it is clear we have still vastly underestimated them. How long will it take to train to such a standard? The executives at Google are also burning the midnight oil. Having initially been mere spectators due to the lack of relevance to their 2041 ventures and the minimal presence in the Chinese market. However, upon witnessing Little Fool's performance, They too could not remain idle. This is not merely a matter of time. According to our current logic and models, a century of training would yield no benefit. The model's limitations are evident, and the higher one aims, the more challenging improvement becomes. The year 2041 undoubtedly heralds something entirely new. Not only Google, but all professionals within the artificial intelligence sector share this singular perspective, a striking consensus. Cheng Xu has not disappointed them. The conference soon addressed this point. This represents a new entity, referred to as the small model. Cheng Xu unveiled a slide. The small model is the core source of the intelligence behind the sky collapse phenomenon. It is impossible to conceal the truth, as previously stated. The very strength of your position contains inherent flaws, as the limitations of the original model are evident. Taking into account the need for temporary confidentiality regarding the industrial model, Cheng Xu decided to publicly disclose the small model to a limited extent. As expected, it is indeed a novel development. A multitude of esteemed individuals nodded in agreement. It stands to reason, does it not? At its core, a small model remains fundamentally a probabilistic model, albeit a conditional probability model rather than a fully probabilistic one. Cheng Xu unveiled a slide. The small model is the core source of the intelligence behind the sky collapse phenomenon. It is impossible to conceal the truth, as previously stated, which subsequently led to the creation of the application chip, known as Everest's Essence. From the outset of its training, Cheng Xu decided to publicly disclose the small model to a limited extent. As expected, it is indeed a novel development. A multitude of esteemed individuals nodded in agreement. In computational resources, the magnitude of the negated paths approximates 99% or even higher. In other words, a staggering 99% of the current training methodologies for large models are essentially futile. On the large screen, the technical route of the small model was displayed in its entirety. It commenced with the tube of the pump system, progressed to a logic processing unit characterized by multivalued logical chaotic properties, and then utilized this processing unit to construct a core architecture endowed with value assessment capabilities. In computational resources, the magnitude of the negated paths approximates 99% or even higher. In other words, with the small model itself standing as a testament to this theory. Thus, a system capable of conserving over 99% of training paths has officially taken shape. The applause resonating was not merely clapping, rather, it was the sound of smartphones capturing the moment. Such a technical trajectory cannot possibly be comprehended in just a few minutes on site. Delving into it for 10 days or even a fortnight may not suffice for complete understanding. A reminder was given by Cheng Xu that there exists a live recording of the event, and the publicly accessible technical roadmap can be viewed on the 2041 official website. There is no need for such urgency. We acknowledge the existence of a live recording, yet our desire is to remain captivated by it in the present moment. It is akin to a wedding night, where one wishes not to divert their gaze for even a second. Turning pages elsewhere would divert our attention. Many, particularly the invited technical personnel, gazed at the screen with an insatiable thirst for knowledge regarding the new intelligent model of 2041. They had long harbored suspicions and even attempted various designs, their minds as restless as a cat's paw scratching at the door. To witness such a revelation at this moment is a profound source of hunger for knowledge. Waiting to watch the playback later simply will not suffice. It is more like indulging in a round of mahjong during a wedding night than anything else. While I may not fully grasp the complexities, observing the esteemed figures around me, wide-eyed and agape, instilled within me a sense of belonging to their ranks. One could note how they all stood, capturing photographs with fervor, as if fearing they might miss the next fleeting moment. Their expressions resembled that of a cat spotting a mouse. Indeed, such a technical route, if thoroughly understood, could sustain an individual for a lifetime and serve as the catalyst for a company's ascendance to greatness. A multitude of netizens, utterly perplexed by the technical trajectory, engaged in lively discussions, while those with even a modicum of understanding were deep in contemplation, too preoccupied to utter a word. Meanwhile, Cheng Xu seemed to cater to everyone's expectations. He paused, refrained from turning the page, and remained on that one page, standing before the audience, silently observing, akin to a deity surveying the mortal realm. At this moment, within the Microsoft headquarters, the entire process unfolded, questioning which steps could be managed alongside the Semiconductor Alliance. Nadella's expression darkened, his tone heavy. A gathering of executives and technical leaders exchanged glances, none daring to break the silence. The steps we could potentially manage began from multi-valued logic and the third chaotic state, progressing to value assessment capabilities, value assessment chips, and finally to conditional probability small models. Not a single step could the existing semiconductor framework accomplish. These were two entirely different realms. Comparing binary to chaotic tri-states in intelligence was akin to juxtaposing an African beggar with the world's wealthiest individual, utterly absurd. Otherwise, why would 2041 be so generous as to divulge everything? Surely, they recognize the impossibility of your success, emboldening them to speak freely. If one could obtain the Everest chip, perhaps there might be a glimmer of hope. At last, someone spoke up. Hearing this, and observing the expressions of the technical core, Nadella's countenance darkened further. Isn't the Semiconductor Alliance negotiating to purchase the Everest chip from the 2041 group? What progress has been made? Comparing binary to chaotic tri-states in intelligence was akin to juxtaposing an African beggar with the world's wealthiest individual, utterly absurd. Otherwise, Nadella erupted in fury. Are they all a bunch of fools? Watching Nadella's outburst, the others tread cautiously, as if walking on thin ice, scarcely daring to breathe, fearing they might inadvertently provoke his ire. Chapter 83. The other divine instrument of the collapse system, not only Microsoft, which had already employed the first generation of Everest, were all pondering the same question. To what extent could we advance? There was no need to mention Google. The former was a close partner and investor of Microsoft, almost akin to twin brothers, while Google was even less comparable to these two. Now, Nadella erupted in fury. Are they all a bunch of fools? Watching Nadella's outburst, the others tread cautiously, as if walking on thin ice, scarcely daring to breathe. Unlike these two, Cheng Xu was currently in a state of confusion. Yinxin was also utilizing the Everest chip for training and reasoning. Asserting they were on the same level, why couldn't they reach such heights? Although Yinxin had improved significantly from the previous product, which had been widely criticized and mocked as a mere English to Chinese translation FAAD, their advantage paled in comparison to the likes of Xiao Hanzai, resembling a disparity between heaven and earth. What exactly was the origin of this 2041? Did it simply emerge from thin air? At this moment, Li Hong on-site shook his head with a bitter smile. Over the past few months, he had pondered this question more than once. How did 2041 emerge so suddenly? With no prior indication whatsoever? Now, this doubt intensified. Even utilizing the same chip, the prowess exhibited by 2041 had already surpassed that of these so-called giants. It was truly incomprehensible. How could something debut at its zenith? Was there no process of growth involved? However, Cheng Xu did not afford them much time for contemplation. While many remained absorbed in the technology roadmap, he turned to another slide in the presentation. The capabilities of the Tianbing system had been made evident through internal and public testing channels, and it was believed that most had already witnessed its prowess. It was not an exaggeration to state that even an 80-year-old rural grandmother could independently operate it. As long as she could call for her grandson, Tianbing could perform all the tasks her grandson could accomplish. Laughter erupted in the audience. Since the humorous video demonstration featuring Hao Weishan, even before the formal launch of Tianbing, its capabilities had been explored and utilized by countless individuals. Nevertheless, as the elderly began to navigate the internet, numerous issues arose, notably a surge in scams targeting seniors. With Tianbing being so proficient, the question arose, what about the associated risks? In fact, during the system's public testing phase, as long as she could call for her grandson, Tianbing could perform all the tasks her grandson could accomplish. Laughter erupted in the audience. The online community was momentarily astonished. The toppling Xiaohanzi challenge was actually orchestrated by the officials themselves. The seamless voice operation of Xiaohanzi astounded many. And to challenge the authority of 2041, some individuals even invested substantial sums to create various rewards aimed at deceiving Xiaohanzi, all in hopes of witnessing its failure. The revelation that this challenge was indeed an official initiative added an intriguing twist. Indeed, it was orchestrated by us, Cheng Xu remarked with a smile. Xiaohanzi is certainly not omnipotent. She is merely the first generation. However, as the first generation, she triumphed over 95 of the participants in identifying fraudulent activities. We are all aware that scams come in myriad forms, and ordinary individuals find it nearly impossible to guard against them, with many suffering as a result. And to challenge the authority of 2041, some individuals even invested substantial sums to create various rewards aimed at deceiving Xiaohanzi, all in hopes of witnessing its failure. Yet even such basic schemes continue to ensnare victims. Some have even remarked, there are too many fools, the scammers are insufficient. Now, we can proudly declare that, solely through the operating system, we can filter out over 95 of scam messages and methods without an internet connection. If connected, this number can rise to 99,999. Some may wonder, what about the remaining 0,001? Is this merely an attempt to evade responsibility? After all, you cannot guarantee 100. However, this is not the case. The figure of 999 is a tangible representation from model simulations, not a mere fabrication. Moreover, the Tianbing operating system has devised a significant initiative aimed at ensuring security, particularly for the elderly, minors, and individuals with limited capacity for conduct. We have introduced a network-assisted guardianship program. Cheng Xu continued to elaborate, stating, I wonder if you have heard about a certain incident involving an elderly individual who recently learned to use a smartphone, yet struggled with even basic functions like making video calls on WeChat, despite her daughter's month-long efforts to teach her. Strangely, however, the elderly person eventually learned to link her bank card and conduct online transactions. Isn't that astonishing? Indeed, it is. Later, her daughter discovered that it was actually scammers who taught her, leaving her utterly speechless. The audacity of these fraudsters is astounding. Their patience surpasses that of a concerned mother. The proportion of elderly individuals accessing the internet is steadily increasing, especially with the advent of Tianbing, which may soon extend to mobile devices. Consequently, the usage rates of computers and smartphones among the elderly will likely escalate further. Additionally, the operations within Tianbing are remarkably straightforward. With just a simple command, funds can be transferred in an instant. How perilous is that? As previously mentioned, we have achieved over 95 fraud detection at the system level, and in such scenarios, the system will lock the application and promptly alert the authorities. Next, we have our network guardianship plan. The structure is as follows. Every individual with limited capacity can designate several relatives, be they children or grandchildren, as network-assisted confirmation agents. When executing significant financial transactions, confirming critical information, or addressing important issues, the system will prompt these guardians for verification before proceeding with the operation. Only upon receiving confirmation from the guardian or assistant will the relevant actions be executed. However, a pertinent question arises. What if an emergency occurs? For instance, if a son is in the hospital and urgently requires funds, delays in confirmation could be detrimental. To address this, we have developed an additional initiative known as the Professional Assistance Plan. Initially, we are collaborating with the Huazhou Public Security Bureau for related testing and implementation. Similar confirmations will be dispatched to several staff members who will assist in verification and approval. In the future, this initiative will be expanded nationwide and even into other specialized fields. A voice of approval echoed from the audience, prompting a resounding applause. The year 2041 truly considers every conceivable scenario, reflecting our technological capabilities. Just as the current system stands, if each sensitive transaction required verification from law enforcement, it would be utterly exhausting. This is the result of the system having already identified over 999 fraudulent instances. As for the network-assisted guardianship plan, it is not reliant on intelligence, is it? The underlying principle seems straightforward and should be relatively easy to implement. The Network Guardianship Assistance Plan, however, necessitates a foundation of intelligence. Given the complexity of modern computers and smartphones, how can the elderly possibly navigate such technology, let alone manage transactions and confirm information? The number of fraudsters who can successfully instruct the elderly in making transfers is indeed limited, which may render such plans somewhat impractical. Not at all. It is far from impractical. My wife is adept at using her smartphone, yet she still fell victim to fraud. Just the other day, the police even came to our door, informing us that the person on the other end was a scammer. She was skeptical and insisted on transferring money to the fraudster right in front of the police, and we, a group of people, were utterly powerless to stop her. I was so exasperated that I nearly struck her with my bag. Such plans must be put into action. It is not only the elderly who fall victim to deception. I have seen related videos before. It turns out to be the host. My apologies for laughing. Indeed, this function is remarkable and deserves 100 praises. It is not merely about technology, but also about the dedication involved. When Guchang, who was watching the live broadcast of the press conference, nodded in agreement. Is it really so difficult to implement a network-assisted monitoring program? Technically, it should pose no challenge and can be easily realized nowadays. So why has no one taken action? As for collaboration with the public security authorities, if it is currently being promoted, your assistance in evaluating the additional workload would be invaluable. Given that the system can automatically identify over 99 accurately, the increase in workload should remain manageable. Supporting 2041 in this endeavor would be a significant achievement. Based on 2041's technological identification, nodded in agreement. Is it really so difficult to implement a network-assisted monitoring program? Technically, it should pose no challenge and can be easily realized nowadays. What does responsibility mean? This is it. Wen Guochang lamented to his colleagues watching the press conference. Do you think my admiration for 2041 and for Cheng Xu stems solely from technological prowess? To speak plainly, yes. It is indeed the technical strength that initially attracted me. When negotiating with America, the test results of 2041's chip from Cheng Xu in technology landed on my desk, drawing my attention to Cheng Xu. However, what truly endeared me to this young man were the materials he first presented to me. I have summarized the relevant content into proposals, which have even been submitted, albeit temporarily shelved by the leadership, as they were somewhat ahead of their time. But now, it seems progress is imminent. 2041 is single-handedly propelling the entire technology field forward, and I have a premonition that his proposals will soon be implemented. Moreover, these proposals are genuinely considering the future of the entire industry, and indeed, the technological future of our nation, rather than merely serving 2041's interests. Furthermore, as you have all observed today, all-powerful technology is one aspect. I have summarized the relevant content into proposals, which have even been submitted, albeit temporarily shelved by the leadership, as they were somewhat ahead of their time. But now, which company has approached problems from this perspective? It is not merely about being prepared for unforeseen circumstances. When issues arise, technology is deemed innocent, and they are exonerated. In contrast, what does responsibility mean when compared to 2041? This is it. As the press conference nears its conclusion, Cheng Xu is providing the final introduction. The application ecosystem is the lifeblood of the system. We are fortunate to have the robust support of over 700 software and game development companies nationwide, utilizing the automatic conversion capabilities of code. The conversion rate for commonly used proprietary software from these enterprises has reached 85, now adequately meeting over 90 of office scenarios. In the realm of image processing, video processing, and specialized industries such as printing services, our partners are diligently engaged in research and development. The capabilities of the code are beyond dispute, and these software solutions are anticipated to reach a level of self-sufficiency and replaceability by the custom developed by our numerous esteemed partners, which constitute 70 of our commonly used software. Their distinctive capabilities are sure to provide you with an unparalleled experience. Have we tested these software? During the press conference, when Guochang inquired about their effectiveness and whether they could be immediately substituted, Yang Ji nodded, responding, Wen Lao, I must share something remarkable with you. There is a company that has developed an interface application specifically for the Tianbing system. After installation, half of the users did not even notice that the system had changed until they encountered an issue that prompted a notification, leading them to realize something was amiss. Following that, they eagerly anticipated utilizing the intelligent system's capabilities, and everyone was quite excited. This is our evaluation report, derived from 12 enterprises, 8 public institutions, and several universities. The data has just arrived, and you may take a look. As Yang Ji handed Wen Lao a tablet, Wen Guochang picked it up and casually flipped through it, achieving a general understanding. In truth, he had already been aware of the situation, yet many matters require collective discourse. The necessary evaluation and decision-making processes must still be upheld. I see everyone is present today. Let us convene an impromptu meeting. Wen Guochang set down the tablet and continued. To foster the development of domestic operating systems and software enterprises, all universities, state-owned enterprises, banks, securities institutions, and various governmental departments must transition to domestic operating systems and software by March 31, 2024. Relevant budget allocations, unless otherwise necessary. Achieving a general understanding. In truth, he had already been aware of the situation, yet many matters require collective discourse. The necessary evaluation and decision-making processes must still be upheld. And this initiative must commence immediately. The timeline for replacing proprietary software shall not extend beyond as well as universities are visible to all present. Since domestic systems and software can meet work requirements and even exceed expectations, there is no justifiable reason for non-compliance. This is unrelated to 2041. It applies to any domestic enterprise and is considered a routine operation, merely expedited due to the implications of 2041. Across the vast expanse of China, there is a palpable sense of jubilation, while Microsoft is left in despair. They have long understood that, with the exceptional capabilities of the code, a complete operating system could be established in 3 months, making the development of application software an even simpler task. The protective moat of their application ecosystem cannot shield them for long, yet they never anticipated that, even before the system's release. The application software would be so comprehensively prepared, a situation that is indeed alarming. This is truly frightening. Millions of programmers in their nation are facing an employment crisis. Why has no one emerged to protest? Nadella was perplexed. If such an event transpired in America or Europe, the streets would undoubtedly be teeming with protesters by now. Yet, they commenced the development of operating systems and various proprietary software, while simultaneously upgrading existing programs. The professionals in this field not only faced no threat of unemployment, in fact, the protective mode of their application ecosystem cannot shield them for long, yet they never anticipated that, even before the system's release. And he momentarily struggled to grasp the situation. But they previously lacked companies dedicated to the development of operating systems and large proprietary software. They utilized our products. Like mathematical analysis software, relying on our firm, he pondered aloud. His assistant interjected. Thus, there were no related professionals. For them, these are entirely new job opportunities. New job opportunities? Nadella suddenly jolted awake. This was an outright appropriation of our market, as anticipated during the press conference following the announcement. Someone posed the question, will this code lead to a crisis in employment? Cheng Xu simply laughed. Before you asked that question, did you not think to check the recruitment software? Have you seen how much programmer salaries have risen nationwide this past month? The demand for personnel has skyrocketed. We previously did not engage in the development of large proprietary software. The volume of code and workload involved is immense. Now that we are, the demand for talent has naturally surged. Cheng Xu patiently elaborated. However, this came at the expense of American industries. Our job market has expanded, but what about America? But what does that have to do with you and me? Cheng Xu retorted, speechless. The journalist appeared to want to say more, but ultimately refrained, having nearly exposed their own lack of professionalism. Fortunately, they had exercised caution. The online audience, witnessing Cheng Xu's bemusement, found amusement in the journalist's naivety, thinking, with such intellect, she could play the undercover role. Observing her expression, one might believe she had not revealed her intentions. She was indeed an endearing young lady. The demand for talent has naturally surged. Cheng Xu patiently elaborated. However, this came at the expense of American industries. Our job market has expanded, but what about America? But what does that have to do with you and me? Cheng Xu retorted, speechless. The journalist appeared to want to say more, but ultimately refrained, having nearly exposed their own lack of professionalism. Fortunately, they had exercised caution. The online audience, witnessing Cheng Xu's bemusement, found amusement in the journalist's naivety, thinking, with such intellect, she could play the undercover role. Observing her expression, one might believe she had not revealed her intentions. She was indeed an endearing young lady. Our goal is to expedite the launch of the mobile operating system. As you have observed, the functionalities of Everest 2 are exceptionally suited for mobile devices. There are many speculations regarding the next moves of the 2041 group. After the launch of the Everest 2, what are the group's plans moving forward? We lack relevant experience. The 2041 group will not venture into the memory domain. Regarding graphics cards, it is well known that they are purely computational devices. Each pixel on the screen requires incessant calculations, which has no relation to intelligence and is not the forte of the pump chip. Engaging in this would be akin to attacking one's weaknesses to exploit the strengths of the enemy. We are not that foolish. Cheng Xu has a profound aversion to such scenarios, yet often he must articulate certain points himself to convey persuasiveness. As for not producing memory, I am indeed working on memory-like storage modules and cognition-like processing modules. They are not classified as memory, are they? It is true that we do not manufacture graphics cards, as they are purely computational, a domain in which the pump truly falters. A reporter inquired, stating that the Tianbing system is formidable, and you mentioned that it reigns supreme above and below. Mr. Cheng, in your view, what shortcomings does it possess? Cheng Xu glanced at the reporter, dark eyes, black hair, yellow skin, and a pronounced Beijing accent, and scratched his head. In my eyes, the Tianbing system is merely a semi-finished product. Take the network monitoring assistance feature, for instance. It still requires human confirmation. As an intelligent system, shouldn't it autonomously determine such tasks? What is 99,999 worth? If it cannot achieve perfection, it is merely a half-baked endeavor. Moreover, there are certain truths that must be articulated for Tianbing to comprehend. If I choose not to speak, it simply will not understand. Is that true intelligence? It is akin to my grandson. If he were to behave like that, I would swiftly discipline him. Does he not possess any discernment? Let me illustrate. With just a glance, my grandson knows to rush and buy me cigarettes. Can Tianbing grasp that? Is that the definition of intelligence? It is still far from the mark. Everyone present was astonished, their jaws agape, while Cheng Xu continued his tirade, gaining momentum with each word. The reporter felt embarrassed. His face flushed, realizing he had prodded too much. Everyone understood that Cheng Xu was speaking in reverse, highlighting the advantages of Tianbing. However, one individual was keenly aware, stating, "Remember well what Brother Su just articulated. These are the expectations for our Tianbing second generation, outlining the plans for improvement and work arrangements." This was how Wei Shan. Chapter 85, The Internal Strife of Ame begins. The press conference for the 2041 group's Tianbing system commenced amidst great anticipation, and it did not disappoint. My grandson knows to dash off and procure cigarettes. Can Tianbing grasp that? Is that intelligence? It falls woefully short. The audience was left in stunned silence, jaws agape, knowing it would take them considerable time to process. The sole entity displeased was Microsoft, sensing an impending storm. Oh, and Google as well. Following the conference, Cheng Xu explicitly stated that the next step would be to develop a mobile operating system, which is evidently a straightforward endeavor for 2041. Microsoft still possesses proprietary software in the desktop domain to afford some protection and delay 2041's advance. Yet, what about mobile? In the domestic application ecosystem, there is virtually no foreign presence. In the domestic realm, once the code is unleashed, it can be swiftly resolved within moments. Should the catastrophic event manifest on mobile devices, the Android platform would face an even more dire fate, devoid of any buffering. Moreover, considering the capabilities exhibited by this catastrophic event, if it were to go unchallenged, the sole dissenting party was Microsoft, sensing the looming storm. Oh, and Google too. Following the conference, Cheng Xu unequivocally declared that the next step would be to develop a mobile operating system, a task that appears exceedingly straightforward for 2041. Google had cultivated its position over many years, while Microsoft's attempts to penetrate the market had proven futile. What threat could a newcomer like Group 2041 possibly pose? He had never entertained the notion that they could present any real challenge. Yet now, he found himself scolding his own operating system. Incapable of sustaining a software ecosystem, what could possibly impede it? Furthermore, with such intelligent capabilities that even illiterate elderly women could navigate, this was utterly incongruous with the current era. Considering the capabilities exhibited by this catastrophic event, if it were to go unchallenged, one could hardly expect Google to retain its global share, let alone in the Chinese market. Group 2041 has explicitly stated they will not venture into memory and graphics cards. They mentioned that graphics cards are specialized chips for pure computation, an area in which they do not excel. But what does that imply? It suggests they are proficient in memory, yet have committed not to engage in that sphere. Why is that? Pichai pondered. Is it to curry favor with the Semiconductor Alliance? To secure the support of Intel and Qualcomm? While I am uncertain if it is indeed to gain favor or support, the Semiconductor Alliance, particularly Intel and Qualcomm, will undoubtedly contemplate such matters. An assistant analyzed. The alliance has always claimed to be unbreakable, but do you truly believe they will wholly align with Microsoft this time? At most, they may adopt a neutral stance. Furthermore, if we wish to collaborate with Qualcomm to resist this catastrophic event, would they be inclined to do so? It is crucial to note that regardless of the system, be it Android or this catastrophic event, Intel and Qualcomm, as hardware providers, remain unaffected. Our fierce battle with Group 2041 does not concern them in the slightest, since Group 2041 is focused on proprietary artificial intelligence chips and has declared they will not engage. It would be sheer folly for Intel and Qualcomm to provoke them and invite a formidable adversary. Another possibility emerged in Pichai's mind as he nodded in affirmation. We must persuade the business entities to compel them to take our side, or we risk losing the global market. Collaborating with Microsoft on this endeavor may likely jeopardize our hold on the Chinese market, but beyond its borders. We must not allow this catastrophic event to take root. Just as Pichai contemplated, Nadella shared similar reflections. Yet, as dawn broke, Intel and Qualcomm promptly received pertinent information. The Semiconductor Alliance also convened an urgent high-level closed-door online meeting. Regarding the pump system chip, we have been monitoring it for over 6 months. I would like to report on some relevant matters and highlight a few key issues of concern. A middle-aged gentleman began. Firstly, as Cheng Xu mentioned, it is indeed true that the pump system is not suitable for manufacturing graphics cards, and the core production enterprises for graphics cards can rest assured about this. Secondly, we cannot accurately assess the capability of the pump system in central processing core development. We can only say that there is a possibility of expertise. At the very least, if it is developed in conjunction with semiconductors, the results will undoubtedly be significant. However, this relies on the foundational design and manufacturing capabilities of traditional semiconductors. Unfortunately, thirdly, we have confirmed that a 28 nanometers lithography machine has been completed in Shanghai, though it remains undisclosed. Nonetheless, according to our information, HiSilicon has already optimized the design of the Kirin 990. This suggests that mass production at the 7 nanometer scale is quite feasible. If Chinese chip design enterprises collaborate with 2041 to design composite chips, it poses a substantial threat to us. Fourthly, regarding the pump system, we lack control from any perspective. It is exceedingly difficult to impose limitations, including on raw materials and production tools. Even to this day, we have been unable to successfully replicate any type of pump chip. Not even a basic component. Faced with one another, everyone was at a loss for words. Just 6 months ago, when they spoke of 2041, they were brimming with confidence, believing there was no threat, considering it a mere triviality within their grasp. Yet, in just half a year, what has transpired? Other chips have already entered mass production, while we are unable to produce even a single component. What does this signify? It indicates that the entire system has completely drifted beyond their control. Powerless. In regard to 2041, they have become utterly helpless. What an anomaly has emerged from nowhere? How could it possibly escape our encirclement? One executive from an unknown company exclaimed in frustration, clearly losing his composure. Yet, this sentiment echoed the thoughts of everyone present. Is there truly no aspect of the pump system, from raw materials to design to production processes and various tools, that we can obstruct? Have our scientists not deciphered the fundamental principles of the pump? Qualcomm's president, Amon, appeared grave. Not at all. It resembles sorcery. The phenomenon is quite simple. Rooted in basic physics, utilizing the interaction of a changing electromagnetic field on the charges within conductive gel. Throughout this process, the conductive gel is subjected to various forces, including mechanical, electrical, and electromagnetic influences, in a manner that adheres to the principle of superposition. However, this is not the principle itself, rather, it is a phenomenon derived from reverse engineering the production process and materials. Our scientists and engineers remain entirely at a loss regarding its essence. In such circumstances, we are groping through countless variables, akin to a blind cat stumbling upon a mouse, or setting a wooden post to await a chance encounter with a rabbit. It may take decades, if not longer, to strike fortune even once. Some scientists assert that this phenomenon is the result of some form of sorcery imposed by Easterners. There are even individuals who have traveled to the East to study its mysterious practices. After hearing the introduction, the crowd exchanged wry smiles. Sorcery? Should we rely on divine intervention? How then shall we make our decisions? Microsoft has extended countless invitations for us to negotiate a collective response to the 2041 group, as stated by Intel's Pat Gelsinger. Respond? How shall we respond? Amon chuckled. Google has reached out to us as well. It is now abundantly clear that we face two choices. One is the demise of both Microsoft and Google, and the other entails sacrificing our own interests, leading to a joint withdrawal from the entire Chinese market. But would exiting China resolve our predicament? Would 2041 remain confined to China? What about Africa? Would Europe inevitably align with us? Even if we stand united now, will we always remain so? How should we choose? The two cunning foxes exchanged knowing smiles, immediately grasping each other's thoughts. The interests represented behind the hardware and software systems are not entirely aligned. A united front? Nonsense. At least for now. Are we to rely on divine intervention? How then shall we make our decisions? Microsoft has extended countless invitations for us to collaborate in addressing the 2041 group. If a cataclysm were to spark a wave of device upgrades, it could be beneficial for them. The Semiconductor Alliance has yet to reach a conclusion regarding the 2041 matter, and after discussing some minor issues, the meeting was adjourned. After the meeting, Intel and Qualcomm engaged in a private conversation. According to our perspective, competition is imminent. Gelsinger remarked, they will undoubtedly lobby business organizations, and at that point, we will be at a disadvantage. If we anger 2041, and they either act independently or collaborate with other domestic enterprises to create a composite, we could face a crisis. My intelligence suggests they possess that capability. They will lobby? Shall we merely sit idly by? Do we not have power behind us as well? Software may falter, but the semiconductor sector must not collapse. It is the cornerstone and core of American strength, and we cannot retreat. Amnon, equally resolute, declared, we must not allow them to succeed. Thus, the once cohesive hardware and software systems of America began to fracture internally. Indeed, Gelsinger wholeheartedly concurred. After ending the video call, both individuals felt a sense of relief, yet simultaneously sensed an unsettling discomfort. How had circumstances deteriorated to this extent? Just 6 months prior, they had been so invincible, so exalted. Now, Intel and Qualcomm engaged in a private conversation. As per our strategy, competition is on the horizon. Kissinger remarked, they will undoubtedly lobby business organizations. How had they achieved mass production of 7 nanometers technology so rapidly? How had 2041 emerged seemingly out of thin air? What exactly has gone awry in this world? We could find ourselves in a crisis. My sources indicate they possess such capability. Lobbying? Shall we simply sit idly by? Do we not have power behind us as well? Software may falter, but semiconductors must not fail. They are the critical pillar and core of America, and we cannot retreat. Ammon, equally resolute, declared that we must not allow them to prevail. Thus, the once harmonious collaboration between America's hardware and software sectors began to fray. Kissinger nodded in agreement. After ending the video call, both individuals felt a sense of relief, yet simultaneously sensed a peculiar discomfort. How had matters escalated to this point? Just 6 months prior, they had been so imperious, so exalted. Now, how had they descended to the point of contemplating sacrificing their compatriots to avoid antagonizing 2041? How had China's 28-nanometer lithography machines been produced so swiftly? How had they achieved mass production of 7-nanometer technology in such a short span? How had 2041 seemingly emerged from thin air? What precisely has gone awry in this world?